Chapter 1. The Exiled Little Prince of the Southern Frontier. In the year 3937 of the Heavenly Source era, the great Yuan Emperor fell, and demons breached the borders, leading to untold suffering and calamity. Famine ravaged the land, and people resorted to cannibalism. 16 years later, on the fringes of the Jiugong mountain range in the southern frontier, a voice echoed softly, "Yuan, remember, you are not merely my grandson, your true identity is that of the great Yuan prince. Your mother was the revered Gu Fei from the northern ice plains 16 years ago. You must survive. In this jade pendant lies a drop of the blood of the founding emperor. If combined with a potent elixir, it may grant you the potential to awaken the divine roots of a martial god. Yuan, you must eradicate the demons and restore the great Yin to avenge your mother." As the whispers faded, a beam of white light pierced through the darkness, and Li Yuan struggled to grasp it. Have I traversed realms? Memories swirled within his mind. After a considerable time, Li Yuan regained his composure. To be precise, he had not merely traversed, but had been reborn into another world, unlocking the sealed memories of his past. Glancing downward, the emaciated, dark figure of an elderly man lay before him. As the memories unraveled, Li Yuan recalled the events of his childhood in this lifetime. 16 years prior, he was born within the great Yin Palace. During a fateful night of demonic assault, the palace was besieged, and many princes and princesses were slaughtered. His mother, Gu Fei, sensing the impending doom, entrusted a physician to smuggle him out of the palace. However, endowed with the martial god's roots, he could not escape the demon's detection. To ensure his survival, the physician severed his divine roots, offering them to his own grandson, who became a sacrificial pawn. Thus began their perilous flight. "Farewell, grandfather," Li Yuan whispered, mourning the old physician who had fallen beside him. After 16 years of flight, he had long anticipated this moment, though he had not expected to bear the title of Little Prince. "Hey, you there, lad? You don't hail from these mountains, do you?" A booming voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Yuan turned to see a man clad in a deep blue, coarse cloth short jacket, watching him warily from a distance. "I have come seeking refuge." Li Yuan recalled the physician's words before his unconsciousness. This place was known as Jiugong Mountain, one of the most enigmatic locations in the southern frontier and the birthplace of the Gu master lineage. The physician had brought him here to evade the marauding demons. In contrast to the chaos outside, the mountains offered a serene sanctuary, akin to a secluded paradise. "The Jiugong Mountain does not welcome outsiders. Please leave," the man barked. "I wish to join Jiugong Mountain." The physician had come here with the intent of joining, and although Li Yuan was unaware of the conditions for admission, he had no alternative. Should he depart, his severed roots would guarantee his demise at the hands of the demons. "Do you possess a token?" the man inquired. "Yes." Li Yuan produced a wooden box from his garments, a gift from the physician. An ancient token indeed. The man scrutinized the box. "With this token alone, you cannot join Jiugong Mountain. You must first pass the Gu Master's trial." "What constitutes the Gu Master's trial?" Li Yuan asked. "A trial where one faces near certain death," the man replied, turning to walk deeper into the mountains. "If you wish to participate, follow. If not, depart." "I am willing." Li Yuan hoisted the physician's lifeless body and followed, for this was his only lifeline. What was a trial of near certain death compared to the absolute certainty of demise outside? His eyes grew dim from hunger, yet he persevered, relieved to find the journey was not long. The man halted before a dark cavern. "I am Qi Lin, steward of the 9th Palace's 12th cave of the Jiugong Gu Nest." The Jiugong Gu Nest was revered across the Jiugong Mountains, a sacred ground for Gu Masters. Qi Lin gestured toward the pitch-black entrance. "If you are resolute, step inside. Should you survive the trial, you will gain entry to Jiugong Mountain." Li Yuan set the physician's body down. "May I first bury my grandfather?" Qi Lin's demeanor was indifferent. "Why go through such trouble? In light of your token, I shall ensure you and your grandfather are buried together once you perish." Li Yuan felt a chill within. Clearly, Qi Lin had little faith in his ability to pass the trial. The truth was, he knew nothing of Gu techniques. How could he harbor any confidence? "Thank you," he bowed, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Drawing a deep breath, he advanced toward the inky darkness of the cave. Yet, mere steps in, the ground beneath him gave way, and he plummeted, cushioned by an unseen force before crashing to the ground. The space brightened as sunlight streamed in from the opposite end of the pit. The pit was at least 7 or 8 meters deep, with sheer rock walls that would pose an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary person to climb. "Just 10 of you. Perfect," a voice echoed from above. "The trial begins now." "Hey, 12 cave members. What are the requirements of the assessment?" Someone shouted from the other side of the pit. Li Yuan examined his surroundings, recognizing that the edges of the pit were inhabited by others, both men and women, of varying ages. 1, 2, 3, 9 in total, including himself. That made 10. Suddenly, he recalled Qi Lin's words. A trial of near-certain death? Did that imply only one among them would survive? No further response came from above. The other participants seemed to grasp the implication, their expressions turning fierce or fearful, yet none dared to make a move. Li Yuan retreated into the shadows where sunlight could not reach, obscuring his expression. After 16 years of evasion, he understood well the dynamics of such situations. In moments like these, weakness invited exploitation and consumption. In times of great famine, people resort to cannibalism. This was no mere saying, it was a reality he had witnessed firsthand. In the shadows, Li Yuan's gaze swept across the remaining 9. Among them were 6 women and 3 men. The women appeared unremarkable, gaunt and pale, the eldest appearing to be in her 40s, while the youngest looked scarcely a decade old. The 3 men included 1 elderly, 1 portly, and 1 slender. The stout man wore local attire, suggesting he might be a native. All seemed to keep their distance from the portly one. In Li Yuan's mind, the stout man was equally a considerable threat. "Newcomer, quit staring at me," the stout man barked, sensing Li Yuan's gaze. "This is a Gu master trial, not a murder assessment. You'll all need to stop thinking about killing each other." His words held a semblance of truth, yet what did it matter? In such an environment, suspicion reigned supreme, and individuals would interpret every action with the utmost malice. Who was benevolent? Who would survive? Buzzing at that moment, a small red insect resembling a ladybug alighted upon Li Yuan's hand. A Gu insect? He mused, excitement coursing through him. Had the main event finally arrived? The other 9 participants received similar insects. "Anyone who can nurture their blood insect into a personal Gu shall pass the trial," the Jiugong mountain member above announced. The blood insect must be nurtured with blood. To nurture the insect with one's own blood, it must heed your command and become your personal Gu. Li Yuan had heard similar statements before. The dilemma lay in the current environment. Who would dare to draw blood to nurture a Gu? Was that not akin to lighting a lantern in a cesspit, courting death? As Li Yuan pondered his strategy, a voice resonated within his mind. "Ding! Congratulations on obtaining your first Gu insect. The Gu insect synthesis system has been activated." Chapter 2. The Insect Fusion System. The Insect Fusion System? Li Yuanhua was astonished. With the awakening of his past life's memories, the system had activated as well. Is this the privilege of being unbound by restrictions? An ethereal panel materialized before him. Insect Master, Li Yuan Blackjar, First Shift 030, Realm, Unranked Destined Insect. None subordinate insects. None characteristic. By inserting any 3 insects of the same grade into the black jar, they can be merged into a higher grade insect, which will be automatically tamed. A 3-in-1 star upgrade? I am quite familiar with this concept. Li Yuan began to grasp the purpose of the system. In essence, if I can obtain 3 blood insects, I can synthesize a more formidable insect? Could this lead to the creation of my destined insect? The pressing question now is how to acquire 3 blood insects. Blood insects are the lifeblood of the crowd, the only hope for survival through trials, and none would willingly part with them. If I were to forcefully seize them, I would become the target of everyone's ire. Stay calm. Li Yuan inhaled deeply, admonishing himself against impulsiveness, and resolved to await an opportunity. Time trickled by, each moment stretching into eternity. As night deepened, the already dim cave grew even darker, rendering it impossible to see one's own hand. In that darkness, an intangible dread spread. Li Yuan picked up a large stone, gripping it tightly as he slowly sharpened it against the rock wall. This was destined to be a night of torment, after what felt like an eternity. Amidst the struggle between fatigue and hunger, a faint light flickered within the cave. Dawn had arrived, accompanied by the sound of squeaking. It's a rat. In certain dire moments, it could even be considered a delicacy, as everyone was already ravenous, their eyes instinctively fixated on the creature. Even Li Yuan felt an involuntary swallow. Squeak! The rat seemed to sense danger and attempted to flee. The closest figure, a scrawny man resembling a monkey, lunged at it suddenly. Squeak! Squeak! The rat's cries grew frantic and shrill, as if it were being subdued. Ha, I got it! The thin man could not suppress his laughter. Just as he intended to retreat back into the shadows, another figure emerged behind him, wielding a stone and striking down fiercely, repeatedly, over a dozen times. Thud! 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 Before long, the thin man lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Li Yuan was astonished. The first to commit murder was, unexpectedly, the youngest among the group, a girl. Perhaps to establish her dominance. After slaying the thin man, she did not retreat, but instead cast a fierce gaze around. She then seized the rat, biting into it with bloody jaws, chewing slowly. Is she trying to act tough? Li Yuan thought, stifling a laugh. If she were truly fierce, she would have devoured the thin man's flesh rather than resorting to a rat to assert her power. Among the group, aside from the local fat man, who had not dined on rats, before long, the sun ascended high. Sunlight streamed into the pit, illuminating the gruesome sight of the thin man's mangled corpse, which sent chills down Li Yuan's spine. He had witnessed cannibalism before, but had never partaken. Under the care and guidance of his grandfather, the physician, he had never reached that point. Perhaps his grandfather still harbored dreams of him becoming the new emperor, never allowing the dignity of the yin to be eroded by malevolent thoughts. Li Yuan could still restrain himself. Others, however, were becoming increasingly restless, their gazes predatory. Primal instincts gradually overpowering moral boundaries. At that moment, Li Yuan noticed a small red dot crawling on the thin man's corpse. A blood insect? Not dead. Initially startled, he soon felt a surge of joy. This was an exceptional opportunity. Li Yuan slowly rose, gripping the stone he had sharpened the previous night, approaching the thin man's corpse. His movement instantly heightened the alertness of the others. Li Yuan feigned calmness, his gaze fierce. He was tall and not overly muscular, but certainly not as frail as the deceased. Judging by appearances, he was undoubtedly the second strongest after the local fat man. The others dared not attack him recklessly. Adopting defensive stances, their eyes fixed on him. Li Yuan reached the thin man's body, swiftly grasping the blood insect before retreating to a dark corner. Thought you were going to eat him? The local fat man spoke up. You grabbed that blood insect to cultivate another and enhance your chances of nurturing your destined insect. Didn't you? You seem quite knowledgeable. Perhaps we will end up losing to you, he added. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately sensed a surge of hostility. This was a deliberate attempt to redirect blame onto him. Aren't you from southern Jiang? Shouldn't you understand insect techniques better than I? Why hand the opportunity to me? Li Yuan scoffed. The fat man retorted, of course I want it. You just got to it first. Li Yuan beckoned playfully. Then I'll give it to you now. Do you dare to take it? If you do, will you even dare to nurture it? Ha ha. The fat man sneered, choosing not to respond. Only a fool would attempt to nurture two blood insects in such dire circumstances. The only outcome would be being drained dry. Once this fool perishes, he would undoubtedly become the strongest here, ensuring his passage through the trials. Li Yuan remained silent, continuing to wait. He gradually regained his composure. Now that everyone was on the brink of starvation, conflict would inevitably arise again, and that would be his opportunity to seize the third blood insect. Another night passed. By the third day, the will of the crowd was nearing its breaking point. Moral constructs were increasingly overshadowed by primal instincts. Everyone, let us share his remains. The previously silent elder finally spoke. He was frail, lacking strength, akin to a woman, and understood that only by rallying allies could he survive. Very well, a woman responded. We are also compelled. It is merely for survival. Should there be divine retribution, let it not be blamed upon us. Others knelt and prayed, lamenting aloud. If there is divine punishment, let it be directed at the inept Yin royal family, at the rampant demons, and not at us, the impoverished folk. Though it appeared to be a prayer to the heavens, all understood it was merely a means to soothe themselves, to muster the courage for an act that transcended human ethics. The elder took the first step, followed by 6 women, each advancing towards the thin man's corpse. The fat man remained still. Li Yuan did not move either. However, he was acutely aware that if those few truly feasted, they would undoubtedly unite against him and the fat man first. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The group soon reached the thin man's body, exchanging glances, none daring to make the first move. "Elder, you proposed this feast. You should be the first," the girl who had killed the thin man declared. "You killed him. You should go first," the elder retorted, fear gripping him. He had heard tales that consuming human flesh could drive one mad, leading to divine retribution and a tragic demise. Even if he were to eat, he could not be the first. "If you do not eat, we shall kill you first." The girl raised her stone. The other women followed suit, brandishing their stones. I will eat." The elder, suddenly terrified, realized he had been outmaneuvered. He crouched beside the thin man's corpse, but before he could utter a word, the stone in the girl's hand came crashing down. Thud! The elder fell lifeless. Having slain the elder, the girl bellowed, "Sisters, let's unite to eliminate those 2 foul men, or none of us will survive." Chapter 03. Qi and blood gu. Ordinary women possess inherently limited strength. Not only are they incapable of taking on a man in a fair fight, but even a group of them would struggle against a single man. The strategy is clear. Eliminate the most significant threat first. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, realizing that the young girl had evidently devised a plan to find an opportunity to kill the thin man first, then lure the old man to his demise, before finally launching a united assault. "You're quite clever, little girl," he mused. The stout man chuckled. "Unfortunately, even you few fragile women cannot prevail against me, even in collaboration. Let's put that to the test." The girl retorted coldly. "It's far better than us, fighting amongst ourselves only to be consumed by you vile men. Here's the deal. I will grant you a chance. You could go ahead and kill that boy, and I assure you I won't intervene. What do you say?" The stout man grinned maliciously. "Absolutely not." The girl shook her head, then turned to Li Yuan. "How about you join us in eliminating this fat man first?" This was a psychological game. Everyone aspired to be the fisherman. "Sure," Li Yuan replied without hesitation. Both the stout man and the girl were momentarily taken aback by his decisiveness. "Have you lost your mind?" the stout man exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. "Do you really think these women will spare you once I'm gone?" "I believe you pose a greater threat than they do," Li Yuan grinned, stepping closer to the old man's corpse. "You go first," the girl instructed, employing the same tactic as before. "Very well," Li Yuan nodded, "but do step back a bit. I need to replenish my strength with some flesh first, if you please." The girl frowned, but eventually relented, thinking it prudent to maintain control. She stepped back 3 paces, and the other 5 women exchanged glances before retreating as well. At last, Li Yuan knelt down and precisely seized the bloodworm from the old man's body. The stout man's expression darkened. He feared this Navi boy might actually believe the venomous women's words and attempt to kill him first. Initializing fusion process for the detected compatible goo worm. "Would you like to proceed?" Unbeknownst to him, acquiring the bloodworm was Li Yuan's true objective. "Yes, fuse," he silently affirmed. The materials for fusion: common bloodworm X3. Fusion in progress. You have obtained a Qi blood goo, which has been automatically subdued. Once refined into a life-bound goo, it could replenish the goo master's vitality. If transformed into a subordinate goo, it could serve as a consumable to absorb or replenish others' vitality. Would you like to refine it into your life-bound goo? Li Yuan recalled that a goo master could possess only one life-bound goo, alongside subordinate goo corresponding to their cultivation rank. Refine, he decided. In a moment of life and death, Li Yuan had no other choice. You have acquired a life-bound goo, Qi blood goo. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body. Li Yuan felt the fatigue evaporate, vitality surging within him. This was the initial effect of acquiring the Qi blood goo. He sensed a boost in his strength, glancing at the women around him, feeling capable of dispatching them with a single blow. No wonder goo masters held a respectable status in this martial world. They truly possessed remarkable abilities. During his 16 years of evasion, Li Yuan had encountered martial artists a few times. The powerful ones could tear apart demons and soar through the skies. He had once envied them, but his grandfather, the healer, had told him he lacked the foundation for martial arts and should not indulge in such fantasies. Why not become a Gu master instead? Li Yuan had thought. Now, tasting the sweetness of his newfound power, the idea of restoring his martial foundation with the blood of ancestors and great medicines seemed overly complicated. The system was far more straightforward. There was no need for unnecessary hardship. What are you doing? Hurry up. The girl's icy voice interrupted Li Yuan's reverie. I've changed my mind. He turned to her. You, she exclaimed in anger. Are you deceiving me? Indeed, I am, Li Yuan grinned. The girl's chest heaved with frustration. Stout man, come over here and help us eliminate him, will you? Absolutely not, the stout man replied, shaking his head. I've made it clear, I want to interfere while you attempt to kill him. That is my bottom line. With neither side willing to act, Li Yuan chose to bide his time. After the Qi blood Gu had replenished him, he felt slightly weakened and needed to regain more strength. Now assured of victory, he decided to wait patiently. He placed the life-bound Qi blood Gu back on the corpse, only for the worm to unexpectedly fly into the shadows, quietly attaching itself to one of the women. Oh, how selective you are, seeking fresh sustenance, Li Yuan chuckled, allowing it to proceed without worry. There was no concern of the Qi blood Gu being swatted away like a mosquito. This belonged to the realm of first-level Gu masters, akin to those of the martial realm. In his memory, a martial artist of the first rank could easily dispatch a dozen grown men. Another night descended. For Li Yuan, this night would not be a torment. He felt invigorated. By dawn, the remaining threats should fade away. Lost in thought, Li Yuan sensed the women moving towards him. Are they planning a night raid against me? It seemed these women did not wish to see the sun rise again. Very well. I shall resolve this matter once and for all. Li Yuan quietly rose, stealthily approaching the stout man, the most pressing threat. His steps were light, nearly soundless. At that moment, the stout man leaned against the stone wall, alternating between drowsiness and vigilance. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, noise erupted from the opposite side. The 6 women had launched their attack, hurling stones at Li Yuan's previous position. The stout man jumped in surprise. Puff! Li Yuan struck, launching a surprise attack from the darkness, delivering a powerful punch to the stout man's abdomen. The stout man, seemingly robust, wailed in agony from the blow. Li Yuan's first action was not to kill, but to seize the bloodworm from the stout man, then grasp his hair, forcefully smashing him against the wall of the pit. Thud! Thud! Once, twice, thrice. After several pained cries, the stout man fell silent. Now it's your turn. Li Yuan's voice echoed in the pitch-black cavern. In an instant, the 6 women stood frozen, their hair standing on end, their bodies chilled. This is impossible. They had not anticipated Li Yuan would eliminate the stout man first, and so swiftly at that. If he is this formidable, why wait until now to act? Puff! Li Yuan ceased his concealment, unleashing a relentless assault, swiftly dispatching the first woman with a single punch. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Only one left. His fist, the size of a pot, struck the girl's chest, causing her to collapse against the cliff wall, lifeless. Li Yuan admired the girl's intellect and cunning. But that was where his admiration ended. Those who deserve death must meet their fate. His grandfather had taught him to be decisive in killing, but to harbor no malice in his heart. This hardly counts as malevolence, he thought as he collected all the bloodworms. Detected compatible Gu worms for fusion. Would you like to proceed? The system chimed once more. Yes, fuse. Excitement welled within Li Yuan as he anticipated the outcome. Chapter 04. Joining the 12 caves, 3 blood insects fused together. Could they ascend once more? The materials for this synthesis were a common bloodworm 7. Synthesis in progress. You have acquired a first-tier blood insect 2, which has been automatically tamed. Continue synthesizing. Li Yuan contemplated. It was imperative to elevate the grade of the black pot before venturing further along the path of the Gu master. Li Yuan was taken aback. Was there indeed a limitation? It made sense. Without any constraints, after spending just one night in the Gu nest, he could effortlessly dominate the heavens, the earth, and even deities by dawn. The virtual panel reappeared. Gu master, Li Yuan black pot, first tier 430, realm, First tier, destined Gu. Blood insect subordinate Gu. Blood insect. Li Yuan noticed that the number next to the black pot had increased from 0 to 4. Was this an experience bar? Did it rise by 1 each day? He pondered. If it was based on the number of synthesized insects, it should be 3. And considering the days active, today marked the 4th. Thus, if he could simply endure within the Jiugong mountain range until the black pot reached its full capacity, he would be invincible. This was far superior to any task system involving combat. Quite remarkable, Li Yuan mused with satisfaction. Surely, he had passed the trial and could ascend now. He gazed at the pit that towered 7 to 8 meters high. To him, it was no longer a perilous abyss, but a shackle waiting to be shattered. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan leapt upward, grasping a protruding stone over 3 meters high. Using the momentum, he swung himself to seize a higher stone. After several repetitions, he successfully reached the summit, the very spot from which he had tumbled. Applause resonated from nearby. To have formed your destined Gu in merely 4 days is astonishing. It has been quite a while since I've witnessed such innate talent for the Gu way. As the cave illuminated with flickering flames, Li Yuan turned to see 2 figures approaching. One was Qi Lin, who had invited him to partake in the trial, and the other, a middle-aged gentleman. You performed admirably, young brother, the middle-aged man said with kind eyes, introducing himself. I am Qi Xian, the head of the 9th Palace's 12 Caves Bureau. Head, have I passed the trial? After experiencing a life-and-death ordeal, Li Yuan felt little fondness for these individuals. Yet, the method of trial was indeed in line with his understanding of nurturing Gu. Absolutely, Qi Xian replied with a smile. I will report to the cave master and grant you a token for an outer disciple. Given your commendable talent as a Gu master, you may freely select a position within the 12 caves. What positions are available? Li Yuan inquired. Peruse for yourself. Qi Xian offered a booklet to Li Yuan, who focused intently on its contents. The Bureau was responsible for recruitment, assessments, correspondence, and various mediations. The Gu Beast Garden was tasked with raising various Gu insects and beasts. The Gu Plant Garden handled the cultivation of spiritual plants essential for nurturing Gu. The residual Gu building dealt with the disposal of flawed Gu insects abandoned by the organization. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Ah, this is splendid. Flawed Gu insects can surely be synthesized as well, right? The system defines synthesis as any 3 Gu insects of the same tier. Residual Gu building? Qi Xian's expression turned peculiar. Are you certain? Handling flawed Gu is arduous and fraught with risks. Qi Lin also cautioned, flawed Gu from various departments will be discarded there. It's easy to encounter trouble. Li Yuan felt invigorated. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? In a place like the Gu Beast Garden, although they nurtured excellent Gu insects, it was a resource of the sect, burdened with monthly quotas and submissions. If he synthesized them all, he would undoubtedly face scrutiny. The residual Gu building, however, carried no such worries. The discarded refused that no one wanted became treasures in his hands. I made my decision. Li Yuan could scarcely contain his eagerness. Very well then. Qi Xian refrained from further persuasion, honoring the young man's choice. By the way, what is your name? After conversing for so long, he realized he had yet to learn the youth's name. You can use your own name or forsake the past to receive a new name from the Jiugong Gu nest. Qi Xian remarked. Li Yuan, with Li as in the wood and Yuan as in the gold ingot. Li Yuan preferred to retain his name. Excellent. Qi Xian nodded, stating that the identity token would be issued in 3 days. Qi Lin, please take Li Yuan to the residual Gu building for registration. Follow me. Qi Lin beckoned as he turned to lead the way. Li Yuan hoisted the corpse of the old doctor and followed Qi Lin up the mountain, where towering structures loomed, grand and imposing. On the way, Qi Lin briefly recounted the tale of the Jiugong Gu nest, an ancient force rooted in the southern Jiugong mountain range. It was both the origin of the Gu master lineage and the undisputed hidden sovereign of the south. The Jiugong Gu nest comprised 9 palaces, each containing 72 caves beneath it. This hierarchy originated from the early days of the Gu master lineage, when a group resided in the caves atop the mountain, distinguishing their family organizations by the caves. Even today, they continue to be named after caves. In truth, any cave within the Jiugong Gu nest could rival a third-rate sect in the outside world. Li Yuan listened intently, filled with anticipation. This truly was his sanctuary for growth. Before long, they arrived at a 5-story pavilion, where 3 ancient characters, residual Gu building, adorned the plaque. "Old Wang, I brought a newcomer," Qi Lin called out. Moments later, an elderly man with frosted hair emerged from the residual Gu building. "Finally, a newcomer has arrived at the residual Gu building." The elder beamed. "Li Yuan, this is Old Wang, the steward of the residual Gu building. He will be responsible for your guidance," Qi Lin introduced. "I'm Wang Lin. You can just call me Old Wang," the elder said with a smile. "All right, Old Wang," Li Yuan replied without hesitation. "Li Yuan possesses commendable talent. Do take good care of him. If he manages to enter the inner sanctum of the 9th palace, you will benefit as well," Qi Lin remarked. "Commendable talent?" Old Wang expressed surprise. "If he is indeed talented, why is he in the residual Gu building?" Qi Lin teased. "He chose it himself." Old Wang was taken aback, advising, "Li Yuan, I suggest you reconsider. Working in the residual Gu building holds little promise." "Thank you," Li Yuan smiled. "If Old Wang is so kind, I shall surely follow you." "Ha ha ha." Qi Lin laughed heartily. "Very well then, I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation." "Alas," Old Wang sighed. "Since you are here, you may as well settle in. Before entering the residual Gu building, let me share the foundational aspects of Gu master cultivation." As he spoke, he glanced at the corpse Li Yuan was carrying. "Is this your destined Gu? It's quite rare for the first destined Gu to be a corpse Gu." "Excuse me?" Li Yuan was at a loss for words. "This is my grandfather." Apologies. Old Wang's expression shifted awkwardly. "I heard from Qi Lin that you possess remarkable talent, and I assumed you were a hardened individual who had managed to refine a corpse Gu as your first." This piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. "Old Wang, can a corpse be used for refining Gu?" Chapter 05. Li Yuan's paradise that is only natural, Wang Lin remarked. "The crafting of a life-bound corpse Gu is a skillful endeavor that requires both innate talent and meticulous craftsmanship, a feat beyond the reach of the average person. Among our 12 caves, has anyone succeeded in creating a life-bound corpse Gu?" Li Yuan inquired. "None." Wang Lin shook his head, acknowledging the arduous nature of the task. "In the entire 9th palace, only one deputy palace master has achieved it. You wouldn't wish to turn your grandfather into a life-bound corpse Gu, would you?" "I'm not that twisted," Li Yuan replied, his expression darkening. "Who knows?" Wang Lin chuckled. "There are indeed many eccentricities among the Gu masters." He gestured towards the back mountain. "First, go bury your grandfather. It's a favorable piece of land. When I pass on, you can inter me there as well. Your grandfather is unfamiliar with this place, and I could keep him company." Li Yuan was at a loss for words. Did he wish to become the spectral neighbor of my grandfather? He hoisted the physician's corpse and made his way to the back mountain. Wang Lin followed. "Did you see that coffin? I prepared it for myself, but you can use it for your grandfather first. When I die in the future, you can make me another one." "Sure." Li Yuan nodded. "Thank you, Old Wang." Though Old Wang's manner of speaking was somewhat morbid, he was genuinely reliable. He had already produced the coffin. Wang Lin laughed. "Don't mistake me for a paragon of virtue. I simply wish to avoid a corpse left to the wilderness, hoping someone would handle the aftermath." As they chatted, Li Yuan dug a large pit. He then approached the coffin, inhaled deeply, and with a sudden effort, lowered the coffin into the pit, filling it with soil afterward. He even utilized the unmarked gravestone that Old Wang had prepared. "Rest well, grandfather physician." Li Yuan knelt before the gravestone, bowing 3 times with heavy reverence. "I shall avenge you and my mother. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late." He buried his resentment deep within his heart. "You possess remarkable strength. Your life-bound Gu must be a Qi blood Gu, correct?" Wang Lin surmised. The physique of Gu masters was generally inferior to that of martial artists, and among the 1st to 3rd rank Gu worms, the Qi blood Gu was the most common, endowing Gu masters with abundant vitality and strength akin to that of an ox. "Indeed," Li Yuan affirmed. "How long did it take you to refine it?" Wang Lin inquired further. "For days," Li Yuan responded. "Ah." Wang Lin inhaled sharply, slowly uttering 2 words impressive. "To refine a life-bound Gu in just 4 days? Truly a prodigious talent. It is a pity to come to the remnant Gu Tower. Let me first discuss the foundational training of Gu masters with you." Wang Lin resolved to nurture this newcomer. If Li Yuan were to enter the inner circle of the ninth palace in the future, he would not only live a life of glory, but also achieve great accomplishments. Li Yuan listened intently. The ranks of Gu masters range from the first to the ninth, corresponding to the martial artist ranks from entry level to the ninth tier, the first being the lowest and the ninth the highest. The strength of the Gu worms similarly spans from 1 to 9. The first to third ranks are ordinary Gu. The fourth to sixth are mysterious Gu. The seventh is known as heavenly Gu, the eighth as sacred Gu, and the ninth is divine Gu. Each Gu master can only refine one life-bound Gu and a number of subordinate Gu corresponding to their own rank. For instance, if I'm a third-rank Gu master, I can refine one life-bound Gu and 3 subordinate Gu. Wang Lin explained in detail. Wait, I have a question. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Old Wang, having refined the Qi blood Gu now, will I be able to replace it in the future? Yes, Wang Lin replied, before advancing to the 4th rank. The conditions for changing your life-bound Gu are not too stringent. However, after reaching the 4th rank, one can only rely on cultivation and evolution to enhance the rank of their life-bound Gu. Thus, many young Gu masters choose to replace their life-bound Gu at the 3rd rank with rare Gu that have potential for evolution. If one can acquire a life-bound Gu that is renowned among the exotic Gu, their future achievements will be limitless. Li Yuan exhaled in relief. The possibility of replacement was a comfort. Yet, he was not entirely satisfied. Having a system should imply that limitations should not rest here. Gulme, I shall take you into the remnant Gu Tower. Wang Lin turned and departed from the back mountain, with Li Yuan following closely behind as they entered the remnant Gu Tower. The moment they stepped inside, Li Yuan shivered. It's so cold. Cold, is it? Wang Lin smiled. The remnant Gu Tower handles countless discarded Gu daily, and the accumulation of malevolent energy naturally brings about this chill. That is why I suggested you change locations. You are still young and have yet to marry and have children. Staying here too long could be detrimental to your health. Having come this far, I have no choice, Li Yuan declared fearlessly, convinced that this was his paradise. He could already hear the echoes of Gu immortals. By the way, old Wang, how have you managed to endure? Me? Wang Lin chuckled. I was fortunate. Upon my arrival, I encountered an abandoned ice silkworm. After nurturing it, it became my life-bound Gu. Li Yuan patted his chest. As a young man, I possess ample vitality and can withstand it. Wang Lin teased, with such vitality, you might as well pursue a wealthy lady. That would be far better than being here. Li Yuan was left speechless. At that moment, he finally observed the interior of the tower. The remnant Gu Tower was filled with an array of jars of various sizes, all sealed with lids. Some were transparent, revealing a dense collection of Gu worms within. Paradise. It truly is a paradise. The remnant Gu Tower spanned 5 levels, each housing corresponding ranks of discarded Gu. Our duty is to clear away the deceased Gu each day, select those that have undergone secondary metamorphosis, and return them to the 100 Affairs Hall. We have a task quota to meet. At least 100 first-rank Gu, 30 second-rank Gu, and 10 third-rank Gu must be returned each month. There are no requirements for 4th and 5th-rank Gu, nor do they fall under our purview. Wang Lin elucidated their roles and responsibilities. Li Yuan scanned the surroundings. Old Wang, is it just the 2 of us in the remnant Gu Tower? There is one more. Wang Lin pointed upwards. He is on the 4th and 5th floors. We cannot ascend to meet him, nor is it necessary to concern ourselves with him. Understood. Li Yuan had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. Subsequently, Wang Lin imparted many important notes on nurturing Gu worms, handing him several manuals on Gu rearing along with a tome titled Elementary Gu Mastery Techniques. A name as plain as it was unadorned. From today onward, the 1st floor will be under your responsibility. I will no longer intervene. As night fell, old Wang retired to his quarters next to the remnant Gu Tower to sleep. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the requirement of submitting merely 100 transformed Gu to the 100 Affairs Hall each month, and the presence of tens of thousands of discarded Gu here, he had ample opportunity to synthesize madly. He approached a black jar. A yellow cloth label affixed to it indicated the type of discarded Gu, 1st rank Nourishing Essence Gu. Li Yuan consulted the 1st rank Gu Worm Manual. This particular Gu nourished the spirit of the Gu master and could also absorb the essence from others or deepen sleep. Detected a compatible discarded Gu. Would you like to fuse? Chapter 6. Breaking the limitations of the Gu master synthesize. Li Yuan silently intoned in his heart. The materials for this synthesis were the first turn Yangjing Gu remnants 30. The synthesis was underway. You have obtained a first turn ordinary Gu, Yangjing Gu 10, which has been automatically collected. After synthesizing the remnants, would it result in a superior Gu? Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Continue to synthesize. First, you should elevate the black pot's grade before embarking on a more profound journey as a Gu master. Another failure. As expected, Li Yuan remained unperturbed as the virtual panel materialized before him. Gu master, Li Yuan black pot, first turn 430, realm, first turn faded Gu, Qi blood Gu subordinate Gu, Qi blood Gu. Yangjing Gu, could it be that there is no limit to the number of subordinate Gu I can obtain? Li Yuan speculata. He then unveiled another jar. Synthesize. The materials for this synthesis were the first turn turtle shell Gu remnants 30. The synthesis commenced. You have obtained a first turn ordinary Gu, turtle shell Gu 10, which has been automatically collected. The turtle shell Gu, when refined into a faded Gu, could enhance the hardness of the Gu master's skin, while transforming it into a subordinate Gu would allow it to serve as a consumable, briefly augmenting the hardness of local skin during combat. Li Yuan had read about this in the Gu Master Manual. The feedback from a faded Gu is permanent, whereas subordinate Gu are primarily consumables, providing only fleeting effects on oneself or the enemy. Moreover, controlling a faded Gu could be executed through one's thoughts, while controlling subordinate Gu necessitates external objects. The advantage lies in the fact that if a subordinate Gu perishes, it does not affect the Gu master as a faded Gu would. Upon checking the subordinate Gu section, it had indeed changed. Subordinate Gu, Qi blood Gu, Yangjing Gu, turtle shell Gu, isn't this invincible? Thus, Li Yuan toiled throughout the night. He began to synthesize Gu insects fervently, but refrained from exhausting all the remnants to avoid drawing unwanted attention. He quickly encountered a new dilemma. After a long night of labor, he had not synthesized even a single rare Gu insect, let alone one renowned on the exotic Gu list. They were merely basic scraps. Li Yuan sighed softly. It seemed that synthesizing exotic Gu was no simple feat. He resolved to bide his time, believing that luck would eventually grace him. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had been at the remnant Gu Tower for over half a month. He had acclimated to the life here. It was monotonous, yet tranquil, far superior to the chaotic world outside, rife with war and monsters. He found solace in this environment. In a few days, he would be able to elevate the black pot to the second turn. Li Yuan, something significant has occurred in the outside world. Are you aware? During lunch, Wang Lin mentioned events transpiring beyond Jiugong Mountain. What major event? Li Yuan, having been isolated and uninformed, was far less knowledgeable than the seasoned Wang Lin, who seemed well-versed in the affairs of the outside world. Wang Lin inquired, "Have you heard of the martial goddess treasure?" No, Li Yuan shook his head, having no prior knowledge but suspecting something. Wang Lin elaborated, "It is the treasure left behind by the founding emperor of the dynasty, the legendary martial god who shook the world. It is said to be the foundation for the revival of Dian. Nowadays, various factions and great demons are seeking the martial goddess treasure, leading to utter chaos in the realm. The common folk suffer the most." Li Yuan Siga. He could not empathize with the royal family, despite being the true identity of a Dian prince. The hardships he endured during 16 years of wandering made it impossible for him to relate to the aristocracy. Conversely, he understood the plight of the common people all too well. Yet, at present, he felt powerless. The Jiugong mountain range was situated in the most secluded area of the southern frontier, shielding it from the ravages of war. However, in these turbulent times, it was only a matter of time before they were swept into the fray. I truly hope the Dian royal family can locate the martial goddess treasure and bring an end to this chaotic era of suffering for the people. Alas, Wang Lin sighed deeply. It is nearly impossible. Why? Li Yuan inquired casually, feeling like an outsider. Here, it was indeed stifling, spending days in the company of Gu. He sought to learn more about the outside world to maintain his sanity. Why else? Wang Lin shrugged. The direct bloodline of the founding emperor has been completely wiped out. It seems none have survived. Perhaps some still live? Li Yuan whispered. One can only hope, Wang Lin replied. After all, the martial goddess treasure can only be unlocked by the direct bloodline of the founding emperor. Li Yuan chuckled softly. Even if the direct descendants of the founding emperor were alive, should they dare to emerge now, they would merely serve as a key for unlocking. Indeed, Wang Lin nodded in agreement. Dian is already a shell of its former self, merely lacking a figure capable of uniting the realm. He then spoke conspiratorially. I also heard that the demons infiltrated the palace long ago, meticulously laying traps for the late emperor, gradually extinguishing the royal bloodline. Li Yuan was already aware of these matters while recovering his memories from 2 lifetimes ago. The question was, who had leaked this information? What were their intentions? With a blood feud involving his mother and the imperial physician, he could not afford to be indifferent. Old Wang, how do you know all of this? It's common knowledge, Wang Lin replied. Some say that the emperor's most favored concubine, Ming Gufei, is actually a demon, ensnaring the emperor's heart and rendering him powerless. Otherwise, with his 8th grade martial saint cultivation and the backing of unparalleled national fortune, how could he be easily subdued by demons? Beauty has always been a double-edged sword. Wang Lin spoke like a storyteller, vividly recounting the tales circulating in the outside world. Li Yuan listened with a mix of belief and skepticism. At the level of martial saints, mere beauty could hardly ensnare someone without employing other means. The exact nature of those methods remain a mystery. He treated it as merely a story. Li Yuan composed himself, burying everything deep within, for no circumstance could deter him from his path of survival and growth. Counting the days, on the 27th day since joining the remnant Gu Tower and the 30th day since activating the Black Pot fusion system, Li Yuan summoned the virtual panel. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Pot, second turn 0100, Realm, second turn Faded Gu, Qi Blood Gu Subordinate Gu, Qi Blood Gu, Yangjing Gu, Turtle Shell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind Chasing Butterfly. Indeed, Li Yuan exclaimed joyfully, having automatically ascended to the second turn. In a moment, the system sent another notification. Detected numerous subordinate Gu. Do you wish to select one to refine into a Faded Gu? This was precisely the outcome Li Yuan desired. In other words, could he possess multiple Faded Gu, thereby directly shattering the traditional limitations imposed on Gu Masters? How exhilarating! The Faded Gu is intrinsically linked to the Gu Master. Should the Faded Gu perish, the Gu Master faces a similar fate, with only a few exceptions. This was the very reason Li Yuan wished to have multiple Faded Gu. Who does not fear death? He certainly does. The selection of the second Faded Gu could not be arbitrary. Li Yuan cast his gaze toward the second floor. One could not merely synthesize a renowned exotic Gu. At the very least, he needed to produce a rare Gu insect. Chapter 07. The Resurrection. Gu Li Yuan ascended to the second floor. Upon spotting the youth Wang Lin, who was engaged in the delicate task of handling remnants of Gu, furrowed his brow. Li Yuan, what brings you up here? The malevolent aura is thick. You ought to descend at once. Old Wang, I have advanced to the second transformation, Li Yuan declared directly. What? Wang Lin sprang to his feet, incredulous. Repeat that. I am now a second transformation Gu Master, Li Yuan reiterated. By heavens! Wang Lin's eyes widened, and after a moment, he exhaled his most familiar exclamation. Impressive. Upon reflection, it was not so astonishing for a prodigy capable of crafting a life-bound Gu in 4 days to attain the status of a second transformation Gu Master within a month. Ha ha ha! Wang Lin laughed heartily, realizing that he had forgotten the visage of true genius after so long in mediocrity. He genuinely perceived hope for the youth to enter the inner sanctum of the 9th palace. Old Wang, considering your health, I shall take charge of the second floor from now on, Li Yuan stated plainly. You rascal, you even care for this old man? Wang Lin chuckled. Li Yuan primarily wished to prevent Wang Lin from squandering resources. Those remnants of Gu were treasures indeed, far more beneficial to him than any divine weaponry. Then I shall entrust the second floor to you, Wang Lin yawned. You seem to possess an innate talent, toiling away amidst the remnants of Gu, your vitality remains robust, and your essence only flourishes. Li Yuan smiled. You can enjoy your golden years, and once I reach the third transformation, I shall take care of everything. Good lad. Such integrity. Wang Lin gave a thumbs up. When he first encountered the youth carrying his grandfather's body up the mountain, he recognized him as a devoted child. After a brief conversation, Wang Lin retired to rest. Li Yuan picked up the management manual for the second floor, which detailed all records of the remnants of Gu. He scrutinized it carefully, searching. Soon, he stumbled upon the name of a rare variety. Second transformation common Gu, 1,000 lives centipede. It is you. Li Yuan approached a jar and opened it, revealing a centipede that was missing half its body yet wriggled vigorously. Despite its condition, it remained alive, displaying remarkable vitality. Having selected the raw materials, second transformation vitality Gu, second transformation essence nourishing Gu, and the remnant 1,000 lives centipede, which retained the medicinal properties of longevity grass. Longevity grass? What is this? Li Yuan, unfamiliar with herbal medicine, was unaware of what longevity grass entailed. He pushed aside his curiosity and focused on synthesis. Detection indicates this synthesis involves multiple types of Gu and contains rare materials, making the synthesis direction uncontrollable. That's fine. Proceed with the synthesis. The unknown only heightened Li Yuan's anticipation. As he invested the 3 types of Gu, the black jar began to shake violently. After some time, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Is it really happening? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Synthesis complete. You have obtained the second transformation exotic Gu, resurrection Gu, which has been automatically subdued. Resurrection Gu, an exotic Gu unbound by rank, upon refining into a life-bound Gu, grants the Gu master the ability to return from the brink of death. As long as the heart remains intact, survival is assured, but it cannot become a subordinate Gu. Such good fortune. An exotic Gu has emerged. Li Yuan had read the introduction of Resurrection Gu in the Gu Master Manual. The cultivation and refining process for Resurrection Gu is exceedingly arduous, requiring the Gu Master to nurture it within their organs for over a decade, sustaining it with their own flesh and blood, a process akin to living death. Yet, he had synthesized it so effortlessly. The 1,000 lives centipede is indeed a rare species. But both the vitality Gu and essence nourishing Gu are merely common varieties, unlikely to increase the chances of synthesizing an exotic Gu. Could it be related to the longevity grass? This was a stroke of luck. It seemed the 1,000 lives centipede had inadvertently consumed the longevity grass, and the Gu master who cultivated it remained oblivious, leaving Li Yuan to reap the benefits. This revelation sparked a new line of thought for Li Yuan. What if it were to nourish Gu with rare treasures before synthesis, thereby increasing the probability of obtaining rare or even exotic Gu? Should he refine the resurrection Gu into a life-bound Gu? The system prompted him again. Refine. Was there even a question? Absolute refinement was assured. In a moment, Li Yuan felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, his vitality surging. Particularly in his internal organs, it felt as though they were being scorched by fierce flames. The enhancement of a Gu master's physique largely relies on the benefits derived from their life-bound Gu. As an exotic Gu, the resurrection Gu provided Li Yuan with numerous advantages, enhancing his physical attributes comprehensively, transforming him into a versatile warrior. At this moment, he felt confident that his physical prowess was on par with any martial artist of the same rank. Li Yuan felt invigorated. This was the remarkable advantage of possessing multiple life-bound Gu. The enhancement of the body was merely a minor benefit. The core of the resurrection Gu lay in its life-preserving capabilities. As long as the heart remains unbroken, he could return from the brink of death, rendering him nearly invincible in low-tier battles. He no longer needed to fear the resurrection Gu being destroyed, which would lead to his own demise. He enjoyed all the benefits without bearing any of the side effects. Marvelous. Li Yuan grew increasingly fond of the remnant Gu Tower. It was truly his unique treasure trove. Survive. Continue to survive. Li Yuan had but one goal: to endure until the world revered him as a deity and feared him as a divine being. The next day, during breakfast, Wang Lin glanced at Li Yuan, his brow furrowing. Why do I feel like your vitality has surged even more? Am I becoming increasingly frail? Having spent years working in the remnant Gu Tower and suffering from its malevolent aura, Wang Lin felt his own vigor waning. Otherwise, he would not have already procured a coffin for himself at the back mountain. Old Wang, you're mistaken. My vitality Gu has reached the second transformation. How can I not be more vigorous? Li Yuan Shukulat. True enough, Wang Lin slapped his forehead. How fares your Gu controlling heart technique? Fairly well, I suppose. Li Yuan replied. This is no trivial matter, Wang Lin said earnestly. The Gu controlling heart technique pertains to a Gu master's practical combat abilities, particularly when facing martial artists. Should the technique be inadequately practiced, the Gu will pose no threat. I will strive harder. It was not that Li Yuan lacked the desire to practice. It was simply that the Gu controlling heart technique was of little use to him. The Gu controlling heart technique has 3 levels. The first stage involves enticing Gu with taste, using blood or food imbued with special scents to lure Gu into action. This is the most rudimentary method, commonly employed by most low-tier Gu masters to control subordinate Gu. The second stage involves controlling Gu with objects, utilizing various instruments such as flutes, strings, or umbrellas. The third stage is the mental control of Gu. Upon reaching this level, a Gu master can command subordinate Gu with mere thoughts. It is worth noting that any Gu master can control their life-bound Gu with their mind. The Gu controlling heart technique primarily serves to manage subordinate Gu. After all, no Gu master would willingly release their life-bound Gu for combat. For Li Yuan, the Gu controlling heart technique was of little consequence because all the Gu he had subdued could already be controlled with his thoughts, reaching the third stage. By the way, now that you manage both the first and second floors of the remnant Gu Tower, there is something I must clarify with you. Wang Lin recalled something important. This matter is crucial. You must remember it. Chapter 08. Youthful zeal. This matter pertains to your work and future, Wang Lin solemnly cautioned. Old Wang, I will certainly remember your words, Li Yuan replied, invigorated by the thought of a job he cherished deeply and could not afford to lose. The prospect of being dismissed or transferred loomed ominously over him. As you know, the craft of raising Gu is no trivial pursuit. The cave master places great importance on this aspect, enforcing strict regulations. In other halls, any intact Gu insect is considered the property of the sect, and no one is permitted to lay claim to it. The remnant Gu building is a rare exception. The cave master cannot predict how many residual Gu might undergo a secondary metamorphosis here. Hence, a modest production target has been set. Upon hearing this from Wang Lin, Li Yuan began to grasp the underlying implications. Old Wang, are you suggesting that some individuals might overstep the bounds to procure Gu from the remnant Gu building? Indeed, Wang Lin nodded. You must navigate these matters independently, discerning who can provide and who cannot. Otherwise, being dismissed or transferred would be a minor concern. It could even cost you your life. I understand. Li Yuan committed this to memory. A few days later, Li Yuan encountered the individuals Wang Lin had mentioned. Old Wang himself attended to them, while Li Yuan observed quietly from above. Old Wang, the quality of a new Gu from the remnant Gu building has been quite impressive lately, one disciple remarked. The sect's mountain springs are splendid, nurturing increasingly robust Gu insects. Even the remnants can yield quality, Wang Lin replied with a forced smile. I must frequent here more often. Old Wang, though you surrender everything to the sect and receive no acknowledgement, I shall certainly remember your contributions. The disciple laughed heartily as he departed. To Li Yuan's dismay, within days, several more groups arrived, all coveting the remnant Gu building. Some even plotted to replace Old Wang with their own confidants. Wang Lin sighed, lamenting the insatiable nature of human greed. It was a delicate balancing act to manage relationships without offending anyone, particularly in the midst of competing interests. Every additional morsel one person consumes translates to a loss for another, and no one is willing to compromise. If I truly am replaced, you must exercise utmost caution and humility, he advised Li Yuan. Li Yuan realized that while he perceived the synthesized Gu as ordinary, the quality of the remnants from the past was exceptional, thus attracting trouble. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a blur. Li Yuan immersed himself in a frenzy of combining various residual Gu, relentlessly striving to create new and exotic varieties. Yet, He found himself constrained by the scarcity of raw materials, continually falling short of his ambitions. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of rats dig holes. Ordinary Gu combined with ordinary Gu yield only familiar results. Gu Master, Li Yuan Blackjar, Second Transformation 14100, Realm, Second Transformation Primary Gu, Qi Blood Gu, Rebirth Gu, Subordinate Gu, Qi Blood Gu, Essence Nourishing Gu, Turtle Shell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind-Chasing Butterfly, Murderous Peak, Bewitching Fragrance. To obtain rare and exotic Gu, one must rely on perseverance. Li Yuan steadied his emotions. Old Wang, Old Wang. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from outside the building. Li Yuan peered out. Another visitor? Truly endless. There are numerous avenues for Gu masters to cultivate their primary Gu. The simplest methods involve devouring other Gu to enhance one's own power or nourishing them with rare treasures, both requiring substantial financial resources. If a solution is not found to curb this ongoing influx, it would be an unending ordeal. If they truly replace Old Wang, Li Yuan's future would be bleak as well. He ventured outside, where he was met with a focused gaze from the newcomer, who soon broke into a smile. Esteemed Junior, are you the new disciple of the Remnant Gu building? Indeed, Li Yuan assessed the individual before him, noting his fine attire and polished demeanor. Clearly, he was not an ordinary disciple. I am Sun Meng from the Battleguard Hall, and consider myself your elder brother. Recently, my primary Gu has suffered some damage, and I wish to procure a few Gu from the Remnant Gu building for nurturing. Li Yuan recalled Old Wang's warnings. The Law Enforcement Hall and the Battleguard Hall were not to be trifled with, and he had heard mention of Sun Meng's name. This man was a second transformation Gu master and a distant relative of the Cave Master, leveraging his connections to solicit Gu from Old Wang every month or so, putting Old Wang in jeopardy of failing assessments multiple times. His recent frequency of requests had become egregious. The Remnant Gu building is now under my purview. Old Wang has retired, Li Yuan stated coolly. Sun Meng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the audacity of this youth. Very well. I shall trouble you to fetch me some Gu. You seem quite young and promising. I will certainly speak to my uncle on your behalf to facilitate your early transfer from here. A talent like you should not languish in the Remnant Gu building. Li Yuan, feeling a surge of irritation, thought, how dare you obstruct my livelihood? The Remnant Gu building currently lacks surplus quality Gu, he replied firmly. None? Sun Meng frowned. Incredulous. I recall the Remnant Gu building's output being quite substantial, consistently yielding several first transformation Gu each month. Old Wang would always reserve some for me. Why not summon Old Wang? Let him speak with me. Sun Meng's impatience became evident. I have already stated that the Remnant Gu building is now under my responsibility. Old Wang is no longer involved. What I say is final. Li Yuan Raturta. He hoped these individuals would take heed and retreat before matters escalated further. He was willing to concede a few Gu if it meant avoiding conflict. However, if they continued to press, he would have to take measures. No one could abide being relentlessly undermined. Sun Meng was livid. What an insufferable fool, utterly oblivious to the nuances of human relations. Perhaps the malevolence of the Remnant Gu building has clouded your judgment. Junior, do you insist on opposing me? Sun Meng lowered his voice ominously. Do you believe that with a mere word from me, you could remain in the Remnant Gu building for life, never to be transferred? Li Yuan, unfazed, thought, and this is a good thing? That only compels me to offend you even more. I thank you for that, he replied sincerely. Sun Meng, taken aback, perceived this as blatant mockery, a display of contempt from a mere junior. Excellent. Very well. Sun Meng's laughter was tinged with rage. Prepare yourself. I hope that when you next venture outside, you do not become a victim of the wilderness. Wait. Just then, a figure rushed out from beside the Remnant Gu building. It was Old Wang. In recent days, he had been instructing Li Yuan on navigating social intricacies, emphasizing that Sun Meng was a petty individual who must not be offended. He had advised that offering a few Gu would suffice. He had not anticipated Li Yuan's fiery temperament. All his guidance had gone to waste. Junior son, Wang Lin approached with a conciliatory smile. This young man meant no harm. He is simply inexperienced and overly earnest. I beg your forgiveness. Sun Meng scoffed. Junior son, please wait. I have prepared the Gu you requested. I will fetch them now. Wang Lin, having lived long enough to fear retaliation, was more concerned that Sun Ming might target Li Yuan after his departure. Never mind. I shan't spar with the youth. Sun Ming's expression softened slightly, but he added, Old Wang, you must teach him well. Those who are too rigid often do not last long. Indeed, Wang Lin nodded repeatedly. Furthermore, I am not one to seize what is not mine. Sun Ming remarked, I have sustained injuries for the sect, shed blood for its sake, and my life-giving Gu has been harmed. Is it too much to ask for a few Gu insects to mend my wounds? His words resonated with truth. Indeed, this was what junior brother Sun rightfully deserved. Old Wang responded affirmatively, yet inwardly he harbored resentment. The compensation hall always arranged reparations for members injured in service to the sect. Seeking supplements from the broken Gu Tower repeatedly was nothing short of extortion. Were it not for Li Yuan's arrival, which had enhanced productivity, he would have faced the sect's punishment. Junior brother Sun, please wait, Wang Lin said, and immediately pulled Li Yuan into a room. Li Yuan, what provoked this conflict? Did I not warn you that Sun Ming possesses a temperament more vindictive than one could imagine? He is not someone to offend. Let this matter rest. Select a few choice Gu insects and prepare them as a gift for him, in hopes that he will not target you in the future. Wang Lin sighed deeply. Very well. Li Yuan acquiesced with a nod. I shall retrieve them. Only then did Wang Lin feel a sense of relief, thinking to himself that thankfully Li Yuan was not too obstinate and could be persuaded. Otherwise, survival would become increasingly difficult. Li Yuan approached a shelf filled with jars, selecting only the finest Gu insects he had tamed, such as the stench beetle, the killer bee, and the heart-piercing Gu, among others. This assemblage formed a splendid gift, a token of sincere gratitude. Chapter 9. Visitors from the Law Enforcement Hall. Junior brother Sun, the Gu worms you requested are ready, Wang Lin said with a forced smile as he handed a small jar containing the Gu worms to Sun Ming. Sun Ming nodded. While there is still time, make sure to educate that young lad properly. I hope there won't be another incident. Wang Lin replied. He has already recognized his mistakes and assured me there will be no next time. You performed well, old Wang. I shall have my uncle arrange a comfortable position for you to retire and appoint someone else to manage the residual Gu pavilion, Sun Ming declared. Having long desired to replace Wang Lin, although nurturing the residual Gu was a laborious task, it was not Wang Lin who bore the brunt of it. A more dedicated individual could yield greater resources for him. Individuals like Wang Lin, who were adept at navigating social circles, often redirected resources to others, effectively depriving him of his own. Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly. Junior brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but there's no need for such arrangements. My life-bound Gu is the ice silkworm, which is quite suitable for this work. Are you implying that I am harming you? Sun Ming frowned. No, not at all, Wang Lin replied with a wry smile. That's good to hear. Sun Ming grinned, giving Wang Lin's shoulder a hearty pat. I remember when you used to be quite fierce. Now you become soft-hearted, especially towards unfamiliar disciples. Rest assured, once you're reassigned, I will ensure that young lad learns the true value of life. Ha ha! Sun Ming laughed heartily as he departed with the jar of Gu worms. As he walked along the path, an inexplicable sensation made him feel the jar swaying violently. What on earth? Sun Ming frowned, suspecting that the newcomer might be attempting to retaliate by deliberately filling the jar with residual Gu. Is he seeking death? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He swiftly unscrewed the lid. In an instant, a cloud of toxic mist erupted. Bile toxic worm. Sun Ming clamped his nose shut, about to release his life-bound Gu, when a sudden numbness seized his arm, and darkness enveloped his vision. Moreover, there were murder hornets. Even more terrifying was the unmistakable, purposeful intent to kill emanating from these Gu worms. They were not merely free-range. Someone was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. He drained one blood-sucking Gu, forcing himself to maintain clarity, scanning his surroundings but sensing no presence. Could it be that they were controlling the Gu through thought? In the entire 12 caves, only a handful possessed such capabilities. Who would have the leisure to eliminate someone as insignificant as him? Despair washed over Sun Ming as the paralyzing venom of the murder hornets gnawed at him, sending sharp pains through his chest. Is there even a heart-piercing Gu involved? His eyes widened in realization. He understood this was a deadlock, and the will to survive faded away, causing him to collapse to the ground. In his final moments, he thought of the newcomer at the residual Gu pavilion. Could it be him? That seemed impossible, but had he not mentioned that there would be no next time? Was this what he meant? Days later, Wang Lin was dining with Li Yuan when a group of individuals donned in silver masks suddenly appeared at the residual Gu pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. The law enforcement team? What brings them here? Before he could speak, a masked disciple from the law enforcement team stepped forward, exuding a chilling aura. Where's the manager of the residual Gu pavilion? Wang Lin. I am he, Wang Lin replied. Wang Lin, you are suspected of murdering a fellow disciple. Come with us, the disciple stated, stepping forward to apprehend Wang Lin. Li Yuan, do not fear. Everything will be fine, Wang Lin reassured, though he was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He urged, ignore everything. Guard the residual Gu pavilion well until my return. With that, he was taken away. Li Yuan furrowed his brows, suspecting the cause of these events might be connected to him. Surely, they wouldn't he place the blame on old Wang? Meanwhile, Wang Lin was brought to the law enforcement hall. Having been a member of the 12 Caves for decades, he had weathered many storms and was not easily intimidated. Sun Meng is dead, the hall master, Qi Wang, stated, fixing his gaze on Wang Lin, a faint pressure emanating from him. Sun Junior brother is dead? Wang Lin was taken aback. He died 5 days ago, on his way back from the residual Gu pavilion to the battle guard hall. The last person he encountered was you. Qi Wang continued calmly. Do you suspect me of killing Sun Junior brother? Wang Lin replied with a bitter smile. Do you truly believe I possess such capability? Not at all. Qi Wang shook his head, but you are the prime suspect. With that, he produced a scroll detailing the cause of Sun Meng's demise. Sun Meng had fallen victim to an onslaught of Gu worms, the toxic worm, murder hornets, and heart-piercing Gu, resulting in his tragic death. These Gu worms originated from the residual Gu pavilion. Did you provide them to him? Qi Wing inquired. I did, Wang Lin admitted candidly. He is the cousin of the cave master. I dared not refuse him. Misappropriating sect resources incurs an even greater penalty. The implications were clear to all present. Bringing such matters to light altered their significance entirely. Wang Lin understood this, but could only concede. A living sin was preferable to a death sentence. Did you tamper with the Gu worms? Qi Wang pressed further. Master, I am merely a third-turn Gu master, far from the realm of controlling Gu with thought. How could I accomplish such things? Wang Lin argued. Moreover, my life-bound Gu is the ice silkworm, with my subordinate Gu being the blood-sucking Gu, channeling Gu, and blade worm, none of which bear any relation to the Gu that killed Sun Junior brother. All of this can be verified. I am innocent. Wang Lin lamented his plight, but Qi Wang was well aware of this information, yet could not identify the true culprit. Thus, he began questioning Wang Lin, seeking any possible clues. Perhaps the mastermind was connected to Wang Lin after all. Did the new disciple at the residual Gu pavilion, Li Yuan, have any involvement in your collusion with Sun Meng? Qi Wing queried. Not at all. He is new and knows nothing, Wang Lin insisted. Refusing to implicate Li Yuan, Qi Wang did not press further. He had reviewed Li Yuan's profile and knew him to be a talented young Gu master. However, with his life-bound Gu being merely a blood-sucking Gu, he lacked the capability to assassinate Sun Meng. He could not be the mastermind. Thus, only one possibility remained. Qi Wang asked, in recent days, has the individual guarding the 4th or 5th levels of the residual Gu pavilion made an appearance? No, Wang Lin shook his head, pondering whether Sun Meng had frequently sought favors from that individual, provoking their ire and resulting in his demise. After all, that individual hailed from the 9th Palace's inner sect and held seniority comparable to the cave master. Qi Wang continued to ask various questions, to which Wang Lin replied truthfully. That will be all. You may return. Qi Wang waved his hand, declaring Wang Lin not guilty. The circumstances were too peculiar. It was possible that the individual in question had indeed intervened. If that were the case, it was beyond his jurisdiction. Thank you, Home Master, for restoring my innocence. Wang Lin bowed respectfully, preparing to depart when he noticed a figure approaching from outside, his pupils constricted. The cave master had arrived. Greetings, cave master, Everyone bowed in unison. Qi Wang, have you been able to ascertain the cause of Meng's death? The cave master, Huang Funan, a direct disciple of a ninth palace elder, inquired. Not yet, Qi Wang replied, shaking his head. Was it not him? Huang Funan pointed at Wang Lin. Not at all. Qi Wang Dao. He had no motive to murder Sun Meng, nor did he possess the capability. All clues are unrelated to Wang Lin, thus he is innocent. Who can say? Huang Funan scoffed, his demeanor reflecting the weight of his authority as the chief of the law enforcement hall. At times, your compassion may be excessive. Such heinous crimes cannot be unraveled through mere patience. In truth, you have already deduced the culprit, haven't you? If that is the case, then it is imperative to employ some extraordinary methods of coercion. As he spoke, Huang Funan abruptly pointed with his right hand. The Truth Gu. Qi Wang's expression shifted dramatically. The Truth Gu, a fourth-tier mystical insect, is specifically designed for interrogation. It can dismantle a person's will, leading to profound inner turmoil and complete numbness. In such a state, any inquiry posed to the afflicted will elicit an answer, hence the name of this dreadful creature. Master, might this be excessive? Qi Wang's countenance reflected his disquiet. What is excessive about it? Huang Funan replied coolly. In light of the safety of our sect, such methods are deemed necessary and are hardly injurious. Surely, you would not wish for more of our brethren to fall victim to this tragedy, would you? Qi Wang fell silent, aware that Huang Funan's concern was not for the well-being of their fellow disciples, but rather for his own reputation, tarnished by the death of his cousin, and his desire to restore his honor. Speak. Huang Funan stepped forward, towering over Wang Lin. Was Sun Meng's death orchestrated by someone? Who was it? Chapter 10. The Third Transformation, Gu Master. No. I did not. No one instructed me. I did not kill Sun Meng. Ah. Wang Lin cried out in anguish. Huang Funan furrowed his brow. Was it really not that madman? The madman he referred to resided in the cursed Gu Tower and, by coincidence, was his senior brother from the Ninth Palace's inner gate. If it was not him, then let him go. Huang Funan flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Qi Wang hurried to Wang Lin's side, releasing a fire silkworm to consume the Truth Gu, and then retrieved a recovery Gu to heal him. However, Wang Lin was advanced in age and frail, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. 3 days later, the law enforcement corps returned Wang Lin to the cursed Gu Tower. Old Wang. Li Yuan heard the commotion and came to the door. Are you all right, old Wang? After 3 days apart, he noticed Wang Lin appeared significantly weaker and more haggard, with an air of despondency, likely a result of severe punishment at the law enforcement hall. Just a minor issue, Wang Lin replied with a smile. I was just unfortunate. For some reason, Sun Meng died, and the law enforcement hall suspects I had a hand in it. They failed to consider, how could a man who is half buried in the ground possess such capability? Ouch, it hurts like hell. As he spoke, Wang Lin let out a wail, the aftermath of being coerced by the Truth Gu. Li Yuan frowned. Did they torture you? The law enforcement hall is somewhat reasonable, but that cave master Huang Funan is truly sinister. He used a Truth Gu on me. Wang Lin sighed. Truth Gu? Li Yuan's feasts glansha. He had read the introduction to Truth Gu, a fourth transformation mystical Gu that could make life worse than death, eroding a person's will. Sigh. It's all in the past now. Where there are people, there is conflict. This is no exception. Consider it a lesson learned. You must be cautious in the future. Do not confront everyone recklessly, for some individuals are truly formidable. Even when angered, you must endure. There will always be time for revenge when you are more capable. Do you understand? Wang Lin remained optimistic, hoping that Li Yuan would not repeat his mistakes. Li Yuan felt a pang of guilt. It was his actions that had ultimately caused Wang Lin to suffer. He silently noted the name Huang Funan in his little notebook. Old Wang, you seem to be taking this lightly. Sun Meng's death was a fitting end for him. As the saying goes, those who bring harm upon themselves will inevitably reap what they sow. Had he not died, it would have been you facing misfortune. Wang Lin was acutely aware that once he was reassigned, the new overseer would undoubtedly collaborate with Sun Meng to make Li Yuan's life a living hell. It was not uncommon for a disciple to meet an untimely death within the cursed Gu Tower. As spring turned to autumn, since the news of Sun Meng's tragic demise spread, no one dared to approach the cursed Gu Tower anymore. Wang Lin often made self-deprecating remarks. This beating was not in vain. That scoundrel Sun Meng's sudden death was perfectly timed, truly embodying the old adage. It's nice to have some peace. Li Yuan, how long have you been at the Cursed Gu Tower? Wang Lin pondered, feeling time pass more swiftly with age. Since returning from the law enforcement hall, his health had deteriorated day by day. Today marked the 96th day. Do you remember so clearly? Li Yuan chuckled. Wang Lin lamented, young people have such good memories. Unlike me, I have even forgotten what my wife and children look like. Perhaps this is heaven's way of reminding me that it is time to reunite with them. Lately, old Wang had been expressing nostalgia, reminiscing about the past. Li Yuan was at a loss for words of comfort. Even divine warriors must eventually face aging and death. As Wang Lin grew increasingly frail, he entrusted most matters of the Cursed Gu Tower to Li Yuan, including the management of the third floor. Li Yuan, Wang Lin suddenly called out. What is it, old Wang? Li Yuan inquired. I plan to leave the 12 caves for a while, to return home and see if my wife and children are still alive, perhaps waiting for me there. Wang Lin sensed his impending fate and felt a deep sense of regret. Are you really going? Li Yuan was uncertain of what to say, feeling that Wang Lin's journey would be in vain. Over the years, Wang Lin had returned home before. His hometown was now desolate, devoid of life. His wife and children likely perished in the calamities. He could not persuade him. It was an elderly man's obsession. How could he find peace without going? Now you're capable of handling matters on your own. Your skills in nurturing cursed Gu far exceed my own. In you, I see the guidance of fate. Wang Lin stated with a smile. Li Yuan chuckled in response. Old Wang, your words are becoming increasingly philosophical. Truly, Wang Lin's expression turned serious. When you first arrived at the Cursed Gu Tower, I thought you were merely seeking trouble and wasting your talent. But now I believe you are exceptionally suited for this place. Is this not the guidance of fate? Perhaps when I return, I will indeed see my wife and children once more. His enthusiasm grew, and a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Then I wish you good fortune. Li Yuan, who often dismissed fate, found himself occasionally believing in it. The next day, Wang Lin truly departed, claiming he had dreamt of his wife and children returning, urging Li Yuan to await his good news. Li Yuan felt a twinge of reluctance. With old Wang gone, he found himself alone in the Cursed Gu Tower, devoid of anyone to converse or share meals with, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Fortunately, he still had many expectations and a goal in his heart. A virtual panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Blackjar, 3rd Transformation 0300, Realm, 3rd Transformation Primary Gu, Qi Blood Gu, Revival Gu Subordinate Gu, Qi Blood Gu, Vitality Gu, Tough Skin Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Bug, Wind Chaser, Butterfly, Murder Peak, Enchantment Aroma. He could refine his 3rd Primary Gu now. Li Yuan was not in a hurry. Aside from the 1st Primary Gu, Qi Blood Gu, which he had no choice but to refine in a dire situation, he had ample time to carefully select the remaining Primary Gus. Qi Blood Gu belonged to the nurturing category. Upon reaching a higher realm, its combat power became negligible unless it evolved again. Revival Gu, on the other hand, significantly enhanced his physical capabilities and survival skills. Next, it was time to enhance his offensive capabilities. Li Yuan aimed to become a versatile warrior, excelling in all aspects. The 3 most crucial elements of direct combat were strength, speed, and defense, any of which would suffice. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed that the number of 3rd Transformation Curse Gus was scarce compared to the 1st and 2nd floors. The total number of Cursed Gus amounted to less than 1,000, and the sect had only assigned the Cursed Gu Tower the task of cultivating 10 3rd Transformation Gu to send back to the 100 Affairs Hall. Unfortunately, no quality foundational materials had been delivered lately. Reflecting on the past, he felt fortunate to have stumbled upon a 1,000-life centipede that had consumed the longevity herb. Let us begin by synthesizing offensive Cursed Gus, he decided, selecting the original materials. 3rd Transformation Curse Gu, Sword Chi Gu, Blade Edge Gu, and 3rd Transformation Curse Gu. Diamond Bug. Synthesize. Synthesis in progress. You have acquired a 3rd Transformation Common Gu, Sword and Blade Gu, which has been automatically subdued. The Sword and Blade Gu. Once refined into a Primary Gu, can aid the Gu master in condensing sword radiance at their fingertips. As a subordinate Gu, it can transform into a consumable, briefly taking the shape of a sword. Would you like to refine it into a primary Gu? Li Yuan glanced at the sword and blade Gu. Its elongated form shimmering silver, resembling meticulously polished silver pieces. Although it appeared no longer than a finger, with a gentle tug, it could extend over 3 feet. Holding it felt akin to wielding a sword. How marvelous! Quite impressive, Li Yuan mused, yet it still fell short of his anticipated goal. Please continue with the synthesis. Chapter 11. The guiding hand of fate. Li Yuan was no adept with blades, nor did he wield a sword. The purpose of the blade and insect manipulations was akin to granting him abilities reminiscent of the 6 meridians, divine sword from his previous life, as novels. It appeared majestic, yet in reality, it was rather feeble. Selecting the primary materials: 3-turn residual insect, the wind-chasing butterfly; 3-turn residual insect, the spring cicada; 3-turn residual insect, the shadow bug. Combine. As the synthesis commenced, a message emerged. You have acquired the 3-turn common insect, the shadow cicada, which has been automatically tamed. Once refined into his life insect, the shadow cicada could greatly enhance the speed of the insect master. If transformed into a subordinate insect, it could unleash shadows to confuse targets. Should it be refined into my life insect? Yet, it still fell short of his expectations. Li Yuan felt dissatisfaction. How exhilarating it would be to synthesize an insect renowned on the list of extraordinary bugs. However, he understood that the primary materials were too inferior to yield exceptional insects. Continue refining. Selecting primary materials once more. Half a month passed. Li Yuan had exhaustively combined the insects on the 3rd floor. Yet he still did not attain his desires. Failure was a constant companion for an insect master. Let us persevere a bit longer. He had ample time. Li Yuan, young Li Yuan. At that moment, an aged voice echoed from the bamboo path outside the residual insect tower. Was old Wang back? Li Yuan's heart leaped with joy. Truth be told, although he immersed himself daily in the delightful gamble of synthesizing insects, he occasionally felt a void, missing old Wang. He stepped outside, and his gaze fell upon an elderly man and a young girl traversing the bamboo grove. Not only had old Wang returned, but he also brought back a girl of similar age to him. Li Yuan, allow me to introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Wang Zhao Zhao. Granddaughter? Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Old Wang, have you truly found the guiding hand of fate? Indeed, Wang Lin laughed heartily. Heaven has not been so cruel to me after all. Congratulations. Li Yuan sincerely rejoiced for old Wang. In these tumultuous times, where lives were as ephemeral as grass, the reunion with loved ones after prolonged separation brought immeasurable happiness. Not only old Wang felt this way, even he himself found it dreamlike. Zhao Zhao, this is Li Yuan, whom I have told you about. You may call him Brother Yuan from now on. Hello, Brother Yuan, the young girl timidly greeted. Wang Zhao Zhao had delicate features, slightly tanned skin, and a few freckles on her cheeks. While not strikingly beautiful, she bore the charm of a sweet, obedient neighbor girl. Greetings. Li Yuan nodded and then inquired, Old Wang, will Zhao Zhao be living here from now on? I wish she could, Wang Lin sighed. However, according to the rules, to join the 12 caves, one must pass the insect masteress trials. She can only stay here for a few days under the pretense of visiting family. Li Yuan understood the severity of the insect master trials. The chances of a young girl surviving were bleak. Oh, my poor granddaughter, Wang Lin lamented. When I found her, her parents were gone, and she only recognized me through a fragment of an ancestral jade pendant. I do not wish for Zhao Zhao to undergo the insect master trials, but the outside world is too chaotic. If she does not stay here, she risks being devoured by demons. This was a stark reality that Li Yuan could empathize with. He too had joined the insect master trials out of desperation. While Zhao Zhao is here under the guise of a family visit, I will do my utmost to teach her the art of insect manipulation. There remains a glimmer of hope, Wang Lin resolved, though he recognized the improbability of Zhao Zhao becoming an insect master in such a short span. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Old Wang, you need only focus on guiding Zhao Zhao. I can manage the affairs of the residual insect tower. While I am gone, no trouble has arisen, has it? Wang Lin inquired. None, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. That is good to hear. Wang Lin continued. Has there been any movement from the individual on the upper floor? There is not. Why do you ask? Li Yuan questioned, puzzled. I was captured by the enforcement hall last time, remember? Reflecting on that incident, I increasingly suspect something. The one who killed Sun Ming was likely the individual above. Only he possesses the ability to control insects with thought, Wang Lin explained. Li Yuan was rendered speechless. Do not doubt me, Wang Lin said mysteriously. I have inquired, and the individual above hails from the ninth palace. Seemingly a senior brother to the cave master. There must be some enmity between them. I fear I have inadvertently become embroiled in their conflict, leading to my unwarranted misfortune. Wang Lin's reasoning was sound and well-founded. If not for knowing the truth, Li Yuan might have believed him. Nevertheless, he harbored curiosity about the individual above and did not wish for any instability within the residual insect tower to disrupt their survival. Moreover, when he required higher-grade primary materials in the future, he would need to ascend to the 4th or 5th floors. What was truly going on with that individual above? I have heard. Wang Lin leaned closer to Li Yuan, whispering, the individual above is cultivating an extraordinary insect, even at the expense of his own life. Extraordinary insect? Old Wang, from whom did you hear this? Li Yuan was dubious. From his understanding, extraordinary insects were exceedingly rare. Even the 9 palace masters of the 9 palace insect nest might not possess a life insect of such caliber. Such information could hardly circulate, let alone be uncovered by someone as inconspicuous as Old Wang. It was from the steward, Qi Lin, who brought you to the insect master trials, Wang Lin responded. Have you ever heard of this before? Li Yuan pressed further. No, Wang Lin shook his head. Previously, there was not a whisper of it. Wait, suddenly, he realized, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting someone is deliberately spreading rumors? Targeting the individual above? I am merely speculating. Li Yuan dared not elaborate further. Wang Lin shivered slightly, concluding, forget it. That is beyond our concern. When gods battle, mere mortals suffer. The more curious one is, the quicker they perish. I shall go arrange a bed for Zhao Zhao. You tend to your matters. I will call you for dinner shortly. With that, Wang Lin led his granddaughter Zhao Zhao to the quarters. Li Yuan returned to the residual insect tower. That individual had been residing above for decades, hadn't he? Was it true that he was cultivating extraordinary insects? The arduous process of nurturing extraordinary insects was well documented in the insect master manuals. One required perfect timing, favorable conditions, and harmonious relationships. Just like Li Yuan's second life insect, the revitalizing insect, which needed to be nurtured within the internal organs for 10 years, constantly drawing from the heart's blood, a torment that few could endure. Each extraordinary insect possessed unfathomable power. Could he have perished long ago? Li Yuan found it quite plausible. With a thought, he commanded a reconnaissance insect to fly to the 3rd floor's ceiling, straining to listen. He heard the echoes of insects, yet there was no trace of human presence. Perhaps his cultivation level was too low, or perhaps that individual had truly passed on. Li Yuan remained patient, waiting silently. After a long while, he narrowed his eyes, perceiving a different sound. Chapter 12. The Uninvited Guest of Night. A hissing sound drifted from the upper floor, barely audible to Li Yuan without the feedback of his reconnaissance Gu. Is it a snake? He speculated. After listening intently for a while, it seemed the serpent was gnawing on something. Once satiated, it fell silent. Could that person have been devoured? An unsettling thought crossed Li Yuan's mind, though it wasn't entirely implausible. Brother Yuan, dinner is ready. A girl's voice called from downstairs. Coming, he replied, suppressing his curiosity. He dared not overstep boundaries, fearing trouble. Reaching the 4th floor would have to wait until he became a 4th-tier Gu master. Downstairs, Wang Lin had prepared a lavish feast. Today's meal is remarkably sumptuous, Li Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Old Wang, when did you become so generous? This banquet must have cost a fortune. People are almost gone. What use is hoarding money? Wang Lin chuckled. No need for such morose talk. Just as Li Yuan settled down, the young girl deftly tore off a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl. Brother Yuan, please eat. Wang Zhaozhao's face flushed, her voice soft as a whisper. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. Old Wang, is this your doing? It was evident that Zhao Zhao, shy and demure, would not act so boldly without encouragement from her grandfather. I just taught her some basics of Gu refining. She learned quite well. Perhaps she could pass the Gu Master examination. If so, I will arrange for her to stay in the remnant Gu Tower, and you can help me look after her. Is that possible? Wang Lin said, smiling. I suspected you were planning to entrust her to me. Li Yuan nodded. Rest assured, even if you didn't ask, I would care for Zhao Zhao, especially considering your generosity in providing for my grandfather's burial. Come, let us eat. Wang Lin finally felt reassured. He knew Li Yuan was a prodigy, destined for great achievements. Having his granddaughter bask in his light would be a blessing. 5 days swiftly passed. Li Yuan frequently employed his reconnaissance Gu to eavesdrop on the happenings above. Throughout this time, he sensed no sign of life. Even the remnants delivered by the Bai Shi Hall remained unclaimed. Wang Lin had inquired with the disciples who brought the remnants. They reported seeing no one. Claiming the room had become a spider's nest. This only intensified Li Yuan's belief that the occupant had long since perished. Was nurturing a Gu so easy? Perhaps the corpse had already been consumed entirely by the Gu insects. Today marked the end of Zhao Zhao's visit. She could no longer remain in the remnant Gu Tower. Wang Lin sighed heavily, filled with anxiety. Grandfather, I will surely pass the examination, Zhao Zhao reassured him, her small hands trembling with fear. Wang Zhao Zhao, perhaps. Wang Lin hesitated, reluctant to let her go. What if we find you a place to stay outside? It will be better than here. Grandfather, I wish to become a Gu Master. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with determination, especially after learning that Li Yuan had also fled and successfully joined the 9 Palaces Gu Nest after passing the examination. Very well. Wang Lin understood that his granddaughter, having tasted life at the 9 Palaces Mountain, could not return to her previous existence. This place was serene, a sanctuary where bandits dared not tread, and demons did not disturb, a veritable paradise for those fleeing turmoil. Li Yuan, I will accompany Zhao Zhao to the examination site, remaining there for a few days. Once she passes, we shall return together. Agreed. Li Yuan nodded. Sister Zhao Zhao, I wish you great success. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Zhao Zhao bowed in gratitude. As Li Yuan watched, the grandfather and granddaughter vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove. Wang Lin's posture had bent further, and Zhao Zhao was nearly taller than him now. Night fell. After completing his duties at the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan returned to his quarters. A data panel appeared before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Pot, Tier 321 300, Realm, Tier 3 Innate Gu, Chi Blood Gu, Rebirth Gu to ascend to the 4th tier. A year's time was required. Future progress would undoubtedly slow further. Li Yuan prepared himself for the inevitable passage of time and the changes it would bring. He wondered how Zhao Zhao fared in her examination, hoping she would survive. At the very least, he desired a companion to share conversations with and alleviate his loneliness. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, a shrill cry pierced his reverie, jolting Li Yuan awake. Is someone coming? He had placed reconnaissance Gu throughout the entire remnant Gu Tower, ensuring that no disturbance would escape his notice. Open your eyes. With a mental command, a flying insect in the bamboo grove suddenly opened its multitude of eyes. An image surged into Li Yuan's mind. A figure clad in black had arrived outside the remnant Gu Tower, effortlessly unlocking the door sealed by the elder of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. An internal traitor? According to Wang Lin, without a key. The sealed door required a 5th-tier Gu Master to unlock. Clearly, the visitor was not a 5th-tier Gu Master, but an internal traitor with a key. Was this individual here for the occupant upstairs? Li Yuan speculata. Perhaps the death of Sun Meng had been orchestrated by him, leading the elder upstairs to bear the blame, prompting this intruder's investigation. If Wang Lin's words held truth, this figure in black was dispatched by the cave master, Huang Funan. Li Yuan chose not to intervene. To him, this was potentially fortuitous. The mysterious elder residing above, whose strength and fate were unknown, unsettled him, leaving him ill at ease. Moreover, he had his own ambitions to explore the upper floors. Before long, the black-clad figure slipped into the remnant Gu Tower. Open your eyes again. With another mental command, arresting reconnaissance, Gu within the tower opened its eyes. The ability to open eyes was a one-time use skill. Utilizing it resulted in the death of a reconnaissance Gu. Most Gu masters would hesitate to use it frequently, but Li Yuan felt no such constraints. The intruder remained oblivious to the countless eyes watching him in the shadows. As Li Yuan had anticipated, the black-clad figure moved with purpose, heading straight for the fourth floor. He hesitated at the door, reluctant to enter. Going already, Li Yuan felt an urge to take control of the black-clad figure. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he finally inhaled deeply and pushed open the door to the fourth floor. He stepped inside cautiously, taking his first and second steps. On the third step, as he ventured halfway, a colossal creature flashed past, and the black-clad figure vanished without so much as a scream. What was that? A chill ran down Li Yuan's spine. A snake? A giant python? He felt grateful he hadn't ventured up. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate. Kind stranger, thank you. Li Yuan offered a silent tribute for the black-clad figure, entirely dispelling his intentions to ascend. At that moment, atop the mountain, cave master Huangfu Nan slowly opened his eyes. You madman, you truly haven't perished. 10 years prior, he had sent a corpse Gu into the remnant Gu tower, but was forced out by an overwhelming presence. Now, he was again testing the waters, but he was even less prepared to confront his opponent. However, it seemed to have become even more deranged. In the instant the corpse Gu was consumed, he glimpsed a fleeting image. It appears that the Mad Master has somehow transformed himself into a serpent. Chapter 13. The Rare Blood I Gu after being exiled by my master from the 9th palace to the 12th cave. You not only failed to restrain yourself, but instead became increasingly unrestrained, transforming into a bizarre creature that was neither human nor insect, neither male nor female. Huangfu Nin murmured softly. He harbored a persistent feeling that the madman was on the verge of success. This was an opportunity for both him and the other party. If he could devour the other's life Gu, he might have a chance to step into the realm of the 6th transformation Gu master. Perhaps this was his final opportunity. The matter was resolved without a trace. Li Yuan pretended that nothing had occurred. 10 days later, Old Wang returned, and Xiao Zhao also came back. Unlike their separation 10 days prior, Xiao Zhao's eyes were now covered with thick black cloth. What happened to Xiao Zhao? Li Yuan inquired, uncertain whether it was good or bad. Wang Lin sighed, explaining that during the Gu master examination, Xiao Zhao had gone blind. But the blood insect unexpectedly fused with her eyeballs, evolving into a rare Gu. Is it the blood-eye Gu? Li Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. There were only 33 extraordinary Gu in the world, and most of their cultivation methods have been lost to time. In such circumstances, possessing a rare Gu as one's life Gu was indeed fortunate, yet there were exceptions. The blood-eye Gu was one such exception. Indeed, Wang Lin lamented, to refine the blood-eye Gu, one must pay the price of blindness, thereby gaining extraordinary perceptual abilities and the capacity to briefly replicate the martial techniques of others using one's own blood. If Xiao Zhao were an experienced individual, it would be manageable, but alas, she is still naive and unaccustomed, making her vulnerable to unforeseen dangers before mastering the blood-eye Gu's capabilities. This is Wang Lin's greatest concern. Li Yuan frowned. Had Xiao Zhao's acquisition of the rare Gu already been reported to the sect? Yes, Wang Lin nodded. There was no way around it. One could only hope that some individuals would not be too greedy. Compared to the outside world, this place was a sanctuary. Yet, even a sanctuary would not remain tranquil. Occasional waves would arise. Ever since the incident involving the law enforcement hall and the mysterious intruders in the remnant Gu tower, Li Yuan had become acutely aware of this. As Old Wang had said, where there are people, there will be conflict. Grandfather, I'm fine. Wang Zhao's small face, partially obscured by the thick black cloth, bore a bitter smile as she comforted Old Wang. Now I am a Gu master too. I will certainly become as formidable as Brother Yuan in the future, able to protect myself and make grandfather proud of Xiao Zhao. You certainly can, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Old Wang must often boast about his granddaughter, leading this young girl, whom he had only recently met, to regard him as a target and an idol. Li Yuan did not disclose to Old Wang the matter of the intruders in the remnant Gu tower. This issue was beyond Old Wang's resolution. He had a strong premonition that the mastermind behind the black-clad intruders would not relent and would surely return. Time passed, and half a year slipped by unnoticed. During this time, the black-clad individuals indeed returned, coming 6 times consecutively, all to deliver provisions to the figure above. During one observation, Li Yuan discerned that the entity devouring the black-clad individuals was a python, yet it possessed human eyes and a head, exuding an androgynous aura, rendering it a true monstrosity. Li Yuan was greatly frightened, speculating whether that figure had transformed itself into a Gu. He dared not act recklessly and continued to await an opportunity. The instigator behind the black-clad individuals, having witnessed the prowess of the figure above, continued to probe, indicating that both parties were in a state of equilibrium. Such a scenario was one Li Yuan welcomed. "Brother Yuan, it's time to eat." A sweet voice called from downstairs. "I'm coming," Li Yuan responded as he rushed downstairs. Over the course of 6 months, Wang Zhao had adapted to her identity as a blind person, transitioning from her initial clumsiness to functioning almost indistinguishably from a normal person. Old Wang had fully embraced a life of retirement. Li Yuan managed all matters concerning the remnant Gu Tower, while the trivialities of daily life were handled by Zhao. "Brother Yuan, you've worked hard. Eat more vegetables." As familiarity grew, Zhao became more open and generous, enthusiastically serving Li Yuan food and pouring him wine, her smile radiant. "No need to be so polite," Li Yuan waved his hand. "Brother Yuan treats me and grandfather so well. We can only repay you in these small ways." Wang Zhao expressed her gratitude. Yet, there was a hint of regret. She had not met Brother Yuan often, and she was nearly forgetting what he looked like. In her memory, only the words "extremely handsome" remained. "Encountering you, young lad, is indeed a blessing for the old man in his twilight years." Wang Lin chuckled, even suspecting that Li Yuan harbored feelings for his granddaughter. Fearing Zhao might be tainted by malevolent energies, he forbade her from working in the remnant Gu Tower, taking on all the tasks himself. One earnest and diligent young man, though sometimes a bit obstinate, he lacked the shrewdness required in social situations. After a hearty meal and drinks, Li Yuan returned to the remnant Gu Tower, just in time to encounter a disciple from the 100 Affairs Hall delivering the daily remnants of Gu. "Gu Master, Li Yuan. Black Jar, 3rd Transformation 199-300. Realm, 3rd Transformation, Life Gu, Vitality Gu, Resurrection Gu. 3 months remain until the 4th Transformation. Despite the passage of time, I have yet to cultivate a single rare Gu. Indeed, they are exceedingly rare." He thoroughly understood Old Wang's anxiety for Zhao. For Gu Master, a rare Gu indeed held immense allure. "Senior brother, I have come to deliver the remnants of Gu," a voice called from downstairs. "Combien," Li Yuan replied. It had been nearly a year since he joined the 9-Palace Mountain. The disciples delivering Gu had changed twice, and he had now ascended to the status of senior brother. "Senior brother, you are busy cultivating Gu again," a charming girl approached with a jar of Gu, stealing glances at Li Yuan occasionally. Li Yuan responded indifferently. "Today, the 100 Affairs Hall has delivered 621 First Transformation Remnants, 99 Second Transformation Remnants, 16 Third Transformation Remnants, 3 Fourth Transformation Remnants, and 1 Fifth Transformation Remnant. Please verify and sign." Junior sister Lin Weiwei placed the jars beside Li Yuan. He opened each jar, confirmed their contents, and signed on the recording scroll. "Keep the first 3 transformations here. Send the 4th and 5th transformations upstairs." "Yes, senior brother." Lin Weiwei stole another glance at Li Yuan and remarked, "Senior brother, our hall master often praises you, saying that the Gu you cultivate and return are of excellent quality, completely unlike those picked from the remnants." "Thank you." Li Yuan maintained his aloof demeanor, showing no interest in this junior sister, wishing to avoid any unnecessary attentions that might hinder her. Seeing Li Yuan so distant, the junior sister pouted and carried the jars upstairs. She cautiously pushed open the door to the 4th floor, reaching in to place the Gu jars inside. Help! Suddenly, a scaly serpent tail wrapped around the young sister's hand, pulling her in, her scream abruptly cut off. Li Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 14. The eruption. As Li Yuan gazed upwards, all that remained was an expanse of emptiness. The main door had once again been firmly shut. Was Lin Weiwei devoured? Li Yuan was taken aback. This was unlike the black-clad figures who were consumed. Their intrusion into the cursed building was shrouded in mystery. Friend or foe, none could ascertain, and thus it was dismissed as an incident of no consequence. However, Lin Weiwei had been dragged into the room during her normal duties. A clear act of violence against a fellow disciple, a profoundly grave matter. Such occurrences had never transpired before. How could this happen? A hint of fear crept into Li Yuan's heart. Who knew if that individual had gone mad and would come forth to consume him as well? When it came to the fear of death, Li Yuan was always sincere. Regaining his composure, he promptly leapt from the window. Simultaneously, an arrow shot skyward with a whoosh. Thud! The arrow exploded high above. Brother Yuan, what happened? Wang Zhao, who was practicing in the bamboo grove, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Something's amiss. Li Yuan's expression darkened. Lin Weiwei has been taken by that individual upstairs. Is it true that the senior upstairs really consumes people? Wang Zhao's delicate face turned pale with fear. Call old Wang and retreat a safe distance. Be ready to flee. Li Yuan patted the young girl's shoulder. At such times, nothing was more important than preserving one's life. In less than a moment, over a dozen disciples wearing silver masks emerged from the bamboo grove. It was the law enforcement hall's disciples. Without allowing the enforcement team to speak, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and retreated behind them. What is happening? The captain of the enforcement team inquired. There has been a disturbance with the senior guarding the 4th and 5th floors of the cursed building. He has dragged the disciple Lin Weiwei of the 100 Affairs Hall into the room. Li Yuan replied candidly. Has he gone mad? The captain of the enforcement team felt a chill. That mysterious senior was of the same generation as the cave master. Having long since entered the 5th transformation of Gu Master, he was not someone a mere 4th transformation Gu Master could contend with. Quickly summoned the Hall Master. He commanded, releasing a scouting Gu, directing it with a flute sound to fly towards the cursed building. As it neared the tower, the scouting Gu erupted with a resounding bang. This is bad. The captain's countenance changed dramatically. Run. At the moment he opened his mouth, Li Yuan had already taken off at full speed. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a torrent of snake scales burst forth from the cursed building, instantly transforming the disciples in front into a pincushion. Leather Gu. Li Yuan grasped a handful of leather Gu, instantly refining it. His skin hardened in an instant, and coupled with the regeneration provided by the revival Gu, he withstood the assault of the snake scales. Thankfully, old Wang and Zhao had heeded his instructions and fled outside the bamboo grove, or else they would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. Get lost. All of you get lost. After the snake scales swept through, a sharp, genderless voice transformed into an invisible wave emanating from the cursed building. Huang Funan, you dare frame me. May you meet a gruesome end. Ah! Li Yuan did not pause his steps, all the while gathering crucial intelligence. Huang Funan? So, it is indeed that cave master? It appears that the black-clad figures from before were all sent by Huang Funan. Perhaps something fierce had been infused within them, driving that individual to madness. Dingling. At that moment, a ringing of bells echoed. Senior Shi, you have fallen into the madness of Gu refining. The voice arrived before the figure did. A cloaked silhouette floating into view. Huang Funan, you dare frame me? The senior from the cursed building seemed to be struggling against something. Falling into madness through Gu refining, harming fellow disciples, slaughtering the law enforcement disciples. Shi Wuli, your crimes are such that even an elder from the 9th palace would not forgive you. Huang Fu Nin stated coldly. Get lost. Shi Wuli roared. Countless snakes leaping from the tower, directly assaulting Huang Fu Nan. Obstinate fool. Huang Fu Nan did not retreat, but advanced, declaring, Today, this cave master shall eliminate you, the scourge that is neither human nor ghost. He shook the bells, sending forth a dozen corpse puppets. Li Yuan had escaped to a safe distance, observing from afar. Corpse puppets? Why do they resemble the black-clad figures that infiltrated the cursed building? Realizing this, everything became clear. Those consumed over the past 6 months were not living beings at all, but rather Huang Fu Nan's corpse Gu. Li Yuan finally discerned Shi Wuli's form. The individual had reverted to human shape, completely naked, with snakes coiling around his body, even his arms transformed into serpents. He recalled the only peculiar Gu related to snakes on the abnormal Gu ranking, Heavenly Dragon Gu. The conditions for refining the Heavenly Dragon Gu were even more stringent than those for the Revival Gu. The Revival Gu required nurturing within the organs, fed day and night with heart's blood, enduring a decade of suffering akin to death before it could take shape. The Heavenly Dragon Gu, however, necessitated 9 rebirths. Regarding the term rebirth, the Gu Master Manual did not provide specific details, but merely stated rebirth, which seemed more akin to death. 9 rebirths. Even a cunning snake could transform into a heavenly dragon. How many times had Shi Wuli undergone rebirth? Li Yuan could not discern, but it certainly wasn't high. In the confrontation with Huang Funan, Shi Wuli was evidently at a disadvantage. The snake Gu was no match for the corpse-controlling Gu. Brother Yuan, who has arrived? Wang Zhao, unable to see, sensed a powerful presence. It was not a benevolent figure. It was merely a dog-eat-dog scenario. Wang Lin interjected, cursing vehemently. After being coerced by Huang Funan with the truth Gu last time, he had lost all trust in the upper echelons of the sect. Oh, it is the cave master. Seeing her grandfather's displeasure, Wang Zhao quickly deduced. Wang Lin squinted. This was his first time witnessing a battle between 5th Transformation Gu Masters. It was indeed a spectacular sight. Though Gu Masters could possess only one primary Gu, there were no limits on the number of subordinate Gu, apart from type restrictions. In battle, each would display their unique abilities. Grandfather, Wang Zhao inquired curiously, who is stronger, Gu Masters or martial artists of the same level? Each has its own merits. Wang Lin, with limited experience, could only generalize, try to impress Zhao. Overall, throughout the history of Tianyuan continent, many martial deities had emerged. Yet there had only ever been one Gu immortal. After a considerable time, the commotion at the cursed building gradually subsided. A significant portion of the corpse Gu controlled by Huang Fu Nan had been consumed, and one of his arms had even been bitten off, while Shi Wuli was pinned to the ground by several black rods, unable to move. Huang Fu Nan had actually triumphed? Old Wang was filled with resentment. Had he lost, Shi Wuli would have emerged to wreak havoc, and the entire 12 caves would have suffered. For them, this was a temporary blessing. Li Yuan Sigal Blesli. Indeed, Wang Lin lamented. Shi Wuli was an unstable factor. Allowing him to remain in the cursed building could lead to a day when he would devour them all. Under the watchful gaze of the 3, Huang Funan, with one arm raised, hoisted the pin Shi Wuli and proclaimed, "The threat has been eliminated. The ban is lifted. Please, 100 Affairs Hall, handle all subsequent matters." Having spoken, he expelled the Gu from his mouth. The Flying Wing Gu, a 4th transformation mysterious Gu, could transform into a pair of insect wings, granting the Gu Master a brief ability to fly. Huang Fu Nan soared away into the distance. However, Li Yuan's brow furrowed. He had heard the echo of the scouting Gu. Within the cursed building, there was still a small snake ravenously devouring the remaining Gu. Dare to touch my treasure? Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. If I cannot bully the larger one, can I not handle a smaller one? Chapter 15. Transcendence. Li Yuan refrained from recklessly charging back into the residual Gu tower. Instead, he commanded the Gu insects within to launch an assault on the small serpent. Hiss! The small serpent flicked its tongue, exuding a fierce demeanor that bore a hint of anthropomorphism. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could this serpent be a part of Shi Wuli's body? It became imperative to silence it. With a steely resolve, Li Yuan decided to take matters into his own hands. With the rebirth Gu shielding his body, he felt unperturbed by these diminutive creatures. Meanwhile, within the cave lord's estate, Shi Wuli was rendered bewildered by Huang Fu Nan's secret techniques. Deceived by Huang Fu Nan, he found himself at a disadvantage. Aware of his impending defeat, he allowed his critically injured life, Gu, to detach from his body. He had long since merged himself with the flying serpent Gu, ensuring that even in death, he could be reborn through it, provided he consumed sufficient sustenance. The Gu insects in the residual Gu tower, along with that vigorous young man and the girl possessing the precious Gu, represented prime nourishment. Had it not been for the fear of Huang Fu Nan's retaliation, he would have already devoured them all. Now that his position was fully exposed, he felt no further restraint. Shiwuli quickly sensed something amiss. Why were there so many intact Gu insects in the residual Gu tower, and why were they attacking him collectively? Was someone manipulating them from the shadows? To command the Gu with one's mind required at least an equivalent level of skill, making it a simple task to eliminate him without such elaborate measures. What was happening? As he pondered in confusion, a figure suddenly burst in from outside. Was it that vigorous young man? Shiwuli's heart leaped with joy. In his line of sight, the young man moved with remarkable speed, as if eager to be reborn. Charging straight at him, if he consumed the young man, followed by the girl with the precious Gu, he could regain significant strength and solidify his form. Perhaps he could even seize the opportunity to strike back and eliminate the severely injured Huangfu. The more Shiwuli thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. As Li Yuan approached, Shiwuli suddenly unleashed a drop of venom. Success. This was his signature poison. A mere drop would render any Gu master below the 5th rank powerless, ripe for slaughter. Swoosh! The flying serpent lunged forward, its fangs bared, aiming to sink into Li Yuan's neck. I've got you. A powerful hand accurately seized the serpent by its 7-inch mark, while another hand firmly restrained its head. Shiwuli was taken aback. Where was my poison? Why did it not take effect? A sudden realization struck him as he noticed the Gu insects that had previously besieged him now obediently encircling the young man, as if bowing to their supreme king. How could this be? There were at least 60 to 70 different types of Gu insects. Not even a palace master could achieve such complete control over them. This was no mere Gu master. This was a Gu immortal. Panic engulfed Shiwuli as he commanded the flying serpent Gu to thrash violently, striving to break free from Li Yuan's grasp. Oh, it was quite strong. Li Yuan tightened his grip on the serpent's 7-inch mark, applying even more pressure. No, no. Shiwuli refused to accept his fate. Why was the poison ineffective? He sensed his life slipping away. The flying serpent emitted a piercing cry, exerting all its strength to escape Li Yuan's hold. In a sudden twist, it sank its fangs into Li Yuan's arm. Li Yuan was taken aback, his eyes widening. You are the original body? Ha! The flying serpent spoke. I have long since merged with the flying serpent Gu. It is me, and I am it. Your demise is well-deserved. He sensed a profound secret emanating from the young man, one that could revolutionize the Gu master lineage, and now it was all within his grasp. Truly, where there seems to be no way, a path emerges. A torrent of venom surged from the serpent's fangs into the young man's body. This time, you shall fall. The words hung abruptly as the serpent's throat was seized, its 7-inch mark firmly held down. Li Yuan was enraged, employing a mighty Gu. Crack. The serpent's bones shattered completely. No, impossible. This level of flying serpent poison could kill even a 6th-rank Gu master. Why did it have no effect on this young man? Shiwuli's consciousness began to fade. In his final moments, he glimpsed the young man's eyes transforming into a surreal crimson and deep blue, fleeting yet profound. He also beheld a pattern resembling a centipede, like a decayed rope steeped in blood, its segments intertwined like ancient, mysterious chains. Extravagant Gu. Rebirth. As Li Yuan crushed the flying serpent's head, Shiwuli's original body, far away in Huangfu Nan's estate, completely ceased to exist. In that instant of death, Huangfu Nan suddenly opened his eyes wide. What transpired? Dead? Huangfu Nan's expression darkened considerably. He had gone to great lengths to scheme against Shiwuli, intending to devour him and thereby step into the 6th rank, even sacrificing an arm in the process. Upon his return, he had specifically sealed Shiwuli's 5 senses and mobility with secret techniques. In such a state, how could the other party even commit suicide, let alone die? Was it due to his grievous injuries? Huangfu Nan was infuriated. To consume a living 5th-rank life Gu was a tremendous boon. If dead, it would be a significant loss. Could it be feigned death? Huangfu Nan was unwilling to accept this. He began to scrutinize Shiwuli's corpse meticulously, only to discover that it contained none of the crucial original flying serpent Gu, only ordinary serpents. A clever ruse. Feigned death to escape. What a cunning Shiwuli. Bang! Huangfu Nan slammed his hand down in frustration, his anger boiling over. Pooh! Already gravely injured, He coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The flying serpent poison had begun to spread within him, threatening his life. He had no choice but to settle for second best. In a moment of life-and-death crisis, Huangfu Nan resorted to extreme measures. He scribbled a note and commanded a messenger insect to fly out of the cave. The letter contained a simple message: "Bring that precious Gu to my cave." Meanwhile, Li Yuan was still examining the severed flying serpent Gu. Detecting the potential for fusion with other Gu, he pondered, should he synthesize? What is happening? Li Yuan was momentarily stunned, then focused his thoughts to inspect the original materials. One-turn residual Gu dragon pattern egg, 29 dragon pattern egg? Wasn't this the flying serpent Gu? Could it be on the verge of evolving into a dragon pattern Gu? Considering this, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. He peeled open the flying serpent, and inside, indeed, lay an undeveloped serpent egg, nearly decayed. The dragon pattern egg belonged to the realm of ordinary Gu, but once hatched, it would be known as the dragon pattern Gu, a precious Gu. Following this trajectory of evolution, if Shiwuli could endure for another decade or so, he might truly succeed in refining the exotic Gu, the celestial dragon Gu. Driven by compassion and a desire to save the serpent, Li Yuan could not bear to witness the egg's demise. Let me synthesize. Chapter 16. The three-colored what can be synthesized is not necessarily bad. Currently synthesizing. This synthesis's material is a first-order 29. You have obtained a first-order 9. The dragon-patterned egg, when refined into a life-bound, has a faint chance of manifesting a dragon pattern on the enhancing fortune. As a subordinate, it can emit a weak dragon roar upon consumption. Too disappointing. Continue synthesizing. Li Yuan was quite dissatisfied. Selecting the original materials, currently synthesizing, you have obtained a second-order 3. The dragon-patterned, when refined into a life-bound, has a 50% chance of manifesting a dragon pattern on the enhancing fortune. As a subordinate, it can heal injuries. Is this it? Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. Although the dragon pattern was classified as, its true efficacy was rather limited. Its value lay in its extremely slight chance of evolving into an. What use is this meager fortune? Moreover, it requires a gamble on probabilities. Having suffered from the perils of the penguin game in his previous life, he was not one to gamble on chances. 98%? What difference does that make to 0? Continue synthesizing. Selecting the original materials, currently synthesizing, you have obtained a third order. He is an exceptionally aggressive beast, capable of nurturing 3 distinct colors of within its body, and cannot be transformed into a subordinate. Exceptionally aggressive? Li Yuan's eyes brightened. This is excellent. Furthermore, these are relatively rare, with the potential for continuous evolution. This is just what I need. Refine into my life-bound. Présently, Li Yuan laquelle offensive capability. And it was perfectly suitable. The light within the black jar dissipated. Upon closer inspection, a small snake emerged, measuring about 1 foot in length. Its entire body a warm white, with a few scales shimmering in emerald green, crystal blue, and fiery red. What a charming little creature, Li Yuan observed noticing that the little snake had 2 tiny horns sprouting from its head, resembling tender buds waiting to bloom. Its eyes were round and glistening with intelligence, entirely different from the sinister flying snakes. Come, show me your abilities, Li Yuan commanded. The ceased to crawl, raising half its body, its face displaying an adorably fierce expression. Gathering its breath, it then exhaled forward. A stream of crimson flame erupted from its mouth. The flames landed upon the corpse of the flying snake. Sizzle, before long, the corpse ignited, and when the flames extinguished, not even ashes remained, as if it had dissolved into nothingness. A master of eradicating traces, Li Yuan was quite pleased with this ability. He reached out to stroke the, what about the other 2 flames? Show them as well. The little python nodded humanely, opening its mouth once more. This time, a crystalline blue flame was expelled, which, despite being fire, exuded a chilling aura, freezing the black jar entirely. Bang! After 3 breaths, the black jar shattered. It appears that what seemed like freezing was, in fact, an ability to erode and disintegrate from within. Impressive, impressive. Li Yuan chuckled. What about the final one? The little python directed its attack toward the ground. A verdant flame spewed forth from its mouth, cascading upon a nearby potted plant. In an instant, the grass within the pot began to grow vigorously. Catalytic growth? How intriguing! Li Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Hiss hiss. The swayed its head and emitted sound. Li Yuan was taken aback. You have more talents? The nodded, raising its head again. And this time it spat out two types of flames in succession, one emerald green and the other crimson red. The crimson flame descended first, with the emerald flame merging into it. Whoosh! Instantly the flames roared higher. The catalyzed crimson flame burned far longer than before, perpetually ablaze. Ha 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 ha! Li Yuan laughed, delighted to find it possessed a fusion technique. He caressed the scales of the, from now on, you will accompany me diligently. I shall name you Little Kai. Hiss hiss. Little Kai expressed its satisfaction. This exceptionally intelligent creature opened Li Yuan's eyes to a different realm, revealing that the world was far more splendid than he had ever imagined. Insect, beast, corpse, and even plant. There were still countless mysteries awaiting his exploration. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Li Yuan. A voice from outside called out. It was Qi Xian, the master of the... I'm coming. Li Yuan opened the door. Long time no see, Li Yuan. It had been nearly a year since Li Yuan had passed the examination and joined the 12 caves, and Qi Xian had praised him as a talented. Has it been that long? Li Yuan replied. Indeed. Qi Xian nodded, though this was only their second encounter. I heard you've been holed up in the rarely stepping outside and never taking a day off. Don't you feel stifled? It's quite fine. I enjoy this life. Li Yuan smiled. Today's events were unexpected. Fortunately, you were lucky and did not become that person's prey. Qi Xian sighed. Would you like me to send someone to help you clear out the? No need. Li Yuan shook his head. The malevolent energy inside is intense. Ordinary people wouldn't adapt. I can handle it myself to avoid any complaints. You are indeed diligent and selfless. Qi Xian had not anticipated that they had recruited such a hard worker. Just small matters. Li Yuan certainly preferred not to have others meddling with his treasures. However, with that individual deceased, no one can manage the 4th and 5th order within the... I must apply to the 9th palace for personnel support. Qi Xian sighed. I must trouble you to oversee it for the time being. It should be fine if you exercise caution. Li Yuan's mind sparked with an opportunity. Master Xian, I can manage it. I am now a 3rd order with ample experience. Handling the 4th and 5th orders is no issue. You have become a 3rd order? Qi Xian was taken aback. Indeed. Li Yuan nodded. He had not reported this to the... My goodness, quite remarkable. Truly remarkable. Qi Xian scrutinized Li Yuan, his gaze shifting entirely. Such a gifted and hardworking young talent would undoubtedly surpass him in the future. Perhaps he might even become a master of a cave or an elder within the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Initially, it was the 12 caves that granted me status and a peaceful life, allowing me to become a... Now, with the sect in need, it is my duty as a disciple, Li Yuan declared with righteous fervor. All right, Qi Xian expressed his admiration. Since you were so confident, I will entrust all management to you. 4th and 5th order are exceedingly rare, and he believed in Li Yuan's aptitude to manage them well. Most importantly, applying for personnel from the 9th palace incurs a deduction from the monthly allowances of all 12 caves administrators. Having someone to take the reins is indeed preferable. Qi Xian found Li Yuan increasingly agreeable. If it were another disciple, they would likely have started shirking responsibility or even requesting a transfer, considering the uncertainty of the dangers that might still lurk here. After all, that individual was formidable. Who knows what unforeseen countermeasures the cave master might have? If Li Yuan were to encounter that, there would be no escape. It is precisely for this reason that Li Yuan's rare qualities shone through. Qi Xian muzed inwardly. A good person, a model worker, brave, responsible, so kind-hearted, considerate of other disciples, taking on all the arduous tasks. What a splendid young lad. Chapter 17. The 4th Transformation Gu Master. As night fell, the members of the Baishur Hall had efficiently managed all matters and departed, leaving the residual Gu Tower enveloped in a serene tranquility. Wang Zhaozhao prepared a few simple dishes, and together with Old Wang and Li Yuan, they savored some wine in the bamboo grove courtyard. What? You intend to single-handedly tackle the formidable task of handling the fourth and fifth transformation residual Gu? Li Yuan, have you lost your mind? Wang Lin exclaimed, visibly alarmed at the day's events. Why such a fuss? Li Yuan responda calmly. Old Wang, we've known each other for nearly a year. Don't you trust me yet? I do trust you, Wang Lin teased. But I simply don't want you to toil away, benefiting those treacherous sect members. How does that benefit them? Li Yuan inquired, puzzled. Don't you understand? Wang Lin replied indignantly. In this situation, they must apply to the Ninth Palace Inner Sect for personnel to handle it, and doing so would result in a deduction from all managers' monthly allowances. The monthly allowance is the cultivation resources distributed to sect members by the Ninth Palace Gu nest. Ha, so that's it. Li Yuan chuckled, realizing why Qi Shi had agreed so readily. You're still laughing? Wang Lin lamented. Unbeknownst to him, this suited Li Yuan's intentions perfectly. It's all trivial. Sometimes losing is a blessing. I'll bear this loss. Sighing, Wang Lin felt he could not protest further. He foresaw the troubles this young man would encounter once he departed. After all, who had been a hot-blooded youth in their earlier years? Yet, after facing the trials of human nature, one would inevitably evolve into a cunning fox. As the night deepened, Li Yuan finalized matters at the residual Gu tower, locked the doors, and returned to his chamber, sinking into a deep slumber. Outside the bamboo grove, a shadow drifted in. The cave master must be gravely injured to send me on a risky mission to capture the blood-eye Gu. That is a rare Gu, already documented and reported to the Ninth Palace Inner Sect. If I fail, they will surely send someone to investigate, and I'll be blamed. Stealth Gu. The shadow murmured to himself, summoning a lizard-like Gu. Instantly, he melded into the air, seemingly vanishing. Navigating through the bamboo grove, his unperceivable gaze locked onto the chamber beside the residual Gu tower. He detected the presence of the blood-eye Gu. It is said that a Gu master who has refined the blood-eye Gu possesses an exceptionally keen sense. I wonder if they could detect my presence? The shadow pondered, hoping to silently abduct the girl who had refined the blood-eye Gu. If she awakened others, he would have no choice but to eliminate them all. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Unbeknownst to the shadow, the young man sleeping in the chamber had already opened his eyes. Li Yuan lay on his bed, gazing at the skylight, his expression grave. Why are they back again? Can't I have a moment of peace? From the moment the shadow entered the bamboo grove, he had sensed the intruder's presence through the premonition of his reconnaissance Gu. However, the figure soon vanished. It must be the stealth Gu. In the past year, Li Yuan had thoroughly studied the Gu Master Manual, becoming well-versed in the functions of various Gu. The stealth Gu allows Gu Masters to conceal their forms, moving as lightly as the wind, yet still leaves traces. Li Yuan's all-encompassing reconnaissance Gu captured the intruder's direction. This is aimed at Xiao Zhao. He initially thought the intruder sought the life snake Gu of Shi Wuli, but it appeared otherwise. Wang Lin's concerns had ultimately materialized. The blood-eye Gu was coveted by someone with malicious intent. Shout Kai, time to get to work. Li Yuan, not lacking in empathy, recalled the kindness old Wang had shown him and could not stand idly by while Xiao Zhao was in peril. Stealth Gu? Who doesn't he possess a few? Li Yuan summoned his own stealth Gu, similarly concealing his form, and set off. At that moment, the shadow stood before the door, attempting to pick the lock. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. A massive fist erupted from within. Xiao Zhao, wake up. There's an intruder. Li Yuan, don't sleep. The assailant was none other than Wang Lin. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, old Wang was no novice. It seemed he had been on guard, watching over Xiao Zhao. Although old Wang's strength was lacking, his awareness was commendable. The shadow was caught off guard by Wang Lin's sudden punch. The stealth Gu lost its efficacy, revealing the intruder's form. It's you? Wang Lin exclaimed in shock, clearly recognizing the intruder. Ao Shuang. As the vice master of the battle guard hall, were your intentions sneaking in here? With his identity exposed, Ao Shuang ceased to conceal himself, grinning menacingly. I originally intended to kill just one person. Now I must eliminate all of you. Golden Armor Gu. Ao Shuang, the vice master of the battle guard hall, wielded a battle-type Gu. The fourth transformation, Xian Gu, Golden Armor Gu, enveloped the Gu master in a layer of golden vital energy, akin to a golden armor. Punch. Despite Wang Lin's advantage of surprise, the disparity in their strengths was too great. His punch failed to inflict any damage on Ao Shuang. With a resounding thud, Wang Lin was sent flying after taking a blow. Grandpa! Although Xiao Zhao could not see, she sensed the energy. Xiao Zhao, run! Escape with Li Yuan! Wang Lin understood he was doomed and only wished for the two young ones to survive. Ao Shuang sneered, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, a primal instinct to survive compelling him to retreat. In that fleeting moment, a scarlet flame descended upon the spot he had just occupied. The crimson fire crackled, scorching the ground into a deep pit. Should he be touched by such flames, he would undoubtedly turn to ashes. Turning his gaze, Ao Shuang spotted a young man. Perched on the boy's shoulder was a captivating yet perilous three-colored snake, exuding an aura of menace, its mouth aglow with flames. Beast Gu. He didn't recognize this Gu, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely a rare Gu. Too rare Gus. After a moment of tension, Ao Shuang felt exhilarated. The blood-eye Gu would be offered to the cave master, while this even more precious beast Gu would belong to him. A fine Gu, but alas, you've aligned yourself with the wrong person. Ao Shuang swiftly shifted his position, charging towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan retreated rapidly, creating distance. In terms of speed, you still fall short. Wind-chasing butterfly. Two wind-chasing butterflies appeared beneath Ao Shuang's feet, dramatically increasing his speed, yet he soon found himself bewildered. Not only did he fail to close the gap with the boy, but he also found himself further behind. His pupils constricted sharply. Surrounding the boy were over a dozen wind-chasing butterflies, truly a youth as swift as the wind, leaving him in the dust. As the chase ensued, Xiao Kai readied herself. Vicious python roar. A larger fireball surged towards Ao Shuang, but he had anticipated this, dodging out of the way. You can't strike me, Ao Shuang taunted. With your strength, managing so many Gus must be taxing. Let us see how long you can endure. Li Yuan smirked. The small snake coiled on his shoulder exhaled again, this time releasing emerald flames. Ao Shuang evaded once more. I told you, the Gu is impressive, but the wielder. Suddenly, his words were cut short as the flames behind him, which had nearly extinguished, flared up dramatically, licking at his body. The flames threatened to consume even the golden armor upon him. In that moment, Ao Shuang finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chapter 18, a Go story well done. Xiao Kai. Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time he and Xiao Kai had fought side by side, creating an extraordinary bond between them. Hiss! Xiao Kai flicked her tongue, raising her head high with a gaze that looked down upon Ao Shuang, as if he were mere refuse. Damn it! Ao Shuang, having lived for decades, experienced the humiliation of being scorned by a snake for the first time. Not far away, Wang Lin was in a daze. Li Yuan is so formidable. When did this kid acquire such a powerful innate Gu? He has hidden it so well. After the initial astonishment, a wave of joy surged through him. This indicated that Li Yuan had the ability to protect himself, ensuring that Wang Zhao could remain safe by his side. Wang Zhao also sensed something amiss. Grandfather, is Brother Yuan going to defeat the bad guys? Wang Lin replied, though his heart was uncertain. The Genie Gu was a fourth-tier mystical Gu, not easily dealt with. The outcome remained uncertain. I underestimated you. In a bamboo grove, Ao Shuang had tried several times to extinguish the red flames on his body, to no avail. It seemed that only by killing you could the fire be extinguished. Today, let me show you what a fourth-tier mystical Gu master is capable of. As his words fell, Ao Shuang opened his mouth and expelled a golden Gu insect into his hand, which emitted a sharp, piercing cry. Threads of energy emanated from the golden Gu insect, cascading onto the subordinate Gu. Are we beginning in earnest? Li Yuan recognized this technique, known as innate mystical seizure, an essential method for every fourth-tier and above Gu master. It involves sacrificing the energy of the innate Gu and the Gu master to empower subordinate Gu in themselves with greater strength. Excessive use could deplete the Gu master's life force. Arrow worm. Ao Shuang flung his hand, and a dozen long worms resembling arrows shot forth. Once infused with innate mystical energy, the arrow worms moved at incredible speeds, and Li Yuan struggled to react. However, he had the sea of insect strategy. Sword and blade Gu. He deployed all his sword and blade Gu at once, manifesting countless sword lights to counter the attack. At this moment, a chilling voice whispered in Li Yuan's ear as Ao Shuang concealed himself again, launching a surprise attack from the side. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ao Shuang's golden fist and the arrow worms closed in simultaneously. At such a close distance, Li Yuan could only retreat in a straight line, evading the golden fist but unable to dodge the arrow worm's assault. Leather Gu. In a moment of urgency, Li Yuan could only use the leather Gu to shield his vital points. However, one arrow worm pierced through his throat. Forget it. I'll just die for now. Thud. Li Yuan's body fell heavily to the ground. A mere third-tier mundane Gu master against a fourth-tier mystical Gu master was a qualitative chasm. To have forced me into this predicament. Ao Shuang acknowledged his prowess. Ao Shuang sighed in relief as he approached the fallen Li Yuan. The youth, struck in the throat by an arrow, showed no signs of life. HM. Just then, Ao Shuang sensed something and turned his head. The girl who had refined the blood, Gu, was rushing toward him. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had removed the thick cloth covering her eyes, revealing blood-red orbs flowing with crimson, resembling a blood-stained garment, similar to his innate golden garment Gu. The replication ability of the blood Gu? Unfortunately, you're too weak. Ao Shuang threw a punch, a gust of wind rushing forth, easily sending Wang Zhao flying. He continued toward Li Yuan, excitement coursing through him as he reached for the three-colored little python. Suddenly, the boy lying on the ground opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the little python also opened its eyes. Whoosh, crystal blue and emerald green flames erupted simultaneously. At such close range, Ao Shuang had no time to evade. What the? In an instant, Ao Shuang was frozen like an ice sculpture, kicked away by Li Yuan, falling backward and shattering into pieces. Still lacking in attacking power. Although victorious, Li Yuan reflected on the battle. Shao Kai's three-colored was formidable, but its lengthy preparation and cooldown rendered it ineffective against a skilled opponent. Their victory over Ao Shuang was purely due to the element of surprise. Ultimately, it was the use of the reviving Gu to feign death that relaxed the opponent's vigilance, allowing them to close the distance and strike unexpectedly. This was also related to my lack of combat experience, Li Yuan pondered. Brother Yuan. A voice tinged with tears snapped Li Yuan from his reverie. Wang Zhao, blood streaming from her eyes, appeared quite pitiful. All is well. Li Yuan gently patted the girl's head, offering comfort. Li Yuan, a shaken Wang Lin rushed over, nearly losing his life to that punch moments ago, despair creeping in. Impressive. You little rascal, invincible. In my decades of life, I've never seen a third-tier mundane Gu master defeat a fourth-tier mystical Gu master. Today has truly opened my eyes. Only then did he realize that Li Yuan's talent was far greater than he had imagined. If it were second tier against third tier or fourth tier against fifth tier, he wouldn't have been so astonished. A third-tier master besting a fourth tier was a crossing of a watershed, breaking the divide between mundane and mystical, an achievement not easily attained by ordinary talents. Just the innate mystical seizure alone was enough to instill despair. All right. Li Yuan believed his victory was due to equipment overpowering the opponent. His technique still fell short. In his view, there was nothing commendable about it. Old Wang, you mentioned that Ao Shuang is the deputy master of the Battle Guard Hall, and we have no grievances with him. Why did he ambush us? Li Yuan inquired. I suspect it has something to do with Huang Funan. Wang Lin squinted. Having fought with Shi Wuli, Huang Funan was also severely injured, perhaps seeking to capture Xiao Zhao's precious Gu to compensate for his losses. It seems you suspected it long ago, Li Yuan remarked with a hint of admiration. Indeed. Wang Lin smiled wryly. Knowing was one thing, but in the face of absolute power, all was futile. Without you, we would have perished. Let it be as if nothing happened. If Huang Fu Nan orchestrated this, reporting it would be pointless unless we could escalate it to the inner chambers of the Ninth Palace. Should we leave? Wang Lin expressed concern that Huang Fu Nen might retaliate. No need. Li Yuan shook his head. Huang Fu Nan was certainly too injured from his encounter with Shi Wuli to come personally, and with Ao Shuang dead here, what do you think he will assume? Wang Lin's eyes widened in realization. He would believe that Shi Wuli had a backup plan, that it was Shi Wuli who killed Ao Shuang. Li Yuan nodded. In this way, Huang Fu Nan would refrain from harboring ill intentions for quite some time. Brother Yuan, what if Shi Wuli is actually still alive? At that moment, Xiao Xiao whispered. Damn! Old Wang shuddered violently. This truly sounds like a ghost story. There aren't that many surprises in the world. Li Yuan felt no concern. After all, the innate goo of Shi Wuli had been disposed of by his own hands, obliterated entirely, dead beyond resurrection. 3 days later, the leader of the 100 Affairs Hall, Qi Xian, hurried to the residence of Huang Fu Nan. Reporting to the cave master, the deputy master of the battle guard hall, Ao Shuang has gone missing. Inside, Huang Fu Nan, weak and pale, acknowledged with a weary voice, his heart sinking as he grasped the reality. Shi Wuli, you truly are alive. Chapter 19. The passage of time. Ao Shuang, a master of the fourth transformation of Gu, should have effortlessly captured Wang Zhaozhao. Yet, how could it be that he met his demise so easily, other than the fact that Shi Wuli had set a contingency plan? Huang Fu Nan could conceive of no other outcome. It simply could not be that an old man from the remnant Gu Tower and 2 young ones managed to slay him. Could it? I must hasten to neutralize the poison. A profound sense of urgency surged within Huang Fu Nan. If Shi Wuli were to recover, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to seek vengeance against him, and it would be his end. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Li Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed Huang Fu Nan was gravely injured and, wary of Shi Wuli, dared not return to this place. This afforded him ample time to develop. Once he stepped into the realm of the fourth transformation of Gu, he would have no fears. As far as he knew, both Huang Fu Nan and Shi Wuli were masters of the fifth transformation. Attaining the fourth transformation would be sufficient for his self-preservation. Very soon, a virtual panel appeared. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Jar, third transformation 291-300. Realm, third transformation Fated Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Resurrection Gu. 3-colored strange fire python. It has been nearly a year and a half since I joined the 12 caves. Hasn't it? Time truly flies. Spending every day in the company of Gu has nearly made me forget what the outside world is like. Brother Yuan. Suddenly, Wang Zhaozhao stumbled over. Her voice tinged with tears. What happened? Li Yuan inquired. Grandfather, he's not long for this world. You must come and see him, Wang Zhaozhao sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Alas! Li Yuan rose immediately and hurried to the chamber. When he joined the remnant Gu Tower, old Wang was already quite advanced in age, and having been long subjected to the malevolent aura of the tower, his health had always been poor. Coupled with the torture he endured in the enforcement hall and the blow he received from Ao Shuang 3 months ago, his condition had deteriorated sharply. Half a month prior, old Wang had already fallen bedridden, his health declining day by day. Li Yuan had long anticipated this day as arrival. Upon entering the room, he found old Wang even more emaciated than before, his breath faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Li Yuan, you've come. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Wang Lin mustered a faint smile. Old Wang, Li Yuan sat by the bedside, quietly observing him. As the saying goes, who among us is devoid of feelings? He felt a deep sorrow in his heart, yet was powerless to alter fate. The cycle of life and death is inescapable for everyone, without exception. You seem more spirited, vibrant, and full of life. In you, I seem to catch a glimpse of rebirth, Wang Lin remarked with a smile. Then live a little longer, Li Yuan replied, hesitant to offer platitudes. For he had never been deeply affected by the concept of life and death. He had cried only once, when the old physician passed away, and since then, tears had eluded him. I wish for that too. Wang Lin was remarkably open-minded. He once believed he was unafraid of death, yet when faced with its reality, he found himself yearning to live. Li Yuan, do you believe in fate? Old Wang suddenly posed the question. Occasionally, Li Yuan responded. He would not proclaim, "My destiny is in my own hands, yet some matters do seem orchestrated by fate." Ha ha! Wang Lin chuckled, his spirits lifting slightly, his speech becoming more fluid. "You are faring better than I. In my youth, I never believed in fate until I traversed decades of trials and came to recognize my own mediocrity. I had never encountered any formidable geniuses, nor beheld anyone's brilliance. Your emergence has gradually enlightened me to the existence of destiny. With your talent, you should not be confined to the remnant Gu Tower. Yet this is fate. This is destiny. Li Yuan, you have allowed me to witness the brilliance and vigor I once dreamed of in my youth." "Thank you." As Wang Lin spoke, he grew increasingly animated, shedding the dust of despair, his eyes shining brightly. Li Yuan understood this was a sign of fleeting vitality. "Old Wang, let's not speak of empty words. Share something of substance." "Ha ha!" Wang Lin laughed heartily. "You rascal. At first, I perceived you as simple and honest, diligent and self-effacing, fearing you would be taken advantage of. Now I see I was mistaken. You, lad, conceal your cunning far better than I thought. You are quite shrewd. Good. Much better than the harsh realities of life, forcing one to confront the world as truths. Yet you still haven't revealed your true thoughts?" Li Yuan pressed, unrelenting. "What true thoughts could I have?" Wang Lin replied. "Now, my only concern is for Xiao Zhao. I wish to ask you to take care of her." He had intended to suggest marrying Xiao Zhao to Li Yuan, but hesitated at the last moment. Li Yuan's innate talent foretold a remarkable future, one far beyond what Xiao Zhao could aspire to. To have Xiao Zhao accompany Li Yuan for a time would be a stroke of fortune for the Wang family. He dare not hope for anything more. "Xiao Zhao is my sister. As long as I am here, she will not suffer any grievances. You can rest assured." Li Yuan solemnly assured him. The young girl attended to him daily, cooking and washing without complaint. Even if old Wang did not speak of it, he would take good care of Xiao Zhao. "With your word, I can rest easy." Wang Lin felt satisfied. "You may go about your business. Let me have a moment with my dear granddaughter." Li Yuan nodded, casting a deep glance at old Wang. "Farewell," he whispered in his heart, knowing this was their final parting. There was no overwhelming sadness, just a slight melancholy in his mood as he exited the room. Wang Zhao knelt by the bedside, her small hand tightly grasping her grandfather's large hand. "Xiao Zhao, what do you think of Li Yuan?" Brother Yuan treats me very well. He is a formidable Gu master, and I admire him greatly." "Do you like him?" "What are you saying, grandfather?" "Brother Yuan has already said he regards me only as a sister. One should believe half of what men say." Wang Lin chuckled. "In my youth, I also thought of your grandmother as merely a sister, yet I ended up marrying her." Wang Zhao's face flushed. But Brother Yuan is so remarkable, and I am but a simpleton. I am not worthy of him." "You foolish girl," Wang Lin replied. "Some men do not consider background, talent, or appearance when choosing a wife. They seek only a virtuous partner, for a virtuous wife brings prosperity." But Wang Zhao felt her heart stir at his words. "Enough of the buts," Wang Lin said with a smile. "Li Yuan is a dragon reaching for the heavens. Whether he can be grasped depends on you. But remember, romantic relationships should develop naturally, not be forced." I am, at that moment, Wang Lin was seized by a violent coughing fit, blood spilling forth. "Grandfather, please stop speaking. You must rest now," Wang Zhao cried, tears streaming down her face. "Do not grieve. Aging, illness, and death are experiences every individual must face. As long as you do not forget your grandfather, he will live on." Wang Lin extended his hand, revealing a frost silkworm nestled within his palm. "This is my fated Gu, the frost silkworm, which has brought me much fortune, aiding me in reaching the third transformation. After many years, it is close to metamorphosis. I will allow it to consume my heart for one final struggle. Upon my passing, you must open my chest and retrieve the frost silkworm, then present it to Li Yuan. When the frost silkworm completes its transformation, it will become a fourth transformation of the mysterious Gu." Wang Lin knew all too well that the mysterious Gu was far beyond Xiao Zhao's capabilities. Yet for Li Yuan, it would undoubtedly be a significant favor. This was the only path he could pave for his granddaughter. Chapter 20: Departure of Old Wang. As night fell, Sorrowful cries echoed from within the house. Old Wang had departed. Li Yuan felt a profound sense of desolation. Upon exiting the dilapidated building, he found Xiao Zhao carrying Old Wang's lifeless body from the chamber. "Brother Yuan, grandfather has left us," she wept profusely. "Let us bury him on the back mountain," Li Yuan suggested solemnly. "My grandfather lies there as well. This way, the old man will have company in the afterlife and will not feel too lonely." This had been Old Wang's long-prepared final wish. In the vicinity of the Jiugong mountain range, it was customary for ordinary families to conduct funerals with simplicity, adhering to the principles of nature. Following her grandfather's last wishes, Wang Zhao went to the back mountain, dug a grave, placed the coffin within, and erected a tombstone. Thus, Old Wang's life came to a close. "Grandfather, may you rest in peace." Wang Zhao wept at the grave for a long time, even into the depths of the night, while Li Yuan stood by her side, burning paper money and some spirit paper worms, a peculiar custom unique to the Jiugong mountain region, which was considered a grand farewell. "Old Wang, you once saw in me the embodiment of your youthful dreams and aspirations. Today, I have burned these peculiar offerings for you. May you become a spirit worm in the underworld," Li Yuan murmured, pouring 3 cups of yellow wine as a farewell to Old Wang. 7 days later, as Li Yuan slumbered, a knock on the door roused him. "Brother Yuan, I have something for you." It was Wang Zhao at the door. Li Yuan quickly dressed and opened it to find a young girl holding a jade box. "Xiao Zhao, why are you here so early? Have you not slept all night? I want to spend more time with grandfather." During those 7 days, Wang Zhao had vigilantly kept watch over her grandfather's grave, her form visibly waning. Had she not possessed the resilience of a Gu master, she might have succumbed to fatigue long ago. "Brother Yuan, this is what grandfather entrusted me to give you," she said, handing him the jade box. "What is this?" Li Yuan inquired as he opened it. Inside lay a large cocoon, not perfectly round, resembling a heart woven from white silk. A chill emanated from within, a sensation that was strangely familiar to Li Yuan, reminiscent of Old Wang's life worm, the ice silkworm, albeit with notable differences. Before his passing, Old Wang had allowed the life worm to consume his heart in hopes of facilitating its final transformation after decades of companionship. "I do not know if it has successfully transformed, but is in accordance with grandfather's wishes that I present it to you, Brother Yuan," Wang Zhao said, her heart heavy with sorrow, and she could not help but weep again. Old Wang, Li Yuan sighed, reflecting on his youth. "Compared to you, I am still far too young. Even in death, you are concerned for my well-being, worrying that I might not care for your precious granddaughter." This final gift felt considerably weighty. He sensed that the ice silkworm had indeed completed its transformation, fulfilling Old Wang's lifelong ambition. Its successful metamorphosis would result in the 4th transformation of the mysterious Gu, the Ice Heart Gu, which Wang Zhao would be unable to wield. It was thus left to him to tame it. "Old Wang, was this part of your design?" Li Yuan mused bitterly, realizing that had it merely been a 3rd transformation worm, he would have allowed Xiao Zhao to nurture it. "Very well, I shall accept it." Li Yuan closed the jade box and stored it away, knowing that refusal would only cause Old Wang to rest uneasily, perhaps even visit him in dreams that night. Wang Zhao sighed in relief. "Brother Yuan, I must return to the Baishir Hall to return grandfather's disciple token. With his passing, his identity must be annulled, and these matters are handled by the Baishir Hall." "I shall accompany you," Li Yuan said, gently ruffling the girl's hair. "You have not slept in days. Now that the 7th day has passed, and Old Wang rests peacefully below, you must take care of yourself. Then, I suppose that is acceptable." Wang Zhao felt apprehensive, as her grandfather had always handled the errands at Baishir Hall, leaving her unfamiliar with the place. "Thank you, Brother Yuan." After expressing her gratitude, Wang Zhao returned to her room and collapsed into sleep. Li Yuan, on the other hand, took the token and departed the dilapidated building. As he walked, a sudden realization struck him. This was his first time leaving the small bamboo grove outside the dilapidated building, and he was entirely unfamiliar with the path, not even knowing where Baishir Hall was located. He had indeed become a child spoiled by Old Wang. Ultimately, he followed a disciple heading to Baishir Hall and successfully found his way. Upon arrival, he noticed the hall's master, Qi Xian, dealing with affairs on the upper floor. Spotting a familiar figure, his eyes widened in surprise. "Li Yuan?" he exclaimed. "What a coincidence! Is that you?" In Qi Xian's memory, Li Yuan had joined the 12 Caves for over a year, but had never visited Baishir Hall, as Old Wang had always taken care of everything. Following the incident with Shi Wu Li's madness and the ensuing chaos, Qi Xian had inquired about Li Yuan. Old Wang had described him as a reserved individual, disinterested in socializing, preferring the company of Gu and rarely venturing beyond his confines. Qi Xian quickly descended the stairs. This young prodigy certainly warranted a personal welcome. "Li Yuan, what brings you here?" "Master Xian," Li Yuan replied, cupping his hands. "Old Wang has passed, and I have come to return the identity token." "Old Wang has departed?" Qi Xian paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, feeling no particular sorrow. "Please hand over the token." He accepted the token from Li Yuan. "Li Yuan, the affairs of Baishir Hall are quite busy. Forgive me for not being able to mourn Old Wang in person. Please raise a toast on my behalf." "Understood," Li Yuan acknowledged, aware that this was merely a customary expression. Few genuinely mourned the deceased. "By the way, Li Yuan, I have another matter to discuss with you." Qi Xian continued. "In due time, King Kanglin will visit the 12 Caves for an inspection. He will be visiting each hall, and since Old Wang is gone, you must represent the dilapidated Gu building to receive him properly. Do not risk losing face." To Qi Xian, Li Yuan was merely a greenhorn, and should he offend King Kanglin with impolite words, dire consequences would follow. King Kanglin? Li Yuan had only a vague recollection. Aware that he was a foreign king from the Dian dynasty before its collapse, ruling over the neighboring Kanglin domain. "It seems you are quite uninformed about the outside world," Qi Xian remarked. "Allow me to enlighten you, lest you find yourself in a precarious situation. After the disintegration of the Dian dynasty, the 5 kings jointly governed the realms outside the Central Plains: King Qian, King Han, King Yu, King Ying, and King Kanglin. Apart from King Kanglin, the other 4 kings subtly hinted at ambitions for independence. King Kanglin remained steadfast in his support of the Dian royal family, actively seeking the direct bloodline of the royal lineage in hopes of reinstating a new emperor. As Qi Xian spoke, a wry smile crept across his face. The Dian royal family's direct bloodline had long since perished. Even if any remnants remained, they could never ascend the throne again, merely serving as keys for various factions to unlock the divine warrior's treasure. These matters stirred within Li Yuan memories buried deep within his heart. He had never forgotten the grievances with his grandfather and clan, yet now he found himself powerless. Exposing his identity would lead to his demise. Time was his greatest ally in seeking vengeance. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan asked, "Master Xian, you mentioned the 5 kings governing the realms outside the Central Plains. Who currently rules the Central Plains?" Chapter 21, The Curtain Rises. "I thought you were truly indifferent to everything," Qi Xian remarked with a smile, as Li Yuan took the initiative to inquire. "In these tumultuous times, no one can remain unaffected. Acquiring knowledge about the world's circumstances is undoubtedly beneficial, for one never knows when we might become entangled in its web. Will even the Jiugong mountain range be drawn into this?" A sense of crisis suddenly gripped Li Yuan. He had no desire for this place to be disturbed. If it were merely a war among the various princes vying for power, it would not directly impact the Jiugong mountain range. The greater peril lay in the demonic entities infiltrating from beyond. Amid the chaos, these demons were ravaging and devouring, growing ever stronger. It was only a matter of time before they became an insurmountable threat. Qi Xian continued to expound on external matters. Li Yuan realized the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, the secluded 12 caves would not be so well informed. Qi Xian sighed. Currently, the organization maintaining order in the Central Plains is known as Night Owl. Night Owl? Li Yuan was unfamiliar with it. Night Owl was established by the martial god who founded the Great Yin, created by the first emperor, and operated solely under the orders of the emperors throughout the ages. The organization comprised exceptionally powerful martial artists, with each successive Night Owl king being a martial emperor. What is a martial emperor? Li Yuan's understanding of martial practitioners was exceedingly limited. Gu masters possess 9 transformations, while martial artists have 9 ranks. A martial artist who ascends to the 9th rank is a martial emperor. Beyond that lies the martial god, corresponding to the Gu immortal. Xian elucidated. I see. Li Yuan had long abandoned any illusions regarding martial arts. It was the existence of the Night Owl organization that tenuously upheld the order of the Central Plains, preventing the great Yin from collapsing amidst a leaderless chaos. Enough talk is feudal. Those events and individuals are too far removed from us. The state of the world is beyond our control, and if it were to truly affect us, it would be a long time coming. Let us savor this tranquil moment. Qi Xian said, patting Li Yuan's shoulder. Remember what I told you. When King Kinglan arrives, be sure to observe the proper etiquette. You need not bow and scrape, but do not be neglectful either. 2 days later, Li Yuan sat on the 4th floor of the remnant Gu Tower, a data panel materializing before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Jar, 4th Transformation 0800, Boundary, 4th Transformation Innate Gu, Qi Blood Gu, Resurrection Gu. Tricolor Strange Fire Python Gu House. None traits. Decomposition feature unlocked. You can now decompose high-level Gu worms into lower-level ones, rearranging and recombining them for new synthesis. Today, he officially stepped into the realm of a 4th Transformation Mystical Gu Master. Li Yuan also noticed an additional line of data on the panel. What is a Gu House? He had never encountered a Gu House, nor heard anyone mention it. It wasn't even recorded in the Gu Master Manual. This decomposition feature, however, proved useful. Previously, he was unable to synthesize high-level residual Gu, but with this function, he could decompose high-level Gu worms and use the rare materials obtained from decomposition for new synthesis. Consequently, the probability of yielding rare or strange Gu would significantly increase. Summoning his thoughts, Li Yuan retrieved a few 5th Transformation residual Gu from the 5th floor. Selecting raw materials. 5th Transformation residual Gu. Colorful bundle to decomposition initiated. The black jar swayed continuously, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. The colorful bundle was a particularly unique mystical Gu, resembling a mass of colorful slime, capable of absorbing the powers of the 5 elements. Once refined into an innate Gu, it could enhance the bond between the Gu Master and the elemental forces. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 3rd Transformation Ordinary Gu, Colorful Silkworm 6. Colorful Elixir 1. Can treasures also be decomposed? Li Yuan was overjoyed. He recalled the scene of previously synthesizing the strange Resurrection Gu, where the pivotal factor was the 1,000-life centipede that had inadvertently consumed longevity grass. Had he possessed the decomposition function earlier, he could have extracted the longevity grass from the centipede's body, thus expanding his choices. Once more, selecting raw materials. 5th Transformation Residual Gu. Corpse Control, Gu 1, Decomposition complete. You have obtained 3rd Transformation Ordinary Gu. Enslavement, Gu 3, Bewildering Water 1. This item is indeed sinister. Li Yuan held a vivid impression of the Corpse Control Gu, which was Huang Funan's innate mystical Gu, capable of controlling dozens of corpse puppets simultaneously. Again, Li Yuan entered a frenzy of decomposition. You have obtained 3rd Transformation Ordinary Gu, Beauty Retention Gu 3, Rejuvenation Elixir 1. You have obtained 3rd Transformation Ordinary Gu, Yang Energy Gu 3, Golden Gunpowder 1. You have obtained 3rd Transformation Ordinary Gu, Wind Chasing Butterfly 3, Spirit Travel Grass 1. You have obtained. After an entire day's endeavor, Li Yuan had decomposed a substantial portion of the 5th Transformation Residual Gu, reserving some to comply with the sex inspections. It is time to synthesize. The dazzling array of treasures and new Gu worms delighted Li Yuan's spirits. The more peculiar the materials, the closer he was to miracles. Let the synthesis commence. Selecting raw materials. Beauty Retention Gu, Wind Chasing Butterfly, Enslavement Gu, along with Colorful Elixir and Spirit Travel Grass. Synthesis initiated. You have obtained Stunning Butterfly. Stunning Butterfly, a 4th Transformation Mystical Gu, upon refinement into an innate Gu, can gradually enhance the Gu Master's appearance, resulting in fair skin and beauty, particularly suited for women. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it serves only for ornamental purposes, possessing no combat capability. Li Yuan's expression turned quizzical. Was this not a beautiful waste? He felt he was already handsome enough and saw no need to enhance his appearance further. It would be kinder to leave an opportunity for others. Continue synthesizing. This synthesis would take 7 days. After 7 days and nights of relentless effort, a delightful and uplifting voice rang in his ears. You have obtained 4th transformation rare Gu, illusory robe. Illusory robe, a 4th transformation rare Gu, assists the Gu master in concealing their aura and form, altering their appearance. This function can also be applied to other targets and cannot be refined into a subordinate Gu. What a pity it is not a combat-type rare Gu, Li Yuan mused. However, the illusory robe does align with my requirements, facilitating tasks and intelligence gathering. Acquiring a rare Gu is no easy feat. Let's refine it. The illusory robe resembled a slug, plump and white. It crawled onto Li Yuan, its color gradually shifting like a chameleon, blending seamlessly with the environment. Interesting. Slug, transform that flower pot into a black jar. Li Yuan commanded. Gu Gu. The slug leapt into action, swiftly landing on the flower pot. In an instant, the flower pot was influenced by the slug, morphing into a pitch-black jar. Whether sensed by aura or touch, it bore no distinction from a genuine black jar. Its camouflage ability is remarkable. Next, he commanded the slug to turn a tree into a human form, achieving the same level of deception. Now that is worthy of the title of rare Gu. Li Yuan stretched lazily. Another phase of his goals was accomplished. The subsequent task would be to gradually cultivate his other innate Gu to the 4th transformation. There was still ample time. 5 days later, Li Yuan received news from the Baishir Hall. King Kanglin had confirmed his visit to the 12 caves, with Li Yuan representing the remnant Gu Tower to oversee the reception. Chapter 22. The King of Kanglin Li Yuan had little inclination to entertain outsiders. However, with Master Wang gone and Xiao Zhao even more socially anxious than he, the responsibility fell upon him. If the words of the master were to be believed, then the King of Kanglin was indeed a commendable minister of his time. While the other foreign kings chose to abandon the Daian imperial family in favor of establishing their own dominions, the King of Kanglin steadfastly supported Daian, which was no small feat regrettably. Daian had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Even if he were to step forward now, it would not alter the reality. Only by vanquishing the demons could the true calamity be resolved. Li Yuan was determined to tread carefully, lest a single misstep lead to ruin. Moreover, his ancestral roots had been severed at birth. Whether he could still be regarded as part of the imperial bloodline of Daian was not something he could declare unilaterally. Brother Yuan, do you think the King of Kanglin has come here to win over the 9 palaces Gu nest? Is war about to spread to the mountains? Wang Zhao asked anxiously. She loathed warfare, for it had snatched away her parents' lives and left her adrift. With her parents gone and her grandfather departed, her only remaining companion was Brother Yuan. The thought of war returning filled her with dread. Do not worry, Li Yuan reassured with a smile. What is destined to happen cannot be avoided. All we can do is cultivate diligently and strengthen ourselves. As they conversed, a group approached along the mountain path beneath the bamboo grove, engaged in lively banter. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuan discerned a man accompanied by 2 children, presumably twins of around 7 or 8 years of age. The man wore a blue python robe adorned with 9 pythons and 5 claws, exuding an aura of authority and innate power. The 9 pythons and 5 claws symbolized the highest rank of nobility, equivalent to that of a prince with royal blood, affirming the King of Kanglin's esteemed position and formidable strength. Li Yuan's expression turned serious. This was undoubtedly the most powerful individual he had encountered thus far, eclipsing even a master of the 12 caves, Huang Funan. In terms of vitality and spirit, Gu masters were inherently inferior to martial artists, and the King of Kanglin was among the elite of the martial world. Even from a distance, Li Yuan felt an instinctual pressure emanating from him. In this world, martial prowess reigned supreme. To many outsiders, the path of Gu masters was perceived as a niche practice, inferior even to the 3 teachings, seen as a sideline that relied on external aids. Before long, the King of Kanglin and his entourage arrived at the small bamboo grove in front of the remnant Gu Tower. Upon meeting the king, Li Yuan performed a respectful bow. Please, no need for formalities, the king of Kanglan, Yuan, said with a smile as he regarded Li Yuan. It seemed your 12 Ks have some promising talents. Your Highness flatters us, replied Qi Xian, the master of the 100 Affairs Hall. This disciple is Li Yuan, the steward of the remnant Gu Tower, and indeed possesses remarkable talent. Li Yuan, please introduce the remnant Gu Tower to His Highness. Your Highness, please, Li Yuan said, maintaining a demeanor of respectful confidence. Very well. Yuan nodded and stepped into the bamboo grove. Qi Xian, trembling with apprehension, followed closely behind, fearful that Li Yuan might err in his words and offend the king. Wow, a butterfly! Such a beautiful butterfly! Suddenly, the young princess exclaimed, joyfully darting forward to chase a lovely butterfly flitting through the bamboo. Princess, be careful! Qi Xian called out urgently. This was the territory of the 12 Caves, rife with Gu insects. The princess was still young and had not yet cultivated. If anything were to happen, his life would not suffice to atone for it. It is fine. Let her play, Yuan replied dismissively. A mere low-tier Gu insect could not harm his daughter. How childish, the young prince, Li, scoffed, displaying a maturity that belied his years. Though both were descendants of Yuan and twins, the personalities of the princess and the prince were starkly different. Li Yuan paid no mind to the children's banter. He guided Yuan and his entourage on a brief tour of the remnant Gu Tower, explaining the process of cultivating and transforming the remnants of Gu. What hassle! No wonder others say the path of Gu masters is but a minor one, the young prince remarked. Lier, do not be rude, Yuan admonished. Gustayist. The young prince replied with a playful grimace before running off from the remnant Gu Tower. Li Yuan remained unfazed by the children's words. They hailed from fundamentally different worlds, and their modes of expression varied greatly. The young prince had the privilege to speak freely. Master Qi, Li Yuan, I apologize for my child's inappropriate remarks, Yuan unexpectedly offered. Qi Xian responded, the young prince speaks candidly, we understand. Moreover, he is not wrong. The path of Gu masters is indeed a lesser one. But I believe there is great potential in the lineage of Gu masters. Yuan said with a gentle sigh. Li Er and Qin Er's mother was a Gu master. Qi Xian was taken aback. What? You should have mentioned that sooner. His embarrassment palpable, he found himself at a loss for words. Who would have known that the long-deceased queen of Kanglan was a Gu master? Li Yuan remained composed, his mind racing with speculation. The late queen of Kanglan was likely no ordinary Gu master. It was no wonder the 9 Palaces Gu nest consented to Yuan's visit, hinting at a potential alliance. This connection might be profoundly significant. Thus, I maintain a keen interest in the lineage of Gu masters. For many of their abilities are irreplaceable by martial artists, Yuan concluded with a smile. Half an hour later, the group exited the remnant Gu Tower. Just outside, they spotted the young prince and princess engaged in a heated argument, their faces flushed and voices raised. Martial artists are the strongest. Gu masters are the strongest. Martial artists are super invincible. Gu masters are the most powerful in the world. I will become a martial god and make all Gu masters practice martial arts. I will become a Gu immortal and make all martial artists eat coriander. The young princess and young prince stood their ground, each shouting at the other, vying for dominance in volume and length of sentence. Watching the amusing spectacle, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It had been ages since the remnant Gu Tower had seen such liveliness. Enough, you two, Yuan exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Whether you wish to be Gu masters or martial artists, you must first build a solid foundation and strive to learn. In the end, strength will speak louder than words. Oomph. The young princess and prince each huffed, turning their heads away in defiance. Come now, we should proceed to the next hall, Yuan urged, taking one child by each hand. Your Highness, safe travels. Li Yuan sighed in relief, glad to have seen them off. He silently prayed that this noble would not return. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, they halted once more. The young princess, Qin turned back repeatedly, her little legs suddenly refusing to move, leaving 2 long trails in the earth. Qin, is there something else? The thoughts of a child are rarely concealed, her big, watery eyes fixated on a spot in the bamboo grove. Qin pointed with determination. Father, I want that butterfly. Chapter 23. The roll of beautiful waist, Xiao Qiner raised her delicate white hand, pointing at a bamboo stalk. The onlookers followed the direction indicated by the young princess and beheld a colorful butterfly resting on the bamboo. What a beautiful butterfly! Xiao Yuan was somewhat taken aback and quickly grasped his daughter's feelings. The butterfly, perched on the bamboo, was about half a foot long. Its wings spread like a painted scroll, seemingly encompassing all the splendor and wonder of the world. The base color of its wings was a deep, mysterious blue, reminiscent of the midnight sea, interwoven with wisps of ethereal purple light. A fleeting glance left an indelible impression, especially for a little girl brimming with childlike wonder, making it an unparalleled temptation. Is this butterfly also a Gu worm from the remnant Gu building? Xiao Yuan inquired. Qi Xian was momentarily at a loss. Judging by its essence, it indeed appeared to be a Gu worm. However, the 12 caverns should not cultivate such creatures. It must have been a residual Gu that mistakenly evolved after cultivation. Recognizing Qi Xian's lack of understanding in this specialized matter, Xiao Yuan decided to take his daughter home. Li Yuan, is this butterfly one of yours? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. This butterfly was the one he referred to as the beautiful waist, the Jinghong butterfly. Beautiful yet utterly useless. Brother, can you sell it to me? Before Xiao Yuan could respond, the young princess, Xiao Qiner, spoke up. If the princess likes it, then take it. Li Yuan generously offered. After all, it was merely a beautiful waist, of no use to him. Mother said that when out and about, one should not take others' belongings for free, Xiao Qiner stated earnestly. Name your price, Xiao Yuan chuckled. Qiner is right. This butterfly is clearly extraordinary and must have required you considerable effort and resources to cultivate. We cannot take it for nothing. Li Yuan paused. I merely put it together casually. You need not be concerned. If you wish to exchange for something, just say so. Xiao Yuan assumed that Li Yuan was hesitant to make a request due to his status. The prince misinterpreted the situation. What Li Yuan lacked was merely time. How about this? Xiao Yuan said, producing a token from his waist. When you are ready, you may use this token to find me or any other members of the Kanglan domain. They will assist you. All right, Li Yuan conceded, no longer deferring. Accepting the token, he beckoned, and the Jinghong butterfly flitted over, landing on the young princess's shoulder. How beautiful! Xiao Qiner exclaimed joyfully, dancing with delight. Thank you, big brother. You are a good person, and may you live long and prosper. Li Yuan chuckled, amused by the young princess's well-wishing. Goodbye, big brother. With the Jinghong butterfly in hand, Xiao Qiner departed, thoroughly satisfied. Li Yuan watched as the group vanished at the edge of the bamboo grove, releasing a long breath. Let us hope not to meet again. If we do, it will likely be due to the flames of war encroaching upon this place. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. The Kanglan king had not visited the 12 caverns again, and Li Yuan's concerns had not come to fruition. Life at the remnant Gu building remained tranquil. Li Yuan reveled in this peaceful existence, observing his status. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Jar, 4th Transformation, 381-800, Realm. 4th Transformation Faded Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Resurrection Gu, Tricolor. Illusionary Robe, Gu House. None, I have been refining Gu in the southern wilderness for nearly 2.5 years. With Xiao Zhao by my side, conversing, dining, and occasionally discussing the path of the Gu Master, I'm not too lonely. Seasons change, and life proceeds as usual. Brother Yuan. One day, while Li Yuan was refining Gu, Wang Zhao excitedly rushed in. Have you broken through to the 3rd transformation of Gu Master? Li Yuan immediately recognized her achievement. What? Wang Zhao pouted. Couldn't you pretend not to know and guess? I forgot. I will definitely do so next time, Li Yuan chuckled. Gazing at the gradually maturing girl, he couldn't help but recall old Wang. He had kept the precious Gu, Ice Heart Gu, gifted by old Wang before his death, intending to pass it on to Xiao Zhao in the future. Poor old Wang had remained stuck at the 3rd transformation of Gu Master his entire life. Wang Zhao, just 18, had already attained the 3rd transformation of Gu Master. Such a disparity was undeniable. Thank you, Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao expressed, fully aware of who had contributed to her success today. If it weren't for Brother Yuan teaching her to cultivate the blood-eye Gu, guiding her in her training, and providing her resources, she would not have achieved her current success. Are you thanking me again? Li Yuan Zhuka. I must thank you too. Wang Zhao Zhao paused. Thank me for what? Thank you for washing my clothes, cooking for me, chatting with me to relieve boredom, and enjoying the scenery together, Li Yuan replied earnestly. But those are all just trivial matters. Indeed, merely small matters. Wang Zhao Zhao was silent for a while, before breaking into a smile. Li Yuan shifted the topic. Focus on your training. The fourth transformation of Gu Master is a significant threshold. Crossing the boundary between the mundane and the extraordinary is no easy feat, yes. Wang Zhao Zhao remained humble. Her grandfather had spent his entire life trapped at the third transformation, never crossing the threshold between the mundane and the extraordinary. She was determined to surpass it. Brother Yuan, what is your realm? This was Wang Zhao Zhao's first time actively inquiring about Li Yuan's status. Since her first day at the Remnant Gu building, she had regarded Li Yuan as a mysterious and powerful Gu master who never revealed his prowess. She admired Brother Yuan and viewed him as her goal, almost as a deity. We are both climbers, Li Yuan replied without explicitly stating his level. Wang Zhao Zhao no longer pressed for details, silently vowing to keep pace with Brother Yuan. Another night fell. The long-dormant reconnaissance Gu once again issued a warning signal. Li Yuan, lying in bed, opened his eyes. He was not particularly surprised. He had anticipated this day would come and had long prepared for it. Even while living a placid life, one must envision the most perilous scenarios. To remain vigilant in peace and to prepare for the storm. That was Li Yuan's guiding principle. Outside the small bamboo grove, 6 shadows stealthily approached from various directions. It seemed that Huang Fu Nen had sustained severe injuries and was at the end of his rope. After more than a year, he had yet to recover and could only control 6 corpse puppets. Previously, Li Yuan had witnessed Huang Fu Nen effortlessly commanding over a dozen corpse puppets in fierce combat against Shiwuli. However, I have now mastered the fate-seizing technique. Even facing the peak Huang Fu Nan, I need not be afraid, Li Yuan contemplated. Yet, he still expressed respect for Huang Fu Nan, deciding to take on the guise of the 6th, opting for a stealthy approach rather than a direct confrontation. Slime, transform into the flying snake Gu that Huang Fu Nen both loves and hates. Li Yuan concealed himself by the bed, using the illusionary robe to completely mask his essence and form, while simultaneously transforming the quilt into the shape of the flying snake Gu. Before long, a pair of gleaming green eyes appeared outside, catching sight of the flying snake in the moonlight. Shiwuli, so you are still alive. Huang Fu Nan's murderous intent surged. So, you have possessed a disciple of the Remnant Gu building to survive. He recalled the disciple's name, which he believed was Li Yuan, who had considerable talent. Li Yuan, today, this master will avenge you. I hope you can rest in peace and grant me success in refining Shiwuli and the Blood-Eye Gu. Chapter 24. The Trap for Huang Fu Nan. The Deadly Corpse Puppet Formation. Huang Fu Nan ceased to conceal his intentions and roared with fervor. 6 corpse puppets simultaneously burst through the walls, each wielding a chain coated in black corpse oil. Shiwuli, you cannot escape. The 6 chains swiftly ensnared the entire bed. In an instant, Huang Fu Nan lunged forth his hand akin to a dagger, thrusting violently towards the head of the flying serpent. With a splatter, the serpent's head was pierced, exploding into a grotesque display. Huang Fu Nan's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the anomaly, Shiwuli could not possibly lack the means to resist being so easily dispatched. In an instant, countless spikes shot forth from every direction. Paralysis Gu. Caught off guard, Huang Fu Nan was struck by the paralysis Gu, rendering his limbs numb. He hastily commanded his controlling corpse Gu to inject corpse oil into himself, dispelling the numbing sensation. Just then, he sensed an imminent danger and abruptly looked up, encountering a small serpent. The perilous yet alluring serpent was poised to strike, a crystalline blue flame swirling within its maw. Treasure Gu. 3-colored flame python. Huang Fu Nan recognized the type of the small serpent, dread flooding his senses. Shiwuli, you have successfully undergone a transformation. He was engulfed in shock and despair. With a whoosh, the azure flame descended upon Huang Fu Nan, swiftly followed by a vibrant green flame that surged forth, intensifying the blaze, scorching his exterior while freezing his insides. Ah! Huangfu Nan's anguished cries echoed. Concealed in the shadows, Li Yuan was astonished. The cave master, despite such a dire state, could still call out. Not yet reduced to an icy statue. I shall perish. You shall not survive either. Commanding his life Gu, he merged it, transforming into a grand corpse puppet. The cost of this act was his own inevitable demise, but he paid it no heed. Upon witnessing Shi Wuli's rebirth, he realized his defeat was sealed. In the next moment, his body erupted violently. Skin, brain matter, eyeballs, lungs, intestines, and flesh disintegrated into a fine mist, leaving only fragments of his organs suspended above the jagged remains of his bones. I can still live? Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Indeed, a fifth-tier Gu master possessed extraordinary abilities. The union of human and Gu was no trivial feat. Huangfu Nan was left with but half an eyeball dangling from his eye socket, rolling about until it landed upon a bed, only to find the exploded serpent had vanished. All that remained was a quilt punctured by a hole, and a plump, gray slug wriggling beneath the bed. Treasure. Treasure Gu. Illusory. Luoi. He uttered incoherently, his remaining intellect forbidding him from further contemplation as he frantically crawled towards the illusory Luo-E. Little Kai. Unleash another blast. Li Yuan studs shifta. And Little Kai exhaled once more, this time a crimson flame that engulfed Huangfu Nan. It hurts. I am in such pain. The red fire seared him, leaving Huangfu Nan in a daze, abandoning the pursuit of the illusory Luo-E to charge towards Little Kai instead. Li Yuan was compelled to reveal himself. Retreating while cradling Little Kai, he observed Huangfu Nan with an air of calm. There was no need for further action, as the red flame would soon consume him entirely, leaving no trace behind. You are not she. The dying Huangfu Nan finally grasped the truth. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. I am not Shi Wuli. I am the harbinger of death, here to collect a debt for an old friend. Should you have any regrets, confess them in the underworld. You with a crack. Huangfu Nan's spine ignited, and his head rolled to the ground. He could remember nothing. Who was this man? Who was his old friend? Was it a relative of a corpse puppet? The red flame extinguished his final thoughts. Huangfu Nan, perish. Li Yuan's expression remained impassive. Little Kai cleansed the scene thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. With meticulous planning and a decisive advantage, Li Yuan had triumphed with ease, far simpler than dealing with A.O. Xuan. The dilemma that weighed upon Li Yuan was the inevitable investigation by the Ninth Palace upon the cave master's demise. Would they trace it back to him? He hoped not. Glancing at Little Kai diligently erasing all evidence, he felt assured he would remain undetected. Without evidence, it could merely be deemed the doing of Shi Wuli. Quite reasonable. Li Yuan exited to the corridor outside Xiao Zhao's chamber, casting a glance within. The young maiden slept soundly. He had previously set up a sealing Gu, blocking all disturbances, intending for Xiao Zhao to remain oblivious to the unfolding events. He awaited the moment the sect discovered the cave master's absence and appointed a new one. To this day, Li Yuan remained unaware of the location of the inner door within the Nine-Palace Gu nest, only knowing that the vast mountains of southern Jiang were rife with the influence of the Nine-Palace Gu nest. He recalled that upon entering, Qi Lin had informed him of the existence of 72 caves under each palace. This implied that within the southern Jiang's mountains, there were as many as 648 factions akin to the Ninth Palace 12 caves. Perhaps this was the foundation of the Nine-Palace Gu nest facade of seclusion, a false retreat, hiding away. True seclusion is being invincible while others are at your mercy. No wonder, amidst dynastic shifts, the emergence of martial powerhouses, and the turbulence of the martial world, the Nine-Palace Gu nest has stood resilient for millennia. Li Yuan pondered whether he should relocate deeper into the mountains should the 12 caves be embroiled in conflict, striving to maintain his composure. If given a choice, he would prefer not to leave. Spending 2.5 years refining Gu at the residual Gu building had been the longest he had ever stayed in one place in this life. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the deep toll of bells resonated from the main peak. Could it be a death knell? Li Yuan nearly forgot that the Tianyuan continent might possess items akin to soul lamps or life tokens, capable of announcing the death of the cave master, Huang Funan. The cave master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves are to remain vigilant. The proclamation echoed, conveyed by a bird known as a beast Gu, soaring high above, announcing the news to every peak of the 12 caves. With a crash, the door to the neighboring chamber was abruptly flung open. Li Yuan lifted the sealing Gu, and within, Wang Zhao was startled awake by the bird's announcement, rushing outside. The cave master is dead? She trembled, disbelief evident. Brother Yuan, did you hear? The cave master has fallen. She exhibited no sorrow, rather delight. If grandfather were to learn of this, he would surely rejoice. Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang is on the back mountain. He must have heard it, likely applauding with glee. Wang Zhao suddenly sensed warmth and light emanating from Li Yuan's room. Brother Yuan, is there a fire in the house? Nothing to worry about, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. Little Kai is merely practicing her flame spitting. Oh, Wang Zhao understood. Little Kai is truly diligent. If even the Gu worm is working so hard, how can I sleep soundly? Chapter 25. The elder of the 9th palace on the 10th day, following the death of Huang Funan, individuals from the inner sanctum of the 9th palace arrived. Among them was an elder of the 8th transformation and 2 disciples of the 5th transformation, who commenced an exhaustive investigation into the cause of Huang Funan's demise. Their routine inspection swiftly led them to the residual Gu tower in the small bamboo grove. The steward of the tower, a 3rd transformation Gu master named Li Yuan, was accompanied by a 2nd transformation Gu master, Wang Zhao, the very disciple who had refined the precious blood-eye Gu. The law enforcement team had previously conducted an investigation and found no issues. Accompanying the elder from the 9th palace in gathering clues was Qi Xian, the head of the 100 Affairs Hall. Li Yuan was known for his integrity and diligence, steadfastly engaging in the art of Gu refinement, and would never act against the sex regulations. Qi Xian held a favorable impression of Li Yuan, appreciating his competence that spared him the need to request personnel from the 9th palace, thus avoiding the painful reduction in monthly allocations. 3rd transformation Gu master. The elder from the 9th palace furrowed his brow. It appears your 12 caves have not been proactive in reporting. Qi Xian was taken aback. What did the elder mean by that? With a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, the elder remarked, from my observations, the 2 individuals in the residual Gu tower are evidently a 4th transformation Gu master and a 3rd transformation Gu master. Qi Xian exclaimed in shock. They have both broken through? And yet, they did not inform me. There is no need for alarm, the elder chuckled lightly. A mere 4th transformation Gu master and 3rd transformation Gu master could not have slain Huang Funan without leaving a trace. Qi Xian speculated that Huang Funan must have been killed by a higher tier Gu master or martial artist, for otherwise, with Huang Funan's capabilities, he would not have been utterly defenseless. They meticulously examined the residence of Huang Funan, and indeed, there was not a single trace of combat, demonstrating the extraordinary skill of the true culprit behind the scenes. Nevertheless, the talents of the 2 disciples were commendable and worthy of cultivation. The elder from the 9th palace was not particularly concerned about Huang Funan's death. The investigation was merely a formality. Conversely, discovering 2 promising prospects was a source of delight for him, making the journey worthwhile. Call them here, the elder commanded. Understood, Qi Xian replied, internally elated. Should Li Yuan and Wang Zhao gain the elder's favor and be accepted into the inner sanctum of the 9th palace, his position as head of the 100 Affairs Hall would be significantly enhanced, and he would reap considerable rewards. He swiftly made his way to the residual Gu tower. Li Yuan, when did you break into the 4th transformation? Why did you not mention it? Qi Xian was even more enthusiastic than usual. It has only been a short while since my breakthrough, Li Yuan replied, feeling a weight in his heart. He hadn't anticipated that the elder from the 9th palace would see through his realm so easily. Thankfully, he had not used the illusory Luo garb, or he would have risked exposure. Elder Yu Hengchuan from the 9th palace has requested to see you and Wang Zhao. Qi Xian patted Li Yuan's shoulder, urging him to perform well. If he could catch the elder's eye and be accepted into the 9th palace's inner sanctum, his future would be bright. Thank you, Home Master. Li Yuan bowed respectfully and then called for Wang Zhaozhao, following Qi Xian to meet Elder Yu Hengchuan in the bamboo grove. Elder Yu scrutinized Li Yuan, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "How long have you been with the 12 caves?" 2.5 years, Li Yuan replied. "Your talent is quite impressive, qualifying you for entry into the inner sanctum of the 9th palace." "What is your innate Gu?" "The blood Qi Gu," Li Yuan answered. "What?" Elder Yu was taken aback. "Why did you not switch to a more promising Gu before becoming a 4th transformation Gu master? To possess such talent, yet bind yourself to a blood Qi Gu is akin to a divine general riding a dog. Self-sabotage. The innate Gu is akin to a second life for a Gu master. The potential of a Gu master often hinges on the strength of their innate Gu." "I believe the blood Qi Gu is quite good," Li Yuan replied. "Go my foot." Elder Yu erupted in anger. "Do you truly believe the foolish notion that only useless Gu masters exist, not useless innate Jius?" Li Yuan was slightly taken aback at Elder Yu's rage. Wasn't he here to investigate? "Enough," Elder Yu sighed. "Now that you have entered the 4th transformation, unless you encounter some extraordinary opportunity, it is unlikely you can change your innate Gu. There is no point in discussing it further. Your potential now hinges on whether the blood Qi Gu can evolve. If it does not, your career as a Gu master will likely stall before reaching the 6th transformation." Afterward, he turned his gaze toward Wang Zhaozhao. "How long have you been with the 12 caves?" 2 years, she answered. "Your talent is average, but your innate blood Gu is commendable. If you wish, I can offer you an opportunity to study in the inner sanctum of the 9th palace," Elder Yu stated calmly. Qi Xian, watching nearby, was frantically signaling her. Remembering that Wang Zhaozhao was blind, he felt disheartened. This foolish girl was still hesitating? "I wish to remain in the 12 caves, to stay with the residual Gu Tower." Wang Zhaozhao eventually rejected the offer after brief contemplation. If she left, Li Yuan would be left all alone in the tower. At least her presence allowed him companionship during meals and conversation. "Oh," Elder Yu remarked, somewhat surprised. He discerned that the young lady was infatuated with Li Yuan, which was why she was reluctant to leave. He recalled his own past, emerging from the mountains, joining the 36 caves of the 9th palace, without guidance. He had wandered many wrong paths and encountered numerous obstacles before achieving his current success. This was also why he was willing to provide opportunities for lower-tier disciples. Yet, he understood the stubbornness of youth. In their fervor, they often believe they will not regret their futures. So be it. Each person has their own path, Elder Yu concluded, having already extended an opportunity and unwilling to impose further. "You too, Sai." Qi Xian was growing increasingly frustrated. Was the reward slipping away from him? Elder Yu walked away slowly. Li Yuan remained unfazed. After a few steps, Elder Yu halted, tossing a few scrolls that landed squarely in Li Yuan's hands. "These are some insights on nurturing Gu from me to you. Should you succeed in evolving the blood Qi Gu, feel free to seek me out. I shall accept you as my direct disciple." "Thank you, Elder." Li Yuan expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a fortuitous connection. Before long, Elder Yu and his entourage vanished from the end of the bamboo grove. After some distance, one of the disciples accompanying Elder Yu suddenly remarked, "Elder, the residual Gu Tower seems suspicious. There are signs of repairs following a battle. It is likely that a fierce conflict occurred there." Elder Yu maintained his composure. "What are you implying?" The disciple hesitated, then whispered, "Could it be that Huangfu Nan was harmed by Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao?" "Huh." Elder Yu scoffed. "Your imagination is quite vivid. Even if what you say is true, Huangfu Nan deserved to die. If he could not even defeat a single disciple, why did he have to be a cave lord? His demise was just." Elder Yu is not a rigid individual. As long as Li Yuan did not resort to parasitism like Shi Wuli, and instead relied on his true abilities to eliminate Huang Funan, he would feign ignorance. Rather than pursue accountability, he perceived Li Yuan as a talent worth nurturing. The two disciples fell silent. They understood that the elder must have his reasons for acting as he did. Chapter 26. The evolutionary direction of the destiny Gu. After Yu Hengchuan departed from the small bamboo grove, he never returned. Li Yuan immersed himself in the insights on Gu breeding that Yu Hengchuan had gifted him. The scroll meticulously documented Yu Hengchuan's unique perspectives on Gu cultivation. along with his breeding methodologies and analyses of the metamorphosis and evolution of Gu insects. This was in stark contrast to the sect's Gu Master Manual, which merely provided rudimentary knowledge. The art of Gu breeding was indeed a technical endeavor. As Li Yuan perused the densely packed notes, he felt a surge of admiration. The manual offered only a simplistic view of Gu evolution, rarely delving into the intricacies of cultivation, whereas Yuanhua's notes contained an almost obsessive level of detail. This was precisely what Li Yuan required. Other Gu masters imposed stringent demands concerning environment, time, and materials, with exceedingly harsh conditions. For Li Yuan, however, having the correct direction was sufficient. What he lacked were experience and raw materials. He could circumvent other obstacles. Life can be unexpectedly fortuitous. Yuanhua's visit had proven to be a stroke of luck for him. Upon closely studying Yuanhua's insights, Li Yuan noted the mention of the evolutionary direction for the Qi blood Gu. The Qi blood Gu was among the most common first transformation Gu insects. Its commonality implied a low breeding difficulty, an absence of rarity, and, consequently, a lamentably low potential for evolution, rendering transformation nearly impossible. Yuanhua had conducted numerous experiments, all of which ended in failure, but he recorded a general breeding direction with the highest potential for evolution. According to Yuanhua's theory, the Qi blood Gu could evolve into a giant Gu, or even a Pantheon Gu, which seemed utterly fantastical. While there had been Gu masters who succeeded in evolving it into a giant Gu, the Pantheon Gu was purely theoretical. It was worth a try. After thoroughly digesting the insights, Li Yuan sought out Qi Xian, requesting his assistance in procuring certain medicinal herbs. Qi Xian expressed regret over Yuanhua's previous visit, but nonetheless conveyed his enthusiasm for Li Yuan, no longer treating him merely as a junior disciple, but rather with a hint of deference. Within a mere 7 days, Qi Xian arrived at the small bamboo grove, carrying a sack brimming with materials. Li Yuan, I have gathered all the materials you requested. As an outstanding disciple of the sect, I will offer them to you at cost. Thank you, Home Master Xian. Li Yuan replied with a cupped fist in gratitude. While life remained as tranquil as ever, the elevation in his status due to newfound strength was becoming increasingly apparent. Li Yuan, with so many materials, has Elder Yu's insights inspired you to evolve your Qi blood Gu? Qi Xian inquired, sensing Yuanhua's particular admiration for Li Yuan. It was known that Yuanhua had promised to take Li Yuan as a direct disciple if he could facilitate the evolution of his Qi blood Gu. One must remember that Yuanhua was in the prime of his career, with the potential to ascend to the position of a palace master in the future. Becoming his disciple would be an extraordinary opportunity. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He was becoming somewhat conspicuous. If he continued to use the basic Qi blood Gu as his destiny Gu, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Evolving the Qi blood Gu aligned perfectly with his intentions. Give it your all, Qi Xian encouraged. I'm certain you will succeed. I await good news. After delivering the materials, Qi Xian wisely refrained from further interruption. Li Yuan carried the sack of materials to the remnant Gu Tower and closed the door. The data panel materialized. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Jar, 4th Transformation 452-800, Realm. 4th Transformation Destiny Gu, Qi Blood Gu, Rebirth Gu, 3-colored Strange Fire Python. Illusory robe, he opened the sack, and a dazzling array of precious materials spilled forth, which Li Yuan meticulously categorized. Selecting the raw materials for his Destiny Qi Blood Gu, he added yang-enhancing grass and blood oysters and initiated the synthesis. Your Destiny Qi Blood Gu has received a slight enhancement. A mere slight enhancement? Li Yuan recognized the challenge ahead. Once more, he added sea oysters, fire tiger gallbladders, and blood elephant meat, and initiated the synthesis. Your Destiny Qi Blood Gu has achieved a modest enhancement. A mere trivial improvement fell far short of Li Yuan's expectations. Still insufficient. Again, Black Jar, reveal your limits to me. Commence synthesis. 3 months later, Li Yuan had exhausted his family fortune. A new storm was brewing. He was in need of funds. Ultimately, theory remained just that. Reality delivered a heavy blow. This is exceedingly difficult. In that moment, Li Yuan truly comprehended why Gu masters chose to switch to a potentially promising destiny Gu before stepping into the fourth transformation realm. The evolution difficulty of ordinary Gu was simply too great. He had eliminated countless nurturing, breeding, and feeding steps, yet after 3 months, he had achieved nothing. What the other Gu masters? They might require 3 years, or even 30, to accomplish the same. Li Yuan temporarily relinquished his efforts, intending to save some money and gather essential materials before resuming his synthesis experiments. As time flowed like water, half a year slipped by unnoticed. While Li Yuan was disassembling a 5th transformation remnant Gu, he heard a youthful voice calling from downstairs. "Big brother, are you there?" Li Yuan was taken aback. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't place it. Only upon opening the door and seeing a girl in a light yellow dress did he suddenly recall. It was Xiao Qiner, the little princess of Kanglan Domain. He glanced around, noting that neither King Xiao Yuan nor young Master Xiao Lai was present. Only Xiao Qiner and a formidable-looking female guard had come. "Big brother." Upon spotting Li Yuan, Xiao Qiner waved enthusiastically and called out. "Greetings, little princess," Li Yuan said, cupping his hands. "What brings you here unexpectedly?" "Jinghong is gravely ill. Please, big brother, save it," Xiao Qiner exclaimed, holding a flower basket filled with peculiar blooms, within which a Jinghong butterfly lay, barely clinging to life. "Let me take a look." Li Yuan accepted the basket, surprised. He had assumed Xiao Qiner had merely brought the Jinghong butterfly home out of whimsy and would soon tire of it. To his astonishment, the girl genuinely cared for the creature. "Is Jinghong sick?" Xiao Qiner asked, her large, watery eyes filled with concern. Li Yuan examined the situation, gently removing the Jinghong butterfly from the basket, bemused. The creature was not seriously ill. It had merely reacted poorly to the exotic flowers within the basket. He advised, "In the future, little princess, do not place so many peculiar flowers together." "Oh, I see," Xiao Qiner pouted. "It's all father's fault for picking such wretched flowers. He nearly caused Jinghong's demise." In a fit of anger, she tossed the basket onto the ground. Li Yuan thought, this cannot truly be blamed on King Kanglan. The flowers in the basket were all treasures of considerable value, yet the Jinghong butterfly was a beautiful waste, incapable of bearing such fortune. Li Yuan infused the Jinghong butterfly with his mystical energy for a while. Soon, the creature regained its vitality and perched upon Xiao Qiner's shoulder. "Wow, big brother, you are truly amazing. I want to become a formidable Gu master like you," Xiao Qiner declared, her face filled with admiration. "You certainly can, little princess." Li Yuan smiled in response. "Princess, we should not linger here too long. It's time to return," the female guard reminded. "All right," Xiao Qiner replied reluctantly. "Big brother, I must leave now. Thank you for healing Jinghong." She then turned to the female guard. "Sisterly, please pay the consultation fee to big brother." "No need." Li Yuan waved his hand, saying, "If the young princess does not wish to keep this floral basket, let it serve as payment for my consultation." The female guard, Li Ruo, paused, her hand frozen as she contemplated the value of the exquisite herbs within the basket, far exceeding that of the great yen currency. "If my elder brother desires it, he may take it," Xiao Qiner declared, her small hand gesturing with a nonchalant air that revealed her affluent demeanor. "I have one more request." At that moment, an ingenious idea sparked in Li Yuan's mind. He turned to the female guard, stating, "This matter will require the assistance of Miss Li." Chapter 27. Transformation. The giant spirit Gu. Li Ruo Qian's expression was cool, her brows slightly furrowed. Could this person be suffering from some grave illness? Were we so familiar with each other? Just as she was about to reprimand him, she saw Li Yuan produce an object from his waist that rendered her speechless. "Miss Li, previously, the king of Kanglan bestowed upon me this token, stating that in times of difficulty, I could seek your assistance. Is it valid?" What Li Yuan held was indeed the token that the king of Kanglan had used over a year ago to exchange for the Jinghong butterfly. Today, it had proven its worth. The king's word is as solid as a mountain. Naturally, it is valid, Li Ruo Qian nodded. Li Yuan continued, "I seek some medicinal herbs and spiritual treasures. However, my channels are blocked, and I have nowhere to turn for help. I would like to request Miss Li's assistance." Li Yuan had come to realize that cultivating rare Gu and exotic Gu could not rely solely on the synthesis of residual Gu. It was imperative to incorporate extraordinary treasures to have a chance. No problem, Li Ruoqian replied nonchalantly. Just provide me with the list. Very well. Li Yuan had prepared the list in advance and handed it to her. After locating the items on the list, personnel from the royal mansion would deliver them. Given the pressing wartime situation, manpower was scarce, and it might take some time, she explained. Is the war that tense? Li Yuan inquired, having not kept up with the external situation for a while. Most areas in the southern frontier had been affected. Once the cities and the various counties of the southern frontier fell to the rebels and demons, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the Jiugong mountain range. Li Ruoqian appeared somewhat displeased. Regarding the matter of cooperation, the higher-ups of the Jiugong Gu nest had yet to provide the king with a definitive answer. Even at this juncture, they were still considering remaining aloof, not fearing the demons would consume them entirely. After saying this, she realized it was inappropriate to burden Li Yuan with such thoughts and chose to remain silent as she departed with the young princess. It seemed there was no escaping this matter. From her brief remarks, Li Yuan had sensed the urgency of the war. It wouldn't be long before the Jiugong mountain range was affected. Surely, they would not allow the demons to rampage unchecked. Thus, assistance to the king of Kanglin or the station troops in the southern frontier was imperative, regardless of how turbulent the storms might rage. Enhancing one's strength was of utmost importance. Li Yuan picked up the flower basket discarded by the young princess. Wealthy families indeed were different. He could not recognize all the flowers, only 2 or 3, which were worth more than his entire fortune. It reminded him of his previous life, where a lifetime of labor could not compare to the interest accrued in a single day on someone else's card. After finally reincarnating as a prince, he ended up becoming a mere beast of burden, just a bit of trials and tribulations. Selecting the raw materials, the system had another advantage. It could identify materials. Li Yuan placed the rare herbs into the black pot, and a virtual frame appeared before him. Dragon bloodgrass, a rare treasure that grows in the burial sites of true dragons. Heaven frost flower, a blossom found at the peak of the snow-capped mountains in the extreme north. Star moon vine, nourished solely by the moon and stars, growing in the unique depths of the primordial forest. It seemed the young princess truly adored the Jinghong butterfly. Had it not been for her immense fondness, the king of Kanglin would not have sent someone to craft such a priceless flower basket. Could it be that I am a bit too callous? This thought flitted across Li Yuan's mind. What nonsense! As a mere lowly figure, how could I afford to pity a legendary sovereign? That would only invite suffering upon myself. Rather, I should contemplate how to enhance my strength, ensuring my survival in the impending war. Perhaps for them, crafting this flower basket was merely a matter of a few words. Black pot, commence synthesis. Selecting the raw materials, lifeblood Gu, incorporating dragon bloodgrass and star moon vine. Li Yuan refrained from adding all the rare herbs, as mixing items of different attributes would render the evolution of the lifeblood Gu uncontrollable, potentially leading to a phenomenon of positive and negative cancellation. This was a lesson he had previously learned. Synthesis in progress. Your lifeblood Gu has transformed and evolved into the 4 transformation rare Gu, the giant spirit Gu. The giant spirit Gu, known as giant spirit, possesses a might akin to mountains and a bloodline as vast as rivers. This Gu enables the Gu master to elevate their vitality in a short period, wielding power to shatter mountains and rivers, akin to a colossal spirit. Is it truly transformed? Li Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, achieving this in one go. It must be due to the numerous herbs he had previously nourished the lifeblood Gu with. And now, with the addition of an exceptionally suitable treasure, the transformation was seamless. But why is it the giant spirit Gu? According to the insights recorded in Yuanhua, the evolutionary direction of the lifeblood Gu was labeled as giant Gu. Although the only difference between Gen and giant spirit is a single character, the former is evidently superior to the latter. Could this be a high-tier version? Li Yuan's vitality was already abundant. With the transformation of the lifeblood Gu, it became even more extraordinary. Let me give it a try. From the black pot, a blood-red Gu worm emerged, the giant spirit Gu being the size of a palm. With hard wings and sharp antennae. Giant spirit, activate. Li Yuan shouted, and the giant spirit Gu resonated with him, infusing the power of vitality into his body. Li Yuan's muscles began to swell dramatically, rising prominently. Bang! In the next instant, even his robes could not contain the expansion and burst open with a loud crack. His hair stood on end. Vitality surged like a torrent, forming a burning crimson aura around him, roaring and crackling. Too fierce. Li Yuan felt as though he could strike down 100 bulls with a single punch. He threw a punch. Bang! A violent wave of energy surged forth, resembling a great dragon, dragging a long trail across the ground, crashing through walls and striking towards the distant bamboo grove. With a cacophony, bamboo fell in clusters, shattering into fragments. Had he possessed this state during his encounter with Huang Funan, there would have been no need for cunning. A single punch could have obliterated him. The overflowing vitality evidently influenced Li Yuan's mindset, making him increasingly inclined towards power-based confrontations. Just as Li Yuan reveled in the ecstasy of his surging strength, the door to the residual Gu Tower was suddenly flung open. "Brother Yuan," Wang Zhaozhao rushed in. "Brother Yuan, are you all right?" Saying this, she was about to rush over. "Wait a moment." Li Yuan stiffened, his expression awkward. This was his first application. He had lost control of the intensity, and now he was left without a stitch of clothing. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao was blind. Otherwise, the scene of his vitality surging like a dragon would have been laid bare. "I am fine." Li Yuan steadied his breath, the bulging muscles gradually subsiding, returning to a well-defined but not overly inflated state. "I had a slight mishap while cultivating the lifeblood Gu and lost control. Now it's fine," Li Yuan explained. "Oh," Wang Zhaozhao took a few steps forward, then abruptly stopped. I thought an enemy was attacking. It scared me to death." "It's good that you're fine, Brother Yuan." With that, she blushed and fled. "Li Yuan, wait, why are you blushing like a bubble teapot?" Suddenly, Li Yuan was struck with a realization. Could it be that this girl could discern certain things clearly? Chapter 28. The Rising Storm. Due to the matter concerning the blood-eye Gu, Li Yuan had perused medical texts. There exist various types of blindness. Some individuals merely experience blurred vision, perceiving the world in shades rather than complete darkness. Never mind, Li Yuan decided, dismissing the issue. After all, it was not of great significance. Now, he awaited the arrival of the medicinal herbs from the Kanglan royal manor. His lifeblood Gu had evolved into a fourth transformation, giant spirit Gu. Yet he remained unsatisfied, striving to further promote the evolution of all his innate Gu, except for the resurrection Gu, which did not require immediate evolution. The two rare Gu, the tricolor fire python and the illusory robe, still possessed potential for further evolution. The wait was interminable. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Instead of the arrival of Lady Pear, Li Yuan received the most unwelcome news. Qi Xian, the master of the 100 Affairs Hall, ascended the mountain in haste to inform him. "Li Yuan, prepare yourself. War may be upon us." Has the upper echelons of the 9 palaces Gu Nest agreed to collaborate with the Kanglan king? Li Yuan Kidat. Not quite yet, Qi Xian replied gravely. However, it is imminent. Just now, the 9th palace dispatched a new cave master, relieving the hall master of the battle guard from his temporary duties. The new cave master brought grave tidings. Last night, everyone in the 16th cave of the 9th palace was slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Qi Xian's words weighed heavily on Li Yuan's heart. The implications were crystal clear. It meant that the flames of war had reached the 9 palaces' mountain range, and the enemy showed no fear of this revered Gu master sanctuary that had endured for millennia. A deliberate provocation. Was it the work of demons? Li Yuan asked. Not entirely, Qi Xian explained. Following an investigation by the elders of the 9th palace, traces of martial artists were also discovered. Are there individuals colluding with the demons? Li Yuan was astonished. Indeed, Qi Xian confirmed. Currently, 3 factions vie for control over the southern wilderness. Kanglan King Xiao Yuan, the Ghost King Ling Yu, and the southern general Yi Feng, who acts under the royal family's command. At present, we cannot discern friend from foe. The 9th palace has issued orders for the remaining 71 caves to be on full alert. Once war begins, it will be a fight to the death. No one relishes war. Yet, when faced with bullying at their doorstep, the Nine Palaces Gu nest has no choice but to retaliate. I understand, Li Yuan responded. May I inquire, Master Qi, what is the realm of the newly appointed cave master? A sixth transformation Gu master, Qi Xian reassured him. There is no need for undue concern. A sixth transformation Gu master can rival a sixth-rank martial artist, often referred to as a minor master by the populace. Li Yuan had yet to engage with a martial artist in combat. Whether he could surpass a martial artist of a higher rank remained uncertain. Yet he held confidence in his invincibility at his own rank. That is all I came to convey. Exercise caution in the days to come, Qi Xian advised. You would do well to take turns with Xiao Zhao on night watch. Should you hear the alarm bell, gather swiftly at the main peak. Understood? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. After Qi Xian departed, he relayed the news to Wang Zhao. Having endured the hardships of fleeing, Wang Zhao exhibited little fear, instead redoubling her training efforts. Li Yuan found himself pondering how much longer this tranquility could endure. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Blackjar, 4th transformation 784-800, realm. 4th transformation innate Gu, giant spirit Gu, resurrection Gu, tricolor fire python. Illusory robe Gu house. None in half a month, he would step into the 5th transformation Gu Master realm. Time. I require time. As his realm ascended, Li Yuan's demand for primal materials grew. Simply utilizing low-tier residual Gu for synthesis no longer sufficed. High-tier residual Gu were exceedingly rare. To forge even more formidable and precious Gu, he needed to perpetually experiment and accumulate vast amounts of rare treasures. On the very day Li Yuan was about to enter the 5th transformation realm, an unexpected visitor arrived at the small bamboo grove. The newcomer was the newly appointed cave master of the 12th cave, named Pei Luoqing. Junior brother Li Yuan, I should have visited earlier. However, with the recent turmoil, I have been occupied until now, the new cave master stated. Li Yuan was taken aback by Pei Luoqing's demeanor. Why was he being addressed as junior brother? Ha ha! Pei Luoqing chuckled upon noticing Li Yuan's confusion. Yu Hengchuan is my teacher, but I am not Elder Yu's disciple, Li Yuan replied, puzzled. He had only met Yu Hengchuan once, receiving a few compliments and some insights on nurturing Gu, but their connection was not profound. Do you not understand? Pei Luoqing countered. The teacher holds you in high regard. He merely feigns aloofness. That is his nature. Ah, Li Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. Pei Luoqing continued. Did you think he was being picky with you? In truth, he has sung your praises endlessly. Initially, I was skeptical. However, upon arriving here, I concede. The teacher was right. You are indeed a prodigy. Li Yuan responded. Your praise is excessive, cave master. I am hardly a prodigy. This left him anxious. Had Yu Hengchuan and Pei Luoqing discerned something? Not at all, Pei Luoqing assured him. If I am not mistaken, junior brother, your Gu control technique has already reached the level of controlling Gu with thought, has it not? The moment I entered the bamboo grove, I sensed the multitude of reconnaissance Gu watching over. Such youth, yet able to command a vast number of subordinate Gu. Your spiritual strength must have already reached the Su realm, Pei Luoqing remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan experienced a moment of enlightenment, followed by a tinge of apprehension. No wonder Yu Hengchuan had been excessively friendly that day. He must have already perceived Li Yuan's control over countless reconnaissance Gu. Fortunately, the Gu he had deployed outside were solely reconnaissance types. Otherwise, if Yu Hengchuan discovered that he controlled over 100 subordinate Gu, he might have been captured on the spot. I have been sufficiently cautious, yet my exposure has been limited, lacking understanding of stronger opponents. I nearly faltered. Li Yuan reflected silently on his survivalist career. It seemed that the spiritual strength of a 6th transformation Gu master underwent a transformation akin to that of a minor martial master, enabling the detection of his reconnaissance Gu. This also indicated that such reconnaissance methods would be ineffective against stronger adversaries, necessitating simultaneous upgrades for the corresponding subordinate Gu. Cave Master, how are the realms of spiritual strength classified? With circumstances as they were, Li Yuan decided to ask directly. You may simply call me senior brother. Pei Luoqing replied warmly. Spiritual strength falls within the realm of intent. In various cultivation systems, One must reach the 6th rank to perceive clearly. For us Gu masters, spiritual strength is particularly vital. It directly determines the quantity of subordinate Gu one can control and the upper limit of one's innate Gu strength. It is divided into 4 realms: river, sea, domain, and abyss. I must confess, although I am a 6th transformation Gu master, my spiritual strength only reaches the river realm, inferior to yours. Chapter 29. The comprehensive upgrade of the bamboo grove. After engaging in extensive discussions with Pei Luo Qing, Li Yuan experienced a sudden clarity. Although he could utilize the black jar to exert limitless control over the Gu insects through his thoughts, this did not diminish the importance of cultivating his mental strength. In summary, my dear Junior, you possess extraordinary talent in the realm of spirit, and your aptitude for refining Gu insects is commendable. This indicates that the path to reaching the pinnacle of Gu masters has already been largely paved for you. Pei Luo Qing sincerely envied him. The master entrusted me with the position of cave master in the 12 caves, partly to shield you from the chaos wrought by demons and monsters, and to ensure I look after you closely. Thank you, senior brother. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude. This was genuine care, and he felt appreciative, vowing to remember this bond. Would you care to stay at my residence? Pei Luo Qing invited. I appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to residing here, and I wouldn't want to disturb your serene cultivation. Li Yuan politely declined. What ist? This is indeed his stronghold. He would not abandon it, even if the heavens fell. Very well, then. Pei Luo Qing did not press the matter. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the realm of Gu in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I'm always available. I will certainly not be courteous. Li Yuan responded with a smile. Ever since his strength had increased, revealing his talents, the entire world seemed to have become more welcoming. After Pei Luo Qing departed, Li Yuan returned to the ruined Gu Tower. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Jar, 5 turns 0, 1500, Realm, 5 turns Life Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, Tricolor Fire Python. Illusory Robe Gu House. None upon seeing the Gu House section, Li Yuan smacked his forehead. He had completely forgotten about this matter. I should have inquired with senior brother Pei about it. Nevertheless, there will be ample opportunities in the future. For now, I should focus on synthesizing the 5-turn Gu insects. Li Yuan had a clear objective. This time, he aimed to cultivate insects that could conceal their presence and assist in reconnaissance during battles. He selected the raw materials: 4-turn reconnaissance Gu, 4-turn sealing Gu, 4-turn tracking Gu. Commencing synthesis. Typically, reconnaissance Gu, sealing Gu, and tracking Gu are categorized as mundane Gu, and ordinary Gu masters can only cultivate them up to the 3-turn realm. To reach 4 turns, a metamorphosis is essential. Li Yuan, through the black jar, shattered this limitation, enabling mundane Gu to achieve 4 turns, albeit without a qualitative change, rendering their overall efficacy minimal. Essentially, they remained low-tier mundane Gu, easily perceived by Gu masters or warriors with formidable mental strength. Therefore, Li Yuan needed to ensure that the reconnaissance Gu, sealing Gu, and tracking Gu underwent evolution, attaining a level capable of evading mental detection. You have acquired a 5-turn profound Gu reconnaissance Gu. Indeed, the outcome of this initial synthesis was anticipated by Li Yuan. Merely relying on the fusion of low-tier, mundane Gu to ascend in rank would hardly alter their essence. He selected the raw materials: 4-turn reconnaissance Gu 3, added rainbow flower and moonshadow leaf. Utilizing rare treasures for synthesis implied the necessity of expending significant resources, and given that Li Yuan was living a frugal life in the mountains, his finances were rather limited. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired a 5-turn profound Gu Moonlight Bug. The Moonlight Bug, when refined into a life Gu, could enhance the Gu master's combat prowess under the moonlit sky. If transformed into a subordinate Gu, it could conceal itself within the moonlight, surveying movements within a designated area. Will you refine it into a life Gu? Has it succeeded? My luck seems favorable. The probability of synthesizing a profound Gu using rare treasures is not insubstantial. Tonight, the full moon shines brightly. Li Yuan released the Moonlight Bug. attuning his consciousness to perceive and gather his spirit. In his mind, a hazy landscape emerged, a miniature reflection of the bamboo grove and the ruined Gu Tower, as if his thoughts could extend along the moonlight, revealing everything. One moonlight bug equaled dozens of reconnaissance Gu. Indeed, this was a qualitative change, akin to installing a small celestial eye over the bamboo grove. It could even monitor the surroundings beyond the bamboo grove, leaving no stone unturned. The limitation, however, was its exclusive efficacy during moonlit nights. I must continue refining. One moonlight bug alone cannot sufficiently provide the sense of security that Yuan desires. He selected the raw materials: 2 4-turn sealing Gu, 1 4-turn tracking Gu, added antenna vine, and spirit gathering stone. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired a 5-turn profound Gu ant nest Gu. The ant nest Gu, a reconnaissance type Gu, when refined into a life Gu, would grant an infinite breeding ant nest, with a quantity dependent on the Gu master's mental strength. If transformed into a subordinate Gu, it could detect movements within a designated area, albeit with weaker feedback. Interesting. Yuan extracted the ant nest from the black jar. Inside the ant nest was a single ant, the queen, approximately the size of a fingertip. He ventured into the bamboo grove to place the ant nest and fed the queen some sustenance. Before long, the queen began to produce a multitude of tiny ants, scurrying in all directions. These ants did not belong to the category of Gu insects. Yuan realized that he could only control the queen, and to perceive movements, he would have to rely on the queen to relay information about the ant colony. The feedback mechanism was indeed more intricate, and the communication was considerably weaker. Yet, there was a remarkable advantage. The tiny ants were not classified as Gu insects, lacking the Gu master's aura, thus evading detection by foes. This was precisely what Yuan required. Let us proceed. He selected the raw materials and commenced synthesis. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yuan, ever the pragmatist, had developed 5 types of reconnaissance and monitoring Gu insects that would remain undetected by mental perception, dispersing them throughout the bamboo grove. They could operate under various conditions, day or night, fair weather or rain. Of course, the ability to evade detection was relative. Whether it would prove effective against Gu masters or warriors of 6 turns and above remained uncertain. Outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, at the Kanglan army's encampment, a guard swiftly entered the command tent. "My lord, the 9th Palace has responded, indicating their willingness to cooperate, but they have one condition." "What condition?" asked Prince Xiao Yuan of Kanglan. "Please, you may take a look." The guard hesitated before handing over the letter. Xiao Yuan took it and scanned it quickly, his anger surging violently. This is an egregious affront. The 9th Palace's demand was nothing short of asking him to send his daughter to the mountains as a hostage. The guard chuckled bitterly. It seems the 9th Palace still harbors resentment over the demise of the late princess. Indeed, Xiao Yuan sighed heavily. His late wife had been the holy maiden of the 9th Palace, the heir to the next palace lord. Their paths had crossed by chance, and they fell in love at first sight. Later, the princess, dissatisfied with the 9th Palace's seclusion and the plight of the southern border's denizens, had resolutely abandoned her holy maiden identity, choosing to follow him into battle against demons. She bore him a pair of children 10 years ago, 7 years prior. In an effort to protect the citizens of a city during an evacuation, she led her troops into battle against the demons, ultimately perishing from exhaustion. "My lord, how shall we respond to this matter?" the guard inquired softly. "Allow me to ponder." Xiao Yuan sat down in a chair, his expression weary. His wife had left him a blood-written letter before her demise, entreating him to fulfill 2 promises. The first, to expel demons and save the people of the southern border. The second, to care for their children. At this moment, fate compelled him to make an untenable choice. Chapter 30. The transaction with the Kanglan royal mansion. Father. Just as Xiao Yuan was lost in thought, his twin children burst into the room. "Father, I am indignant." The young princess, Xiao Qiner, pouted her cheeks in frustration. "Why do you only teach Xiao Lai martial arts and not allow me to learn the art of Gu? Teacher has already stated that Gu masters are mere practitioners of a minor path. It's your own fault for not pursuing martial arts." Xiao Lai retorted smugly. Xiao Qiner stamped her foot. Just because you refuse to teach me. How can you speak so recklessly? Once I master Gu techniques, I shall surely surpass you. The mere martial artist. Their daily quarrel revolved around the superiority of Gu arts versus martial prowess. Normally, Xiao Yuan would simply smile and overlook their bickering. However, he now felt an unusual sense of vexation. "Qiner, do you truly wish to learn the art of Gu?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Of course," Xiao Qiner proclaimed, raising her chin defiantly. "I want to become a powerful Gu master like brotherly Yuan. I aim to be the greatest Gu immortal in the world, just like Mother." "Oomph," Xiao Lai scoffed. "Except for Mother, all Gu masters are cowards, hiding away in the mountains. Only martial artists and soldiers can traverse the battlefield and save the world." "That's nonsense," Xiao Qiner shot back. "As a Gu master, I can also vanquish demons and save the common folk." The arguments continued unabated. "Qiner, let me ask you this. If I were to send you to the 9 Palaces Gu nest to learn the art of Gu, and you could not stay by my side, would you resent your father?" Xiao Yuan inquired. "Will it last a long time?" Xiao Qiner asked earnestly. Yes, Xiao Yuan nodded, uncertain of how long this turmoil would persist. Would it continue until the direct bloodline of the Dayan imperial family returned? Until a new martial god was born? Or until this land became a hellish realm, a paradise for demons? Who could predict such things? I, Xiao Qiner hesitated. She was reluctant to part with her father, yet her desire to learn the art of Gu was overwhelming. She longed to become a heroine like her mother one day. "Father, once I become powerful, I will definitely come back to find you." She thought to herself that as long as she became a formidable Gu master, she would be able to reunite with her father. Surely it wouldn't take too long. Xiao Yuan's expression grew complex, his heart aching. "So, has your mind been made up?" "Qiner?" "Yes," she affirmed with a nod. "Then, allow me to test you. If you pass the trial, I will permit you to truly study the art of Gu." How's that sound? The thoughts of a child are often straightforward and innocent. Xiao Yuan could not simply agree without scrutiny. He needed to ascertain that Qiner genuinely loved this path before sending her to the 9 Palaces Gu nest. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to her. "What trial?" Xiao Qiner asked. "Your father will send you to the 9 Palaces mountain for 2 months, during which you will receive no care. There will be no servants to attend to your needs, and you will not enjoy any luxuries. If, after 2 months, you have no regrets, I will grant you your wish. What do you think?" As the princess of Kanglan Domain, Xiao Qiner had been accustomed to a life of luxury, living in a world where she was cherished. It was inevitable for her to perceive the world too optimistically. Just like young Master Xiao Lai, who boasted about slaying demons and saving the world, he had yet to fully grasp the harsh realities of life and the challenges it entailed. Xiao Yuan had to be thorough in his considerations. If Qiner proved steadfast and resolute, then allowing her to enter the 9th Palace as a hostage in order to learn the art of Gu might not be a bad thing after all. All right. Xiao Qiner was invigorated, feeling as if she was destined for greatness, her small frame brimming with energy. "Father, please send me to the 12 caves. 12 caves? Xiao Yuan momentarily failed to recall its location. "It's where brotherly Yuan is," Xiao Qiner explained. Xiao Yuan vaguely remembered the name Li Yuan, as his daughter often mentioned him, the young Gu master who had gifted her the stunning butterfly of surprise. "Very well," Xiao Yuan agreed. Having a familiar face around would help Qiner adjust more easily. A completely unfamiliar environment would be too harsh. "Yay!" Xiao Qiner rejoiced, dancing with glee, and made a face at Xiao Lai. "Hee, I'm going to become a Gu master." "Oomph," Xiao Lai scoffed. "It's merely a minor path. Only cowards pursue it." Xiao Qiner retorted, "Just you wait. Once I emerge from the mountains, we'll see who is truly formidable." The two resumed their playful quarrel. 3 days later, Li Yuan was inspecting the newly constructed Gu master fortress, thoroughly satisfied with the comprehensive surveillance and defense measures implemented. Suddenly, a warning from the Gu insects reached Li Yuan's mind. An outsider was rapidly approaching the small bamboo grove. 3 breaths later, the visitor landed in front of the ruined Gu tower, abruptly diminishing Li Yuan's earlier sense of pride. It became evident that mere reconnaissance was insufficient. In the face of absolute strength, direct combat prowess was the most essential factor. Fortunately, the newcomer was not an adversary. Miss Li Yuan greeted with a smile. I have brought what you requested, Li Ruo, Qian said, placing a large wooden box on the ground. Inside were the rare treasures Li Yuan had asked the Kanglan royal mansion to help locate last time. Thank you, Li Yuan replied, bowing and presenting a pouch of coins. This is your payment. The token given to him by the Kanglan king was merely a means to facilitate the transaction. The principal amount still fell upon him. No need for that. Li Ruo Qian waved her hand. Our mansion happens to have a request, so we can consider this as settling the payment. What is the request? Li Yuan kirat kautiosely. Surely, the Kanglan royal mansion wouldn't ask him to handle something they themselves could not manage. Don't be alarmed, Li Ruo Qian smiled. Lord Wang wishes to leave the young princess in your care for 2 months, allowing her to experience the life of a Gu master in the mountains. Li Yuan was taken aback, recalling a variety show from his previous life. Why would a perfectly good young princess want to experience life in the mountains? It seemed absurd. You will likely be seeking rare treasures frequently in the future. With the assistance of the Kanglan royal mansion, your tasks will become significantly easier. This exchange is quite beneficial for you, Li Ruo Qian stated. Indeed, Miss Li makes a valid point, Li Yuan conceded. He had to admit that this arrangement was quite advantageous. He would likely rely on Li Ruo Qian's assistance for many matters in the future, and the cost of merely having the young princess stay for 2 months was a small price to pay. Then it's settled, Li Ruo Qian said. In a while, the young princess will come up the mountain on her own. You need not worry about her too much. Let her act freely. Understood, Li Yuan. All right. With a flash, Li Ruo Qian vanished from sight. What incredible speed! Li Yuan marveled. Feeling her presence was even more imposing than that of his senior brother Pei Luo Qing. She might very well be nearing the level of a 7th-grade martial artist. Having gained some understanding of the martial arts cultivation system, he knew that a 6th-grade martial artist was referred to as a minor grandmaster, while a 7th-grade martial artist was a grandmaster capable of condensing indestructible blood, allowing for limb regeneration. This indicated that the Kanglan royal mansion was not short of formidable individuals. Before long, Li Yuan spotted a petite figure appearing at the edge of the bamboo grove, carrying a heavy load and panting heavily. Brother Li Yuan, are you there? Chapter 31. The golden journey of a young princess, a stretch of mountain path left Xiao Qiner breathless, yet she remained undeterred. With her hands firmly on her hips, she wore an expression of triumph, as if to say, I am truly remarkable. Little princess, Li Yuan greeted her with a smile, his face radiating the joy typically reserved for welcoming a deity of fortune. Ha! Xiao Qiner panted, Li Gij, I'm no longer a child. Here, I'm not a princess. Please call me Qiner. Children grow swiftly. Li Yuan faintly recalled that when they first met, Xiao Qiner barely reached his thighs, and now she had surpassed his waist. Her features were gradually maturing, no longer possessing that innocent delicacy, but instead blossoming with the allure of youth. I shall assist you with your luggage, Li Yuan offered with a grin. No, Xiao Qiner firmly refused. My father has instructed me not to trouble others and to be self-reliant. Only then can I become an excellent Gu master. Li Yuan thought to himself. He merely wished to say that her father was merely a martial artist, lacking any true understanding of the intricacies of Gu mastery. Then let us proceed. He decided to refrain from further comment, allowing Xiao Qiner to carry her own belongings as they traversed the bamboo forest to the residence beside the ruined Gu Tower. Who has arrived? Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zhao hurried over. This is Xiao Qiner, the little princess of the Kanglan domain, Li Yuan introduced. Qiner, this is my junior sister, Xiao. You shall share a room with her from now on. Greetings, sister Xiao. Xiao Qiner cheerily exclaimed, devoid of any airs. Greetings, little princess, Wang Zhao replied, her demeanor somewhat anxious. This was her first direct encounter with someone of such high status, leaving her a bit flustered. Simply call me Qiner, she insisted, determined to hone her skills and manifest her resolve to her father. The following day, Xiao Qiner awoke with dark circles under her eyes. Her previous smile vanished. Good morning, Li Gij. Good morning, sister Xiao. She greeted weakly, the exhaustion of her unfulfilled aspirations weighing heavily upon her. Why not catch a bit more sleep? Li Yuan suggested with a smile. I shall not sleep. I want to observe your Gu refining. Xiao Qiner stifled her drowsiness, yawning incessantly. Watch Xiao Zhao refine instead. My Gu techniques are too profound for you to grasp, Li Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. Both Wang Zhao and Xiao Qiner regarded him as a master of Gu, believing his words implicitly. The process of refining Gu was intricate, requiring not only patience and meticulousness, but also audacity. One must refrain from recklessness in ordinary times, yet dare to seize opportunities at critical moments. With a bold effort, even remnants of Gu can transform into treasures, Wang Zhao explained as she refined the Gu, sharing the incantations Li Yuan had previously imparted to her. Xiao Qiner squatted nearby, struggling to comprehend, yet nodding earnestly as if she understood. Sister Xiao Zhao, how long does it take to refine a Gu? At best, a few days, at worst, several months, and it is not unheard of for it to take 10 or 20 years, she replied. It takes that long? Xiao Qiner's expression fell, for this was far from her expectations. Shouldn't it be a matter of blowing a flute and summoning myriad Gu, or shaking a bell and rallying an army? This was the image of a Gu master she had envisioned. Wang Zhao chuckled. What you describe is a Gu immortal, not a Gu master. One should not aim too high. Begin by refining your first Gu. However, you are still young, for now. You can only learn to nurture Gu and cannot refine your innate Gu. Familiarize yourself with the steps, seek inspiration, and study the knowledge within books. It will take many years before you truly become a Gu master. The young girl's constitution had yet to fully develop, and her spirit was not stable enough. Recklessly refining her innate Gu could lead to backlash. But I wish to become a Gu master quickly, Xiao Qiner pouted. Sister Xiao Zhao, is there any way to break this limitation? There is, Wang Zhao replied, but this method is known only within the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, and the conditions are exceedingly stringent. I see. Xiao Qiner's eyes sparkled with excitement. My father said that as long as I stay here for 2 months, he will send me to the Ninth Palace for study. Then I shall quickly become a Gu master. Yay. Wang Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Although the little princess had already been quite approachable, the words she spoke felt like insurmountable barriers rising before her. What was so close seemed a world away. All that Xiao Qiner possessed was what Wang Zhao had strived for her entire life, an abundance of privilege. Li Yuan observed from the sidelines, feeling rather indifferent. To him, it was all quite normal. From the very beginning, Xiao Qiner had come to gild herself in glory. And now the reality of her transformation was creating a stark contrast for the humble Zhao. A month later, Xiao Qiner had adapted to life on the mountain. Much to Li Yuan's astonishment, the young princess had not once thrown a tantrum or expressed regret. Instead, her attitude had grown increasingly earnest, her restlessness dissipating. Even without refining her innate Gu, she diligently studied the nurturing of foundational Gu insects, meticulously recording her insights, which earned her Li Yuan's admiration. He recalled what the Kanglan king had said. Xiao Qiner's mother was a Gu master. Perhaps her lineage had bestowed upon her an innate passion for the Gu path. Her journey to the mountain had unveiled many subtle details, allowing Li Yuan to predict the forthcoming situation. It seemed that the Kanglan king and the Ninth Palace's Gu nest were on the verge of collaboration. The former was a staunch supporter of the Daiyan royal family, while the latter represented an ancient force that had endured for millennia, a sanctum for Gu masters. Once they joined forces, stabilizing the southern frontier would not pose a great challenge. Yet whether they could expel demons and quell the unrest would depend on the circumstances in other regions. This world was far beyond the control of just the southern territories. In the dead of night, Li Yuan was awakened by the foreboding signs of the ant nest Gu. He bolted upright, realizing the moment had finally arrived. Ever since the massacre at the 16 caves of the Ninth Palace, he had anticipated that chaos would inevitably reach this place. Months of worry had culminated in reality. It had indeed come. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, utilizing the ant nest Gu to perceive the intelligence relayed by the ants spread across the 12 caves. The feedback that appeared in his mind was vague, yet these indistinct pieces of information were sufficient for him to deduce countless insights. Thousands of demons and warriors were gradually converging upon the 12 caves. Could it truly be a coalition of humans and demons? Li Yuan was taken aback. This would undoubtedly complicate the situation further. He couldn't help but smirk, for wherever one found themselves in the world, there would always be those who betrayed their own for profit, selling out their homeland, and even their own race. Could they withstand this? Li Yuan sensed that among the unexpected guests, there were two exceptionally powerful presences, one emanating from the demon faction, and the other from the ranks of human warriors. Outside the small bamboo grove, upon a towering tree, Li Ruoqian, who had been resting against the trunk with her sword, suddenly sensed something amiss. She abruptly opened her eyes, her sharp gaze piercing into the distance. Demons? Had they truly found this place? Were they here to assassinate the princess? Chapter 32. The onslaught of demons. The leader of the crocodiles, the strongest among the 12 caves, is a 6 transformation Gu master. Together, we can slay him within 3 moves. In the shadows beyond the mountains, a young man, cloaked in a dark robe, converses with a creature bearing the head of a crocodile. Very well, the crocodile demon chuckles. As per our usual arrangement, the corpses will belong to me, while the Gu worms are yours. My brethren will ensure the area is sealed. We should accomplish this within half an hour. Let us proceed. At the moment the crocodile demon finished speaking, an immense white canopy gradually manifested in the skies above the 12 caves. It was a sea of white spider silk, impenetrable and suffocating, sealing off the entire space. Boom! Boom! In the next instant, a deep bell tolled across the mountains of the 12 caves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The demons are coming! The demons are coming! Panic-stricken, the voices in the sky warned, only to be pierced by the spider silk moments later. The demons surged into the 12 caves. Li Yuan had anticipated this and was prepared, having observed the scene outside the small bamboo grove through the moonlight Gu. This was not Li Yuan's first encounter with demons. He had seen them several times while fleeing, and after arriving at Zhugong Mountain, he had almost forgotten. The invading demons were even more ferocious than he remembered, humanoid in form, yet possessing distinct animalistic traits. Their presence exuded a bloodthirsty frenzy. Rumbling, a tremendous commotion arose from the main mountain. Li Yuan focused his gaze and beheld a colossal entity shrouded in white mist, resembling a gigantic infant, towering at least 10 zhang high. Brother Li Yuan, what is that? At that moment, Wang Zhaozhao and Shao Qin also emerged, the young princess's eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the immense infant. Gu. Li Yuan recalled a book that described a rare type of plant, Gu, known as the ginseng infant Gu. The raw material for crafting this Gu was the millennium-old ginseng fruit, requiring nurturing with ginseng trees day and night for 6 years to successfully refine. It was named thus due to its resemblance to an infant. The book lacked illustrations, containing only a simple description, shaped like a giant infant, standing 10 zhang tall, precisely fitting Li Yuan's current sight. It seemed there was no need for concern. Sensing the terrifying aura of the ginseng infant Gu, Li Yuan felt relieved. Especially with Li Ruoqian suppressing the formation, the enemies would struggle to breach the 12 caves. However, Li Yuan glanced toward the end of the bamboo grove. There was still a small issue. The demons were advancing toward the small bamboo grove. Qin, demons are attacking. The ensuing scene may be somewhat bloody. Would you like to retreat to the house? Li Yuan inquired. No. Shao Qin's small hands trembled. I am not afraid. What about you, Zhao Zhao? Li Yuan asked again. Even if I die, I want to be with Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao's tone was somber, her demeanor resolute, as if she were prepared to face death. Not to that extent. Li Yuan chuckled, bemused by the girl's thoughts. The 16 caves have all been destroyed, with no survivors. Brother Yuan, can we truly escape this calamity? Wang Zhaozhao said bitterly. The situation is different. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing ahead. What is different? Wang Zhaozhao queried. Because there is. Roar. The roar of a tiger overshadowed Li Yuan's voice. Damn it. Just when I was about to cast my spell, I was interrupted. Li Yuan felt quite displeased. Shao Kai, take him down. After much anticipation, Shao Kai opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. The tiger demon, attempting to evade, suddenly found its feet ensnared. Before the demons ascended the mountain, this was a tranquil bamboo grove. Now, with the demons advancing, it had become a place of peril. Binding Earth Gu, Bewildering Soul Gu, Sword-Killing Gu, Self-Destructing Chaos Worms, Shadowless Death Mantis, Phantom Dream, 5 Poison Butterfly. An array of Gu worms, all present. Curse it. The Tiger Demon, ensnared by the Binding Earth Gu, could only emit a desperate roar, attempting to shatter Xiao Kai's crimson flames. In the next instant, the flames surged through the sound waves, directly entering the Tiger Demon's mouth. The 3 accompanying wolf demons were stunned by the scene, watching helplessly as the Tiger Demon's abdomen was incinerated, meeting a tragic end on the spot. A 4th-tier demon beast perished so easily. This Gu master is quite formidable. Let us overwhelm him together and finish him swiftly, commanded a nearby human warrior, clad in a conical hat and mask, obscuring his features. The 3 wolf demons complied, immediately splitting into 3 directions to charge at Li Yuan. Li Yuan stood firm, a smile gracing his face. Boom! Within 2 breaths, 1 wolf demon was pierced through the skull by the sword-killing Gu, its brain shattered, dying instantly. 3 breaths later, the 2nd wolf demon lost its head to the mantis. 5 breaths later, the remaining wolf demon rushed out of the bamboo grove, but collapsed moments later, its body rotting away lifeless. The human warrior, hidden behind the 3 wolf demons, advanced closer. Divine Windblade, he bellowed, die for me. A long blade, moving so swiftly it was almost indistinguishable, sliced through the air, severing Li Yuan's head, which rolled to the ground. A 5 transformation Gu master? Hardly impressive. Merely relying on some tricks and illusions. In a direct confrontation, he couldn't withstand my strike. The southern border should have changed long ago. Next comes... Puffed. His words were abruptly cut off as his pupils constricted, incredulity washing over him at the sight of a fist protruding from his chest, along with the head that had transformed into wood, lying lifelessly on the ground. Illusion technique? Wrong. It is genuine Gu technique. A calm voice emerged from behind. Li Yuan withdrew his blood-stained arm, feeling that he could have easily dispatched this 5th-tier warrior with a single punch. Yet he opted for caution. He adhered to the principle of if it can be done stealthily, do not offer a chance for a direct confrontation. It was more in line with Li Yuan's philosophy to ambush his enemies from behind. Thud! The corpse thudded to the ground. Xiao Qin, who had retreated to a distance, witnessed this scene, her eyes glazing over as she could no longer contain herself, violently retching against the wall. I told you to hide. Li Yuan was unperturbed by the shock to Xiao Qin. Born into an imperial family, the blood she would inevitably shed in the future would be far from negligible. Such a level of combat was merely child's play. Brother Li Yuan, this is too. Ugh. Before Xiao Qin could finish, she retched again. Wang Zhao, in a daze, suddenly burst into tears, throwing herself into Li Yuan's embrace, having prepared herself for a battle of life and death. Yet, nothing transpired. What demons and monsters, what treacherous warriors, all were easily and leisurely resolved by Brother Yuan. This sensation was akin to having braced for the loss of everything, only to awaken and find it had been a dream. I should leave you one for practice. Li Yuan chuckled. Though he occasionally served as a sparring partner for Xiao Zhao, the distinction between that and genuine combat was considerable. He hoped Xiao Zhao could face danger alone when the time arose. Sizzle. On his shoulder, Xiao Kai incessantly flicked her tongue. Li Yuan paused, discerning Xiao Kai's intent. Do you wish to feast on the demons? Chapter 33. The blood and vitality that drives me, while the flesh and blood of the demons seem to possess a potent allure for Xiao Kai. An epiphany struck Li Yuan. The raw materials he had been desperately seeking were right before him. The demons regarded humanity as mere fodder. Yet many of their belongings could be viewed as rare treasures, elusive and invaluable to humans. With a mere thought, a swarm of ants concealed within the bamboo grove converged, transporting several demon corpses with remarkable efficiency. Hiss, hiss! Xiao Kai leaped from Li Yuan's shoulder and landed on the corpse of the tiger demon, eagerly devouring it. As Li Yuan prepared to dissect the demon carcass, the Yuanhua Gu sent another warning. More demons were ascending the mountain. Another surprise? Rarely had Li Yuan felt such joy. Tonight he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Had it not been for the demon incursion, he would not have ventured in this direction. Momenslate. Two demons emerged from the small bamboo grove, a serpent demon and a spider demon, both radiating a power greater than the deceased tiger demon, sufficient to overshadow a fifth-grade martial artist. To his astonishment, a formidable opponent lay hidden here. The serpent demon had a human upper body and a massive snake tail that spanned several feet. Let's resolve this swiftly. Given the unexpected circumstances, we may need to retreat earlier than planned, the spider demon remarked. Under normal circumstances, with their strength, they could have washed through the 12 caves in half an hour, leaving no survivors, but it seemed reinforcements awaited them. You control the situation. I will eliminate him within 30 breaths, the serpent demon declared, fixing her gaze on Li Yuan through the bamboo thicket. She and her spider sister had enjoyed an unbroken string of victories, recently putting countless Gu masters to death. Agreed, the spider demon nodded. You fight to your heart's content. I'll handle the Gu insects. My webs thrive on those pesky little creatures. With a swift motion, the serpent demon sprang into action, her body weaving expertly through the bamboo, while the spider demon remained confidently rooted in place, manipulating a multitude of webs that surged like a white tide, intercepting several Gu insects along the way. However, after 3 breaths, her expression shifted dramatically, and she transmitted a hurried message. Sister Snake, we must act quickly. This Gu master is not ordinary. What is it? The serpent demon inquired. The quantity and variety of Gu insects here were overwhelming, suggesting the presence of several, no, dozens, of hidden threats. The spider demon's tone grew increasingly frantic. Woo-woo, woo. In the next instant, she found her mouth forcefully stuffed with something, rendering her unable to articulate further, only able to whimper. You talk too much. The object shoved into the spider demon's mouth was a massive, hardened bamboo insect Gu, a creature adept at camouflaging itself as bamboo, capable of hardening to a metallic degree while releasing toxins. The serpent demon, sensing the urgency, unleashed her full strength, bursting forth from the bamboo grove like an arrow aimed at Li Yuan. Li Yuan's eyes blazed with intensity as he sank his body, adopting a horse stance. Steam rising from him, his skin gradually reddening, akin to a boiling kettle, his organs rumbling with vigor. Yuli. In a fleeting moment, the serpent demon approached. Li Yuan unleashed a straightforward uppercut. Up you go. With a resounding impact, his fist struck the serpent demon's jaw, propelling her high into the air like a projectile aimed at the heavens. How could a mere human Gu master possess such terrifying strength? Was he truly a Gu master, or a martial artist? The serpent demon, in a state of panic, found herself ascending uncontrollably. Li Yuan leaped after her, grasping her tail, momentarily suspending in midair before channeling all his strength into his arm and violently flinging her toward the ground. Crash down, with a thunderous impact. The serpent demon was smashed into the earth like a whip, creating a massive crater, blood spraying in all directions. Not enough. Li Yuan maintained his grip on the serpent demon's tail, swinging her in circles, unleashing a furious barrage of strikes, serpent blood raining down. After what felt like countless rotations, he finally released her. The serpent demon lay on the brink of death, her once alluring face now a grotesque visage, bloodied and battered. Li Yuan, still unsatisfied, had yet to exert half the power of the Zhuli Gu. In his estimation, unleashing 70% of the Zhuli Gu's strength would cause his muscles to bulge and tear his clothing, while full power would envelop him in a fiery aura, his hair standing on end in a wild frenzy, even warping his combat instincts. 50% was just right, enough to bewilder his foes without inflicting serious harm. You are not human. The serpent demon gazed at Li Yuan, fear etched across her features. I am indeed not human. I am the progenitor of all demons. With that declaration, Li Yuan stepped forward and brutally crushed the serpent demon's skull beneath his foot. The spider demon, witnessing the entire scene, was filled with a terror surpassing that of her sister, frantically struggling against the overwhelming tide of Gu insects that bound her, unable to move an inch. Li Yuan approached the spider demon, pointing toward the white canopy of webs stretched across the sky above the 12 caves. Did you weave this? Woo! The spider demon's mouth was stuffed, rendering her speechless. Very well. It is too dangerous to leave your mouth unstuffed. I shall investigate myself. Li Yuan delivered a powerful punch. His seething, heated arm pierced through the spider demon's chest, clenching her rapidly beating heart with force. Boom! Her organs shattered, and the spider demon perished forthwith. Li Yuan disengaged from the fused state of the Turbulent Gu, contemplating the gaping hole in the spider demon's chest as he embarked upon a profound post-battle reflection. The overwhelming combat prowess of the Turbulent Gu had been validated, yet its flaws were glaringly evident. Perhaps the surging vitality had affected his mind, causing him to utter more coarse remarks during battle, his approach becoming less cautious and meticulous. While he did not consider himself above all, he certainly felt a tinge of arrogance. In the unrelenting dominance of battle, he concluded that the Turbulent Gu's merits outweighed its shortcomings. However, in a contest of equal strength, or one where he was at a disadvantage, its flaws would be magnified infinitely. Henceforth, he would exercise caution in its usage. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Yuan conducted an experiment, solidifying his conclusions. Another matter that piqued his interest was the form of the demons. They were not mere beasts, but humanoid beings exhibiting distinct human traits. He observed meticulously. The internal organs of the spider demon bore a striking resemblance to those of humans, nearly 70% alike. What then are demons? This question warranted deep contemplation. With the battle in the small bamboo grove thoroughly concluded, Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the main peak, where the strife also approached its end, and the demons began their retreat. Remarkable, truly formidable. Before her chamber, Shaoqin had witnessed the entire affair. Though she could not comprehend it fully, she was profoundly awed. It was as though she had glimpsed the epitome of what a Gu master should be. The bloodied figure of Li Yuan was deeply etched into her memory at that moment, both fearsome and alluring. Wang Zhao felt a sense of confusion. Not only could she not participate in the fight, but even the aura of battle left her feeling utterly powerless. We are but climbers, like you and I. She recalled Li Yuan's earlier words, which had once encouraged her. Yet, at this instant, she realized that Brother Yuan had become a figure she could only admire from afar. Half an hour later, two figures arrived at the small bamboo grove. Upon witnessing the multitude of demon corpses strewn across the ground, Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian both inhaled sharply, taken aback. Chapter 34. The Fifth Life Gu Junior Brother. Have you entered the realm of a fifth order Gu master? Pei Luoqing exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, not concealing his advancement. There was no need to hide one's realm. Showcasing talent was a means of self-protection. However, the existence of multiple life Gu was a secret that must never be divulged. Junior Brother's extraordinary talent truly validates the teacher's judgment, Pei Luoqing remarked with a smile. Li Ruoqian had already discerned this. Otherwise, she would not have dared to place the young princess beside Li Yuan to intercept the strongest members of the demon horde. Nevertheless, Li Yuan's strength exceeded her expectations. The battlefield in the small bamboo grove revealed that the encounter had been a one-sided massacre, with Li Yuan single-handedly overpowering a multitude of demons. All the demons lay dead, while Li Yuan's attire was merely slightly soiled. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Senior Pei, Miss Li, have you identified the source of these treacherous warriors? This was Li Yuan's primary concern. He sensed that someone was attempting to stir chaos, dragging the 12 caverns into turmoil, which would inevitably compel him to intervene and become embroiled in the conflict. There are some indications, but nothing certain yet. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Li Ruoqian added, due to the massacre of the Ninth Palace's 16 caverns, the Ninth Palace has suspected our lord, and relations have deteriorated. The Kanglan Royal Mansion has been investigating this matter, hoping to uncover the true culprit. Li Yuan had also harbored suspicions regarding the Kanglan King. He was known for his high reputation and was beloved by many in the southern wilderness. Yet how could one truly know a person's character? At least he had not delved deeply enough to trust him recklessly. It will be uncovered soon, Pei Luoqing assured. Thank you, Miss Li. Without your presence, the 12 caverns would have faced dire straits. I merely provided a bit of assistance, Li Ruoqian said with a gentle smile. With your strength, Senior Pei, delaying until reinforcements arrive should pose no problem. This assessment surprised Li Yuan. It seemed that Senior Pei's prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary sixth order Gu master, reflecting the esteem in which Yuan held him. After exchanging a few more words, Li Ruoqian went to comfort the young princess. Pei Luoqing glanced at the corpses of the demons on the ground. Junior brother, do these demons need my assistance and disposal? No need, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Senior Pei, the materials from the demons can be used for refining Gu, right? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded, but you must be cautious. The aura of the demons is rather chaotic and can easily spiral out of control. Very well, I will be careful. Li Yuan was unperturbed. Regardless of the demon's nature, he would suppress them all within the Black Cauldron. I will report this to the Ninth Palace. The teacher will come by again, so be prepared, Pei Luoqing reminded him. The teacher will surely be pleased and may even confer upon you the title of direct disciple. Li Yuan felt indifferent towards the title of direct disciple, yet he would welcome any substantial benefits that came with it. Once Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian departed, Li Yuan commanded the Ant Legion to carry several demon corpses into the remnant Gu Tower. The corpse of the warrior was taken away by Pei Luoqing, who exchanged it for a fifth-order demon corpse as compensation. Could the demon corpses be used to refine Gu? Li Yuan was eager to discover the answer. He used his blade to process the demon carcasses, sorting the useful from the useless. He selected the raw materials: 1 fourth-order jumping bug, 2 fourth-order killing bees, adding the heart of a mountain wind tiger demon and the fangs of a green wood wolf demon. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired the 5th-order profound Gu, Tiger Spike Bee King Gu. The Tiger Spike Bee King Gu is an extremely aggressive Gu insect. Refining it into a life Gu can assist the Gu master in embodying the might of the Tiger King, intimidating 100 beasts. As a subordinate Gu, it can unleash tiger spike attacks. Should it be refined into a life Gu, it was evident that the demon corpses could indeed be used to forge Gu, which was a positive outcome. With just one synthesis, he had produced a 5th-order profound Gu of reasonable quality. However, as a life Gu, it still fell short. Holding onto a mindset of better to be lacking than excessive, Li Yuan insisted that all life Gu he refined must possess sufficient potential. The Tiger Spike Bee King Gu clearly lacked the necessary potential. Let us try again. He selected the raw materials: 1 4th-order Thousand Threads Gu, 2 4th-order Demon Spiders Gu, adding the gallbladder of a threading spider demon and the scales of a beauty python demon. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired the 5th-order profound Gu, Human-Faced Demon Spider. The Human-Faced Demon Spider is an eerie Gu insect. Refining it into a life Gu can assist the Gu master in manifesting 8 venomous spider spears for combat. While as a subordinate Gu, it can unleash bizarre sonic wave attacks. Should it be refined into a life Gu? Though both were 5th-order profound Gu, the Human-Faced Demon Spider was evidently superior to the Tiger Spike Bee King Gu, yet Li Yuan remained dissatisfied. This human-faced demon spider resembled a weapon of a formidable antagonist. Let's try once more. The synthesis of the Tiger Spike Bee King Gu and the human-faced demon spider had instilled confidence in Li Yuan, proving that the chances of creating Gu from demon corpses were favorable. He prepared to take a bold gamble, investing the most precious parts of the demon corpses, as well as the materials brought by Li Ruoqian, all at once. Brother Tiger, Brother Wolf, Sister Snake, Sister Spider, although I have slain you, I implore you to show mercy and bless me with a rare Gu, Li Yuan silently prayed. He selected the raw materials: 5th-order profound Gu, Human-Faced Demon Spider, adding the spinning device of the threading spider demon, the gallbladder of a beauty python demon, the heart of a mountain wind tiger demon, the brain nucleus of a green wood wolf, and the King's heartgrass. The spinning device is the most crucial organ of a spider, secreting silk that allows the body to adapt to its environment and evolve continuously. The gallbladder of the snake requires no further explanation. The heart of the mountain wind tiger and the brain nucleus of the green wood wolf were both exceedingly valuable, while the King's heartgrass was one of the most precious materials that Miss Li had procured. Li Yuan put everything into the mix, going all in. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired the 5th-order rare Gu, Silqueen Gu. It worked. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Taking a gamble had proven to be a wise decision. The Silqueen Gu is a versatile Gu insect. It can poison and kill, entangle foes in webs, manipulate corpses. And the silk it produces can mimic the characteristics of any living being, crafting prosthetics, stitching internal organs, and more. It cannot be refined into a subordinate Gu. Versatile? This was the first time Li Yuan had encountered the term versatile in the synthesis of a Gu insect. The value of the Silk Queen Gu was self-evident. Even the exotic Gu, revitalization Gu, lacked such distinction. From within the black cauldron, a small spider emerged, no larger than a thumb, shimmering like crystal and radiating a mysterious glow. It gracefully climbed up to Li Yuan's hand, each movement akin to a delicate dance, exuding elegance. Even the silk it spun flowed in vibrant colors, resembling a winding river leading to a fairy tale world. Chirp, chirp, the Silk Queen Gu emitted a faint sound, almost inaudible. Li Yuan understood through mental feedback that was likely a request for a head pat, akin to a display of affection. Why do you bear the title of queen, yet engage in such endearing antics? Li Yuan chuckled. Since you exhibit such spirit, I shall bestow upon you a name. You shall be known as Fifth Sister. Chapter 35. The Master and the Disciple. Fifth Sister, Li Yuan softly called out. Chirp, chirp. The Queen of Silkworms nuzzled affectionately against Li Yuan's arm. Hiss, hiss. Little Kai, feeling a tinge of jealousy, also pressed against Li Yuan, unwilling to be outdone. Alas, it seems I am destined to be accompanied by insects and beasts throughout my life. The bond between a Gu master and their life Gu is akin to that of blood relatives. While outsiders may find Gu insects fearsome, to a Gu master, their life Gu represents the closest of companions, a reflection of their very existence. However, Li Yuan's existence is intertwined with more than just the usual Gu masters. 7 days later, Yuanhua once again ascended to the small bamboo grove, this time alone, without even Pei Luo Qing accompanying him. Li Yuan, we meet again. Yuanhua greeted with an expression of calmness. Greetings, elder, Li Yuan said, cupping his hands in respect. Has your life blood Gu evolved? Yuanhua could discern that Li Yuan's vitality had increased exponentially since their last meeting, magnitudes greater than before. Not only could he rival warriors of the same rank, but even formidable beasts might not match him. The elder's notes had provided invaluable insights, guiding Li Yuan to a shortcut for the evolution of his blood Gu. This was no flattery. Yuanhua's wisdom had indeed saved Li Yuan from many detours. Otherwise, even with the synthesis system, he would have squandered considerable materials and time on the evolution process. May I have a look? Yuanhua asked. Li Yuan gestured, and the giant spirit Gu emerged from his garments. Upon seeing the palm-sized crimson insect with sharp antennae, Yuanhua was taken aback. Isn't this the giant Gu? This is... Yuanhua was astonished, unable to maintain his composed demeanor any longer. You have actually cultivated a giant spirit Gu. It is called the giant spirit Gu? Li Yuan mused, admiring Yuanhua's extensive knowledge as the elder of the Ninth Palace, who even recognized the giant spirit Gu. Remarkable. Li Yuan, Yuanhua praised. The giant spirit Gu has been extinct for a millennium. To think you have brought it back to life. You are truly a prodigy of the Gu way. You flatter me, elder. My modest achievements are indeed thanks to your guidance. Li Yuan replied with a smile. When I last departed, I made a promise. If you could facilitate the transformation of your life blood Gu, I would take you as my direct disciple. This visit is for that very purpose. Yuanhua's heart raced with excitement, though he feigned calmness. Li Yuan, do you wish to take me as your master? Li Yuan did not respond immediately. Yuanhua was not offended. Such a talent naturally had the right to be discerning. Elder, I would like to inquire if the Ninth Palace has a residual Gu pavilion? Li Yuan asked. No, Yuanhua shook his head. In the Ninth Palace, almost no residual Gu existed. Even if there were, they would be managed by the Gu masters themselves. High-tier Gu insects, even if they had residual forms, would not be distributed. Li Yuan silently lamented the missed opportunity. If the Ninth Palace had a residual Gu pavilion, he could have shifted his focus. Without it, however, there was no need to take such great risks. After all, the Ninth Palace was filled with experts, and should his secret of possessing multiple life Gu be discovered, he might not know how he would meet his end. Perhaps the 12 caves were more suitable for him. You seem quite fond of the residual Gu pavilion? Yuanhua inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I enjoy the company of Gu, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Yuanhua chuckled. If you like Gu insects, You may visit the Gu raising garden of the ninth palace. Not so, Li Yuan countered. The Gu raising garden was strictly controlled by the sect, and should he engage in reckless synthesis there, he would likely fail to meet their expectations, lacking the freedom of the residual Gu pavilion. To me, nurturing residual Gu presents greater challenges. From the flaws of residual Gu, I can discover the true essence of the Gu way, Li Yuan asserted earnestly. Ambitious and bold. Yu Hengchuan admired Li Yuan even more. By becoming my direct disciple, you may reside here and enjoy all the benefits of a direct disciple. I, like you, have risen from humble beginnings and understand how rare it is to find a genius like you among the 72 outer caves. In you, I see a reflection of my younger self, yet you shine even brighter than I did at your age, with a greater chance of scaling the pinnacle of the Gu way. I do not wish for you to traverse unnecessary paths and squander time on your journey to the top. Yu Hengchuan's words were heartfelt. Li Yuan contemplated deeply. He sensed the elder's sincerity, and while the sentiments were valid, he needed to weigh the pros and cons. Yu Hengchuan continued. Li Yuan, I must speak plainly, even if it may sound harsh, but it is the truth. The path to the pinnacle of the Gu way can only be found by joining the inner sect of the ninth palace. Ultimately, you must join. By becoming my direct disciple, I can promise you everything you desire and will not interfere with your freedom. Li Yuan understood that he needed a strong backing, and taking Yu Hengchuan as his master seemed a commendable choice. Yu Hengchuan fell silent, allowing Li Yuan to ponder. After a long while, Li Yuan fetched a pot of tea, poured a cup, and presented it to Yu Hengchuan. Master, please enjoy this tea. Ha 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 ha. The tension on Yu Hengchuan's face finally relaxed as he erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. A wonderful disciple indeed. This joy comes from the depths of my heart. At last, my teachings, my path, shall be inherited. Yu Hengchuan sighed deeply, gazing upward. Master, you are in the prime of your life and can surely ascend to the mountain's peak. Li Yuan smiled. Not so, Yu Hengchuan shook his head. I have traveled too many detours to behold the scenery at the summit, which is why I am eager to take you as my disciple. As a master, I fear you may be distracted by the flowers halfway up the mountain and lose your way. One who travels 100 miles is only halfway at 90. Yu Hengchuan solemnly stated. Li Yuan, you have already accomplished much in the 72 outer caves. Yet the true path of a Gu master is merely at its inception. You speak truthfully, Master, Li Yuan smiled. May I inquire about the benefits of becoming a direct disciple of the ninth palace? Indeed, Yu Hengchuan extended a finger. There are 3 benefits for direct disciples. First, the monthly allowance from the sect far exceeds that of the outer 72 caves. Second, all direct disciples have the opportunity to enter the immortal Gu secret realm to select treasures. Third, direct disciples may comprehend high-tier Gu techniques and learn the crafting methods of Gu houses, which are inaccessible to ordinary Gu masters. As Yu Hengchuan extended his fingers one by one, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with growing eagerness. His gaze was filled with an insatiable thirst for advancement, particularly the term Gu house, which he had sought to understand in books, yet found no reference. Master, what is a Gu house? Chapter 36. The journey of 100 miles begins with halfway. There the long-sought answer lay before Li Yuan, stirring a wave of excitement within him. The Gu house is a unique secret art exclusive to high-ranking Gu masters. Yu Hengchuan explained, you may perceive it as a dwelling constructed from Gu insects, serving as their homecoming, as well as a sanctuary for the majority of Gu masters. Please enlighten me further, Master, Li Yuan inquired thoughtfully. You are surely aware that extraordinary Gu are exceedingly rare. Gu masters devoid of extraordinary Gu as their life, Gu find themselves at a disadvantage compared to martial artists of the same rank as they ascend in power. While formidable martial artists possess a myriad of techniques and weapons, a Gu master relying solely on a singular life, Gu would struggle to contend with them. Only the Gu house can provide a solution. By centering on the life Gu, one can construct an army of Gu insects that respond to one's every thought, culminating in the Gu house. Much like the ant king commanding its army, one can lead an entire legion of ants. However, constructing a Gu house is significantly more complex than organizing an ant colony, as every Gu within the house can offer feedback akin to that of a life Gu. thereby enhancing the Gu Master's own capabilities. Yu Hengchuan patiently elucidated. Li Yuan began to grasp the concept. Yu Hengchuan continued with a smile. Consider your life Gu. The giant spirit Gu, using it as the nucleus to build your Gu house, would enable you to command hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of subordinate Gu. Each subordinate Gu would provide you with feedback, enhancing your power comparably to the martial arts gathering of celestial phenomena, which will be devastating for lower-tier Gu masters and martial artists. It is the distinction between a frog in a well and the moon in the sky. Without reaching that level, one cannot fathom such power. Li Yuan felt his heart swell with ambition. Although he could command countless subordinate Gu, their feedback amounted to nothing, failing to elevate his inherent strength. Even if he could single-handedly lead an army, he remained vulnerable to the blades of stronger opponents. Master, what are the prerequisites for crafting a Gu house? Li Yuan asked. Generally, only an 8-turn Gu master possesses the potential to create a Gu house. Much like in martial arts, where only an 8-rank martial sage can gather celestial phenomena. A rare few exceptionally talented 7-turn Gu masters may have the opportunity to create miracles. 3 conditions must be met concurrently. First, one's mental strength must reach the domain realm among the river, sea, domain, and abyss. Second, the life Gu must not be a basic Gu insect, possessing several subordinate Gu, such as the giant spirit Gu having the giant Gu and blood chi Gu. Third, the Gu control heart technique must attain the level of resonance with the heart. Yu Hengchuan outlined the stringent requirements for crafting a Gu house, indicating that most capable of meeting all 3 conditions would be 8-turn Gu masters. Master, what does it mean to resonate with the heart? Li Yuan realized how much he still had to learn. Without joining the 9th Palace's inner circle, he feared he would encounter numerous setbacks on his journey. You know nothing, yet you have achieved your current stature solely through effort and talent. It is indeed remarkable. Yu Hengchuan reflected. A golden scale is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Li Yuan was a raw gem destined to shine with brilliance. I am fortunate, Master, Li Yuan said, feeling a bit bashful at the praise. There is no need for modesty. Yu Hengchuan smiled. I have heard from ahead of the 100 Matters Hall that since you entered the sect, you have not left the remnant Gu Tower. You only ventured out once when an elder passed away to return a token. I understand the sweat and effort you have invested. Taking Li Yuan as a disciple was not a hasty decision. Yu Hengchuan had conducted thorough investigations beforehand. Coming from afar and carrying your grandfather's remains to join, your unwavering focus over the years, and your exception made to leave the bamboo grove for the elder. What I see in you extends far beyond talent. Character and diligence are what I value most. I am truly ashamed, Li Yuan admitted sincerely. Enough. No need for shyness. Young people should possess vitality. Do not be overly mature. Yu Hengchuan's admiration grew as he handed Li Yuan 2 ancient texts bound in gold and jade, along with several thick tomes. These 2 ancient texts comprise an advanced Gu control heart technique and the secret method for crafting a Gu house. You may peruse them. These books are my notes and insights, which may provide you with direction and inspiration for cultivating advanced Gu insects. Thank you for the gifts, Master. Li Yuan bowed his head in gratitude. For him, this was the key to unlocking a new world truly significant. I already have 2 direct disciples. You will be the 3rd. Pei Luo Qing is the 2nd, and you have an elder sister. You may meet her in the future if fate allows. Yu Hengchuan stated. Understood, Li Yuan responded. Due to the recent turmoil in the southern frontier, the affairs of the 9th Palace have multiplied, and thus, the Master cannot linger here for long. If you have any questions regarding Gu cultivation, you may first inquire with your senior brother Pei. All right, Li Yuan nodded. Master, have the true culprits behind the massacre of the 12 caverns been identified? Almost, Yu Hengchuan replied calmly. Once confirmed, the elders of the 9th Palace will personally intervene, exterminating the entire clan to honor our fallen comrades. He rose to his feet, standing with hands clasped behind him, letting out a long sigh. The Gu nest of the 9th Palace has remained dormant in the mountains for too long, allowing some to forget the era when Gu masters dominated the southern frontier. It is time to provide them with a wake-up call. The Gu nest of the 9th Palace has never been a benign entity. Residing in the deep mountains suits the cultivation and survival of Gu masters, not out of fear of worldly conflicts. The methods of Gu masters in silencing adversaries are far more terrifying than those of martial artists. The master and disciple conversed as they walked to the edge of the bamboo grove. "Safe travels, master," Li Yuan waved goodbye. Yuanhua smiled with a hint of resignation. "You truly are reluctant to step beyond this bamboo grove, only escorting me this far. That is because I am eager to return and study your insights on nurturing Gu." Li Yuan replied with a smile. "Indeed, you speak more eloquently than your senior sister," Yuanhua remarked as he took a step forward, moving with grace until he vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan immediately embraced the ancient text bound in gold and jade. He was fervently eager to advance. His companions, the fifth sister and little Kai, emerged from the black pot, scrambling onto his shoulders, nuzzling him affectionately. Li Yuan could sense that the fifth sister genuinely enjoyed being close to him, while little Kai exhibited jealousy, driven more by possessiveness. Reflecting on this, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he began to peruse the first ancient tome, which was the Advanced Gu Control Heart Technique. Within the Advanced Gu Control Heart Technique, it mentioned the fourth realm of heart resonance following the methods of enticing Gu with flavor, controlling Gu with objects, and manipulating Gu with thoughts, as well as the fifth realm of selflessness and the absence of Gu. What constitutes heart resonance? Li Yuan read attentively. The text stated that heart resonance involves the ability to perceive the emotions of one's life Gu, sharing joy and sorrow, and treating the Gu as one's closest partner, akin to one's own life. Communication transcends words, allowing mutual understanding and seamless cooperation in all actions. Is this what heart resonance truly is? Li Yuan tilted his head to glance at little Kai, then at the fifth sister. Both were conveying joy to him. "Master, the realm of heart resonance does not seem so difficult after all." Chapter 37. The realm of mental power, perhaps due to the extraordinary spiritual essence of Shaokai and Wumei. Li Yuan's sensitivity to their emotional feedback was remarkably acute. He could discern their joys, sorrows, and myriad feelings with clarity. In contrast, the responses from the giant spirit Gu and the reviving Gu were considerably muted. It was only during combat that the giant spirit Gu would convey emotions, repeatedly urging, "Fight! We must engage." The reviving Gu, on the other hand, only stirred when he was injured, quietly channeling vitality to mend his wounds and absorb damage. The slug illusion Gu occupied a middle ground, embodying a quintessentially lethargic worker, one who is reluctant to toil, yet feels compelled to do so, always languid and listless. Li Yuan contemplated that if he wished to construct a Gu house, it must be centered around the three-color and the Silk Queen Gu. As for the ultimate state of no self, no Gu enshrined in the heart technique, there were no specific records. He would have to grasp it through personal insight. Even a ninth, turn Gu master might not attain the state of no self, no Gu. For the time being, he set this thought aside. The second requirement for building a Gu house was the possession of mental power at the domain level, enabling one to endure the endless feedback provided by the Gu house. Without reaching the domain level of mental power, it would be impossible to control multiple Gu with a single thought, creating a unified will among them, thus rendering the construction of a Gu house unattainable. For Li Yuan, this should not pose a significant challenge. His daily practice of refining Gu and managing numerous subordinate Gu already served as a rigorous exercise for his mental faculties. He began to follow the cultivation methods prescribed in the Advanced Gu Master Heart Technique, gradually seeking to comprehend the mental realm. The sensation of his consciousness entering the mental world was profoundly enchanting, as if he had arrived in a secluded celestial garden, caressed by a gentle breeze. His body and mind feeling ethereal, embracing the essence of freedom. Before him lay a vast ocean within his mental realm, perpetually expanding. At the horizon of his consciousness, majestic mountains and rivers stretched endlessly. According to the Advanced Gu Master Heart Technique, when the sea encompasses mountains and rivers, it signifies that one's mental power has entered the domain. He realized that his mental realm still had some distance to traverse before reaching the domain level. However, he believed he could achieve this before stepping into the sixth turn. With a thought, a data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Blackjar, 5th turn 73, 1500, Realm. 5th turn Mental Power, Mid-Sea Realm Innate Gu. Giant Spirit Gu, Reviving Gu, 3-color, Slug Illusion Gu. Silk Queen Gu House. None to reach the 6th turn, he would need to refine himself for over 4 years. For the still youthful Li Yuan, this was a protracted period of accumulation. Fortunately, he had acclimated to this lifestyle, his heart remaining tranquil. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. Li Ruo Qian once again appeared in the small bamboo grove to seek out Li Yuan. The time for the princess's 2-month training in the mountains had concluded, and the prince had instructed her to bring the princess back, preparing for entry into the inner sanctum of the 9th palace. Xiao Qiner was never from the same world as Li Yuan, so her departure was anticipated. Li Yuan held a favorable impression of the young princess. She genuinely adored the art of Gu and had devoted both sweat and passion to it. Brother Li Yuan, when we meet again, I shall be a true Gu master, Xiao Qiner declared, her affection for life in the small bamboo grove evident, tinged with reluctance. Yet she looked forward to entering the 9th palace's inner sanctum to break the age restrictions with secret methods and become a genuine Gu master sooner. When we meet again, the princess will undoubtedly be an outstanding Gu master, Li Yuan encouraged her. My goal is to be as formidable as Brother Li Yuan. Since witnessing Li Yuan's battle against the demons during the night of the invasion, Xiao Qiner's admiration for him had soared to unprecedented heights, indelibly etched in her memory. You must surpass me, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Absolutely. I shall outshine Brother Li Yuan, Xiao Qiner declared, her small fist clenched in determination. Princess, we must take our leave, Li Ruo Qian interjected, her gaze devoid of sentimentality, recognizing that children, in their innocence, exist in a realm apart. Not all encounters are destined to be revisited. Life is such that for many, their first meeting is their last. Miss Li, I have one more request. Li Yuan called out to her. What is it? Li Ruo Qian raised an eyebrow. Miss Li, I would like to inquire about the disposal of demon corpses slain during the Kanglan army's battles, Li Yuan asked. Those with utility are collected, either for medicinal purposes or for consumption, Li Ruo Qian replied. Could I purchase some of the useless demon corpses? To Li Yuan, these corpses were treasures. Should the Kanglan prince's residents be willing to collaborate, it would be an inexhaustible source of riches. Of course, Li Ruo Qian nodded. What will you offer in exchange? Gu. The only asset Li Yuan could present was Gu. Most of the soldiers in the Kanglan army are martial artists, with only a few Gu masters. Your Gu holds no value for us, Li Ruo Qian responded bluntly. It's different, Li Yuan smiled. The applications of Gu are boundless. They can also be beneficial to you. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a small crimson insect. This is a blood chi Gu, capable of replenishing vitality to a certain extent. Vitality is crucial for martial artists, is it not? Even non-Gu masters can utilize it. Li Ruo Qian's interest was piqued. Once tamed by a Gu master, even ordinary folk can use it. How many can you provide? As long as the Kanglan prince's residents can continuously supply me with demon corpses, I can offer an endless supply of blood chi Gu. Is that truly the case? Absolutely no exaggeration, Li Yuan assured her earnestly. Li Ruo Qian's demeanor grew serious. This matter cannot be decided by me alone. I will consult with the prince upon my return. Thank you, Miss Li. Li Yuan clasped his hands together and presented a jade vial to her. This contains some tamed blood chi Gu, readily usable by anyone, capable of swiftly replenishing vitality for the soldiers on the battlefield. Please have the Kanglan prince give a try. Understood, Li Ruo Qian nodded. I will respond to you as soon as possible. Half a day later, Li Ruo Qian returned to the Kanglan army camp with Xiao Qiner. Father, I'm back, Xiao Qiner exclaimed joyfully, dancing with excitement. Father, I have completed the trial. You must send me to the 9th palace now, right? Alas, gazing at his innocent daughter, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of mixed emotions. Father, why the sigh? Are you having second thoughts? Xiao Qiner pouted. No. Xiao Yuan shook his head repeatedly. As your father, I simply find it hard to part with you. Do not worry, father. Once I become the most formidable Gu master, I shall lead an army and return to assist you in conquering the world and vanquishing the demons. Shao Qiner declared proudly. Indeed, Qiner shall become the most exceptional Gu master. As he spoke, Shao Yuan retrieved a gourd, kneeling to solemnly present it to his daughter. Qiner, this is a treasured gourd left by your mother. Keep it close and remember, it can only be unveiled upon arrival at the 9th palace. Chapter 38. The Awakening of the Southern Wilderness. Lion Mother left behind a precious gourd? Shao Qiner exclaimed, Father, what is contained within it? I do not know. Shao Yuan replied, shaking his head. Years ago, after my wife perished in battle, she left this gourd behind. In her blood-written letter, she instructed me to incinerate her remains and place the ashes within this gourd, burying it in the scorching sands. Should either Liar or Qiner ever embark on the path of a Gu master, they are to retrieve this gourd and present it to my children. Today, my wife's last wishes have come to fruition. A profound melancholy enveloped Shao Yuan's heart. He trusted that his wife would never harm Qiner. As the former saintess of the 9th palace, she was cherished by the sect and the elders. Whatever she left behind would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to their daughter. Perhaps this was fate. The following day, after the midday banquet, King Kanglan personally bid farewell to his daughter, escorting Shao Qiner deep into the Jiu Palace mountain range. Uncertain when they would meet again, upon returning to the military camp, Li Ruishan finally spoke. Your Highness, I have something to report. Speak, Shao Yuan replied, feeling a sense of loss and guilt at the departure of his daughter. Although he knew the 9th palace would not mistreat her, given his late wife's legacy, she was still entering the mountains as a hostage. Li Yuan of the 12 Caves has proposed a collaboration with the Kanglan royal house, seeking our assistance in providing him with the bodies of demons and monsters, Li Ruishan stated. Due to concern for his daughter, Shao Yuan took note of Li Yuan's name. Yet that was the extent of his interest. Isn't Li Yuan just a minor steward of the 12 Caves? Does he really think he can negotiate with the Kanglan royal house? Without further ado, Li Ruishan presented a jade vial entrusted to him by Li Yuan. Your Highness, this contains the blood Qi Gu that Li Yuan has tamed, which can continuously provide vitality for the soldiers. And then, Shao Yuan was aware of the blood Qi Gu's function, but it hardly qualified as a basis for collaboration with the Kanglan royal house. Li Yuan claimed that as long as we can consistently supply him with the bodies of demons, he can reciprocate with an endless supply of blood Qi Gu. Li Ruishan explained, can a mere steward possess such capabilities? Shao Yuan frowned, skeptical. Li Yuan was indeed talented. At the tender age of 20, he had already achieved the status of a 5th-rank Gu master and was recently accepted as a personal disciple by Elder Yu Hengchuan of the 9th Palace. Even Yu Hengchuan had praised his remarkable talent. He seemed to possess an extraordinary mental acuity, capable of controlling a vast array of subordinate Gu and cultivating rare Gu that had not emerged for a millennium, potentially rising to prominence within the 9th Palace. Recently, a group of demons and traitorous warriors had launched an assault on the 12 Caves. 2 5th-rank demons and a 5th-rank warrior had simultaneously attacked the small bamboo grove where Li Yuan was located. The result was, Li Ruishan reported, the demons were annihilated, while Li Yuan emerged with only slightly soiled clothing. Is Li Yuan truly that formidable? Shao Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound respect. No longer could he underestimate Li Yuan, a Gu master with such potential, alongside his esteemed mentor Yu Hengchuan, certainly warranted a collaboration with the Kanglan royal house. Let us initiate a preliminary partnership, provide him with a portion of demon bodies. If it proves beneficial to the Kanglan army, we can deepen our collaboration later. Shao Yuan nodded in agreement. Ruishan, you shall oversee this matter. Understood, Li Ruishan replied with a bow. There is another matter that requires your investigation, concerning the direct bloodline of the Dayan imperial family. Recent developments have emerged, Shao Yuan added. Li Ruishan was astonished. Is it true that a direct bloodline of the imperial family still exists? I had always believed that was merely a ruse by the Night Owl Guards to stabilize the situation. Who can discern the truth from the falsehoods? Shao Yuan sighed softly. Even if it is false, it pertains to the martial god's treasure and the unification of the world. It will inevitably influence the tides of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Li Ruishan inquired, Your Highness, Do the rumors specify which prince or princess has survived? It is said to be the young prince born to the esteemed Lady Yuan, known as the Little Prince of the extreme North Icefield tribe, Xiao Yuan replied, frowning. During the bloody turmoil that ravaged the dying imperial family, the Night Owl Guards had arrived too late, rescuing only the young prince. They were subsequently ambushed by demons, resulting in the deaths of the guards escorting the young prince, who was hidden away and subsequently lost to the world. In the depths of the mountains, within a 12 caves residual Gu Tower, 2 months swiftly passed. Li Yuan reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, while the little colorful and the fifth sister nestled against him, displaying a remarkably human-like affection. Li Yuan referred to this process as cultivating a rapport with his destined Gu, preparing for the future construction of his Gu dwelling. He recalled a film from his previous life, where a gambling sage cultivated a bond with Mahjong by sleeping beside it nightly. Were not the little colorful and the fifth sister far more spirited than mere Mahjong? Indeed, it was quite reasonable. Nowadays, even in slumber, the little colorful and the fifth sister insisted on sharing his pillow, each taking a side. Suddenly, Li Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing an impending presence. Senior brother Pei has arrived. Little colorful fifth sister quickly hide. With a swish, the three-colored flame python and the spinning silk queen Gu immediately dove into the black jar, concealing their auras. Li Yuan found the situation amusing. Why did it feel akin to sneaking around? Ultimately, his lack of strength rendered their cultivation of rapport somewhat unconvincing. Before long, Pei Luoqing's figure appeared in the small bamboo grove. Junior brother. In mere moments, he approached. Junior brother, I have good news to share. We have identified the traitors colluding with the demons and attacking the various caves. Have you uncovered the truth? Li Yuan was eager to know. Indeed, Pei Luoqing confirmed. The traitors belong to the 3 largest sects in southern wilderness: the Wind and Snow Sword Manor, the Heavenly Blade Cliff, and the Star Moon Palace. Li Yuan was taken aback. Why would they collude with demons? These 3 factions, though ostensibly the strongest in southern wilderness, had long been suppressed by the Ninth Palace's Gu Nest. Perhaps they sought to leverage this opportunity to challenge the Ninth Palace's position, or the demons had offered them sufficiently tempting conditions, prompting them to risk annihilation for a chance to fight back. Yet they had forgotten that the Ninth Palace would retaliate mercilessly. From the moment the truth was unveiled, there would be no respite. Pei Luoqing's tone was grave. Li Yuan understood. Does this imply that the Ninth Palace is preparing to launch a counterattack? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. The Ninth Palace has issued orders to eliminate everyone from the 3 major sects and destroy all their assets. They will not rest until the 3 sects have been completely eradicated, leaving not even a single complete worm behind. If they choose to act, it will be a total extermination. Why would you provoke them? Li Yuan realized that, given the stakes, he could not remain aloof. Senior brother has come. What are your instructions? Pei Luoqing stated with solemnity. According to the ancestral teachings of the Ninth Palace, when disciples are maliciously slaughtered by external forces, both the Ninth Palace and the 72 caves under its jurisdiction must participate in the revenge operation. From the palace master down to the disciples, there are no exceptions. This operation will adopt a lottery system. Those drawn must participate. If victorious upon return, their monthly allowance will be doubled, and they will receive commendations. If they perish, their lineage will forever be protected by the Ninth Palace. Chapter 39. Drawing the life and death lots. Li Yuan, though an outsider, had familiarized himself with the myriad customs of the Jiugong mountain range. The origin of the Jiugong Gu Nest lay in a prominent family with the surname Qi, who had resided in caves for generations, placing immense importance on the concepts of bloodline and kinship. In such an environment, the allure of the family tree held an indescribable temptation, rendering many unable to resist its pull, with some even taking pride in the sacrifices made for their clan. It was precisely for this reason that the Jiugong Gu Nest had endured for millennia, surviving through the rise and fall of dynasties. Steadfast and formidable in its presence in the world, Li Yuan felt little emotional connection to this legacy. Yet he could envision the terrifying destructive power and unyielding spirit of such a cohesive group in action. Pei Luoqing remarked with a smile, "We are both outsiders. According to tradition, if there aren't enough willing participants, we must draw lots. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He was not devoid of feelings. Having received the blessings of the 12 caves, he held a certain affection for this land. When the time came, he would act decisively. The lot drawing will take place tomorrow at the Baisha Hall. Remember to bring Xiao Zhao, Pei Luo Qing instructed. The following day, both Li Yuan and Wang Zhao rose early. This marked Li Yuan's second departure from the remnant Gu building. The first was for old Wang. And this time, it was to avenge their fallen comrades who had met tragic ends at the hands of demons and traitors. Upon arriving at the mountain where Baisha Hall was located, they found the area outside the hall already teeming with people. Li Yuan quietly formed a line within the crowd. Few from the 12 caves recognized him. Only a handful of disciples who frequently visited the remnant Gu building were aware of his presence. Before long, Pei Luo Qing appeared, personally overseeing the lot drawing ceremony. Thank you to all the disciples of the 12 caves for gathering here at Baisha Hall to honor our departed brothers and sisters. Pei Luo Qing, with his arm wrapped in white mourning cloth, bowed deeply. Today's lot drawing will consist of two types, the life lots, which allow one to remain in the sect, and the death lots, which require one to leave the sect and fight in vengeance for our fallen brethren, to bring back their souls. He then called forth the leaders of each hall to step forward and commence the drawing. The first to draw was the Battleguard Hall, the main fighting faction among the 12 caves, naturally taking the lead. The crowd grew tense. The first to draw was the head of the Battleguard Hall, who reached into the wooden box, retrieved a slip of paper, and handed it to Pei Luo Qing. Qi Huan, death lot, Pei Luo Qing announced. Ha ha, I cannot escape it. Qi Huan laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Following this, the three Vice Hall masters stepped forward. Two drew death lots while one drew a life lot, the latter breathing a sigh of relief. After half an hour, all 300 members of the Battleguard Hall had drawn their lots, resulting in 100 death lots and 200 life lots. Once the Battleguard Hall had completed their draws, some greeted Li Yuan. Li Yuan, it's been a long time. Li Yuan turned to Si Qi Lin, who he recognized from their first meeting in Jiugong Mountain when Qi Lin had guided him through the Gu Master examination. In his eyes, Qi Lin had once appeared mysterious and powerful, yet now he seemed rather unremarkable. I drew a death lot. I wonder what luck you will have, Qi Lin casually remarked. I'm fine with whatever, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. Are you still working at the remnant Gu building? Qi Lin inquired again. Li Yuan nodded. Qi Lin smiled. You seem to be quite content in solitude. Your vitality appears robust. Have you not yet changed your life, Gu? You must have stepped into the realm of the third transformation of Gu Masters by now. The vitality Gu is quite suitable. Li Yuan chuckled in agreement, suddenly feeling a sense of nostalgia for the past. After a brief conversation, Qi Lin departed with the Battleguard Hall, and Li Yuan wished him good luck upon their farewell. The lot drawing ceremony continued as each hall completed their draws, resulting in approximately 70% life lots and 30% death lots. Next up was the remnant Gu building. After a considerable wait, it was finally Li Yuan's turn. Compared to the other halls, the remnant Gu building was rather sparse, with only Li Yuan and Wang Zhao present. Li Yuan reached into the wooden box and drew a slip of paper. Behind him, Wang Zhao waited, even more anxious than he. Pei Luo Qing proclaimed, Li Yuan, life lot. After stating this, the head of Baisha Hall made a mark next to Li Yuan's name in the 12 caves roster. Next, it was Wang Zhao's turn. With a heart full of trepidation and trembling hands, she retrieved a slip of paper from the box and handed it to Pei Luo Qing. Wang Zhao, death lot, she murmured, not afraid of death per se, but rather troubled by the thought of being separated from her brother Yuan for an extended period. A sense of melancholy washed over her, as she had never left the small bamboo grove since entering the mountain, never spent a night elsewhere, always by Yuan's side. The sudden prospect of parting filled her with an indescribable sorrow. Fear not, Zhao. Li Yuan gently patted the young girl's back. The tasks assigned by the outer 72 caves are not overly complex. Your opponents are merely the industries and affiliated forces of the three major sections. With your capabilities, you will have no issues. Wang Zhao nodded. I'll return soon. If you find it inconvenient to wash or cook, you could hire a clever girl to help out at the small bamboo grove. Throughout the long years, she had been by Yuan's side. How could she not recognize his charm? Every sister and junior who came to deliver remnants of Gu had cast him furtive glances. It was merely that he was engrossed in the ways of Gu and paid them no heed. What if she left? Would another girl truly come to take her place, to accompany Yuan, sharing the seasons together? At this thought, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Seeing the subtle change in her demeanor, Yuan couldn't help but smile. He could easily discern the young lady's heartache. Her words brimmed with unspoken grievances. How can you suggest I invite other girls up the mountain? I am quite sentimental, Yuan said with a smile. Food prepared by others seldom suits my taste. Having strangers around feels rather uncomfortable. You must return soon. All right. All right. Wang Zhao's heart swelled with joy, feeling elated to hear such warm words from Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan decided to prepare some defensive measures for Wang Zhao. While she possessed decent strength, her lack of practical experience made her vulnerable to unforeseen circumstances. Zhao, I have a gift for you tonight. What gift? Wang Zhao's imagination began to run wild. It's a secret. What else could Yuan possibly gift her but Gu insects? As the lot-drawing ceremony concluded, dusk had fallen. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Yuan immediately entered the remnant Gu building to begin training some special Gu insects for Wang Zhao. In her chamber, Wang Zhao sat before the mirror, carefully unwrapping the black satin blindfold from her eyes. She gently retrieved a wooden box hidden in the cabinet. Inside was not some extraordinary artifact, but merely the cosmetics that every woman would use. At that moment, she held a singular thought: to present her best self, to accept the gift from her brother Yuan. Chapter 40. Who am I? As dusk descended, Yuan emerged from the remnants of the cursed bug tower after several hours of diligent work. The luminous moonlight worm gathered the moonlight, casting a gentle glow upon the small bamboo grove beside his chamber, resembling a grand lantern illuminating the area with a soft radiance. Beneath this light lay a table adorned with exquisite dishes and fine wines, accompanied by a graceful maiden, her head bowed in modesty, akin to a flower poised to bloom. In this splendid moment, Yuan found himself momentarily stunned. Had the young lady misinterpreted something? Zhao, when did you acquire this attire? I've never seen you wear before. Over the long years, both he and Wang Zhao had donned the unremarkable uniforms of the 12 caves, routinely changing and washing them. Yuan seldom paid heed to such superficialities. However, upon this sudden observation, he realized that the girl had transformed. Zhao was no longer the naive young girl who had ascended the mountain 4 years prior. Her features had matured, revealing a clearer beauty and with improved living conditions. Her once frail physique had blossomed into a fuller, fairer form, her demeanor dramatically enhanced. The only flaw was her eyes, which opened only in the throes of battle, lending her a certain lack of vitality. Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao sensed his gaze upon her, growing even more bashful. I've had this dress for quite some time, but never had the occasion to wear it. It looks splendid, Yuan complimented. Really? Wang Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Does Brother Yuan like it? Who would he admire such a beautiful sister? Yuan chuckled, producing 3 jade vials from his robe and placing them in her hands. With a mission at hand, these are 3 types of bugs I have concocted for you, attuned solely to your essence for your use. The first vial contained 3 spring revitalization bugs, each capable of healing wounds and expelling toxins. The second held 3 shadow sword light bugs, which, if used judiciously, could vanquish any martial artist below the 6th rank in a single strike. The third vial contained flying wing bugs and golden armor bugs, designed to aid in your escape at critical moments. As the vials rested in her palms, a wave of emotions surged within the young maiden, bringing forth a bittersweet sensation that caused her to weep, abruptly throwing herself into Yuan's embrace. Brother Yuan, thank you. The gifts were not what Wang Zhao had yearned for, yet they reflected the concern of the one she admired. What more could she desire? What is there to thank? Yuan teased. When I first ascended the mountain, I was destitute, lacking even a coffin or gravestone for my grandfather. Old Wang unhesitatingly provided me with the funds for a coffin. I was not shy then. I accepted it openly. When you venture outside, be bold and unyielding. Honest people often bear the brunt of others' malice. Indeed, Wang Zhao nodded earnestly, committing Brother Yuan's words to memory. That's good. Li Yuan helped the young girl settle onto a chair, for the sumptuous dishes and fine wines must not go to waste. After this night, it would be at least 2 or 3 months before he could savor her cooking again. The following morning, after bowing thrice before the grave of old Wang on the back mountain, Wang Zhao tearfully bid farewell to Li Yuan and embarked on her journey beyond the Jiugong mountain range. Those who had come to escape the ravages of war were now compelled to leave once more due to its relentless grip. This revelation struck Li Yuan profoundly. In a world of chaos, there existed no eternal sanctuary. The only unwavering path was to continuously enhance one's own strength. Half a month later, Qi Xian, the leader of the 100 Affairs Hall, hurried up the mountain to present a list to Li Yuan. It was a roster of disciples who had perished in the line of duty outside the 12 caves. A tumult of emotions stirred within Li Yuan as he contemplated the weight of the list. In these past weeks, he had missed the companionship of someone who shared meals, laundered his clothes, and alleviated his boredom. It felt unsettling and left a void in his heart. He opened the roster, his gaze steady as he scrutinized each name. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao's name was absent. However, he did spot another familiar name, Qi Lin, the individual who had once guided him into the mountains to partake in the Bug Master trials, had succumbed during a mission to eradicate a faction of the Wind and Snow Sword Manor. There was no profound sorrow, merely a sense of reflection. Another half-month passed, and the second batch of death rosters arrived. Again, Xiao Zhao's name was not present, filling Li Yuan with joy, barring unforeseen circumstances. The skills he had imparted to Xiao Zhao were sufficient to handle any tasks assigned to outer disciples. On this day, a distinguished guest graced the small bamboo grove. A multitude of demon corpses were transported there, over 100, to be precise. Li Yuan, the blood chi bugs you cultivated are exceptionally effective. The prince has agreed to collaborate with you. Here are 120 demon corpses in exchange for 600 blood chi bugs. Is that agreeable? Li Ruoqian personally led the team to deliver the demon corpses and negotiate with Li Yuan. Absolutely, Li Yuan agreed with enthusiasm. He could transform a single demon corpse along with a few inconsequential blood bugs into a plethora of blood chi bugs, with the remainder being pure profit. For him, aside from the expenditure of time, it was merely a no-cost venture. You're not even bargaining? Li Ruoqian inquirat surpresa. Producing such high-quality blood chi bugs should not be a trivial task. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had underestimated the situation. It appeared that the Kanglin prince also felt they had struck a remarkable deal. Had he known, he might have negotiated more firmly. The Kanglin army combats the demons to safeguard the southern border, and I have benefited from this. If the prince believes this is the price, then it shall be settled thus. Such fortitude, Li Ruoqian remarked, rarely displaying a smile. When she did, it unveiled a charming dimple, adding a touch of femininity to her otherwise heroic visage. In the future, I will ensure that the logistics team of the Kanglin army selects better quality, well-preserved demon corpses for you. Thank you, Miss Li, Li Yuan said, clasping his fists in gratitude. There is no need for thanks, Li Ruoqian replied. This is merely business. You treat us with sincerity, and the Kanglin prince will certainly not shortchange you. Ah, yes, indeed. Li Yuan felt somewhat bashful. Prepare yourself, Li Ruoqian continued. Recent conflicts have intensified, and the situation is escalating. Many demon corpses will be sent your way. I hope you can provide us with a continuous supply of blood chi bugs. The situation is escalating again? Li Yuan was taken aback. What is happening? Because of one person, Li Ruoqian's expression turned grave. Who? Li Yuan was curious. The world was rife with turmoil. The demon lord, various princes, and martial artists all played their parts, yet none dared to claim supremacy. Who possessed such influence that merely their presence could alter the course of battle? It is none other than the last surviving direct descendant of the Deyan imperial family, who is said to have been lost to history. His bloodline is the key to unlocking the martial god's treasure. He is the stabilizing anchor for the chaos in the world. Everyone desires him. Li Ruoqian spoke with gravity. Is there truly a direct descendant of the Yuan imperial family still alive? Li Yuan felt a stirring within. Indeed, Li Ruoqian nodded. This individual is the young prince born to concubine and during the imperial family's great calamity over 20 years ago. Li Yuan. Wait, the young prince born to concubine and whom all the heroes are pursuing. So who am I? Chapter 41. The true Queen's Gu. Li Yuan did not anticipate that the unfolding drama would involve him directly. The conflict had already commenced, and the little prince mentioned by Li Ruoqian was evidently not him. Could there be a false little prince? Li Yuan pondered, and suddenly a flash of insight struck him. Over 2 decades ago, his mother, the noble Nguafei, had entrusted a royal physician with the task of sending him away from the palace to evade the calamity of royal bloodshed. In a bid to save him, the physician had audaciously severed his own grandson's bloodline, sacrificing it to ensure Li Yuan's survival. Thus, from the perspective of the outside world, the physician's grandson was perceived as the genuine little prince. Yet, only he harbored the truth. Could it be that the physician's grandson had not perished, but was instead saved? Li Yuan speculated. He turned to Li Ruoqian and inquired calmly, Miss Li, was it not said that the direct bloodline of the dying royal family had been entirely extinguished? The sudden emergence of a little prince, could it not be a fabrication? Chances are, it is indeed genuine, Li Ruoqian replied. The various factions are not fools. They would not wage war over a mere impostor without substantial evidence. It is rumored that during the blood calamity, the Night Owl's forces arrived too late, but managed to rescue that little prince at a critical moment. However, those Night Owl warriors were subsequently pursued and slain by demons, leaving the little prince hidden away, his whereabouts unknown. Following the blood calamity, the lords of the demons proclaimed that they had eradicated the dying royal bloodline, a claim even the Night Owl King accepted as truth. It was only recently, after the Night Owl King defeated a demon lord and delved into his memories, that he discovered the little prince might still be alive. Li Yuan inhaled deeply. If that were the case, could it be possible that the physician's grandson was indeed alive? He recalled the jade pendant left to him by the physician on his deathbed, the aged and hoarse voice echoing in his ears. Yuan, remember, you are not my grandson. Your true identity is that of the dying prince. Your mother is the priestess of the extreme North Ice Plains, the noble Nguafei, 16 years ago. You must survive. This jade pendant contains a drop of the blood of our founding emperor, which, when combined with potent herbs, may allow you to regenerate the roots of a martial deity. Yuan, you must vanquish the demons and restore Dian, avenging your mother. After joining the 12 caves, Li Yuan had immersed himself in the art of Gu and had not contemplated activating the pendant, let alone refining the imperial blood. He wondered, after exchanging blood with the physician's grandson all those years ago, was his bloodline still viable? Could the physician's grandson, who had been forced to accept the royal bloodline, possibly unlock the treasures of the martial deity? The situation had suddenly become perplexing, compelling Li Yuan to consider numerous questions he had never pondered before. The inheritance of royal bloodlines was a complex affair. Not all descendants of the founding emperor were considered direct royal bloodlines. Only the children born after each emperor ascended the throne, having undergone the baptism of ancestral blood, were deemed to possess the royal bloodline necessary to access the treasures of the martial deity. This meant that offspring born before an emperor's ascension, as well as those from other princes, did not qualify and could not inherit the royal legacy. Clearly, meticulous planning was essential. The physician had saved his life, and even the physician's grandson was considered a savior in this matter, intertwined with a blood feud. Li Yuan could not remain indifferent. Time was of the essence. He could not linger any longer. Li Ruoqian's voice pulled Li Yuan back from his reverie. We must take our leave. May we return with the promised 600 blood Qi Gu. Safe travels, Miss Li. Watching Li Ruoqian's diminishing figure and the multitude of demon corpses strewn about, Li Yuan took a deep breath. At this moment, he could change nothing. In the face of the various lords and demon kings, any attempt to intervene could lead to his demise. I must remain composed. He possessed the sole method to turn the tide, which required time to cultivate. He could not recklessly court disaster. Once composed, Li Yuan began to manage the demon corpses. Most of the demon bodies sent by the Kanglan army were below the 3rd rank, with only 6 at the 4th rank and 2 at the 5th. The most valuable was a dismembered 6th rank demon, its heart removed. After directing the ant army to categorize and organize the demon bodies, Li Yuan turned his attention to the most precious remains of the 6th rank demon. Hiss, Xiao Kai and Wu may emerge from their hiding places. Do you wish to eat? Li Yuan inquired. The 3-colored flame python and the spider queen Gu were both extraordinary creatures with immense potential for evolution, requiring constant nourishment from rare materials to facilitate their transformation. Help yourselves. Li Yuan generously allowed the 2 little creatures to indulge in a buffet. Hiss, receiving his permission, Xiao Kai and Wu Mei leaped down from his shoulders and landed upon the demon corpses, selecting their desired parts. Xiao Kai chose the demon's gallbladder, while Wu Mei utilized her spider silk to extract the demon's brain matter. Very well, go eat aside. I shall begin refining Gu now, Li Yuan chuckled. Xiao Kai shook her head, carrying the demon's gallbladder to a nearby clearing. She then opened her mouth and breathed forth crimson flames, causing the gallbladder to sizzle and its bile to boil. What is this? Li Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Once the crimson flames subsided, the outer layer of the gallbladder vanished, and the bile condensed into a golden stone the size of a thumb. Biliary calculus? A term flashed through Li Yuan's mind. This was evidently more than mere gallstones. It was likely a treasure. Xiao Kai, clutching the golden stone, returned to Li Yuan's shoulder, spinning in circles as if seeking praise or perhaps challenging Wu Mei. Li Yuan carefully examined the stone, feeling a powerful energy emanating from it, reminiscent of a term he had encountered in a previous life-esque novel, Golden Pill. Cultivators refine the essence of heaven and earth into a golden pill within their Pantheon. Perhaps demons possess a similar method of cultivation? How should it be utilized? Should it be used in synthesis? Li Yuan attempted to invoke the golden stone with the mystical energy of Gu, but to no avail. At that moment, he observed Wu Mei placing the previously extracted brain matter back into the demon's skull, her 8 spider legs moving with astonishing speed, akin to a delicate surgery. Wu Mei first sutured the demon's brain with her silk, then crafted a bionic heart, completing the repair of the demoness body. Indeed, the Spider Queen Gu was a versatile creature. Due to Wu Mei's close attachment to him, Li Yuan nearly forgot the true capability of the Spider Queen Gu. Her silk could mimic any life characteristic. Boom! The repaired demon rose to its feet. It was a black bear demon, towering over 2 meters, resembling a small mountain when standing, its eyes burning like copper furnaces, full of life. At first glance, it appeared entirely lifelike. Under Li Yuan's gaze, the black bear demon knelt slowly, prostrating itself, and from its abdominal cavity came a deep, thunderous voice. Black Bear pays homage to its master. Chapter 42. The Sweet and Fierce Fifth Sister. Is there another way to play? A novel thought unfurled within Li Yuan's mind. The true essence of the Spider Queen's Gu seemed to reveal itself at this moment. Hiss! Little Kai flicked her tongue, feeling overshadowed. The fifth sister swiftly climbed back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, using her silk to create a gesture, sticking her tongue out at Little Kai. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Where had they learned such antics? Enough of the noise. Fortunately, both Little Kai and the fifth sister possessed uncomplicated minds. Their occasional jealousy did not disrupt the larger picture, or else Li Yuan would truly find it burdensome. Fifth sister, how many of these demon corpses can you control? What is the extent of your control? After expelling a significant amount of silk to mend the black bear demon, the fifth sister appeared quite weakened, undoubtedly limiting her capacity to control. Chirp! Li Yuan gathered that the fifth sister could manage at most 2 demon corpses of a higher tier than herself, while she could manipulate 10 of the same tier. As for lower tier corpses, hundreds or even thousands would pose no challenge. With the fifth sister at his side, could he not form an army single-handedly? She could serve as both his sweet companion and the queen of a demon legion. Hiss! Little Kai was not pleased. Let us not bicker, Li Yuan soothed. Both of you bring unique advantages. You are my most cherished Gu. No sooner had he spoken than another strand of silk shot forth, binding the golden stone extracted from the black bear demon and pressing it into the demon's forehead. The bear demon's aura surged as a result. Li Yuan beamed. See, little Kai, your significance is evident. Together with the fifth sister, you can forge the mightiest demon army. They immediately began to assign roles. Little Kai, your keen sense for treasures will be invaluable in extracting valuables from the demon corpses. Fifth sister, focus on controlling the more powerful corpses to create puppets. I will continue refining Gu. A month swiftly passed. During this time, the 100 Affairs Hall delivered 2 more death lists, neither of which contained Xiao Zhao's name. However, the duration of the task extended beyond Li Yuan's expectations, perhaps dragging on for several more months. He also received significant news. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest officially announced a partnership with the Kanglan King. This signified that the 9 Palaces Gu Nest would no longer remain in seclusion, but would confront demons directly, leaving Li Yuan with diminishing time for covert development. Soon after, the Fengshui Sword Manor, the foremost power in the southern Yuanhua, was besieged. The manor's master, a legendary swordsman, along with every inhabitant, young and old, sick and healthy, were slaughtered without mercy, leaving no survivors. All assets under the Fengshui Sword Manor were liquidated. The operation was led by the masters of the 3rd and 6th palaces of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. The following day, the Xingyue Palace, another major force in the southern Jianghu, abandoned their stronghold and relocated to the impenetrable territory of Tiandao Cliff. Shortly thereafter, the master of the 1st palace personally struck down a demon lord, shocking all powers and formally announcing the 9 Palaces Gu Nest's emergence into the world. The flood of news left Li Yuan contemplative. In this chaotic era, even the leaders of great powers fell one after another. What was his significance in comparison? The martial saint, a pinnacle figure in martial arts, and the demon lord, both of whom attained such lofty honors at the 8th tier, had met their demise in succession. How could this not evoke a sense of melancholy? No wonder everyone coveted the martial god as treasure. Li Yuan grasped the allure of the martial god as treasure once more. Should any formidable being acquire it, they need not become a martial god. Simply stepping into the 9th tier and achieving the status of martial emperor would suffice to secure their position. He pondered whether the master of the 1st palace had entered the 9 transformations realm. Within the domain of martial arts, the Night Owl King was undoubtedly among the elite. Although the demons lacked a common leader, there must exist 9th tier demons. Given that one had once ensnared the Night Owl King and seized the opportunity to massacre the royal family. Each path, Gu, martial, and demons, had its pinnacle. Li Yuan gazed upward from the foot of the mountain, acknowledging that according to the principle of walking 100 miles only to cover 90, he had merely begun his journey. 3 months later, Li Yuan received word from the 100 Affairs Hall, announcing the conclusion of the campaign against Tiandao Cliff and the various estates of the Xingyue Palace. The tasks of the outer 72 caves had been completed. It seemed Xiao Zhao would soon return. During this period, Li Yuan had forged a personal demon corpse army, consisting of 2 6th-tier demons, 10 5th-tier demons, and 300 4th-tier demons, an extraordinarily lavish formation. Li Yuan personally tested the combat capabilities of the corpse army. The fighting strength of the corpses was approximately 70% of their original form. They were not very agile, lacked adaptability, relied on instinct, and felt no pain or fear of death. However, the sheer number of demon corpses made the small bamboo grove feel cramped. Li Yuan contemplated whether to request Brother Pei to expand the bamboo grove. After much deliberation, he decided to wait until the disciples returned from their missions before making the request, lest he appear too inconsiderate. As Li Yuan anticipated, 3 days later he received further intelligence from the 100 Affairs Hall. The 12 cave disciples returning from battle would arrive the next day, and all hall masters and managers were requested to descend the mountain to welcome them back and provide a proper burial for the final batch of fallen disciples. Brother, I've held the position of cave master for quite some time now, and aside from the last time we drew the life and death lots, I haven't seen you leave the bamboo grove. You truly do have a remarkable tolerance for solitude. Initially, it was expected that with Xiao Zhao's absence over these months, Li Yuan would seek out some amusement, but it appeared he had underestimated him. On the way down the mountain, Pei Luo Qing teased Li Yuan. With Xiao Zhao away, you still have the Gu worms for company, right? At first, Li Yuan found it quite difficult, especially in the initial days after Xiao Zhao's departure, when he felt an emptiness within him. However, he adapted over time. TSK, TSK. Pei Luo Qing chuckled. Your words remind me of the master of the Seventh Palace. Why is that? Like you, he spends his days in the company of Gu, leading a solitary life. Yet one day, he undertook an earth-shattering act. What was it? He wed his own Gu. Wow, that's explosive. Li Yuan was taken aback. Such a thing was indeed unheard of. Pei Luo Qing laughed heartily. Had you not had Xiao Zhao by your side, I would genuinely worry you might one day do the same. Curious, Li Yuan inquired about the Seventh Palace Master's Gu. Was it a humanoid corpse Gu? If so, it could be somewhat understandable. Pei Luo Qing murmured, unfortunately, his Gu is a snake. Li Yuan blinked. Is the palace master surnamed Su or Xiao? Ah. Pei Luo Qing paused. Did you see the surname of the Seventh Palace Master in the notes given to you by the teacher? Indeed, his surname is Su. Chapter 43. The past of the Princess of Kanglan. Li Yuan's knowledge did not stem from the notes of his mentor, Yuanhua. The story of Su's snake was a tale renowned in his past life, deeply etched in the hearts of many. Brother, do you think it's possible that the innate Gu could evolve to a certain level and, under the influence of a Gu master, take on human form? Li Yuan Kidat. Hiss. Pei Luo Qing narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yuan. Junior brother, your thoughts are perilous. Do not misconstrue my words. Li Yuan teased. I am merely curious about the tale of the Seventh Palace Mistress. In theory, it is possible. Pei Luo Qing chuckled. When the second Gu immortal appears in the Tianyuan continent, this theory may very well be validated. Li Yuan was left speechless. Hearing a single remark from the wise felt akin to listening to a profound lecture. As they engaged in conversation, they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yet from afar, not a single figure was in sight. It seemed they would have to wait for a while. Pei Luo Qing sat down and asked, by the way, have you heard about the incident concerning the Kanglan princess? No, Li Yuan shook his head. Wasn't he the young princess sent to the Ninth Palace to study the art of Gu? Did something happen? Indeed, it was unexpected, Pei Luo Qing replied. The Kanglan king was able to forge an alliance with the Ninth Palace Gu nest largely due to the efforts of that young princess. Such prowess from a mere child? Li Yuan questioned. Xiao Qiner is just a girl in her early teens. Though she possesses some talent in Gu arts, she is yet too young to refine her innate Gu. What influence could she possibly have over the Ninth Palace Gu nest? This tale has only recently come to my knowledge, as it was shared with me by my senior sister, Pei Luo Qing explained. Evidently, Li Yuan's unseen senior sister had extensive connections and was well informed. To this day, he had yet to meet her. Indeed, Pei Luo Qing smiled. My senior sister revealed to me certain secrets of the past. It turns out the previous holy maiden of the Ninth Palace was the Princess of Kanglan. Li Yuan was taken aback. When he heard the Kanglan king mention that Qiner's mother was a Gu master, he had speculated that the princess must have a profound connection with the Ninth Palace Gu nest. Little did he expect that the Princess of Kanglan was, in fact, the holy maiden of the Ninth Palace. What does it mean to be a holy maiden? Only those assured of inheriting the position of palace master are bestowed with such honor. It was said that the previous holy maiden was extraordinarily gifted, a prodigy in Gu arts not seen in a millennium, who fell deeply in love with the Kanglan king and pledged her life to him. During her time with the Kanglan king, she witnessed the suffering of the southern border's people and vowed to eradicate demons and save the populace from calamity. She petitioned the Ninth Palace Gu nest to intervene, but to no avail, ultimately parting ways due to ideological differences. In retrospect, it seems the Princess of Kanglan was indeed correct. Had the Ninth Palace Gu nest intervened sooner, perhaps the situation in the southern border would not have deteriorated to such an extent. Only when calamity struck did they begin to raise their banners. Pei Luo Qing lamented. Li Yuan suddenly realized and asked, what does this have to do with the young princess? Because not long ago, the young princess inherited the innate Gu of the Princess of Kanglan, which ranks third on the list of exotic Gu, Pei Luo Qing clarified. The third-ranked exotic Gu is the heart-questioning Gu, Li Yuan Rakalyet. The conditions for refining the heart-questioning Gu were exceedingly stringent, setting aside the realm of cultivation. The most crucial aspect was that the Gu master must live a life untainted by guilt. Perhaps this very principle shaped the princess of Kanglan into a figure capable of love and hate, who despised evil and boldly resisted, never regretting her choices in life. Indeed, Pei Luo Qing expressed with admiration. It is possible that the moment the princess of Kanglan refined the heart-questioning Gu, her fate was sealed. She would not allow her true heart to be sullied by anyone or anything. Li Yuan remarked seriously, "So, does this mean the young princess is following in the footsteps of the former holy maiden? If that were not the case, the ninth palace Gu nest might not have been inclined to cooperate with the Kanglan king so readily, and the collaboration could have been considerably delayed." Pei Luo Qing sighed. "Brother, I have one more question," Li Yuan interjected. "Why has the heart-questioning Gu persisted through time? Shouldn't it have vanished alongside the princess of Kanglan? That is something I do not know." Pei Luo Qing shook his head. Though the heart-questioning Gu may not enhance a Gu master's combat prowess significantly, it ranks third on the exotic Gu list, possibly due to some unique qualities. That is true. Li Yuan was well-versed in the documented uses of exotic Gu. The heart-questioning Gu, while lacking in battle strength, possessed a remarkably powerful mystical ability. It could grant the Gu master clarity of heart and mind. At the moment of refinement, it allows the Gu master to bypass the first 3 stages of the Gu master heart technique, reaching the level of resonating with the heart. Furthermore, it bestows the Gu master with extraordinary mental prowess. Due to this clarity of mind and superior mental abilities, communication between the Gu master and other Gu insects becomes remarkably effortless, allowing for rapid ascension in cultivation and the ability to command numerous subordinate Gu in battle. Therefore, the holder of the heart-questioning Gu is heralded as the one most likely to step into the realm of Gu Immortal. "Junior brother, do not dwell on this," Pei Luo Qing chuckled. "For individuals like us, refining the heart-questioning Gu would only result in a backlash, a chance that is not easily grasped by the average person." "Ha!" Li Yuan Lauga, acknowledging the truth in her words. He could not deny his inability to remain guilt-free. However, should the opportunity arise, he would seize it without hesitation and refine it, for he believed he would not suffer a backlash. After much conversation, the sky had grown late. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue upon the horizon, yet still, there was no sign of the 12 cave disciples returning. Could something have gone awry? Pei Luo Qing furrowed her brow. She promptly instructed the disciples stationed at various mountains to scout further afield. Moments later, a returning scout hurriedly reported, his expression one of alarm. "Cave Master, there is grave news. The roads nearby have been blocked. Do you know which faction is responsible?" Pei Luo Qing queried. It appears to be the army of King Yu," the scout replied. "King Yu?" Pei Luo Qing narrowed her eyes. "That old wretch has indeed taken action. I knew he would not idly watch the alliance between the Kanglan king and the ninth palace Gu nest." Li Yuan had some understanding of the situation in the southern border. Years prior, he had heard of the ongoing struggle between the Kanglan king and King Yu for control of the southern region, with tensions mounting. Now, it seemed they were ready to fully sever ties. Pei Luo Qing spoke coldly. "It is possible that the collusion between the 3 major factions of the southern border and the demons has King Yu's endorsement. What should we do now?" Li Yuan Ninkidat. "We can only defend our position until reinforcements arrive," Pei Luo Qing declared. Recently, the ninth palace Gu nest and the Kanglan army have focused their efforts on battling the demons and the 3 factions, never anticipating that King Yu's forces would seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Most entrances outside the 9th mountain range are jointly guarded by the Kanglan army and the inner door of the 9th palace. It is unlikely that a large contingent of King Yu's army could infiltrate. They must have slipped in through some gaps. We can hold our ground. Pei Luo Qing, as the cave master, remained clear-headed and immediately commanded, "All members of the 12 caves, heed my orders. Return to the mountain at once and maintain a vigilant defense." Li Yuan remained silent, following the group back to the mountain. It seemed the time had come for the demon corpses and puppets to be put to use. Chapter 44. Solo combat against the minor master upon returning to the small bamboo grove Li Yuan immediately mobilized all his Gu worms, laying out an intricate web of defense. With my current strength, I possess the capability to contend with a 6th-rank martial artist. 7th-rank warriors are not as common as cabbages. In a passive position and lacking intelligence on the situation, Li Yuan could only prepare to meet the enemy head-on. If he could not hold his ground, he could utilize the camouflage abilities of the slug illusion robe to make his escape. Hiss, hiss, chirp, chirp. Even Fifth Sister and Little Kai grew solemn. Fifth Sister commanded the corpses of the demon puppets to lie in ambush underground or in the trees. Li Yuan controlled the concealment Gu, masking the presence of the corpses while he himself hid in the shadows, aided by the slug illusion robe. The sudden assault from the troops of King Yu left him with little time to prepare. Boom, boom. Before long, a deep bell tolled from the 12 peaks. He wondered how Xiao Zhao was faring. Li Yuan worried that Xiao Zhao might encounter the forces of King Yu. If she faced a 6th-rank warrior, her chances of survival would be slim. He could only pray. For now, he was unable to venture outside the mountain to search for her. At that moment, a talking bird flew in, delivering a message. Li Yuan, the cave master, has decided to abandon the strongholds on the various peaks. If the outer defenses are breached, all disciples will retreat to the main peak. You are to go to the main peak for protection. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately sensed a shift in intelligence. The pressure from King Yu's troops had overwhelmed senior brother Pei, compelling the abandonment of the mountain strongholds. Tell the cave master that I must defend the remnant Gu Tower. Li Yuan could not leave. His base was here. If he could not hold this position, the main peak would likely fall as well, leading to the same dire outcome. Understood. The bird, merely executing orders, departed without delay. Half an hour later, violent disturbances erupted from the 2 outer defense lines at the mountain gate, signaling the commencement of battle. Through the moonlight worm, Li Yuan witnessed the turmoil at the mountain gate. He dispatched a swarm of killer bees, sword Gu, and bewildering insects to launch a surprise attack on King Yu's forces. Unfortunately, their opponents were formidable. A group of martial artists surged with vitality, swiftly annihilating the ordinary Gu worms before they could even approach. These were seasoned veterans, well-trained, far superior to the forces led by the 12 Caves battle guards. The defense line crumbled in mere moments, but Li Yuan seized the opportunity to gather critical information. The situation was dire. The strongest among King Yu's troops was perilously close to the 7th rank, perhaps even on the verge of stepping into the realm of the Grand Master. Accompanying him were 3 6th-rank minor masters. This was a truly elite force, explaining their ability to bypass the defenses of the Kanglan army and penetrate this area. Kill! The battle erupted with a thunderous roar at the main peak. Li Yuan beheld Pei Luo Qing's life Gu, a colossal entity resembling a massive infant, shrouded in a misty white aura. The ginseng infant Gu. He longed to admire such a remarkable plant Gu up close, but reality dictated otherwise. A squad from King Yu's army was rapidly approaching the small bamboo grove. I must do my utmost to draw fire away from my senior brother. Li Yuan understood the principle that if the peak fell, he would be forced to abandon the small bamboo grove, like a stray dog fleeing for safety. The hunt begins. With a thought, Li Yuan unleashed the Gu worms hidden along the mountain path, starting with self-destructive 5 poisons Gu that detonated en masse, forcing the ascending soldiers to cover their noses and eyes. What the hell? How could there be so many poisonous insects exploding at once? There must be numerous Gu masters hiding on this mountain. Summon the 100 households at once. The soldiers quickly realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. With Li Yuan's current capabilities, slaughtering a squad without 6th-rank warriors leading them was akin to butchering chickens and ducks. A mere couple of 6th-rank warriors would suffice to genuinely alleviate some pressure from the main peak. Given the total number of subordinate Gu set up in the small bamboo grove, combined with the corpse puppet army, he could wipe out even 1,000 men, provided there were no 6th-rank or higher warriors among them. This was Li Yuan's confidence, and the reason he was reluctant to abandon the small bamboo grove. If he left, many Gu worms would remain behind, akin to severing an arm. Soon, another squad arrived at the foot of the small bamboo grove, consisting of 2 6th-rank warriors. This illustrated the dire situation at the main peak, where such pressure had not been imposed on King Yu's army that they could spare 2 6th-rank minor masters so swiftly. Is this my first direct confrontation with a minor master of martial arts? Li Yuan felt a flutter of anxiety within. Facing opponents who had comprehended the essence of mastery rendered his low-tier subordinate Gu's ambushes futile. Success would be elusive. He could only aim to delay the other soldiers. The 2 6th-rank minor masters teamed up, charging forth with relentless momentum, their murderous intent palpable as they easily advanced towards the small bamboo grove. Just as expected, Li Yuan was not overly surprised. After all, he was merely a 5th-turn Gu master. The power of subordinate Gu was limited. To contend against 6th-rank minor masters, he would have to rely on his life Gu, which could truly showcase the strength of a Gu master. Concealed in the shadows, the slug illusion robe enveloped him in a shroud of airflow, rendering him undetectable even to 6th-rank minor masters. Huh? What's going on? The 2 6th-rank minor masters were bewildered. Scanning the mountain, they found not a single figure in sight, yet the path up the mountain was swarming with Gu worms. Even 5th-rank warriors had been ambushed and slain. Be cautious, Big Hammer. The 2 minor masters took a defensive stance, standing back to back. These Gu masters were masters of deception. A direct encounter would shatter them. The minor master known as Big Hammer, Ding Taizhan, scoffed, "Old Qin, cover me while I use my sonic wave technique to break through this bizarre situation." Understood. Old Qin, whose real name was Qin Shu, had experienced countless battles and was wary of this strange encounter. He dared not underestimate the opponent, feeling a flicker of fear. How could so many Gu masters conceal their presence from him? Judging by the number of Gu worms below, there must be at least 100 Gu masters hiding here. Why, then, were there no signs of life upon ascending the mountain? Lion's roar hammer. In stark contrast, Big Hammer Ding Taizhan was much more rugged. Wielding a pair of hammers weighing thousands of pounds, he leapt high into the air and slammed them down onto the ground. Boom! An invisible shockwave stirred up dust and sent leaves swirling, creating ripples across the earth. Just then, a massive black bear demon descended from above, raising its paw to strike fiercely at Ding Tieshan's head. Qin Shu, about to assist, was repelled by a falling boulder. The attacker was a monkey demon. Black Bear Commander, Brother Monkey, Ding Taizhan exclaimed in shock. Weren't they annihilated by the Kanglan army? How could they possibly be here? They must have been turned into corpse puppets. Qin Shu's expression darkened. Our intelligence has been severely flawed. The 12 caves certainly possess more than 1 6th-turn Gu master. Prepare for a desperate struggle. Chapter 45. The corpse puppet Legion Li Yuan seemed to have stumbled upon a monumental secret. The Black Bear Commander? Brother Ape? It appeared that the true puppeteer behind the scenes was King Yu, with the 3 major sects merely serving as scapegoats thrust into the spotlight. In the ruthless quest for dominion over the southern regions, no tactic was too extreme. Perhaps King Yu had orchestrated this from the very beginning, covertly instigating the 3 sects to unite with demons to slaughter the disciples of the 72 outer caves, subsequently framing King Kanglan, driving a wedge between him and the 9 palaces Gu nest. Should the framing fail, an alliance with the demons could still be forged to maintain competitiveness. Li Yuan felt that his conjecture was almost certainly correct. Such a person as King Yu would care little for immediate outcomes. Victors write history, and all that mattered was winning. Wasn't it better to unite against the demons? Li Yuan found this unfathomable. Or did King Yu believe the chaos wrought by the demons was insurmountable? That each should carve out their own territory, and that coexistence between humans and demons was the inevitable tide of destiny? Chirp chirp. 5th sister sensed the fury within Li Yuan. The attacks from the black bear demon and the ape demon became increasingly fierce, temporarily suppressing the 2 minor masters, Qin Shu and Ding Taizhan, who had initially held the advantage. Li Yuan understood that this was but a fleeting advantage. Once the enemy became accustomed to the demon puppet's attack patterns, the threat it posed would significantly diminish. To achieve a kill, it ultimately relied on him. He had but one chance for a surprise attack. He must eliminate one of them first. His gaze fell upon the large hammer. The lumbering giant's vigilance was evidently inferior to the other, making success more likely. Concealed by the slug, illusionary garment, Li Yuan held his breath and focused intently, stealthily approaching, while the little on his shoulder, attuned to his intent, began to gather strength. Simultaneously, Fifth Sister exerted her power, deliberately exposing a weakness in the Black Bear demon. Commander Black Bear, your corpse has been desecrated. Allow me to liberate you. Ding Tieshan's eyes gleamed as he seized the opportunity, brandishing his twin hammers. The essence of a master converging, akin to the roar of dragons and tigers, striking heavily against the Black Bear demon's body. Bang! He believed that this blow would reduce the Black Bear demon to a bloody pulp. To his astonishment, within the Black Bear demon's body lay a dense mass of white spider silk, which exploded at that moment, instantly ensnaring his hammers. A profound sense of danger surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Ding Tieshan felt an icy chill envelop him, his heart quaking in terror. From the shadows, two flames, one crimson, the other emerald, intertwined and spiraled toward him. Blast wave! Ding Tieshan reacted swiftly, opening his mouth to unleash a barrage of air rings, attempting to extinguish the flames, but it was a futile endeavor. The dual-colored flames landed upon his arm like a malignant growth, refusing to be extinguished. Ah! A cry of agony resonated throughout the small bamboo grove. The illusionary garment unfurled, and Li Yuan's assault followed in quick succession, with the giant spirit Gu empowering him. A punch erupted forth, muscles swelling, hair standing on end, the flames of vitality enveloping him, his garments tearing at the seams. Poof! Without holding back, his fist surged forth like a torrent, piercing through Ding Tieshan's chest. Clang! The twin hammers crashed to the ground. From Li Yuan's strike to Ding Tieshan's demise. The moment passed in an instant. By the time Qin Shu realized, it was too late for rescue, compounded by the entanglement of a 6th-grade ape-demon puppet. The hammer. Qin Shu's complexion turned ashen. It's your turn. Li Yuan's gaze turned frigid. Qin Shu understood that his fate was grim and couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. 2 6th Gu masters lay in ambush here. Did you foresee King Yu's maneuvers all along? 2. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback before comprehending. To them, it seemed as if another Gu master controlling the corpse puppet was lurking in the shadows. You guessed correctly, but you still must die. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, applying psychological pressure on his adversary to render him hesitant, thus simplifying the kill. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Qin Shu's corpse collapsed, his head crushed to a pulp under the foot of the ape demon. Ha! Li Yuan finally exhaled in relief. A 6th-grade minor master was indeed formidable. Had he not enjoyed the advantages of terrain and surprise, it would have been a grueling battle today. On the main peak, Pei Luo Qing was engaged in a fierce struggle with the commander of King Yu's army, utilizing the Ginseng Infant Gu, towering over 10 feet. The Ginseng Infant Gu continuously absorbed the power of the forest and flora to replenish itself, withstanding the assault of a half-step major master. Truly, it was harder than a turtle's shell. Where are Ding Tieshan and Qin Shu? Why is it taking so long to clear a few insignificant hills? Growing impatient, Zhao Ting, the 1,000-household commander of King Yu's army, began to fret. After all, this was the outer perimeter of a 9-palaces Gu nest. Prolonged delays could easily lead to complications. Perhaps they have encountered a formidable opponent, one subordinate suggested. Are you implying our intelligence was flawed? Shao Ting Freunet. Even if there were another 6th Gu master, with their combined strength, they should have resolved the situation. Could it be that a mere 12th cave harbored a multitude of troops? Report. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, panic-stricken. Commander Zhao, it's bad. Both Lord Qin and Lord Ding have perished in battle. How is that possible? Zhao Ting's expression changed dramatically. What transpired? We encountered obstacles while searching a bamboo peak, and a minor flag officer leading a team was besieged and slaughtered by a swarm of Gu insects. Upon receiving a distress signal, Lord Qin and Ding rushed to the small bamboo grove to assist. Soon after, the fighting ceased, but the 2 lords did not descend. They have likely fallen victim to an ambush. The soldier recounted the events in detail. The intelligence had indeed been erroneous. Zhao Ting's complexion darkened ominously. The 12th cave must still be concealing 2 6th Gu masters, deliberately stalling their main force in an attempt to eliminate them one by one. We have a traitor among us. The Nine Palaces Gu nest was already aware of our intelligence and has lured us into a trap. We must retreat at once. Fear gripped Zhao Ting, who dared not linger any longer and ordered an immediate withdrawal. Pei Luoqing's eyes sparkled with determination. The 12th cave is not a place you can enter and exit at will. He had surmised that this was Li Yuan's doing. Junior brother, how deep do you hide your capabilities? 2 6th-grade minor masters, just like that, fell before you? The other Gu masters of the 12th cave were equally bewildered. Aside from the cave master, who possessed such prowess to effortlessly vanquish 2 minor masters, could it be that the 9 palaces intersect had long since made arrangements? With this thought, the morale of the 12th cave surged. Charge! Under Pei Luoqing's leadership, the call to counterattack resounded. The ginseng infant Gu may have lacked offensive power, but its defensive and entangling abilities were unparalleled. Flora and fauna of heaven and earth, I command you. The essence of sun and moon, I absorb into myself. The plants of the surrounding mountains and forests transformed into a verdant torrent, continuously flowing into the ginseng infant Gu. The colossal ginseng infant positioned itself to block the main path down the mountain, leaving only a narrow passageway. This was to prevent the forces of King Yu from severing their retreat and launching a desperate counterattack. Lu, you and the brothers retreat first. I shall hold the rear. Zhao Ting was compelled to intervene and obstruct Pei Luoqing. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, an old 6th-grade Gu master had silently arrived at the foot of the main peak. Chapter 46. Retreating the enemy to find Zhao Li Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, guarding the descent from the mountain. The army of the King of Ghosts, a contingent of 1,000, had dwindled to merely a half-step grandmaster and a minor grandmaster. The rest posed little threat to him. Naturally, Li Yuan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. The only pity was that they were all humans, not demons. Otherwise, he would have truly struck gold. Before long, he observed a group of approximately 400 descending the mountain. Li Yuan's gaze fixed upon a 100-household leader among them, the only remaining 6th-rank minor grandmaster. This individual was quite cunning, hiding amidst the crowd, denying Li Yuan the chance for a surprise attack. Thus, he resolved to first disrupt their formation using his demon puppets. Li Yuan did not deploy all his puppets. He summoned only 2 6th-rank corpses, the black bear and the ape demon. 5th sister strike. With a roar, the sealing curse was lifted, and the 2 demon puppets surged forth from the ground. The massive paw of the black bear swept through the crowd, instantly claiming the lives of 7 or 8 individuals. Meanwhile, the ape demon lunged directly at the remaining minor grandmaster. Black Bear Commander? Brother Ape? Lu Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. The realization dawned upon him. They had been transformed into puppets. As a minor grandmaster, he possessed keen insight and quickly deduced the circumstances. It seemed that Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu had also perished at their hands. Autumn wind intent, Lu Baihu bellowed, brandishing his blade as the essence of his mastery radiated outward, seeking the hidden puppeteer. Yet he sensed nothing. Panic gripped him. He felt as though unseen eyes were fixated upon him. The remaining soldiers of the King of Ghosts were being swept away by the black bear and devoured by the countless cursed insects, their cries of agony echoing through the air. What skill is it to hide in the shadows? Come forth and speak. Lu Baihu shouted, yet no one answered him. Li Yuan lay in quiet ambush, observing the enemy's tumultuous performance. Without absolute certainty, he would not reveal himself. What if he were to be counterattacked? After all, he had often relied on feigned weakness to turn the tables on his adversaries. Being a cunning rogue himself, he naturally assumed his opponents were even more devious. As time ticked by, increasingly more soldiers of the King of Ghosts fell to the black bear and the relentless swarm of cursed insects. Lu Baihu's psychological defenses crumbled further. Finally, after lying in wait for a considerable duration, Li Yuan seized his opportunity. With a swift motion, he and Shao Kai attacked in perfect synchrony, without the need for communication. The fiery fist, ablaze with vitality, surged forth, piercing through Lu Baihu's chest. Lu Baihu's eyes widened in horror. The 100 household leader had fallen. The remaining soldiers of the King of Ghosts, upon witnessing this, discarded their armor and fled in a frenzy. "Exterminate them all. Leave not a single one," Li Yuan commanded. His cursed insects, already positioned nearby, ensured that none who had witnessed his prowess would escape. They must perish here. After a long while, the forest fell silent. Li Yuan gazed up at the towering mountain, still yet to ascend the peak. A half-step grandmaster was not easily slain, and he risked losing more than he gained. Moreover, the enemy was unlikely to be captured easily. An hour later, Pei Luoqing arrived at the small bamboo grove. The others in the 12 caves presumed that the 9th palace had orchestrated this victory. Yet, as the cave master, he understood the truth. This had been a truly deadly ambush. Without Li Yuan, the 12 caves would likely have been obliterated. "Junior brother, you truly conceal yourself deeply," he marveled, surveying the scarcely damaged bamboo grove. How powerful could his junior brother be? Was it truly so effortless to slay warriors of a higher rank? "Brother, you overpraise me. I merely fear death and have taken to setting a few traps in the bamboo grove. I did not expect them to come in handy," Li Yuan replied, neither denying nor confirming. Pei Luoqing's lips twitched. "Are you certain it was merely a few?" "Do not dwell on such trivialities," Li Yuan countered. "Did we capture the leader of this king of ghost detachment?" "No," Pei Luoqing shook his head. A half-step grandmaster could not be stopped. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. This was no ordinary army, was it? "Indeed," Pei Luoqing nodded. "They are the elite Qing you guard under the command of the king of ghosts. I failed to recognize this at first, nearly leading to a grave mistake." No wonder, Li Yuan understood. It was only reasonable that a mere contingent of 1,000 would be led by a half-step grandmaster, as they were the direct elite forces of the king of ghosts. Pei Luoqing sighed. "With your presence, we were fortunate to escape this calamity. The brothers from the other caves will likely fare poorly. Many will be slaughtered. Thus, the conflict between the Kanglan king and the king of ghosts has reached a point of no return." With this, the situation in the southern frontier became entirely clear. Who would ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. "Junior brother, I must attend to sect affairs. Please rest well." Seeing that Li Yuan was unharmed, Pei Luoqing refrained from asking further questions. "Safe travels, brother." Li Yuan appreciated such a person with clear boundaries. Incessant questioning would be overly presumptuous and impolite. The next day, the ban was lifted. Li Yuan was summoned to the 100 Affairs Hall to mourn his fallen comrades. Even the hall master, Qi Xian, had perished in this battle. They have all departed, Li Yuan reflected solemnly. His acquaintances in the 12 caves were few. The 3 he had initially encountered, Qi Lin, Qi Xian, and Old Wang, were all gone. Upon his arrival, he had thought life in the mountains was tranquil, never expecting the capriciousness of fate. What was meant to come could not be avoided. In the afternoon, after the mourning concluded, Li Yuan did not return to the small bamboo grove, but instead proceeded towards the outer defenses of the 12 caves. Xiao Zhao had yet to return, implying she had encountered some insurmountable force. Had she been slain by the Qing Guard? Surely there should be a corpse left behind. Thousands of reconnaissance insects, under Li Yuan's mental command, soared in all directions. He sat atop a mountain, gazing into the distance. What was the outside world like? I feel as if I have almost forgotten. A data panel materialized. Cursed Master, Li Yuan Blackjar, 5th Transformation 257-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation Mental Strength. Late Stage C Realm Destined Curses, Giant Spirit Insect, Revival Insect, Tricolor Fire Python. Illusory Robe, Spider Queen Insect, Cursed Abode. None his mental strength had now reached the late stage of the Sea Realm, allowing him to rival most 7th Transformation Cursed Masters, enabling him to control reconnaissance insects over considerable distances. As dusk fell, Li Yuan began to tire. Yet he finally sensed something. The presence of the rejuvenation insect he had specially reserved for Xiao Zhao's injuries. Following the trail of its energy, the reconnaissance insect traversed through the shadowy underbrush, ultimately discovering Xiao Zhao in a damp pit. At that moment, Xiao Zhao lay on the brink of death, bloodied and weakened, with one of her arms severed, unconscious. The revival insect was exerting its feeble power to sustain the girl's fragile life. Chapter 47. 2 years am I dead? It seems one must die to return to the little cabin, to be by Brother Yuan's side once more. Upon awakening, a familiar warmth enveloped Wang Zhao, leaving her momentarily dazed. But why does it feel so real? Perhaps Brother Yuan saved me? She thought, raising her arm to pinch herself firmly. Oh, that stings a bit. Is this not a dying dream? Yet she quickly became perplexed. Wasn't my arm broken? Why is it healed? The girl chuckled at her own naivety. Indeed, it is merely a dream. It appears dreaming can inflict pain as well. Creak. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed. Wang Zhao caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Just as she was about to open her blood-red eyes to take a look, a voice halted her. You haven't fully recovered yet. Refrain from using the blood-eye Gu to spy, and rest well. Brother Yuan? Wang Zhao paused, suddenly elated. Am I not dreaming? I am alive. I found you in a pit. Thankfully, your willpower held strong. Otherwise, I will be playing cards with my grandfather and yours. Yuan Shuklat was playing cards. Wang Zhao inquired. A three-person game from my hometown. Yuan replied earnestly. I seem to have never heard Brother Yuan speak of his hometown before. Wang Zhao suddenly realized. There's not much to say. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to visit, Yuan said as he approached the bedside. Open your mouth. Ah, hearing Brother Yuan mention taking her to his hometown, Wang Zhao felt a surge of joy and obediently opened her mouth. A few drops of a metallic-tasting liquid fell into her mouth, flowing down her throat and warming her previously chilled body. Brother Yuan, what did you feed me? Secret medicine. Yuan had fed her blood, which, having refined the revitalizing Gu, contained restorative properties. Oh, Wang Zhao asked again, wasn't my arm broken? Who healed it? A distant cousin of mine, Yuan replied. Cousin? Wang Zhao exclaimed. Where is she? Less talking, more resting, Yuan said, ceasing to reply. All right, the girl said, feeling a bit wronged, and closed her mouth. Life continued as usual. Wang Zhao's return merely restored the status quo, providing companionship for Yuan during meals, conversations, and to alleviate boredom. Since the Qingyu Guard's ambush incident, the Jiugonggu Nest and the Kanglan army had intensified their patrols, leaving no opportunity for demons and the King of Spectres to infiltrate. Time flowed gently. The 12 Caves welcomed many new faces. Collaborating with the Kanglan royal mansion, Yuan's business flourished, acquiring numerous high-quality demon corpses, thus igniting a frenzy of synthesis. Adding to the toad demon's eyes, you have synthesized the 5-turn Gu, bloodthirsty toad. Adding to the dog demon's gallbladder, you have synthesized the 5-turn Gu, patriarch toad, gallbladder Gu. Adding to the stone demon's crystal core, you have synthesized the 5-turn Gu, rock Gu. Adding, day by day, he diligently explored the path of Gu insect evolution and metamorphosis. Gradually, Yuan replaced all low-tier Gu insects under his command with higher-level substitutes, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. During this time, he applied to Pei Luo Qing for the renovation and expansion of the small bamboo grove. Pei Luo Qing gladly approved his request. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan constructed a dedicated Gu breeding garden, focusing on cultivating higher-tier Gu insects and gathering more synthesis materials for the future. Under Yuan's guidance, Wang Zhao also stepped into the realm of 4-turn Gu masters, mastering the blood-eye Gu with remarkable skill. Their tranquil and beautiful life persisted until 2 years later when Yuan paid another visit. Upon seeing this benefactor, Yuan noted the weariness etched into the latter's features. Teacher. Although he had not met Yuan often, Yuan held a deep respect for the man for the teachings he had received. Yuan, I've been too busy these years and haven't had the chance to instruct you. I hope you bear no resentment towards your teacher, Yuan sighed. I am grateful for your kindness, master, and harbor no grievances, Yuan responded earnestly. Have you finished reading the notes I gifted you? Yuan inquired. I have, Yuan replied. Not only have I read them, but I have also conducted cultivation experiments based on your proposed directions, achieving an impressive accuracy of over 70%. Yuan was astonished. You tested them all? Yes, Yuan nodded. Wonderful. Yuan, I knew I did not misjudge you. With your talent and dedication to the Gu path, undistracted by external matters, you are destined to stand at the pinnacle of Gu mastery. To accept you as my disciple is the greatest fortune of my life. Yuan exclaimed with immense excitement. Master, you flatter me. I am merely standing on your shoulders to see further, Li Yuan humbly replied. Li Yuan, could you show me the Gu insects you cultivated according to the notes? Yu Heng Chuan asked, his hands trembling with anticipation. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, Li Yuan brought forth numerous black jars. Each jar contained Gu insects he had synthesized based on Yu Heng Chuan's notes, unrefined and thus unobtrusive. Yu Heng Chuan opened the jars one by one. Upon seeing the cultivated Gu insects, he felt as if he glimpsed a path leading to the pinnacle of his dreams. He had once laid bricks and tiles, yearning to glimpse the scenery atop the alien Gu list, only to be blinded by a leaf, losing himself and rolling down that path, forever left to sigh at the mountains. Li Yuan, have you ever considered cultivating an alien Gu? Yu Heng Chuan suddenly asked. Of course, Li Yuan smiled. Cultivating an alien Gu is the aspiration of every Gu master, even though he already possessed one, the revitalizing Gu. He desired to evolve all his innate Gu into alien Gu. Your teacher once attempted to cultivate an alien Gu, nearly succeeding, but ultimately lost himself due to various circumstances. Leading to failure, Yu Heng Chuan sighed deeply. In truth, he had deliberately altered the notes he provided to Li Yuan, guiding him in different directions. If Li Yuan lacked critical thought, adaptability, and perseverance, merely following the written notes would lead to inevitable failure. If that were the case, he would not qualify for cultivating an alien Gu. Yet Li Yuan succeeded, diligently studying all his notes, incorporating his understanding, and achieving results far exceeding Yu Heng Chuan's expectations, surpassing even his former self. Li Yuan, from now on, I will teach you the true art of cultivating an alien Gu, Yu Heng Chuan exclaimed, his anticipation greater than Li Yuan's. Do you know? In the Gu Master realm, there is a saying, to enter the nine-turn realm, one must possess at least one alien Gu. To become a Gu immortal, one must rank among the top 3 on the alien Gu list. Yu Heng Chuan's spirit and energy surged, echoing with conviction. This made Li Yuan somewhat uneasy, as if he were receiving a weighty inheritance from an elder. Master, are you in good health? Li Yuan asked with concern. Yu Heng Chuan trembled slightly, taken aback. He had not expected Li Yuan to observe so keenly at such a moment. Ordinary Gu masters, upon hearing the words alien Gu, would be too distracted to care about anything else, eager to acquire the means to cultivate an alien Gu. Yet here was Li Yuan, concerned about his well-being. Such a disposition, bestowed with innate talents, is unlikely to be encountered again in a lifetime. Chapter 48. The secret method of cultivating exotic insects. My esteemed teacher is in good health, Yu Heng Chuan remarked with a smile. I was merely injured by demons during a recent battle and require some time to recuperate. Master, what is the current situation in the southern frontier? Li Yuan had not kept abreast of external developments for quite some time. Ever since King Yu's plot reached its climax, leading to a complete rupture with King Kanglin, the war had fallen into a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. There were no reports of significant victories or defeats, indicating that the conflict would persist until a pivotal event occurred. Thus, it was futile to dwell on the situation. The battles had been fierce, but after the initial bloodshed, large-scale confrontations had ceased, leaving only minor skirmishes along the borders. In this grand struggle, even a seasoned 8-turn Gu master like my teacher could not sway the tide of war. Ultimately, the fate of the world rests in the hands of the few who have attained the 9th realm. Enough of the outside affairs, Yu Heng Chuan stated. Such matters are not for you to concern yourself with at this stage. It is not yet your time to engage in the front lines. In his heart, he had already regarded Li Yuan as the future pillar of the 9 Palaces Gu nest. Yes, master, Li Yuan replied. Please tell me, what is the insect ranked 9th on the exotic insect list, and what abilities does it possess? It is the dream silkworm, Li Yuan answered without hesitation. Once refined into one's life Gu, a Gu master can control their dreams and alter the memories of others through the silken cocoon. Indeed, Yu Heng Chuan nodded. What I intend to teach you is precisely the dream silkworm. Typically, once a Gu master reaches the 4th turn of the mystical realm, it becomes exceedingly difficult to change their life Gu. However, this restriction does not apply to exotic insects. Exotic insects are not only the lifelong pursuit of countless Gu masters, but also possess an unimaginable suppressive effect on the insects of the world. I shall forever remember your grace, Master. Li Yuan understood that attempting to synthesize an exotic insect on his own would be akin to climbing to the heavens. Years of tempering had made him acutely aware of reality. Without extraordinary fortune, even with the infinite synthesis capabilities of the black pot, he could not acquire an exotic insect. The emergence of the revival insect was sheer happenstance, exhausting all his luck. With guidance, however, the situation differs. Li Yuan possessed the ability to bypass lengthy processes and achieve results directly, significantly shortening the time ordinary Gu masters squandered on cultivation. Some insects required months, years, or even decades of nurturing. Life is but a fleeting few years, and most Gu masters lack the opportunity for trial and error. Yet Li Yuan had countless chances. Cultivating any exotic insect demands immense patience, extraordinary perseverance, and indispensable talent. Even so, there could be no room for error. Any slight misstep could lead to a catastrophic collapse, resulting in total defeat. Yuanhua's tone grew exceedingly grave. I shall take heed, Master. Li Yuan adjusted his posture to listen intently. His teacher had once been overly arrogant in his youth, resulting in failure during a crucial step in cultivating the dream silkworm, leaving behind an indelible scar. This had sealed his fate, forever denying him the chance to reach the 9th turn of the Gu Master Realm. It is a pity, Li Yuan lamented. If only you could have endured a while longer, perhaps success would have been yours. Indeed, but in my youth I was reckless, believing myself invincible, and ultimately paid the price for my arrogance and ignorance, Yuanhua reflected. The mistakes of his youth had become an obsession in his heart. It was precisely for this reason that he recognized how rare it was for a young talent like Li Yuan to exhibit such composure. He was truly born for the path of Gu. The path of Gu differs from that of martial arts. While martial arts emphasizes an invincible will and the daring to confront formidable foes, the path of Gu requires a steady and methodical approach. Bring me paper and ink. I shall now impart all my insights on cultivating the dream silkworm to you. Originally, Yuanhua had intended to observe Li Yuan for a while longer, but his recent injury prompted him to realize that if he did not pass on his true teachings, his lifelong efforts would be buried with him, leaving him unable to rest in peace. Li Yuan had already performed admirably, consistently exceeding his expectations and being the only one among his 3 disciples with the potential to cultivate the dream silkworm. Please, Master, impart your knowledge. At this moment, Li Yuan was resolute, procuring paper and ink, ready to listen attentively. Yuanhua sat upright, slowly elaborating. The ancient methods of cultivating the dream silkworm had long been lost. My teacher had scoured numerous ancient texts, piecing together fragments, and, after 30 years of practice, finally grasped a few genuine insights. First, the foundational insect for cultivating the dream silkworm is the phantom soul insect. The Gu Master must prepare a vast quantity of phantom soul insects and nourish them with various herbs, such as cloud lotus seeds, purple flower, and red mushrooms. They must cultivate some with a single herb while also mixing different herbs for others. Once this foundation is established, the following mystical insects must be nurtured, which include: after the mystical insects are cultivated, another black pot must be opened to nurture 3 categories of rare insects, which are: the most crucial step, which I call the 9 transformations of a dream, requires the unformed dream silkworm to metamorphose into a pupa, then into a moth, lay eggs, and finally hatch into silkworms. This process must be repeated at least 9 times. Each cycle takes 3 years. In other words, this step alone spans 27 years before a true exotic insect, the dream silkworm, can be fully formed. Yuanhua spent an entire day and night recounting the entire process. Li Yuan listened raptly, for the first time truly grasping the arduousness of cultivating an exotic insect. To say it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens is no exaggeration. It is no wonder that throughout the long history of Gu masters, only 33 types of exotic insects have emerged, most of which are merely names, with their cultivation methods lost to time. Perhaps some exotic insects only briefly flickered in history, never to be cultivated again. In the past, my teacher, eager for immediate results, had been unaware of the necessity for multiple cycles. He could not restrain himself and attempted to refine the unformed dream silkworm during the sixth transformation. It was only when he truly acted that he realized how far he fell short, estimating that at least 9 transformations were necessary to connect the dream silkworm with the Gu master's innate essence. Yuanhua imparted all his lifelong knowledge to Li Yuan without reservation. I shall never betray your expectations, master. Li Yuan felt the weight of this legacy. It was a profound inheritance. You have the potential to achieve greatness. Yuanhua sighed with relief, a smile emerging on his face. Remarkably, this is merely our 3rd meeting, and there is not yet much bond between us as master and disciple. I have not given you much, nor do I seek any return. More than anything, I am unwilling to see my life's work fade into obscurity, so you need not feel excessive pressure. Success lies in human endeavor, but the outcome rests with fate. Should you succeed in the future, bring the dream silkworm to my grave, and I shall have no regrets in either realm. There is no need for such pessimism, master. Li Yuan replied with a smile. Before you depart this world, I shall ensure the cultivation of the dream silkworm. Wherever the exotic insect may be, simply point me in the right direction, and I shall pave the way with my efforts and sweat, coupled with a touch of strategy to achieve success. Chapter 49. The Reappearance of the Young Prince's Clue. Your thoughtful intention is enough to satisfy me, remarked Yuanhua, taking Li Yuan's words as a jest and dismissing them lightly. Master, do you still have any materials left for nurturing the dream silkworm? Li Yuan ninkidat. None. Yuanhua responded, shaking his head. After a disheartening failure years ago, he had furiously destroyed all materials related to the dream silkworm and had never revisited the endeavor. It took him quite some time to emerge from that shadow, unwilling to let his life's work be buried, and thus he began to accept disciples, hoping his lifelong wishes could flourish in the youth. Collecting materials can take time. We have plenty of it, Yuanhua added with a smile. Indeed, Li Yuan murmured, feeling reluctant to press further. It is time for me to take my leave, Yuanhua sighed softly. If I do not return from this battle, remember to seek your senior sister at the 9th Palace's inner gate after you enter the 6th transition. She will guide you into the immortal Gu secret realm. For a Gu master, that realm offers an opportunity akin to a life-changing chance. You must seize it well. Li Yuan had always remembered the matter of the immortal Gu secret realm, yet he refrained from mentioning it, as he did not wish to approach the 9th Palace's inner gate just yet. Caution was paramount. If he ventured there, it might be revealed that he had refined the multiple life Gu. Li Yuan planned to wait until his mental prowess reached the domain realm before heading to the 9th Palace's inner gate to enter the immortal Gu secret realm. Master, are there any strange Gu in the immortal Gu secret realm? Li Yuan asked. Indeed, Yuanhua replied with a smile. A millennium ago, a Gu master acquired an extraordinary Gu within that realm, and from that moment he soared to greatness. Li Yuan placed a hand on his forehead, pondering. Was it truly a once-in-thousands-of-years occurrence? What difference was there between that probability and zero? Extraordinary Gu were inherently difficult to come by. The immortal Gu secret realm, being the place where that Gu immortal attained enlightenment, was the reason for the birth of such unique Gu, along with numerous rare Gu, Yuanhua elucidated. A bold idea struck Li Yuan's mind. What if one were to conduct mass syntheses using the rare Gu from the immortal Gu secret realm? He had contemplated using all rare Gu as the raw materials for synthesis long ago, yet the lack of resources had thwarted his efforts. I understand, Master, Li Yuan said, refraining from further inquiries, retaining his hopes internally, ready to pour his heart and soul into the immortal Gu secret realm. A few days after Yuanhua's departure, the people from the Kanglan royal mansion delivered another batch of demon corpses. However, Li Yuan did not see Li Ruoqian. He approached the captain escorting the demon corpses. Brother, may I ask why Miss Li is not here today? General, Li has accompanied the prince to battle, the captain replied. Is there something significant occurring lately? Li Yuan asked, recalling how his master, Yuanhua, had come here injured a few days prior, imparting the secret method of nurturing the extraordinary Gu, the dream silkworm, which bore a sense of entrustment. At that moment, Li Yuan sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. The absence of Li Qin further solidified his inner suspicions. Previously, she had personally led the escort of demon corpses up the mountain. Now that she had been reassigned, it indicated that the war had become exceedingly urgent. I heard that the last surviving young prince of Dian has revealed some clues regarding the martial goddess treasure, and all the heroes of the land are eager to vie for it, the captain shared. The young prince has truly appeared? This was undoubtedly one of the rare occurrences that could stir Li Yuan's heartstrings. Who knows? The captain shrugged. That's beyond our concern. Frankly, it would be better if the young prince emerged sooner. Regardless of who claims the martial goddess treasure or who ascends to power, what we all desire is an end to this war. Both the rise and fall of nations bring suffering to the common people. Let all be destroyed. The Tianyuan continent. The soldiers appeared weary, expressing their discontent. Observing this, Li Yuan chose not to say more. He could not change the current state of affairs. Even if the martial goddess treasure were to be unveiled, it would not guarantee the emergence of a new martial god to address the great world. Instead, it might escalate the conflict further. After a brief conversation, Li Yuan handed a list and several black jars to the captain. Brother, these are the materials I need for my next step in refining Gu. I kindly ask you to procure them swiftly, as they are of great significance to me. The Gu insects for this transaction are contained within these jars. Thank you for your efforts. The list detailed the materials required to nurture the extraordinary Gu, the dream silkworm. After seeing off the escort team with the demon corpses, Li Yuan's data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Jar, 5th Transition 1031-1500, Realm, 5th Transition Mental Power, Great Perfection of the Sea Realm Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revive Gu, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python, Illusionary Garment, Spider Queen Gu House. None as time flowed. He was but a step away from the domain realm, and he believed he would break through before entering the 6th transition. That moment would be the perfect opportunity to head to the 9th Palace's inner gate and enter the immortal Gu secret realm. The increasingly chaotic situation added a sense of urgency to Li Yuan. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. One evening, Pei Luo Qing rushed to visit. Senior brother, what has happened? Li Yuan inquired. Teacher has encountered trouble. Pei Luo Qing's anxiety was palpable, unlike any he had shown when facing the Qingyu guards at Weishan. Teacher was injured by a demon, and his destined Gu was consumed by that demon. Only with the intervention of the 9th Palace Master did Teacher manage to cling to life. Is it that serious? Li Yuan's heart sank. His worst fears had materialized. In such a condition, even if Teacher survived, he would be rendered a cripple, unable to tread the path of Gu mastery again. Pei Luo Qing lamented. For one who was once so close to the pinnacle, such a fall would be unbearably painful, perhaps more so than death itself. Where's Teacher now? Li Yuan Prasa. He has been sent to the 9th Palace's inner gate. Senior sister has sent word, instructing us to wait for news. We can only visit once Teacher awakens. Pei Luo Qing explained. Given the dire circumstances, is there still no progress regarding the young prince's reemergence? Li Yuan had been keenly following this matter. None. Pei Luo Qing shook his head. I am beginning to doubt that the phenomenon of the Kunlun Void Dragon Vein triggered by the young prince 6 months ago was genuine. It is possible that someone orchestrated this scheme. Otherwise, with so many heroes converging in that area, even the Owl King went personally. How could they fail to find the young prince's trace? As he spoke, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet concerning the martial goddess treasure, even if it is a ruse, no one is willing to withdraw. They are determined to fight to the death. Indeed, Li Yuan sighed. Pei Luo Qing cursed, these greedy dogs will never die. They never consider that these treasures belong to someone else's ancestors. Do they truly believe they can claim it? If I were the young prince of Dian, I would hide away for a lifetime, secretly cultivate to become invincible, and then seize the martial goddess treasure. Chapter 50. The Evolution of Shaokai Disciple. Do you believe what I say is correct? Absolutely, Li Yuan replied earnestly. I too believe that the young prince would think the same. I have a premonition that it won't be long before the younger generation is summoned to the battlefield for their own trials. Pei Luo Qing sighed. Once warfare reaches a certain threshold, the method of engagement will no longer rely on drawing lots for life and death. Rather, every individual will be a soldier, disciple, Focus on your cultivation. Pei Luo Qing encouraged, patting Li Yuan's shoulder, striving to enter the sixth transformation realm before the impending Great War, thus securing a means of self-preservation in turbulent times. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He shared the same sentiment. Only by reaching the sixth transformation realm could one be considered an elite among the prominent factions, rather than mere cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The Kanglan army delivered another batch of demon corpses and the materials Li Yuan required to cultivate the dream silkworm. Xiaokai, fifth sister, it's time to get to work. During this period, Xiaokai had extracted numerous treasures from the demon corpses, while fifth sister utilized spider silk to bind some of the formidable demon corpses, sealing them in an underground storage. Once Li Yuan stepped into the sixth transformation realm, fifth sister's potential would also rise accordingly. At that time, these preserved demons could be activated, forming a more powerful army of undead. Hiss! Xiaokai leapt onto the largest demon corpse. It was a serpent demon with 3 heads, though all were punctured with holes from sharp implements, and the most precious crystal core had been taken. In the face of such circumstances, Li Yuan understood that to acquire treasures, one must refine the rubbish. Xiaokai swiftly burrowed into the serpent demon's body, and after a flurry of activity, emerged with a gallbladder. Another gallbladder? Li Yuan shuklat. Is there truly so much treasure within the demon's gallstones? This gallbladder was tricolored, dripping with murky bile, possessing strong corrosive and toxic properties, capable of eroding even ground. Xiaokai opened her mouth and expelled the tricolored gallbladder, which, upon being refined, revealed a stone the size of an egg. Hiss! Xiaokai circled the stone eagerly, yet hesitated to touch it. Do you wish to consume it? Li Yuan discerned Xiaocai's intent, though he sensed an innate fear. Hiss! Xiaokai nodded vigorously. This is simple. Li Yuan smiled, grasping Xiaokai and tossing both her and the refined stone into the black jar. Selecting the original materials, my innate Gu, the tricolor ethereal fire python. Adding the hell tricolor stone, began synthesis. Typically, Li Yuan preferred to let Xiaokai consume rare treasures for her evolution, but that came with certain risks. Utilizing the black jar eliminated the process, making it much safer. After a considerable time, your innate Gu, the tricolor ethereal fire python, has completed an evolution, transforming into the 5-color ethereal fire python. Li Yuan focused intently as Xiaokai emerged from the black jar, her appearance seemingly unchanged, save for a few additional iridescent scales and slightly more prominent horns atop her head. Previously resembling an unbroken bud, she had now broken through the soil, sprouting a small portion, appearing akin to a diminutive dragon. Indeed, she had evolved. All these years of nurturing had not been in vain. Xiaocai's evolution was not instantaneous. She had consumed numerous treasures prior, making this evolution a natural progression. Hiss! Xiaokai climbed back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, exhaling a plume of black flame. The flame landed on a distant tree, causing the leaves to wither at a visible pace, as if autumn had arrived prematurely, and in an instant, the tree was stripped bare, the trunk quickly following suit. The ability to inject death energy into living beings? Li Yuan grasped the function of the black fire. Hiss! Xiaokai proudly raised her head, exhaling once more, this time a white flame that struck a flying insect. Moments later, the insect buzzed frantically, crashing into a tree, and within a few breaths, succumbed to death. To induce madness and frenzy in living beings? Li Yuan understood instantly. Xiaokai was indeed an offensive beast Gu. Apart from her minimal feedback to the Gu master and the need for build-up before attacking, her other offensive capabilities were nothing short of perfect. Excellent, excellent. Li Yuan expressed his satisfaction, the most crucial aspect being Xiaocai's potential for further evolution, continuously offering him formidable assistance. While Xiaokai showcased her abilities, fifth sister diligently worked on creating demon mummies. It seemed an opportunity to acquire some 7th-grade demon corpses was necessary. Li Yuan contemplated. Once he entered the 6th transformation realm, the Silk Lady Queen Gu would be able to control 7th-grade demon corpses, representing a significant enhancement in combat power. However, acquiring 7th-grade demon corpses proved exceedingly difficult. Previously, He had brazenly broached the subject with Li Ruo Qian, only to be met with a resolute refusal. Demon beings placed immense emphasis on the evolution of their physical forms. Upon reaching the 7th grade, they would evolve to an entirely new level. To say they were treasures in themselves would not be an exaggeration. 7th grade demons were akin to 7th rank grandmaster martial artists. Grandmaster martial artists could condense indomitable blood, achieve regeneration of severed limbs, and endure endless battles. And 7th grade demons possessed similar abilities. The flesh and blood of such beings were classified as strategic resources. Even an ordinary martial artist would gain substantial benefits from a mere taste. Purchasing them was likely futile, for high-tier Gu worms were of no use to martial artists, and he had no other treasures to exchange for demon corpses. Li Yuan felt troubled. Unable to buy, unable to fight, he could only hope for a miracle. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, he refocused on the materials needed for cultivating the dream silkworm. Let's begin. Teacher, your 30 years of efforts hinge upon when your disciple can digest them. Selecting the original materials, common grade illusion soul worm 10086. Began synthesis. You have acquired a 1st grade common Gu, the illusion soul Gu 3362. Once more, selecting the original materials, illusion soul Gu, adding the violet hand, adding the big red mushroom. Began synthesis. You have obtained the 4th grade mysterious Gu, the grandmother Gu. The grandmother Gu, upon refinement into an innate Gu, could assist the Gu master in enhancing their mental strength. As a subordinate Gu, it could induce a hallucinatory explosion, causing enemies to confront their grandmother. Such a Gu exists? Li Yuan was astounded. Every Gu worm's nomenclature bore a unique history. The Gu master who named the grandmother Gu must have undergone a thrilling tale. Once more, merely acquiring the mysterious Gu was far from sufficient. To cultivate the dream silkworm, it was imperative to first nurture 3 types of essential precursor rare Gu. Failing to meet the prerequisites would render entry into the illusion dream 9 transformation stage impossible. Selecting the original materials, began synthesis. The site of the great divination dragon vein, Kunlun Su. The mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm beyond the mundane. On the borders of Kunlun Su, various factions congregated. Night Owl Guard, Kanglin King, King of Shadows, King of Heaven, King of the Vast, King of Ing, and the Grand General of the State. Today, the notable figures of the world had nearly all gathered here. Their singular objective, to locate the long-missing Great Divination Young Prince. Chapter 51. The Kunlun Void. Half a year ago, the dragon vein of Kunlun Void manifested an extraordinary omen, heralding the imminent return of the true dragon to the mortal realm. Coupled with the news of the Night Owl King slaying a demon lord, whispers spread of the survival of a young prince, born of the late concubine in from many years past. Consequently, various factions concluded that the sole direct descendant of the Dian royal family, that young prince, resided within the Kunlun Void. However, the vastness of Kunlun Void, spanning 6 counties and intersecting multiple territories, did not belong to any single entity. No faction possessed the strength to monopolize such a prize. Thus, an accord was reached. No armies would enter Kunlun Void. All would remain at the borders, allowing only those of the 8th rank or higher to venture within in search of the young prince, with each relying on their own prowess. In a small village nestled within the mountains, a robust young man, with dark skin, sprinted along a muddy path, carrying bundles of firewood. "Gooden, you've helped your mother chop so much wood again. What a diligent child you are." Villagers praised him as they spotted the youth, enviously remarking on the fortune of widow Chun in having such a son. "Uncle Aunt, good morning." Gooden greeted the villagers warmly, his strides swift as he vanished around a bend in the muddy path. "Mother, I'm back," he called out from a distance of over 100 meters. Strangely, no response came. Usually, upon his return with firewood, his mother would be waiting at the entrance. "Mother, I've returned." Gooden shouted again, but silence persisted. How peculiar. The young man furrowed his brow, wondering if his mother had fallen asleep. He placed the firewood down and hastened into the house, only to be met with a horrifying sight. A pool of blood stretched from the living room into the bedroom. "Mother, Gooden's heart raced as he rushed into the inner room, where he beheld the headless corpse of a woman lying in a pool of blood and on the bed. A grotesque demon with the body of a human and the head of a dog, towering at 9 feet and wielding a blade at its waist. Demon! Demon! Gooden was paralyzed with fear, instinctively wanting to flee. Mother! No! Mother! I will avenge you! In an instant, rage consumed him, drowning out all rational thought. Ah, dog demon! You shall pay for my mother's life. At that moment, his sole desire was to slay the demon and avenge his mother. You little creature, you possess a rather unique aroma. Consuming you would indeed be a delight, the dog demon sneered. As Gooden charged forward, the demon merely waved a hand dismissively, sending him crashing against the wall. Such a foolish and ignorant mortal. How laughable and tragic your courage is. Come on, let your vitality swell a bit more. Let your flesh and bones blend more completely. Only then will the flavor be exquisite. The dog demon licked its lips, as if relishing a dish about to be served. Gah! Gooden staggered to his feet, spitting blood, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at the demon and charged once more. His mind was a blank slate, disregarding everything but the desire to rend the demon before him into pieces. Yes, just like that. Fuel the anger even more. The demon laughed heartily. Pooh! Gooden was sent flying once again. Come again. The demon beckoned, deliberately stepping on the headless corpse of the woman to provoke the youth. Gooden rose, only to collapse again. Rise. Fall. Countless cycles repeated. He fought like a beast, seemingly with no end to his strength. After a long while, the demon finally frowned. You're quite resilient. In his experience, a mortal in such a condition would have long since been incapacitated, helplessly watching as he consumed their loved one's remains. To him, that would be a sumptuous feast. Enough. The demon unsheathed its blade. To avoid any unforeseen mishaps, it resolved to end this swiftly. With that, it stepped forward, its figure flickering, appearing before Gooden, and swung the blade toward his neck. As the blade passed, it beheld a headless body. The headless figure was not Gooden's, but its own. Me? How'd I die? The last sight that met its eyes was a tall man in a black cloak, adorned with a bronze mask. Entering the room, thud! Gooden, like a deflated balloon, collapsed onto the ground. His gaze, vacant, was fixed on the towering figure before him. A mere glance was enough to sever the demon's head from its body, as if a divine presence had descended. A god. If this were a deity, could it perhaps revive my mother? The absurd thought first emerged in Gooden's mind, just as he wished to kneel and beseech the divine for his mother's salvation. He witnessed the godlike man kneel first. Your servant, Night Owl, pays respects to your highness. Night Owl? Your highness? What does this mean? Gooden was bewildered, struggling to kneel, but an unseen force prevented him. What are you saying? Night Owl lowered his head, his tone solemn. 23 years ago, during the blood disaster of the Dayan royal family, the direct line of the Dayan was slaughtered by demons. The Night Owl Guard fell victim to the demon's treachery, arriving too late to rescue the royal family. The royal line was extinguished, and the Night Owl Guard only managed to save you just after your birth. Subsequently, the guard was pursued by demons, forced to conceal you in the shadows, ultimately sacrificing themselves in battle. Your whereabouts remained unknown, and we have searched tirelessly until now. Fortunate that heaven favored Dayan, allowing us to discover you here in Kunlun Void. The sins of a night owl are worthy of 1,000 deaths. The tall man, head bowed, spoke with a deep tone, while Gooden could not glimpse his expression beneath the mask. Even in the mountains, he understood the tumultuous tides of the world. He had believed the Dayan dynasty to be a mere memory, never considering he was one of the roots of that chaos, the last direct descendant of the Dayan. However, he had no desire to become an emperor. All he wished for was to bring his mother back to life. Can you say my mother? Gooden inquired cautiously. Your servant is powerless. Night Owl shook his head. In truth, he had arrived here on the first day the dragon veins omen appeared, completely sealing the area, observing from the shadows. If he had wished to save her, he could have intervened long ago. However, he understood that if he did not sever the prince's distractions and provoke his anger, the prince would never become a ruler capable of commanding the world. but merely an ordinary individual restrained by his vulnerabilities. Only by eliminating all attachments here could the prince be free of burdens, truly restore Dian, and bring peace to the realm. Heh! Gooden let out a self-deprecating laugh, unsteadily rising to his feet. He approached his mother's corpse, covering it with a blanket, and carried her outside. 7 days later, Gooden completed the funeral rites for his mother. He sat before her grave, feeling as though his heart had been entirely hollowed out, lost in the uncertainty of life, unsure of where to turn. "Your Highness, it is time for us to depart." Night Owl said, "As long as you do not ascend the throne, the world will remain divided, and the demons will continue to plague us. Such calamities will persist." "No." Gooden shook his head. "I am incapable of anything. I cannot even protect my own mother. What right do I have to stabilize the realm?" Chapter 52. The young Prince Li Chengshu, you are the only direct descendant of the Dian royal family. The Night Owl intoned gravely. Only your ascension to the throne would be justifiable, compelling all lords to bow in submission. "I am unworthy," the young man replied, shaking his head. "Your claim to the throne surpasses mine, or one could simply find someone to declare themselves the rightful heir. Why must it be me, a mere insignificant being? The thought of ascending to the throne is ludicrous. How presumptuous! What am I, a mock emperor? Ha ha ha!" He dismissed the idea of such an unattainable dream. In an instant, a formidable aura surged forth, causing the young man's countenance to change dramatically, as if two mountains bore down upon his shoulders. In times past, the founding emperor, a commoner, wielded a 3-foot green blade and rose amidst chaos, establishing the Dragon Vein in Kunlun and founding the 1,000-year legacy of Dian. The Taizong emperor, through both literature and martial prowess, implemented benevolent governance, ensuring the populace's peace and prosperity, leading the dynasty to flourish. Each preceding emperor had dedicated themselves tirelessly to fortifying the realm. Yet here was a prince immersed in personal entanglements, neglecting the stability of the world and the welfare of the common people. What right had he to face the ancestors of Dian? The Night Owl admonished coldly. "Huh." The youth shrugged, scoffing. "You see, without strength, this is the reality. You speak of fealty, of honoring me as your lord. And then what? Even you do not submit to me. How could the world do so? Absurd." He dismissed notions of royal ancestry and world peace, having never enjoyed a fraction of royal favor. He could only recall the helplessness he felt as he witnessed his mother's tragic demise. Should he ascend, it would only bring suffering to the people. "My lord, I shall teach you martial arts," Night Owl asserted. "Though you may have missed the prime age for cultivation, you possess the bloodline of a martial deity. You can still shatter the shackles and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. You merely wish to make me a puppet," the young man retorted. He never believed an ordinary individual could command the respect of celestial beings like the martial sage and martial emperor. This man's request for him to ascend was but a guise for ulterior motives. "My lord, the Night Owl has been loyal to the royal family for generations, upholding the will of the founding emperor without a trace of disloyalty," Night Owl stated solemnly. The young man fell silent, and Night Owl chose to remain quiet. Standing by his side, the youth sat atop a mountain, gazing at the sparsely populated village below, his true home, where his beloved mother resided, where the girl he cherished lived, where kind neighbors supported him, and where many delightful children played. He did not wish to protect the world, only to safeguard this remaining beauty. After a long pause, the young man suddenly inquired, "If I refuse you, blood will flow like rivers in the village, will it not?" "It will not only be here, but the entire Dian, every inch of land earned by the Li family's ancestors," the Night Owl replied. The youth pressed further. "What was my original name?" "Li Chengshu," Night Owl answered. The young man murmured softly, "Can you tell me the meaning of this name?" Night Owl explained. "Cheng signifies inheritance and responsibility, while Su means the warmth of spring sun. May you inherit the throne to govern with benevolence, bringing warmth and blessings to the people." "But I have achieved nothing," the young man said bitterly. "Great deeds can still be accomplished in the present. If you call out, my lord, it is not too late." Night Owl's tone softened. "I will agree to your request if you promise to protect this village, ensuring that no harm befalls its people. My mother has endured too much toil in her life. My lifelong wish is for her to sleep peacefully, the youth implored. Night Owl nodded. I vow that from this moment forth, no one in this village shall suffer harm from demons or the chaos of the world. Protecting a village is simple, but safeguarding the realm requires only you. As they stood, both rose simultaneously. All right, the young man inhaled deeply. From today onward, I am no longer Qin Godin of Xiaofeng village, but Li Chengxiu, the one needed by the world. Night Owl knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, his voice resonating like thunder. I, Night Owl, warmly welcome your return, my lord. What shall we do next? Li Chengxiu inquired. We shall meet the various lords. Night Owl replied, rising to stand behind Li Chengxiu. The young man was already robust, but Night Owl towered even taller, resembling an indomitable warrior. The two departed from Xiaofeng village. Thunder rumbled. Above Kunlun, the skies darkened, and storms converged, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. The various lords, who had been searching for the young prince, exchanged glances, sensing a looming crisis, and hurriedly made their way back. Upon their arrival, they beheld a mysterious figure alongside the Night Owl's army, which held aloft the Yin banner. The figure, a weary yet unfamiliar youth, sat astride an armored dragon horse, personally attended by the Night Owl, recognized as the pinnacle of martial prowess. Thus, the identity of the young man became apparent, the sole bloodline of the Dayan royal family. The little prince born to the noble consort 23 years ago, Li Chengxiu. Had he truly been found? At that moment, the lord's expressions were a tapestry of complexity, unsure whether to rejoice or lament. The return of the royal bloodline signified a hopeful unification of the realm, a potential end to chaos, and the quelling of demonic disturbances. Yet, this also meant they would once again become subjects, bowing their heads in submission. What joy could compare to the carefree life of a royal? The threat of chaos was grave, yet for them, it had little impact. They could even gain more amid turmoil, basking in unbridled pleasures. All of this would soon be shattered. Greetings, my lord. Night Owl commanded as he surveyed the lords. Why do you not bow? Greetings, my lord, the lords responded, subdued beneath Night Owl's overwhelming pressure, unwilling to oppose him, lest they become targets of ire. My lord, now that you have returned, please manifest the dragon vein phenomenon of Kunlun to announce your presence to the world and instill fear in the demons, the Grand General by Chun urged. Indeed, others echoed, urging the young prince to display the dragon vein-esque phenomenon to consolidate the nation's fortune and calm the hearts of the people. Li Chengxiu appeared bewildered, uncertain how to proceed. Night Owl spoke again. To manifest the dragon vein is no trivial matter. It cannot be done hastily. My lord has just returned and has yet to be welcomed properly or pay respects to the ancestors. This matter requires further deliberation and should be executed on an auspicious day. With this, the lords, each harboring their own thoughts, had no choice but to withdraw. In the southern frontier, within the Jiugong mountain range and the 12 caves, amidst a small bamboo grove, Li Yuan was immersed in cultivating dream silkworms, fervently synthesizing, attempting to catch up with his master's 30-year progress, a daunting task. Suddenly, the Zayirikong sent a warning. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Is Brother Pei here? He seems to be in a hurry. Could it be that the master has awakened? Chapter 53. The Turmoil of the Heart and a New Breakthrough Junior Brother. A storm is brewing. Pei Luoqing arrived in haste. Li Yuan immediately surmised. Has the young prince been found? Indeed, Pei Luoqing replied. Not long ago, various factions went to Kunlun Su, and now we finally have results. The Night Owl King has located the young prince. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. So, the royal family will have a leader, and peace will reign? Not so simple. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Whether the young prince can become the ruler of the realm is not solely determined by the Night Owl King. What must happen for that to be the case? Li Yuan inquired. The Kunlun Fengshan ceremony requires the worship of heaven and earth, the resonance with the dragon veins, and the verification of identity. Pei Luoqing spoke solemnly. Only by gaining the recognition of the Dayan dragon veins can one be honored as the legitimate heir. Otherwise, who can say if the young prince is merely an impersonator set up by the Night Owl King? That makes sense, Li Yuan nodded. yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Even if the imperial physician's grandson were to undergo a transformation of bloodline and roots, it is unlikely he would gain the acknowledgement of the dying dragon veins. If the bloodline of a millennium-old dynasty and the legacy of a martial god could be so easily replaced, it would have long been extinguished. The core of the royal bloodline is likely what the imperial physician left him, that drop of ancestral blood sealed within the jade pendant. This implies that the true identity of the imperial physician's grandson will eventually be revealed. At that time, he may very well be killed by the Night Owl King, who discovers the truth. Brother Pei, do you know when the Fengshan ceremony will take place? Li Yuan asked again. It has yet to be determined. I have heard that the Night Owl King has already returned to the imperial capital with the young prince to host a welcoming banquet while selecting an auspicious date. Once the date for the Fengshan ceremony is confirmed, it will surely be announced to the world. At that time, all factions within the Dying Realm will attend, including the 9 Palaces Gu nest. Pei Luoqing was well informed. Brother, how long do you think it will be before the Fengshan ceremony is held? Li Yuan asked casually, maintaining a calm demeanor. At least 6 months, perhaps even longer, Pei Luoqing speculated. Why is that? Li Yuan was puzzled. There are many reasons. Firstly, the Fengshan ceremony can only be conducted by an emperor who has ascended the throne. The young prince, Li Chengxiu, is an exception and will face greater resistance. Secondly, the ceremony is complex and requires extensive preparations, especially in these tumultuous times where demons wreak havoc and the hearts of men are divided. Precautions must be taken. However, this is not the most crucial reason. The most important point is that before the young prince was found, he was merely an ordinary person. He cannot bear the immense power of the Fengshan ceremony and will need time to cultivate first, Pei Luoqing elucidated. I see. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. It seems that the imperial physician's grandson has not had it easy over the years, struggling in the mire of the mundane world just as he has. Pei Luoqing chuckled. If the young prince truly possesses the bloodline of a martial god and is protected by the true dragon's fortune, he will progress rapidly in his cultivation. By the way, he suddenly recalled, once the Fengshan ceremony is held, all those who have gone to Kunlun Su to pay homage and show support will receive a baptism of fortune. This is a rare opportunity for universal celebration and homage from all nations. Throughout history, every emperor has invited the 9 Palaces Gu nest to attend their ascension, and perhaps we may also receive a spot. If our master were not in trouble, he would surely fight for our places. Now it is uncertain. I understand. After so long in the mountains, Li Yuan felt a newfound desire to venture outside. He wished to see the one who had been abandoned by the imperial physician, the benefactor who had saved his life. The truth is rather cruel for him. As the only one aware of the truth, Li Yuan found it difficult to articulate his emotions. From an ordinary mortal in the countryside to the ruler of the realm, only to be unmasked and discover he is but a discarded pawn? Such dramatic highs and lows are painfully heart-wrenching. Can the other truly endure this? Asking himself, Li Yuan could not claim he could withstand it either. If given the chance, he would go and see him. A man of ambition must act when needed. There are some things he feels compelled to do. After Pei Luoqing departed, he made his way to the back mountain, arriving at the tomb of the imperial physician. Grandfather, may heaven bless you. Your grandson has not perished. Over the years, every night and day spent fleeing must have deeply tormented your heart. Both my mother and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Please rest in peace. I will ensure that your true grandson, my brother, remains unharmed. Li Yuan knelt before the tomb and bowed solemnly. His heart had not experienced such intense turmoil for a long time. At that moment, an enigmatic feeling surged within him, as if tumultuous waves were rising in his sea of consciousness, crashing against the barriers of the mountain and sea realm. The sea of consciousness spanned mountains and rivers, embodying the domain realm. Rumbling, the sea of consciousness roared continuously. Li Yuan calmed his mind, sitting cross-legged in meditation, turning his gaze inward. In the world of his sea of consciousness, that vast ocean of spirit stirred up formidable waves, transcending the barriers of the mountains, allowing rivers and mountains to return to the sea, transforming into a brand new domain. After a while, Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a virtual panel appeared before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Pot, 5 turns 1233, 1500, Realm, 5 turns Mental Strength. Early stage of Domain Faded Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, Multicolored Fire Python. Illusionary Robe, Silk Queen Gu House. None, I have broken through. Li Yuan never imagined he would achieve a breakthrough in his mental realm under such circumstances. Leaping from the great perfection of the sea realm to the early stage of the domain realm, much faster than he had anticipated. Is this the significance of a clear and resolute heart? At this moment, he began to comprehend the marvel of the heart-questioning Gu, ranked third on the young lady of the Kanglan County, Shao Qiner, endowed with the heart-questioning Gu, will likely advance rapidly and rise swiftly. Ah! Li Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air and bowed once more to the tombstone of the imperial physician. Grandfather, thank you for guiding me from the depths of despair. This sudden breakthrough bolstered Li Yuan's confidence. With the mental strength of the domain realm, even those at the 8th and 9th realms would struggle to discern his true essence. Certain actions would now be more feasible. Returning to the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan immediately retrieved the text given to him by his master, Yuanhua, which detailed the secret methods for refining a Gu house. The conditions for refining a Gu house are threefold. One must possess mental strength at the domain realm, resonate with their faded Gu, and have a sufficient quantity of lower-tier Gu. Now, he meets all three criteria. According to his master, a 7-turn Gu master who can refine a Gu house is considered a prodigy of the Gu path. Yet here he is, a mere 5-turn practitioner. Achieving this step could be too extraordinary. Chapter 54. The construction of the Gu house. Li Yuan held the book in his hands, engrossed in its contents. He had met all the prerequisites for crafting a Gu house, yet the endeavor of constructing a complete Gu house remained a monumental task. The time required to build a Gu house was extensive. The higher the quality, the longer it took. Just as his teacher's Gu house took a full 12 years to complete, there were numerous examples of constructions lasting 2 to 3 decades. I possessed the ability to significantly reduce the time required for this construction. However, completing it before the commencement of the Fengshan ceremony poses a considerable challenge. Li Yuan set aside his concerns. Given the current circumstances, every enhancement counts. In constructing the Gu house, I intend to center it around the colorful exotic fire python and the silk queen Gu, hoping for a delightful surprise. The construction of a Gu house not only greatly enhances the feedback to the Gu master, but also possesses a remarkable feature. It can nurture spiritual substances. The term spiritual substances is akin to heavenly treasures. However, because they are not birthed by heaven and earth, the predecessors of Gu Dao have designated them as spiritual substances. Different Gu houses yield vastly different spiritual substances. Li Yuan searched the book for quite some time, but found no information regarding the spiritual substance produced by a Gu house centered around the silk queen Gu and the colorful exotic fire python. Records concerning precious Gu are already scarce, and those related to Gu houses are even fewer. I hope to produce some valuable spiritual substances, which I could sell for a higher-grade demon corpse. The lack of funds has evidently become a lifelong adversary for Li Yuan. The generation of spiritual substances is significantly related to the quality of the Gu house and the type of the life Gu. For instance, the life Gu of Yuanhua is the butterfly illusion without trace, primarily used to create illusions and confuse opponents. When a Gu house is constructed around it, the resulting spiritual substance is known as awakening water. Consuming it can enhance mental strength and temporarily boost comprehension. Awakening water is not only beneficial for Gu masters, but is also regarded as a treasure by martial artists. Hence, it can fetch a handsome price in the market. I wonder what my Gu house will produce. Li Yuan felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation. If it could yield a spiritual substance akin to awakening water, I could escape poverty and embark on a grand endeavor. Without further ado, let us attempt to construct the Gu house. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, come here, he called lightly. Immediately, Shao Kai and Wu Mei rushed over, landing on Li Yuan's shoulders. Which of you wishes to be the core for constructing the Gu house first? Sizzle, chirp, both little creatures were eager and ready to try. As expected, Li Yuan sighed. The two of you cannot go together. Your master would be drained dry. Having just entered the initial stage of the domain realm, Constructing a Gu house was already his limit. How about this? Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins goes first. Agreed? No cheating and no sulking. Li Yuan found himself coaxing the two little ones as if they were children. Sizzle, chirp. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei happily agreed. I'll count to 3, and then you start. 1, 2, 3. Begin. At the moment he finished speaking, Xiao Kai's serpentine tail twisted into a fist shape, while Wu Mei produced a fist-shaped silk ball. A tie. They had to start again, Li Yuan declared helplessly. The two little creatures tried again, both revealing paper. Let us do it again. On the third attempt, both produced scissors once more. This pattern continued ad infinitum, with the two little ones mirroring each other's choices for over 10 rounds. Could it be? Li Yuan realized belatedly. They were both nurtured by the same master. How could they break the tie? With their bond having reached the level of synchronizing hearts, they shared a single mind. How could they compete? It seems he could only accept being drained. Unable to determine a winner, Li Yuan could not allow Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to fight. Such an act could lead to trouble, harming their camaraderie and intimacy. Who knew it would be so difficult to maintain balance? Li Yuan smilad bidobla. They were all nurtured by him. He could only endure it, viewing it as a means of mental fortitude, accepting that slower progress was not an issue. He quickly resolved himself. Select the original material, common grade little red snake 99. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first-turn common Gu little fire python 33. Though the colorful exotic fire python was cultivated by Li Yuan using the dragon pattern egg in some treasures, the Gu that bore the closest blood relation to it was the little fire python. The success rate of constructing a Gu house is higher when the blood relation between the lower grade Gu and the life Gu is sufficiently close. Let us proceed. Select the original material, common grade little spider 99, add springgrass. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first-turn common Gu spirit breath spider 33. The spirit breath spider is also one of the lower-grade Gu insects closely related by blood to the silk queen Gu. It is time to begin. Li Yuan led Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to a newly opened area in the bamboo forest expansion, a place he had enclosed and hidden, accessible only to him. It was perfectly suited for temporarily housing the Gu house. Sitting cross-legged, with eyes slightly closed and focused, Li Yuan harmonized his mental energy with the colorful exotic fire python and the silk queen Gu. Before long, he felt as though he had entered a wondrous spiritual realm. More accurately, it was two extraordinary spiritual realms. Multitasking caused his mental energy to deplete rapidly and was quite taxing. The first step in constructing the Gu house is to strengthen the connection between the life Gu and the lower grade Gu. Only by unifying all Gu hearts and thoughts can the house be formed. The concept of a house derives from home. In ancient times, when Gu masters were still struggling in their early days, they treated all Gu insects as family. Only family can reside under one roof. After a considerable time, the extraordinary spiritual realm underwent a subtle change as the consciousness of a little fire python coalesced and manifested within it. Simultaneously, in the real world, a little fire python began to actively construct its nest. It exhaled a mysterious substance that floated like dust, nearly invisible to the naked eye, until more and more little fire pythons appeared to join the construction process. The dust gathered into soil, revealing some tangible results. Meanwhile, the spirit breath spider also began building its nest, with both nests taking the form of tunnels that continually burrowed underground. Li Yuan gradually immersed himself in the process. Uncertain how much time had passed, Li Yuan suddenly awakened, his mind feeling depleted, weariness washing over him, leaving him feeling somewhat unsteady. Upon focusing his gaze, he noticed that the Gu houses on either side had only expanded by about 1 foot, with around 80 Gu insects participating in the construction on each side. Li Yuan glanced at the hourglass nearby for timing. Had 3 days truly passed? This meant it took him a full 3 days and nights to establish roughly 1 foot of the Gu house and assimilate just a few dozen Gu insects. It truly is a daunting task. The critical issue is that the further along he constructs, the more Gu insects there are, leading to greater mental energy consumption. Even Wu Mei and Xiao Kai were exhausted, resting on his shoulders. Indeed, this is a monumental undertaking. It seems I can only proceed slowly. Chapter 55. The Young God of Death, and Mu Yao in the grand capital of Dian, Tianan City, after enduring the calamities of bloodshed in previous years. The Night Owl King has rallied his forces, leading the Night Owl Guards and various station troops to reclaim the land, driving out the demons. Within the palace, a young man clad in a python robe is fervently practicing martial arts, his body glistening with sweat. Beside him stands the imposing Night Owl King, adorned with a bronze mask, observing like a statue, unmoving. After a considerable time, the young man withdraws his fists, a powerful wave of energy erupting from him, stirring the trees in the courtyard. This python-robed youth is none other than Shun Gooden, a rustic villager brought back by the Night Owl King from Kunlun Su, and the sole bloodline of the current Dian royal family, Prince Li Qingxiu. Indeed, the prince possesses extraordinary talent, having advanced to the second rank of Qi induction in merely 7 days and mastering the first layer of the shaking heaven divine fist. The Night Owl King praises him. I have fulfilled my promise. Now, will you not teach me the true essence of power? Li Shangshu inquiras calmly. Since returning from Kunlun Su, his mind has been singularly focused on eradicating the demons to spare the world from suffering and avenge his mother. All of this requires strength. This is my duty, the Night Owl King responds, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. In the Yuan continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. Whether it be the cultivation systems of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, the evolution of demons, or the lesser paths such as poison, talismans, and formations, none surpass the martial way. The 9 ranks of martial arts are as follows. First rank, body refinement. Second rank, Qi induction. Third rank, spirit gathering. Fourth rank, cocoon breaking. Fifth rank, freedom. Sixth rank, minor master. Seventh rank, grandmaster. Eighth rank, martial saint. Ninth rank, martial emperor. Beyond the 9th rank lies the realm of the martial deity. In years past, the founding emperor ascended to the rank of martial deity, sweeping across the realms, with all nations paying homage, and the demons banished beyond the borders, daring not to return for a millennium. The Night Owl King patiently elucidates the history and foundational knowledge of martial arts to Li Qingxiu. The founding emperor created 3 divine martial arts: the Shaking Heaven Divine Fist, the Heavenly Transformation Sword, and the Heavenly Dragon Fate Technique. The Shaking Heaven Divine Fist is the simplest to learn, with a portion of its legacy preserved within the Night Owl Guards for contingencies. The Heavenly Transformation Sword, however, is reserved solely for emperors of the lineage, requiring the prince to personally seek the inheritance in the depths of the ancestral land after ascending the throne. As for the Heavenly Dragon Fate Technique, it is an ethereal art that gathers and suppresses the fate of the dynasty, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. Yet it is fundamental for the revival of Dian. The Night Owl King elaborates extensively, demonstrating the Shaking Heaven Divine Fist multiple times for Li Qingxiu. I understand, Li Qingxiu responds thoughtfully. The Night Owl smiles. Your innate talent is remarkable, and I believe you shall soon reach the 4th rank of cocoon breaking. At that time, you can return to Kunlun Su to conduct the sealing ceremony and manifest the dragon vein. Indeed, Li Qingxiu nods, his expression grave. Each time he recalls the despair of his mother being devoured by demons, and the countless others suffering similar fates, his heart aches profoundly. His mindset has shifted from one of blame, resentment, and self-destruction to a realization that he must take action. At times, he finds it absurd. He cannot even protect a small village or save his own mother. Yet after merely a few days of martial training, he dreams of safeguarding the vast mountains and rivers, the nation, and countless lives. It is nothing short of ludicrous. In his confusion, the young man's fists continue to move, his mind immersed in the evolution of the fist techniques. The Night Owl King quietly departs. Soon, he arrives at tower, where in an elegant chamber sits a veiled woman clad in a blue robe, her skin as fair as jade, radiating an aura of coldness. Young God of Death, can you see clearly? The Night Owl takes a seat, gazing into the distance, where the practicing youth Li Qingxiu can be seen. I cannot see distinctly. The woman shakes her head. She isn't Mu Yao, the young God of Death from the extreme North Icefield tribe. summoned by the Night Owl King to assist in locating the last surviving descendant of her older sister, who perished in the royal bloodshed many years ago. Is there any blood relation? Muyao inquires. Years ago, her sister entered the royal family through a politically motivated marriage to save the tribe, a decision that had long burdened their father with guilt. Without her sister's sacrifice, the extreme North Icefield tribe would have been annihilated long ago. Now that the tribe has regained its totem and grown powerful, her sister can never return home, and even her soul bloodline remains lost. Thus, when the Night Owl King sought her out, and Muyao, as the new young god of death, agreed without hesitation. Little Qilin, you must still be alive, right? Qilin is the affectionate term used by the people of the extreme North Icefield tribe for children. As she gazes at the distant young prince Li Qingxiu, and Muyao feels no sense of closeness. Her intuition tells her that he is not her sister's child. Yet, she must proceed cautiously and verify the bloodline. Even if he is not her sister's child, he is undoubtedly the only clue to finding little Qilin, and she cannot afford to miss this opportunity. This is his blood. Obtaining the blood of an ordinary person is a trivial task for the Night Owl King. He too must exercise caution. The sealing ceremony is of paramount importance, with various lords and demons awaiting that day. If he brings back someone who is not the true Dragon Prince, it would deal a fatal blow to the dying royal family. And Muyao accepts the transparent jade vial containing the blood, scrutinizing it closely. Qu'il trésor technique. Manifest. She rapidly forms seals with her hands, and a blue Qilin pattern appears on her forehead, releasing a radiant light that cascades into the jade vial. Simultaneously, a series of blurred scenes emerge in her mind. They depict two infants undergoing a bloodline exchange in the darkness, using secret techniques. This revelation instantly enlightens Muyao. In the royal bloodshed years ago, her sister, in a bid to save little Qilin, found a substitute and exchanged the bloodline with him, deceiving the demons. This implies that although the young prince before her is a falsehood, little Qilin escaped that calamity and must still be alive. Fate is cruel. Little Qilin has suffered greatly. I will surely find you. For Muyao, knowing that her sister's child still lives is the greatest comfort. Young god of death, what is the status? The Night Owl King's voice, low and resonant, pulls Muyao back to reality. His gaze, like the scorching sun, bears down upon her, instilling a sense of urgency that compels her to reveal the truth. Yet, just as the thought is about to escape her lips, she forcefully restrains it. If she discloses the truth, the substitute young prince will undoubtedly meet a tragic fate. He is blameless, abandoned by his biological parents, forced into a blood exchange, and remains unaware of it all. Moreover, he saved little Qilin's life. To let him bear the brunt of the consequences now would be exceedingly cruel. Fate has played its hand, and this was supposed to be a tale of sacrifice. No one anticipated that both the genuine and the false young prince would still be alive, complicating matters. And Muyao steadies her emotions and speaks with calm composure. Night Owl King, this matter has its complexities and merits careful deliberation. Chapter 56, Spiritual Matter, Long-Term Considerations. Even a minor fate master cannot discern the truth. King Night Owl furrowed his brow. He was aware that the fate master of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe possessed the skill to trace bloodlines. Having specially invited Muyao from the farthest reaches, yet she could not ascertain the authenticity. The young prince's bloodline is unusual. I dare not make a conclusive judgment. Let us wait until he matures a bit more. And Muyao deliberately spoke ambiguously, unwilling to affirm or deny directly. Since King Night Owl had summoned her, he must have sensed some clues and speculated that the young prince was not truly a dragon child, but lacked the means to verify it. With the impending ritual of Fengshan, which concerns the nation, time is of the essence. King Night Owl spoke solemnly. As for the Fengshan affair, I have a method that might alleviate the immediate crisis. And Muyao was determined to save the unfortunate substitute young prince, considering it a righteous deed for her sister's child. What is your solution? King Night Owl inquired. To create a falsehood that can deceive the lords and various demons, stabilizing the current situation, and Muyao replied, Impossible. The grand matter of Fengshan cannot involve deception from above to below. If he is a false prince, Ascending the throne would utterly sever the Leaf family's bloodline. While ascending the throne is easy, abdicating is arduous. King Night Owl vehemently rejected such treachery and disloyalty. Times have changed. To stabilize the situation, the fate of De Yin must not collapse. Otherwise, the people's hearts will scatter and the dragon vein will dissipate. And Muyao could not fathom King Night Owl's inner thoughts. This universally acknowledged pinnacle of martial prowess. Did he genuinely wish to uphold the De Yin royal lineage? Or was he merely acting for the sake of a martial god as treasure? She leaned towards the latter. Please, King Night Owl, think carefully. And Muyao lacked the power to sway King Night Owl's actions. Having said her piece, she turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, King Night Owl fell into contemplation. It appeared that the young prince was likely an impostor. Was there a past scheme of switching the prince, with the true heir long sent out of the palace? This was not implausible. The former concubine and was no ordinary woman. Someone who could ascend to the position of Fate Master in the extreme North Ice Plains tribe was far from comparable to the delicate beauties of the inner palace. Perhaps during the blood calamity, concubine and had already sensed something amiss, replacing the young prince's bloodline and orchestrating a ruse to smuggle him out of the palace. King Night Owl sought the truth amongst the minutiae of the past. If everything unfolded as he suspected, then Muyao's actions were to preserve the life of the young prince's substitute, a debt of gratitude for saving a life. Thus, everything would make sense. Given King Night Owl's temperament, anyone who dared impersonate the bloodline of the great ancestor martial god would face execution, regardless of the reason. He would not allow such an act of disloyalty to jeopardize the millennia-old foundation of Yin. And Muyao was certain that as long as she did not personally acknowledge it, he would refrain from harming the substitute prince. Moreover, this substitute was the only lead to finding the true heir. The unseen scene from the past during the blood calamity now unfurled slowly in King Night Owl's mind. Summon the guards. In an instant, several figures entered the room. King Night Owl spoke coldly, instructing the 36 departments of Tianluo to thoroughly investigate all information regarding concubine and her trusted aides. The findings would be submitted within 7 days. Years had passed, and demons had destroyed many ancient texts and scrolls in the imperial capital. Tracing back to those events was exceedingly difficult. Only the Night Owl guards possessed such capabilities. It seemed the Fengshan ceremony must be postponed. Unless absolutely necessary, King Night Owl was unwilling to allow an identity-ambiguous substitute prince to ascend the throne, as it could potentially invite irreparable disasters, even leading to the complete disintegration of the already fragile Yin. Time flew swiftly. Li Yuan immersed himself daily in the profound intricacies of constructing the Gu house, tirelessly researching. At last it is complete. In the dead of night, Li Yuan emerged from his tense mental state. Before him lay 2 small nests, the former slender and elongated, the latter spacious and filled with spider silk. These were the Gu houses constructed around the cores of the colorful fire python and the silk queen Gu. A data panel materialized before his eyes. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Pot, 5th Transition 1490-1500, Realm, 5th Transition Mental Power, Mid-Stage Domain Fated Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revival Gu, Colorful Fire Python, Illusionary Robe. Silk Queen Gu Houses, Colorful Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House, Silk Mysteries, 1000 Gu House. Gu Houses can produce celestial fire. Revitalizing essence, all my relentless efforts have not been in vain. The rewards from the Gu Houses are indeed boundless. The completion of the Gu Houses not only significantly enhanced Li Yuan's own strength, but also elevated his mental power realm to the mid-stage domain. In terms of the breadth of his knowledge sea, he was no longer inferior to some seasoned 8th realm experts. Thus, he no longer feared having his fated secret exposed. More importantly, the production from the Gu Houses was now at hand. Li Yuan meticulously examined the wondrous uses of the treasures produced by the 2 Gu Houses. Celestial fire, a flame formed by absorbing the energy of the sun, useful for forging treasures, as well as for attacking enemies. Once unleashed, it resembles a radiant sun, burning endlessly. Revitalizing essence, a concoction of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, merged with the essence of insect beasts, possessing the power of resurrection and healing. The treasures produced by the two Gu houses were no ordinary items. The sole drawback was the meager yield. It took a full month to produce a single strand of celestial fire and a drop of revitalizing essence. This was already the utmost limit of what Li Yuan could achieve. To enhance production value, he must elevate the grade of the Gu houses, requiring persistent effort over time. The grading of Gu houses includes 1,000 Gu house, 10,000 Gu house, 100,000 Gu house, and million Gu house. The higher the grade, the more difficult the refinement becomes. According to the records in the books gifted by his teacher, Yuan, several seasoned palace masters had barely reached the level of the 100,000 Gu house. A million Gu house? Perhaps it only existed in legends. That was still far beyond his reach. Li Yuan did not dwell on it. For him, the most pressing matter was to accumulate wealth, gather raw materials, and enhance combat power. Celestial fire could be sold for a good price if given the opportunity, perhaps even allowing him to acquire a 7th-level demon's corpse. As for the revitalizing essence, he intended to reserve it for his teacher, Yuan. This teacher, whom he had met only 3 times, had treated him well, providing him with numerous opportunities. He would not neglect him where he could help. In 10 days, I shall reach the 6th transition. At that time, I will be able to venture into the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan had long anticipated the immortal Gu secret realm, an endless array of rare Gu. If he could synthesize them all, how marvelous would that be? He would wake up smiling from such dreams. To not produce a unique Gu would be a disservice to such an opportunity. Chapter 57. The 6th transformation in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed. Li Yuan awoke, brimming with vitality. The data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Pot, 6th transformation 1-3000. Realm, 6th transformation mental power. Mid-domain realm, Fated Gu. Giant Spirit Gu. Reviving Gu, 3-color strange fire python. Illusory robe. Spider Queen Gu house. Colorful strange fire cave, 1,000 Gu house. Spider Veil, mysterious realm. 1,000 Gu house. Time flies. It has been over 7 years since he joined the 12 caves. This number is indeed mystical. Even the bond between couples is said to experience a 7-year itch. Yet, Li Yuan had remained within the 12 caves for a full 7 years without venturing outside, his excursions beyond the small bamboo grove being few and far between. It was time to step out. However, this journey would not lead him into chaos, but deeper into the mountains. After a brief preparation, Li Yuan departed from the small bamboo grove and ascended to the main peak of the 12 caves. Junior brother? Pei Luo Qing exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Am I mistaken? You've finally come down from the mountain? He had never encountered such a steadfast young man, someone without a wife or children, who could endure solitude in one place for 7 years. Senior brother, I have reached the 6th transformation. Li Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Huh? Pei Luo Qing was taken aback. You've achieved the 6th transformation? So soon? Not particularly soon, Li Yuan chuckled. Pei Luo Qing teased. Compared to the most illustrious prodigies in history, it's indeed not rapid, but it surpasses the progress of your senior brother. You flatter me. Senior brother, Li Yuan's strength lay not in the speed of his breakthrough, but in the multiplicity of his fated Gu. Have you come to seek me out, to enter the inner door of the 9 palaces and venture into the immortal Gu secret realm? Pei Luo Qing inquired. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, deeming it a matter of urgency, for he had long harbored aspirations for this journey. Ha, I understand, Pei Luo Qing laughed. I felt the same way back then, eager to dive into the immortal Gu secret realm the moment I broke through. It truly is a splendid place. Regrettably, one can only visit once. His ginseng infant Gu attained such strength due to materials found in the immortal Gu secret realm, completing an evolution. When shall we set off? Senior brother? Li Yuan asked eagerly. Today is feasible, Pei Luo Qing affirmed. I will arrange matters within the sect, and we can depart this afternoon. Very well. The brothers reached a mutual agreement. Returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan shared lunch with Wang Zhao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, I must step out for a while. Over the years, the two had spent every day together, having only been separated during the turmoil in the southern border and the life and death drawing of lots in the 12 caves. This marked their second parting. I'm going to the inner door of the 9 palaces, Li Yuan stated calmly. Brother Yuan, you've entered the sixth transformation? Wang Zhao exclaimed with delight. Li Yuan had previously mentioned this to her, and she had been mentally prepared, knowing that with Brother Yuan's talent, a breakthrough was inevitable. Indeed, Li Yuan confirmed. Take care of yourself during my absence. If any danger arises, do not venture outside. Remain in the small bamboo grove for your safety. Understood, Wang Zhao replied obediently. Then I shall take my leave. In the afternoon, Li Yuan donned his backpack, hurriedly departing to meet Pei Luoqing, marking his first exit from the 12 caves in 7 years. The 9 palace mountains stretched for thousands of miles, serene and untouched by the hustle of civilization. In that moment of stepping out, Li Yuan felt little sentimentality. The landscape was filled with verdant mountains, appearing no different from what he had grown accustomed to. The mountain paths were rugged and challenging to traverse. As night fell, Li Yuan followed Pei Luoqing to a mountain gate. Where is this? Li Yuan wondered, realizing that the inner door of the 9 palaces was evidently not so close. 13th cave, Pei Luoqing replied. If we continue this way, it will take ages to reach the inner door. If we encounter heavy fog in the mountains, we might easily get lost. I'll go borrow a means of swift travel. With that, he took a deep breath, cupping his hand around his mouth, and shouted, Brother Yang, come forth for a chat. Moments later, a large black-feathered eagle descended from the sky, landing before them. Junior Brother Pei, what brings you here? A one-armed man dismounted from the eagle, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his long hair flowing freely, exuding an air of nonchalance. Brother Yang, allow me to introduce my new junior disciple, Li Yuan. He has just broken through to the 6th transformation, and I wish to take him to the inner door of the 9 palaces. Pei Luoqing smiled. Thus I seek to borrow your eagle. Of course, the one-armed man, Yang Chong, responded amiably. Junior Brother Li, you appear quite young, yet you've already achieved the status of a 6th transformation Gu master. Truly admirable. It is thanks to the guidance of my master that I was fortunate enough to break through, Li Yuan humbly replied. It is getting late. Why not rest for the night at the 13th cave and set off for the inner door of the 9 palaces tomorrow? Yang Chong invited, also wishing to befriend Li Yuan. Thank you, but I must decline, Li Yuan politely refused. My master is gravely injured, and I wish to see him first. Very well. Yang Chong conceded, understanding the situation. I wish you both a safe journey and hope that Junior Brother Li finds extraordinary Gu in the immortal Gu secret realm. Thank you, Brother Yang. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Yuan and Pei Luoqing mounted the eagle and departed. Riding the eagle through the night sky, they traveled much faster than if they had run along the mountain paths. Finally able to catch their breath, they sat on the eagle's back, engaging in casual conversation. Senior brother, do you know about our elder sister? Li Yuan inquired, having heard of her but never met her. He sensed that their master had immense trust in her, delegating many responsibilities to her. I wouldn't say I know her well, but I am somewhat familiar, Pei Luoqing replied with a smile. Rest assured, our elder sister is very warm-hearted. She is not the type to keep others at arm's length. What is her realm? Li Yuan asked further. A 7th transformation Gu master, Pei Luoqing explained. In truth, she is among the most talented in the inner door of the 9 palaces, a prominent figure among our younger generation. She had the potential to become the next palace master. However, Pei Luoqing sighed. Ever since that young princess from Kanglan arrived, her chances have been dashed. Perhaps our lineage is simply not destined to produce a palace master. The 3rd-ranked Gu on the Strange Gu list, the Heart Question Gu, holds the highest potential to attain the position of Gu Immortal, rendering any Gu master lacking in competition against it. At this moment, Li Yuan recalled that the young princess Xiao Qin was also within the inner door of the 9 palaces. After many years apart, he wondered how far she had progressed since refining the Heart Question Gu. Yet, being a palace master doesn't seem particularly appealing. Even being a cave master is exhausting, and the meager monthly stipend hardly allows for great endeavors. Pei Luoqing preferred a life of leisure. He had assumed the role of cave master in the 12 caves during wartime due to a lack of personnel and at the behest of their master, to protect the younger junior brother who had yet to mature. Now that his junior brother had entered the 6th transformation, he felt he could seek an opportune moment to resign. 7 days later, Crossing over substantial mountains, the eagle landed atop a peak. Pei Luo Qing inhaled deeply. Ahead lies the inner door of the 9 palaces. It is shrouded in a maze, requiring a token for guidance to enter. Follow me. Chapter 58. The inner gate of the 9 palaces nestled within the depths of a mountain and ensconced in layers of intricate illusions. The 9 palaces Gu nest thrives as long as its internal structure remains unblemished. Li Yuan trailed behind Pei Luo Qing as they ventured into the dense fog, occasionally catching glimpses of birds and beasts, rare herbs, and exquisite flora, curling wisps of smoke, and a bustling movement of people. Countless scenes interwove, unpredictable and indistinguishable between reality and illusion. He felt a profound shock in the face of an ancient power that had endured for millennia. He felt as insignificant as a mayfly. His previously restless spirit was calmed considerably. A 6th turn Gu master? What does that signify in the presence of the superpowers that dominate the Tian Yuan continent? One must understand that the 9 palaces Gu nest is merely a behemoth in the southern frontier, while similar hegemonic forces exist in the northern territories, eastern wastelands, and western regions, not to mention the long-established mysterious powers in the central plains. Survival. One must continue to endure. After a lengthy and bewildering journey through the mist, the two finally emerged into clarity. This is it, Pei Luo Qing announced, pointing to a narrow valley crevice. Stepping inside, Li Yuan followed closely. The path was initially constricted but opened up after several dozen steps, revealing rows of houses, with curling smoke rising, filled with the palpable essence of human life. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. For the first time, he witnessed a true paradise beyond the mundane. The inner gate of the 9th palace was vastly different from his imagination, yet it resonated with his preferences. You should like it here, Pei Luo Qing surmised. Indeed, regrettably, the presence of numerous formidable individuals made it unwise for Li Yuan to linger here. If he could, he would have moved here years ago with his master. Let's go meet the senior sister and master, Pei Luo Qing suggested. They traversed a rustic path, immersed in the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, until they arrived at a quaint farmhouse where Pei Luo Qing halted. Master, senior sister, he called out from outside, I have returned. No response emanated from within. Is senior sister not home? Li Yuan wondered aloud. She is, Pei Luo Qing chuckled, calling out again. Junior brother has returned too. With a loud bang, the door swung open, and in an instant, a figure clad in a red dress darted out, swiftly grasping Li Yuan's arm and whisking him into the house. Hey, senior sister, I haven't, poof. The wind swirled a red skirt, revealing a long, snow-white leg that kicked Pei Luo Qing back outside. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. Li Yuan was left bewildered. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Junior brother Li Yuan, greetings, a soft and enchanting voice pulled him from his stupor. Standing before him was a woman clad in a striking red dress. Her graceful form and captivating charm, coupled with her alluring peach blossom eyes, seemed to tug at the heartstrings, vibrant and enchanting. The red attire clung to her figure, accentuating her alluring curves, while the hem revealed a glimpse of her fair legs. Her raven hair was elegantly swept up, adorned with a red jade hairpin that shimmered in the sunlight, complementing her attire beautifully. Yet, the strikingly sensual woman appeared somewhat out of place amidst the tranquility of this paradise. Senior sister? Li Yuan recalled Pei Luo Qing mentioning that senior sister Ning Hongyu was quite warm-hearted. However, this warmth deviated from his expectations. Not bad-looking, junior brother. Ning Hongyu appraised him with a smile. Senior sister, is Pei Xixiang all right? Li Yuan inquired awkwardly, unsure of her intentions. He won't die. Ning Hongyu replied with a laugh. The fateful Gu that Pei Luo Qing nurtures behaves like a wild boar whenever released, wreaking havoc on the rare flowers and plants in my courtyard. I see, Li Yuan realized, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed Pei Xixiang was not as serious as he appeared. Junior brother, do you have someone special in your heart? Ning Hongyu continued, her curiosity piqued. Li Yuan was taken aback. Compared to Pei Xixiang, senior sister seemed to possess a more playful demeanor. No, he answered honestly. No. How delightful. Ning Hongyu's eyes sparkled. Senior sister, where's master? Li Yuan, unable to bear her intense gaze, quickly shifted the subject. In the room, still in a state of unconsciousness, with only a faint trace of life, Ning Hongyu turned and beckoned. Follow me. All right. Upon entering the room with senior sister, Li Yuan beheld Yu Hengchuan lying on the bed. Their reunion revealed Yu Hengchuan's hair had turned completely gray, resembling withered tree moss, and his face bore no trace of color. Master, Li Yuan called softly, approaching the bedside. Yu Hengchuan's fingers twitched slightly, indicating he retained some awareness, though he could not control his body. Ning Hongyu explained, after master was brought back, he took some restorative treasures, but they proved ineffective. The more precious healing elixirs are exceedingly rare, especially in these turbulent times, making it difficult to procure them for master's use. After all, even if Yu Hengchuan recovers, he will no longer be able to engage with the Gu Wei and will have to live out his days as an ordinary person. Senior sister, I brought a medicinal liquid that might aid in master's recovery, Li Yuan revealed, producing a small green vial. Inside was the precious, revitalizing essence, a treasure produced by the Gu housepan Si Xianjing. Ning Hongyu's eyes brightened as she uncorked the vial and inhaled, sensing the rich vitality that emanated, a truly rare elixir. You are quite thoughtful, junior brother. She did not inquire about the elixir's origin, but diluted it before administering it to Yu Hengchuan. Before long, Yu Hengchuan's parched skin began to regain its suppleness, and dark strands of hair visibly returned, a sign of recovering vitality. A miraculous medicine. Ning Hongyu exclaimed, astonished. This remedy exceeded her expectations. No wonder Master had often mentioned his little disciple. Before the Great War commenced, Master Yu Hengchuan had repeatedly instructed her to assist his junior disciple, arranging matters for entry into the immortal Gu secret realm, even securing a spot for the Fengshan ceremony. It seemed that soon, Master would awaken. Ning Hongyu exhaled a sigh of relief. That's good, Li Yuan responded. I had not been able to enter the sixth turn realm earlier, which delayed my visit to Master. If this elixir proves effective, it serves as a token of my regard as a disciple. Are you planning to wait for Master to awaken, or shall we proceed to the immortal Gu secret realm? Ning Hongyu inquired. Let us head to the immortal Gu secret realm, Li Yuan decided. Having only one drop of revitalizing essence left, lingering here would yield little benefit. It would be better to resolve his concerns sooner. Very well, Ning Hongyu nodded. I will promptly request permission from the palace master. You should rest here for 3 days in preparation for entering the immortal Gu secret realm. Li Yuan glanced at his senior sister, recalling her earlier peculiar questions, feeling a hint of anxiety. Why so nervous? Afraid senior sister will devour you? Ning Hongyu tested. A bit, Li Yuan admitted, aware of the many eccentricities among Gu masters. Who knew what lay beneath such a beautiful facade? Rest assured, I am not a demon or monster, Ning Hongyu replied with a radiant smile. Junior brother, tonight we shall have a candlelit conversation. Once you understand my heart, you will surely feel at ease. Chapter 59. The true emotion Gu nightfall enveloped the surroundings as Pei Luo Qing, having vowed not to disturb the extraordinary flora within the courtyard, was finally permitted to enter the house and savor a warm meal. Senior sister, your treatment is rather biased, Pei Luo Qing teased. You serve Li Yuan dishes and pour him wine. What am I to make of that? Then keep your distance, Ning Hongyu retorted. Your skin is as thick as a pig's. It's fortunate I haven't struck you. Senior sister, you can't possibly have developed feelings for your junior, can you? Pei Luo Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Huh. Li Yuan, caught off guard, had wine splattered across his face. How had the conversation turned to him again? Indeed, Ning Hongyu proclaimed, lifting her elegant neck with pride. Your junior possesses both good looks and exceptional talent. Who wouldn't be fond of him? Ah. Pei Luo Qing was taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. That makes sense. It's only right that such a match remains within the family. Li Yuan interjected, bewildered. What does this mean? Is my lifelong commitment being decided in mere moments? Senior sister, second brother, please, this is no jest. He had no desire for marriage or fatherhood. Burdened by blood feuds and entangled in too many complications, thoughts of romance seemed premature. This is no joke, Pei Luo Qing replied, blinking innocently. Does it seem like I jest? Li Yuan was truly perplexed. Could this be genuine? All right, I shall cease the teasing, Ning Hongyu said. This matter relates to my life Gu. What is your life Gu, senior sister? Li Yuan pondered, numerous names of Gu worms racing through his mind. Yet he could not recall one that aligned with her current affliction. True emotion Gu, Ning Hongyu revealed. The name of true emotion Gu resonated profoundly. Li Yuan was well aware of its reputation. This Gu was esteemed as one of the rarest and closest to the exotic Gu, with two potential paths for evolution. It could evolve into the third-ranked Hearts, Inquiry Gu, or the 11th-ranked Worldly Gu. True emotion Gu granted its master unparalleled focus. Although not as swift in enhancing mental power as Heart's Inquiry Gu, it possessed a unique quality, the ability to receive feedback from one's partner to enhance oneself. I understand now, Li Yuan remarked, finally grasping the concept. Ning Hongyu sighed, expressing the difficulty in finding a genuinely loving partner, compounded by the fickleness of human emotions. If her beloved were to change, her very life would be at stake. This was the lethal flaw of true emotion Gu. To transform true emotion Gu into its complete form, the Gu master must find a true love, blending their essences in the process. After its refinement, the master must remain bound to the partner. Should betrayal occur, the master might only suffer wounds. While the demise of true emotion Gu would lead to a catastrophic end for the Gu master. This meant that in gaining power, Ning Hong, you would also relinquish control over life and death to her partner. Indeed, it is no easy feat, Li Yuan concurred, acknowledging that he would never dare to cultivate such a life Gu. Ning Hongyu smiled. I often hear Master praise you, Junior. His words of admiration could fill an entire day. I have indeed entertained thoughts. She boldly confessed, I do not speak of love at first sight, but your qualities truly resonate with me. You are the first man to stir my heart. If you are willing, perhaps we could explore a relationship. The sudden declaration left Li Yuan nearly reeling. It was not that he disdained such directness, but rather that he had no interest in such matters at present. As fellow disciples, there would be ample opportunities for interaction in the future. He preferred to let fate guide him. Ha ha! Well said, Ning Hongyu responded, unfazed. For her, expressing intent to someone she admired was not an act of shame. Li Yuan, too, remained unperturbed. As a Gu master, he understood the profound impact of a life Gu on its wielder. For the senior sister to maintain clarity and discernment, remaining unmarried and not lost in the pursuit of power, was indeed commendable. Even when he utilized the giant spirit Gu, he found his thoughts clouded by its potent vitality, often leading him to utter vain and arrogant remarks. Thus, he held a deep respect for his senior sister. Now, let us return to the main topic. Ning Hongyu straightened her posture, ready to discuss the nuances of the immortal Gu's secret realm. Yes, Li Yuan sat attentively, eager to absorb every detail. The opportunity to acquire another exotic Gu hinged upon this conversation. 3,000 years ago, the legendary Gu immortal of Tianyuan continent attained enlightenment deep within the Jiugong mountain range, opening a gateway through the Gu path. Divine radiance poured from this portal, manifesting into what is now known as the immortal Gu secret realm. The immortal Gu secret realm is the sole place in the world capable of nurturing rare and even exotic Gu in abundance, serving as the foundation for the Jiugong Gu Nest's legacy. Ning Hongyu spoke eloquently. Li Yuan listened intently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The immortal Gu secret realm, despite its name, is essentially an isolated island within a vast lake surrounded by towering mountains. The remnants of the Gu immortals will still linger on the island, deterring ordinary individuals from lingering too long. A person's mental strength can only withstand a maximum of 7 days on the island. After that, one must depart, lest they be overwhelmed by the Gu immortal's will, facing a tragic end within its confines. The fortunes one may encounter during those 7 days depend solely on their own destiny. Ning Hong, you emphasize the seriousness of her warning. Thank you for the reminder. Senior sister, I shall remember this. 7 days would afford Li Yuan ample opportunity to accomplish much. Senior sister, I have another question. If I were to discover numerous rare treasures within the immortal Gu secret realm, would the sect punish me? What are you thinking? Ning Hong, you chocolate. If you find even a few rare treasures, you would be fortunate. The Immortal Gu's secret realm is not a mere vegetable garden for you to plunder at will. Pei Luo Qing added, Junior brother, do not be greedy. In the past, none have returned with more than 5 treasures, while many have left empty-handed. If everyone could harvest freely, the Immortal Gu's secret realm would have long since been depleted. How could it continue to yield treasures for 3 millennia? I understand, Li Yuan noted with resolve. Given the same duration, his harvest would undoubtedly eclipse that of the average Gu master. It would be a net gain. This map is for you. Ninghong, you produced a sheepskin scroll, detailing the island's general terrain, locations of abundant treasures, and several areas to avoid. Will there be others accompanying us? Li Yuan inquired. It is possible. The other 8 factions have their own paths to the island. They may send people in. If you encounter anyone else, exercise caution. For what transpires within the Immortal Gu's secret realm remains entirely unknown to the outside world. One must always be wary, Ninghong, you cautioned. Understood, Li Yuan replied, excitement coursing through him. He had overlooked the warning and was solely fixated on the phrase entirely unknown to the outside world. Chapter 60. Entering the secret realm of Immortal Gu. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yuanhua's condition visibly improved. He regained significant mobility in his limbs, indicating that his consciousness was gradually awakening and would soon return to full awareness. It seemed that the effect of the revitalizing spirit saliva was remarkable, and in this era of turmoil, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price, Li Yuan pondered. After visiting his mentor, senior sister Ninghong Yu led him away from the 9th Palace region. The secret realm of Immortal Gu was located within the jointly governed territory of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan had roughly grasped the layout of the Gu nests in the 9 palaces, with the 2nd to 9th palaces surrounding the secret realm, sealing off all 8 directions. The first palace was situated at the center, bordering a vast lake. This arrangement ensured that the sacred ground of Gu masters would remain undisturbed by external forces. After 6 hours, the two arrived at the misty borders of a lake. Thick fog obscured the view, rendering the surroundings indistinct, aside from the land behind them. All else was a sea of white. The sound of crashing waves filled the air. It could hardly be described as a lake. It was more akin to an ocean. Junior brother, doesn't it feel magnificent and awe-inspiring? Ninghong Yu inquired with a smile. To think that within the heart of the 10,000 great mountains in the south, such a vast and grand sight could exist, with mountains concealing oceans. It was truly breathtaking, Li Yuan marveled. Are you prepared? Ninghong Yu said with a grave expression. Remember, the spirit turtle Gu will take you to the island and will wait for you for a maximum of 10 days. If you do not return after 10 days, it signifies your demise, and the spirit turtle Gu will return here to convey the final message. Be mindful. On the island, only take what you can reach. Do not let greed mislead you on your way home. Both the teacher and I will be waiting for your safe return. Having said that, she stepped forward and embraced Li Yuan. Senior sister, I will remember. Li Yuan nodded earnestly, vowing to return safely. Ninghong Yu nodded, igniting the token in her hand. Shortly after, a large turtle, measuring 2 zhang in length, emerged from the water. The tokens to summon the spirit turtle Gu were all under the joint control of the 9 palaces and were the sole means of entering the secret realm of Immortal Gu. Go. Ninghong Yu waved her hand. Goodbye, senior sister. Li Yuan stood on the turtle's back, and with the spirit turtle Gu, he plunged into the lake, quickly vanishing into the mist. Junior brother, you must return safely. Ninghong Yu prayed. This little junior brother greatly appealed to her. He was gifted and had a commendable character, and she did not mind pursuing him. After all, to reach a higher realm, finding a true companion was essential. Otherwise, she would be forever stagnant. Navigating through the mist, the waves roared, and the cold wind swept around. Li Yuan sat atop the turtle's back, unable to discern east from west. Simultaneously, he felt an increasingly potent pressure. Was the will of the Gu immortal truly that formidable, persisting for 3,000 years? Li Yuan was astonished. This only heightened his anticipation as he retrieved the map gifted by his senior sister. The map detailed 3 forbidden areas on the isolated island and 5 regions rich in rare treasures. Before long, the spirit turtle Gu slowed, and through the dense fog, the vague outline of the isolated island-esque terrain emerged. The secret realm of immortal Gu had arrived. A torrent of spiritual energy rushed towards him. Li Yuan spread his arms wide, taking deep breaths, feeling invigorated as he leaped off the turtle's back. Upon landing on the rich soil, the oppressive will of the Gu immortal bore down on him, continuously draining his vitality. He assessed his situation. With his strength, surviving 10 days should pose no issue. Unlike typical 6-turn Gu masters, his mid-stage mental fortitude was comparable to that of an 8-turn Gu master, making a 10-day stay quite feasible. Even if he could endure, he had to leave after 10 days. Otherwise, if the spirit turtle departed, he would be trapped on the island, and eventually, death would be his only fate. Time was of the essence. He needed to take action. Li Yuan expanded his mental awareness, only to find that his perception was constrained by the thick fog, allowing him to observe only within a radius of about 100 meters. Should an unexpected event arise, his reaction could be delayed. The fog hindered the map's effectiveness, compelling him to rely on his instincts and key landmarks to seek opportunities. He spent the better part of the day searching. As night fell, Li Yuan spotted a colossal tree that required dozens of people to encircle. This was one of the 5 regions known for abundant treasures. This place was called Giant Tree Ridge, noted for yielding 6 types of rare Gu and 11 types of treasures suitable for nurturing Gu insects. Li Yuan had memorized all the essential details. To the right of Giant Tree Ridge lay the perilous forbidden area known as the Grave of the Living Dead. Little Kai, 5th sister, come out. Li Yuan called softly, and the 5-colored strange fire python and the spinous queen Gu emerged from the folds of his clothing. Zizi, Gigi, the 2 little creatures appeared quite excited, looking delighted, seemingly enamored with the surroundings. Little Kai, can you sense the treasures? The 5-colored strange fire python had an exceptionally keen sense for treasures, a fact he had confirmed while refining the corpse puppet army. Zizi, Little Kai nodded, tilting its head to indicate a direction. Following Little Kai's guidance, Li Yuan discovered a cluster of 10 or so bright red wild fruits nestled in a thicket. Selecting the raw materials, he locked onto his target, and a system prompt soon appeared. Dreamfruit raspberry grows beneath the dreamfruit tree, contains potent toxins, yet offers exceptional nourishment to serpentine creatures. What a treasure! Li Yuan instructed Little Kai to gather all the raspberries. Selecting the raw materials, urinate Gu, the 5-colored strange fire python, has absorbed the dreamfruit raspberry. To save time, Li Yuan decided to use the black jar to expedite Little Kai's evolution. Urinate Gu, the 5-colored strange fire python, has undergone a significant spiritual transformation, becoming more sentient. Zizi, Little Kai still could not speak human words, but communication with Li Yuan became simpler, allowing him to easily comprehend its thoughts. It expressed, "Master, I am so happy. Please feel free to command me." Since the dreamfruit raspberry was so remarkable, could he also refine the dreamfruit tree? Li Yuan lifted his gaze, following the towering trunk upwards, where branches and leaves remained unseen even at 100 meters high. One could only imagine how immense the dreamfruit tree was. If he could refine it, it might reach the heavens. With a sense of inexplicable anticipation, he concentrated his thoughts. Selecting the raw materials, this is a claimed item, unable to be examined or synthesized. Li Yuan was taken aback. Who was the owner of the dreamfruit tree? The residual will of the Gu immortal? Never mind. One should not force what fate does not allow. Li Yuan consoled himself. Little Kai, continue searching. Thus, the 1 and 2 Gu embarked on a thorough search of the Giant Tree Ridge region, continuously gathering and refining the island's treasures. After a full day and night, they unexpectedly detected the presence of a rare Gu. Is it here? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. This was the very purpose of his visit. With 3 rare Gu, coupled with numerous treasures of similar nature, could they be synthesized into an extraordinary Gu? The long-awaited riddle was on the verge of being unveiled. Chapter 61. Encounter in the dark path. Li Yuan encountered a rare Gu, which took the form of a cicada, resplendent in golden hues and adorned with 4 wings. The 4-winged golden cicada Gu? Its evolutionary path was quite apparent. The common Gu was the day cicada Gu, the mysterious Gu was the two-winged golden cicada Gu, and the rare Gu was the four-winged golden cicada Gu. It could further evolve into the six-winged golden cicada Gu, signifying a nearly linear evolutionary trajectory, with conditions that were both singular and stringent. Regardless of the circumstances, capturing it was paramount. In a swift motion, Li Yuan executed a sudden step to seize the four-winged golden cicada Gu, promptly subduing it. The unclaimed Gu before him was akin to fish on a cutting board, entirely at his mercy. Continue searching, he commanded, stowing the four-winged golden cicada Gu into a dark jar before proceeding with Shao Kai and Wu Mei. After another night, the trio discovered their second rare Gu at the edge of the giant tree ridge. This peculiar plant, Gu, was known as the Vitality Gu. Its essence derived from the tendrils of the dream tree. Once separated from the dream tree, it transformed under the influences of the immortal Gu secret realm and the will of the Gu immortal, evolving into this unique plant Gu. It was named for its striking resemblance to human meridians. Once refined into a life-binding Gu, it would enhance the strength of human meridians, allowing the Gu master finer control over their bodily pathways. Without hesitation, Li Yuan placed the Vitality Gu into the black jar. Only one more remained. This expedition was intended for the sixth life-binding Gu. The rare Gu was entirely outside of Li Yuan's considerations. On the fourth day, at dawn, Li Yuan encountered the third rare Gu. This Gu belonged to the earth element, taking the form of a pangolin, which, sensing imminent danger, began to frantically burrow underground. Where do you think you're going? Time was of the essence, and Li Yuan could not allow the earth Gu to escape. With a surge of energy, he reached the spot where the pangolin had burrowed and struck the ground with a powerful punch. The earth collapsed under the force of his blow. It was then that Li Yuan noticed the presence of a hidden passage beneath the surface, one he had previously overlooked. Following the dark path for a distance, he became increasingly cautious, feeling an unsettling sense of danger. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat. The underground passage was fraught with uncertainties, and the reach of his spiritual perception was limited to a mere 10 meters, rendering it too perilous. Trusting his instincts, he turned to leave. At that moment, he glimpsed a brilliant, colorful light flickering in the depths of the darkness. What is this? The aura of the dream tree. The dream tree was undoubtedly a remarkable entity, awakening a craving within Li Yuan. Wu Mei sent a few flying insects and bats to investigate. His cautious nature compelled him to remain prudent when faced with treasures that rivaled the rare Gu, unwilling to delve too deeply into the unknown. Should the situation prove too hazardous, he would rather forego altogether. With a chirp, the abilities of the Spider Queen Gu manifested, directing the flying insects and bats into the dark passage. In a short while, the radiant, multicolored light flickered once more. Through a mental resonance with Wu Mei, Li Yuan beheld the scene deep within the passage. Countless intertwining tendrils, akin to meticulously woven lanterns, glimmering with an ethereal, dreamlike glow. What astonished Li Yuan even further was the sight of a massive coffin nestled beneath the complex network of roots, its presence casting an eerie shadow in the shimmering light. It felt as though something was watching from the darkness. Should he proceed or retreat? Li Yuan found himself in a state of inner turmoil. The area pulsed with a unique energy, and the bats and insects controlled by Wu Mei could venture no further. To uncover the truth, he would have to enter personally. This was a sacred ground for the Gu immortal. Could it also house the remains of others? Were those interred here the friends and relatives of the Gu immortal? Li Yuan speculated. Entering could lead to entanglement with something sinister, reminiscent of ill omens from years past. Just as he was preparing to abandon the notion, a disturbance arose at the entrance of the dark passage. Were others approaching? Li Yuan recalled his senior sister mentioning that disciples from the other 8 palaces occasionally sought opportunities in the immortal Gu secret realm. He had not anticipated encountering them. Senior brother, is what the master said credible? Is the corpse of that sword immortal truly buried here? A melodious voice echoed through the passage. Would the master deceive us? Replied a deeper voice. By the heavens! The 2 individuals, upon sensing Li Yuan standing at the edge of the passage, were startled and nearly ready to strike. Are you a junior disciple of the Ninth Palace? One of the men inquired, regaining his composure. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Are you from the 7th or 8th palace? The 7th palace was the closest to the giant tree ridge, and disciples from the 8th and 9th palaces typically chose the shorter route to seek opportunities here. This junior disciple, and I hail from the 7th palace, the woman replied with a smile. I am Su Yuolian, and this is my senior brother Zhao Baidong. Li Yuan. Li Yuan had a profound impression of the 7th palace. The figure who had united with the life-binding Gu, the otherworldly snake lord, was indeed the palace master of the 7th palace, a prominent member of the Su family. Junior brother Li Yuan, did you overhear our conversation? Zhao Baidong inquired. Yes. The mention of the Sword Immortal's corpse prompted Li Yuan to wonder if the colossal coffin beneath the dream tree contained the remains of the Sword Immortal. Do not be alarmed, junior brother, Su Yuolian said with a gentle smile. Hearing it is no great matter. That is a relief, Li Yuan sighed. Had this pair of siblings intended to silence him, he would have been forced to employ excessive self-defense. Junior brother Li Yuan, have you ventured inside to investigate? Zhao Baidong asked. I merely glanced from a distance. What did you see? Many luminous tendrils and a giant coffin, Li Yuan replied, allowing Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to conceal themselves within his garments, omitting the details of his exploration. Indeed, Zhao Baidong's expression was one of excitement. The Sword Immortal's corpse lies within. Sister, we must go. Senior brother, could there be danger? Su Yuolian expressed her apprehensions. If junior brother Li Yuan managed to escape unscathed, what do we have to fear when we join forces? Besides, we possess the means bestowed upon us by the master. In Zhao Baidong's view, Li Yuan was merely a typical disciple of the 9th palace. While he and his sister were the direct disciples of the palace master, their status considerably more prestigious. Very well. After much hesitation, Su Yuolian acquiesced. Junior brother Li Yuan, will you accompany us? Zhao Baidong asked again. I am fearful as well. Li Yuan feigned trepidation, though his apprehension was genuine. Stay behind us. We will ensure your safety. Zhao Baidong believed that at a crucial moment, someone would need to lift the coffin lid, and Li Yuan seemed well suited for that role. Then I shall. With someone leading the way, Li Yuan felt a surge of security and deemed it worth a try. With their agreement reached, the trio set forth. Sister Yuolian, may I inquire about the identity of the Sword Immortal you mentioned? Could you share that with me? Li Yuan expressed his curiosity. Junior brother Li Yuan is unaware? Su Yuolian replied. Have you not been in the 9th palace for long? Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This revelation reassured Zhao Baidong, who led the way. A Gu master newly arrived in the 6th transformation realm was just the right candidate to handle matters. Allow me to enlighten you, Su Yuolian said with a sweet smile. The legend of the Sword Immortal dates back 3,000 years. Chapter 62. The Legend of the Sword Fairy 3,000 years? Li Yuan was astonished, realizing that she was a contemporary of the Gu Immortal. Indeed, Su Yuolian replied. The Sword Fairy is the daughter of the Gu Immortal, but she perished before her father attained enlightenment. This revelation took Li Yuan by surprise. He had not anticipated such a tale buried within the secret realm of the Gu Immortal. Over 3 millennia ago, the Gu Immortal was merely a youth emerging from the mountains, who unexpectedly formed a bond with a woman afflicted by a lustful poison. After a fleeting romance, the woman vanished, leaving an indelible mark on the young man's heart. For years, the young Gu Immortal searched in vain for his beloved. Time flowed like a stream, and after 2 decades, he attained the pinnacle of the 9 turns Gu Master Realm and was invited to the Central Plains to participate in a bloody battle against a malevolent foe. There, he encountered a familiar figure whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to his lost love. It was then he learned that his beloved had been slain by the very demon he sought to vanquish. Only their daughter remained in the world, and when he yearned to reunite with her, he was met with scorn. The Gu Immortal suffered in silence, bound by unspoken grief. In time, the Second Great War erupted between humanity and the demons on the Tianyuan continent, where the Sword Fairy fought valiantly at the borders, ultimately sacrificing her life for her kin. Just before her demise, the misunderstanding was resolved, and she recognized her father. On that fateful day, the bloodied Sword Fairy, with tears in her eyes, called out "Father," summoning the first Gu Immortal of all time. Su Yuolian narrated the tale with fervor, her voice laden with sorrow for the characters within. Li Yuan could not help but feel a deep sense of lamentation. A grain of sand from an era can become a mountain for an individual. Gifted beings like the Sword Fairy, possessing the potential of a true sword immortal, were cruelly extinguished by the demons. History is replete with such prodigies, bearing the promise of greatness, yet unable to traverse the final path. The Gu immortal, cradling his daughter's lifeless body, retreated into the mountains, his essence surging until he came to a halt, opening a gateway to the world of Gu. Thus, the secret realm of the Gu immortal was born, and the remains of the Sword Fairy were interred there. As Su Yulian concluded the tale, Li Yuan inhaled sharply, his expression one of terror. You cannot be planning to transform the Sword Fairy's body into a corpse Gu, can you? Zhao Baidong, walking ahead, trembled suddenly. Junior brother Li, one may indulge in reckless eating, but words must be chosen wisely. None of our leaders possess such capabilities. We would not dare. Then what purpose do you have for the Sword Fairy's remains? Li Yuan Ninkidath. We are merely assisting our teacher in testing a hypothesis, Zhao Baidong replied. Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the peril of traveling with this group. His goal was the dream tree, not to disturb the Sword Fairy's body. Do not be afraid, junior brother, Su Yulian reassured him. We would never dare to offend or desecrate the esteemed Sword Fairy. All our actions align with the will of the Gu immortal. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. What are you truly intending to do? This leads to the subsequent story. Sui Wulian et Lai. After the Sword Fairy's demise, the Gu immortal was loath to let his daughter rest in eternal slumber. He sought to defy fate and planted the dream tree here to sustain her life force. Yet, once life departs, can it truly be restored? Even with Resurrection Gu, which can bring one back, there are conditions. The Sword Fairy experienced a death in the truest sense, with no possibility of revival. Years later, the Gu immortal was guided by the heavenly gate and shattered the void to depart. Before his departure, he forcibly severed his own will, sealing it on a solitary island to protect the Sword Fairy's remains. He proclaimed she would surely awaken, for it was the echo of fate. The echo of fate? At this point, Li Yuan began to comprehend. All is dictated by destiny, and not a fragment is left to chance. Su Yulian sighed. The Gu immortal achieved unparalleled status with the second-ranked Great Fate Gu, yet his life was fraught with tribulations and peculiarities. He searched fervently and suffered greatly, only to be toyed with by destiny. Perhaps he encountered his beloved numerous times amidst throngs of people, yet they always passed each other by. In that moment of refining the Great Fate Gu, fate had already assigned a price to all things for the Gu immortal. Zhao Bai Zong in Dazet. It is precisely because of the Great Fate Gu's wonders that later Gu masters believed the Sword Fairy could awaken. Successive leaders have been in search of a solution. So, have you found it? Li Yuan still felt skeptical. To be precise, it is the leader of the Seventh Palace, our teacher, who has discovered it. Zhao Bai Zong Zip Li. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt an odd sense of possibility emerging. The leader of the Seventh Palace was a person of unmatched ruthlessness, unafraid to publicly wed a Fate Gu, hosting banquets and disregarding the gaze of the world. Such a person must possess considerable skill and resolve. Yet, he still doubted the ability to awaken a corpse that had lain dormant for 3,000 years. At best, they could perhaps endow the Sword Fairy with a semblance of movement akin to a corpse Gu. However, such actions would likely provoke intense condemnation from numerous Gu masters, leading to a collective outcry against them. As they spoke, the trio reached the depths of the hidden passage. Dense tendrils of trees flickered, casting enchanting hues of light that briefly illuminated the surroundings. They beheld a colossal coffin. Zhao Bai Zhongsha Budi Guigan. Indeed, the Sword Fairy lies in eternal slumber within. We must awaken her. Su Yulian was equally elated. Li Yuan was filled with dread. The Seventh Palace is truly deranged. How can you be so thrilled at the prospect of awakening a corpse? Do you not fear that a millennial-old zombie might emerge and consume us all? Junior brother Li, could you assist us? Zhao Baidong spoke once more. I cannot, Li Yuan swiftly replied. Zhao Baidong was taken aback. This person was not adhering to the norms. Junior brother, this matter pertains to the grand endeavor of the 9 palaces. If successful, It will benefit the southern regions, and your name will echo through history. I refuse, Li Yuan asserted, harboring disbelief. If this were truly a matter of collective importance for the 9 palaces, how could they have dispatched merely 2 minor figures? It was clearly the private ambition of the 7th palace leader. Junior brother Li, now that you know our plan, you are part of it. I advise you to cooperate willingly. Zhao Baidong discarded pretense, revealing his true intentions. From the moment Li Yuan heard him speak, he had become a mere pawn. Su Yulian's demeanor shifted, her warmth replaced by an icy countenance, a stark contrast to her previous sweet and gentle sisterly image. Junior brother Li, within the Gu immortals' secret realm, even the 9 palace leaders cannot intervene. If you were to perish here, no one would care. She stealthily retreated, blocking the path behind. If you obey, after the event, you may consume the oath Gu, and we will grant you a chance at survival. This is our utmost concession, Zhao Baidong sighed. Must you force us to the brink? Li Yuan appeared genuinely angered, his face a mask of fear, his body trembling. We offer you a path to survival. If you refuse, it is beyond our control, Zhao Baidong stated. I. Li Yuan had no desire for bloodshed, fearing it would incite unforeseen chaos. Now, with no other options, his expression faltered, and he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. I agree to your terms. Junior brother, take this, Su Yulian smiled, stepping forward to present an oath Gu. In that instant, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from Li Yuan, and as Su Yulian instinctively recoiled, a hand, clutching a heart, pierced through her chest. You! Su Yulian's eyes widened in shock as she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 63. Endless, what are you doing? Be careful in your next life. As Su Yulian fell to the ground, the vibrant fire serpent manifested on Li Yuan's shoulder. The azure and emerald flames intertwined and spiraled towards Zhao Baidong, whose expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that the seemingly harmless, bumbling young man would suddenly strike with such malice. Zhao Baidong reacted swiftly, summoning his life-bound, shadowless Gu to narrowly evade the blue flames, though his arm was grazed. Unbeknownst to him, a suffocating chill rapidly encroached, freezing his arm in an instant. How is this possible? Zhao Baidong was bewildered. He could not discern the nature of his opponent's life-bound Gu. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, whose hair stood on end and whose blood surged with fury, advanced menacingly. Was this truly an unremarkable foreign, 6th-turn Gu master? Regardless of his speed, he struggled to unleash his full potential in the confined space. In just a few exchanges, Li Yuan seized Zhao Baidong by the neck. Truly, he was a disciple of the palace master. To withstand even a few blows from me in the same realm was a source of pride worth boasting in the afterlife. At this moment, Li Yuan was overwhelmingly arrogant, his eyes blazing with intensity, exuding an air of invincibility as he spoke with pride. Spare my life. Zhao Baidong continued to struggle. I can take the oath. Oath Gu, I will never reveal a word of your secrets. An oath Gu is not trustworthy. Only the dead remain silent. With a powerful twist of his hand, Li Yuan snapped Zhao Baidong's neck. Zhao Baidong's unwilling eyes, bloodshot and filled with despair, seemed on the verge of falling from their sockets, and then he breathed his last. The giant spirit Gu subsequently released its hold on him. He had not expected to reach this point. Indeed, there were many perverse individuals among Gu masters, which was terrifying. Li Yuan sighed. Fortunately, he was even more twisted than his adversary. Otherwise, he would have been unable to escape this calamity today. It was unwise to linger here. It was best to depart post-haste. Upon learning that the slumbering figure within a massive coffin was the daughter of the Gu immortal, Li Yuan abandoned any thoughts of investigation. The means of the Gu immortal were boundless. Their 3,000 years of influence still lingered, making it unworthy to take such risks. With this in mind, he turned to leave. At that moment, the dreamlike tree tendrils flickered once more, emitting dazzling, colorful light. Li Yuan was startled. The 2 corpses on the ground vanished amidst the flickering. Boom! The entire dark passage began to tremble violently, rocks crumbling and dust swirling as the distant exit collapsed. Sword Immortal, I have not offended you. Do not harm the innocent. Li Yuan lamented, the giant spirit Gu reattaching itself as he pounded his fists, attempting to carve a path through the crumbling earth. Not far away, the tree tendrils flickered again. With a fleeting glance, Li Yuan saw the coffin lid beneath the tree being lifted. What the? Li Yuan instinctively wanted to curse, but held back, quickly altering his tone. Sword immortal, I never intended to desecrate you. I have slain the wrongdoers. Please do not mistakenly harm the innocent. His explanations felt painfully inadequate. Buzz! A sword's cry resonated from within the coffin. In an instant, the endless underground tree tendrils illuminated completely, no longer flickering, casting brilliant light upon the dark passage as they coiled toward Li Yuan. Zhao Baidong, Siuolian, 7th Palace. I curse you all. Li Yuan could no longer contain his frustration and let out a furious shout. Shao Kai, 5th Sister Act. Allow the sword immortal to rest in peace. At this moment, Li Yuan could no longer afford the respect due to elders. 5th Sister unleashed a torrent of spider silk, resembling a white deluge, clashing with the oncoming colorful tree tendrils. Li Yuan, alongside Shao Kai, surged against the current. It was unrealistic to escape now. He could only sever the source. Under the cover of 5th Sister, Li Yuan and Shao Kai approached the root of the tree, where Shao Kai's long-prepared fireball was ready. Roar! The crimson flame soared forth. The tree roots could not move, and a mere touch of the red fire would incinerate them entirely. Buzz! At this moment, a second sword cry echoed. The intangible sword energy spread outward, extinguishing the crimson flames in an instant. Truly terrifying, Li Yuan gasped. The sword energy emanating unconsciously from his opponent was capable of extinguishing his flames, indicating the vast gulf that lay between them. According to Zhao Baidong, the sword immortal had reached the 8th rank of martial saint during her lifetime. If she were to truly resurrect, he could not withstand even a single strike. Yet, if she was merely a corpse, there remained a chance. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Yuan suddenly felt a void in his right arm. The invisible sword energy had struck without warning. His right hand was severed. The force was overwhelming. Li Yuan activated the rebirth Gu, and a new arm swiftly grew back. Whoosh! Whoosh! More sword energy followed. Thus, Li Yuan lost his leg. His left hand. A hole was pierced through his abdomen. He was reduced to a state of utter vulnerability. Is this never-ending? Had it not been for the regenerative abilities of the rebirth Gu and the vast vitality provided by the giant spirit Gu, Li Yuan would have perished countless times. It was fortunate that the sword immortal's sword energy was released unconsciously. Had a true sword saint targeted him, a few strikes would have obliterated him. Continuing in this manner was unfeasible. He needed to discover a way to break the deadlock. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings, quickly identifying a peculiarity. The sword energy was not solely attacking him. The other creatures within the dark passage were also affected. In a place devoid of life, the sword energy surged. Does it only kill the living? At this realization, Li Yuan collapsed to the ground with a thud, opting to feign death, shielding Shao Kai and 5th Sister while suppressing all signs of life. In the next instant, the dark passage fell silent. Indeed, Li Yuan silently rejoiced at his accurate deduction. Yet one question loomed before him. How to escape? Remaining here would likewise lead to his demise at the hands of the Gu Immortal's will. I should not have been so arrogant. I ought to have spared Zhao Baidong's life and sought clarity. Unfortunately, once the giant spirit Gu took hold, his overwhelming vitality clouded his judgment, and he hadn't considered the repercussions at the time. Upon reflection, it was likely that Zhao Baidong and Su Yuolian possessed something that affected the slumbering sword immortal. They had surely come prepared for this. To uncover the truth, he would have to enter the coffin himself. With a sudden burst of determination, Li Yuan dashed toward the massive coffin. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword energy struck again. I can't. Li Yuan once more fell to the ground, concealing his life signs, feigning death to evade detection. Once the sword intent subsided, he leaped up again. As the sword energy surged, oh no, I'm dead again. Though this was a simulation, it was akin to a hellish difficulty level. Had it been another person, they would have perished hundreds of times. Li Yuan reflected on his actions. He must not act recklessly again. He could not afford even a morsel of greed. Regrettably, he was only human. After numerous back-and-forth attempts, Utilizing the method of feigning death, Li Yuan finally arrived at the edge of the coffin, lying atop the lifted coffin lid. One last time, Li Yuan's heart was still, yet his mind was taut with tension. Sword Immortal, I sincerely apologize. I only wish to live. If I have offended you, please bear with me. Chapter 64. All is fate in the midst of a swirling consciousness. The rebirth Gu once again erupted with vitality. Li Yuan suddenly leapt up from the coffin lid. The closer he drew, the more concentrated the sword aura emitted by the sword fairy became, almost as if it were washing over him. Get back! With all his strength gathered, Li Yuan desperately evaded the critical strikes, transforming into 4 or 5 fragments that fell into the coffin. Only at this moment did he get a glimpse of the sword fairy's true form. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand spreading across her snow-white skirt, shimmering with a silver hue, as if infused with the moonlight's radiance. Her features were exquisite. Her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes framing skin whiter than snow, delicate as sheep fat jade. Beside her floated a sword, its elongated blade radiating a cold blue light. This very weapon had struck him from various angles. Li Yuan stared wide-eyed, hesitant to alter his position. No, that's not right. At this moment, Li Yuan belatedly realized that the sword fairy's body was warm. Could it be that she was truly alive? 3,000 years. Normally, even a 9th-rank martial emperor would not survive beyond 300 years. The lifespan of a martial god is unknown, but they cannot remain on the continent for long. They are drawn to the heavenly gates, shattering the void and ascending to another realm. How could anyone possibly live for 3,000 years? Moreover, the sword fairy had died once 3,000 years ago. Could it be? Li Yuan suddenly recalled the guidance from a map. Next to the giant tree ridge lay one of the desolate islands, the tomb of the living dead. Could this be the very place referred to? What to do? Countless thoughts swirled in Li Yuan's mind. The exit had been blocked, and time was running short. To escape, he must ensure the sword fairy fell into a deep slumber once more. Calm down, Li Yuan Bundarat. Reflecting on a word spoken by Zhao Baidong and Su Yuetian, to untie the bell, one must seek the bell ringer, and the key to breaking the deadlock lay in their words. Could it be that I truly must refine the sword fairy? Gazing at the slumbering, breathtaking sword fairy, resplendent in her beauty, he could no longer afford to hesitate. In his eyes, nothing mattered more than survival, not even the sword fairy herself. Even if a true immortal were to arrive, he would still have to confront them. Sword fairy, please forgive this junior. In the past, you were harmed by demons. Should I manage to escape this time, I vow to slay 10,000 demons in your name. If you do not speak, I shall take it as your acquiescence. I am about to act. After repeated mental reassurances, Li Yuan focused his intent, locking onto the sword fairy's body, selecting raw materials. This item is owned and cannot be examined or synthesized. Finished. A chill swept through Li Yuan's heart. The sword fairy's body is owned? Does she truly possess a faint consciousness that has lingered for 3 millennia? Or does ownership refer to the will of the Gu immortal? If I attempt to refine her manually, it would take at least 10 years, and I cannot afford to wait that long. It seemed all paths were blocked. No, I cannot give up. Heaven does not eradicate all avenues. There must be a way. Li Yuan contemplata deeply. After a long while, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Since she is owned, then I shall seize that ownership, as long as I am the master. The refining will be accomplished in an instant, and the problem will be resolved. Fifth sister transformed the sword fairy into family. Li Yuan issued a bold command. In the next moment, he leapt up, his body rejuvenated, seizing the sword fairy's sword with fervor. The giant spirit Gu unleashed its full power, firmly restraining her. Fifth sister immediately released a torrent of spider silk, attempting to infiltrate the sword fairy's body. All is fate. Nothing is under human control. Is this truly the price of becoming a Gu immortal? Suddenly, a series of soft sighs burst forth in Li Yuan's mind. The spider silk released by fifth sister fell in an instant. Gu, immortal. Li Yuan seemed to glimpse an immensely tall figure, seated at the center of his consciousness. Shaking its head and sighing repeatedly, The only Gu immortal throughout history was far from the spirited figure he had imagined. Instead, it radiated a sense of despondency. My daughter, such is fate. All I, as a father, can do is this. In the secret realm of the sleeping immortal Gu, the physical body remains immortal for 3,000 years, allowing for the gathering of a sliver of residual consciousness. With the right conditions, the soul may dwell within, preserving clarity for 300 years, thus enabling rebirth. The ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Li Yuan savored the meaning within the words, and his will to survive surged, prompting him to shout to the heavens, Gu immortal. This fate shall belong to me, Li Yuan. This junior is willing to connect the life soul with the sword fairy, guarding her past and present. Gu immortal, I am a sword fairy's destiny. At this moment, Li Yuan no longer cared whether the Gu immortals could comprehend his intentions. He could only express his determination. If this fails, then he would have no choice but to gamble with his life. He still possessed one final trump card. Thunderous rumblings resonated. Li Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the precious jade hidden beneath his heart. This was his last resort. The jade pendant contained the will and blood of the founding emperor, a martial god. The will of the Gu immortal was powerful. The martial goddess would surely not be weak either. You? In the sea of consciousness, the towering, indistinct figure turned. Li Yuan felt as if he were colliding with the fated Gu immortal across a wondrous expanse of time and space. Yes, I can, Li Yuan shouted. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The Gu immortal's phantom became still, while Li Yuan held tightly to the sword fairy's sword, preparing for a life and death struggle. Good. After a long pause, the Gu immortal spoke again. You may. As the words fell, the Gu immortal's visage grew increasingly clear. Just as Li Yuan was on the brink of recognizing him, the sword fairy's sword ceased its tremors. Everything in the world of consciousness returned to reality. The overwhelming sense of pressure dissipated, and the sword intent and killing aura vanished. The breathtaking sword fairy remained peacefully asleep within the coffin. Li Yuan was drenched in sweat. His throat parched. It seemed the Gu immortal had long since devised this plan, but its conditions were exceedingly harsh, unattainable by ordinary individuals, except for him. The physical body nurtured within the Gu immortal's secret realm for 3,000 years could yield a sliver of residual consciousness. The sword fairy had indeed received it. The Gu immortal's first prophecy had been fulfilled. Yet the second point was immensely difficult. The so-called connection of life souls required a Gu master to transform the sword fairy into a life Gu. However, a powerful Gu master could no longer change their life Gu. A weaker Gu master venturing here would be akin to courting death, unable to live beyond 300 years, let alone maintain the sword fairy's clarity of consciousness to complete her rebirth. The Gu immortal's deeply entrenched plan existed almost solely in theory. Li Yuan was the sole solution to this near-impossible theory. Is this fate as well? Perhaps this truly is fate. The profound ability of the fated Gu that ranks second on the Gu list. Forgive me, Senior Sword Fairy. Li Yuan refrained from employing the Black Pot synthesis system to bind his fate with the Sword Fairy, since the Gu immortal had made arrangements. Utilizing the most primitive method was sufficiently prudent. He summoned a drop of blood from his heart and let it fall into the sword fairy's mouth, then sat cross-legged, contemplating his fate. At that moment, scenes began to materialize in his mind. Chapter 65. Harvesting a sword immortal in the Lingxiao sword sect, she possessed a natural sword body. At the tender age of 3, she began her sword practice, and by 5, she was already honing her martial skills. At 10, she comprehended the essence of the sword, and by 14, she stepped into the realm of a 6th-tier small master, achieving the title of Grand Master at 17. At 20, she participated in the Second Tianyuan War, defending the human borders against demonic forces. In a life and death battle, she defied her limits and struck down 2 demon saints, triggering the celestial phenomenon known as 10,000 swords returning to the sect, allowing her to ascend to the 8th tier and earn the revered title of Sword Saint. However, she ultimately fell victim to a joint ambush orchestrated by 7 great demon saints, perishing at the tender age of 22. Fragments of memory erupted in Li Yuan's mind like a meteor shower, showcasing a brilliance so extraordinary that it was unparalleled. The life journey of this remarkable prodigy left Li Yuan profoundly astonished. There was indeed a reason why martial prowess was held in such high esteem on the Tianyuan continent. In comparison to martial arts, other cultivation systems exhibited glaring deficiencies. The path of the Gu master was particularly grueling, demanding years of perseverance to achieve any notable success, regardless of innate talent. At that moment, Li Yuan felt a mysterious connection to the sword immortal, akin to the bond between a Gu master and their life Gu, yet with a distinct difference. A data panel materialized before him. Gu master, Li Yuan Black Jar, 6th turn 17 3000, realm, 6th turn mental strength, mid-domain life Gu, giant spirit Gu, rebirth Gu, colorful ethereal fire python, illusionary robe. Silk Queen Gu, sword immortal Gu house, colorful ethereal fire cave, 1000 Gu house, silk profound realm, 1000 Gu house. Is it done? Upon noticing the addition of sword immortal to his list of life Gu, Li Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This journey has not been in vain. He had come seeking an extraordinary Gu and, by a twist of fate, had transformed the sword immortal into his own life Gu. He had already experienced the unparalleled combat prowess of the sword immortal. Even if she could not manifest her premortal strength, her capabilities would far exceed those of ordinary, extraordinary Gu for him. Today marked the 5th day since he had entered the secret realm of the immortal Gu. With only 2 days left to maximize his time. Sword immortal? Li Yuan concentrated his thoughts and gently called out. The sword immortal, who had slumbered for 3 millennia, fluttered her eyelashes slightly. Under Li Yuan's anxious gaze, she slowly sat up. With a dazed tilt of her head, her vacant eyes fixated on Li Yuan. Yet she remained silent. Sword immortal, we must depart. Li Yuan rose, prompting the sword immortal to stand as well. She possessed only a fragment of consciousness, residing within Li Yuan's soul, lacking the intelligence to speak. As they emerged from the coffin, a sudden thought struck Li Yuan. Would their departure attract the attention of the old masters at the 9 Palaces Gu nest? If the 9 Palace masters discover the truth, they would undoubtedly dissect him for research. He pondered whether the illusionary robe could conceal the presence of the sword immortal. Contemplating this, he made his way outside. At that moment, a flash of colorful light flickered once more. Ah, the dream tree. Previously, he had attempted to refine the dream tree, only to discover it was already claimed by another. The owner of the dream tree was likely the sword immortal herself. Now that the sword immortal had become his, it seemed reasonable to refine the dream tree, did it not? With this thought in mind, Li Yuan gathered his will and selected the original material, the dream tree. A wondrous tree nourished by celestial dew during the opening of the heavenly gate, capable of purifying all things and granting immortality, an ethereal dream of the mortal realm. Is it truly possible? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the dream tree was far too large to carry away. He could only synthesize it on site. Wouldn't it be delightful to take it back and plant it in his small bamboo grove? Chirp, chirp, just as Li Yuan was lost in thought. The slug illusionary robe crawled out. Do you wish to eat? Each life Gu possessed its own spirit, expressing desires in various ways. The giant spirit Gu was combative, the rebirth Gu silently protective, while the slug illusionary robe embodied a laid-back demeanor, a quintessential representative of a slothful worker. The colorful ethereal fire python was possessive, and the silk queen Gu was a clingy sweetheart. It was rare for the slug illusionary robe to express a desire. Very well, you may have it. Little Color and 5 Sisters showed little interest in the dream tree, making it a suitable gift for the slug illusionary robe. Selecting the original material, Life Gu illusionary robe, he added the dream tree and began the synthesis. You must strive for improvement, little lazy Gu. Such a splendid item is as precious as the lower-ranked extraordinary Gu. Li Yuan hoped for the illusionary robe's evolution. Over the years, it had proven its worth in numerous battles, helping him showcase his elusive combat abilities. Boom! In the next moment, the illusory black jar before Li Yuan began to rise, swiftly piercing through the clouds and enveloping the dream tree, which resembled a towering pillar. This was a Yuan's first time using such a remarkable material for Gu refinement. Without the enhancement of the black jar, it would have taken a century or two to accomplish the same feat with the dream tree. After a brief moment, the black jar shook violently. Li Yuan was filled with anticipation. 5 full hours passed before the jar's commotion gradually subsided. Typically, the synthesis of Gu insects took no longer than the time it took to brew tea. This was the longest duration yet. The system's notification finally resonated. Your life Gu, illusionary robe, has completed an evolution and has transformed into the extraordinary Gu, myriad manifestations Gu. Myriad manifestations Gu, ranked 8th among extraordinary Gu, could grant the Gu master the ability to alter the celestial environment within a certain area. With the mind as the canvas, it encompassed all things, creating a domain advantageous to oneself in battle, capable of masking and altering the essence of all entities. Extraordinary Gu, the myriad manifestations Gu, a precious entity nurtured from the dream tree, which had flourished for 3 millennia, elicited great anticipation in Li Yuan. Upon witnessing its successful evolution, he could hardly contain his joy. Change the environment, construct a domain, mask the essence. The 3 abilities bestowed by myriad manifestations Gu were nothing short of divine techniques, allowing for offense, defense, and ambush. Boom, boom. At that moment, the ground trembled once more. Oh no! Li Yuan's expression shifted as he realized the dream tree had been refined, leaving the land barren. It was likely to provoke a reaction, prompting the powerful beings of the 9 palaces Gu nest to investigate the truth. I must depart. Myriad manifestations paved the way. With a thought, myriad manifestations Gu revealed its initial prowess, carving out a stable passage through the crumbling earth. This was the power to alter the environment. It could bring forth sunlight amidst torrential rain and embrace snow amidst scorching heat. This was the essence of extraordinary Gu, having emerged from the earth. Li Yuan utilized the abilities of myriad manifestations Gu to dispel the mist, making a beeline for the island where the spirit turtle resided. The ground of the giant tree ridge continued to collapse beneath him. Li Yuan felt like a child who had caused a great disaster, his heart racing. But wait, why should I be anxious? This was, after all, the creation of a Gu immortal. I was merely assisting the Gu immortal in caring for her daughter. Seeking a bit of reward was hardly excessive, was it? As he reassured himself, he did not slow his pace, swiftly traversing through the jungle. Before long, he arrived at the shore. Slug, protect the sword immortal. Ensure that the mundane world does not disturb her celestial beauty. Chapter 66. News of the Fengshan ceremony, the myriad manifestations of the Gu transformed upon the garments of the sword fairy, shifting constantly until she seemed to dissolve into the air, as if she had never existed. Li Yuan felt a wave of relief. Such a disguise was undetectable even to an 8 transformation Gu master. All is well, he murmured. The spirit turtle swam ashore, and Li Yuan leapt onto its back, followed by the sword fairy, who remained unnoticed by the spirit turtle Gu. At the lake's edge, Yuanhua was in quiet meditation, awaiting something, when she felt a disturbance and abruptly opened her eyes. What is happening? She gazed towards the center of the lake, where colorful lights flickered, piercing through the mist and affecting the shore. Could there have been a disruption within the fairy Gu's secret realm? Was her junior brother in danger? Yuanhua was anxious but could not approach the island, forced to merely observe. The waves in the lake surged more violently than usual, resembling a roaring beast. An elder approached swiftly from a distance. Master Uncle. Upon seeing the elder, Yuanhua clasped her hands in greeting. This was Qi Yin, the vice master of the 9th palace, and a formidable 8 transformation Gu master. Master Uncle, has anything occurred in the fairy Gu's secret realm? I know not, Qi Yin replied, shaking his head. It was likely that among the disciples entering the island for their trials, one had stirred chaos. Such occurrences had not transpired in a long time, leaving them uncertain whether it was fortune or misfortune. I shall investigate. As one of the guardians of the fairy Gu's secret realm, he possessed the authority to enter the isolated island under special circumstances. Master Uncle, my junior brother Li Yuan is also on the island. If there is indeed trouble, please save him, Yuanhua implored. Oh, Qi Yin raised an eyebrow. Is he the disciple of you? Indeed, Ning Hongyu nodded. Very well. Qian agreed. If I encounter him, I shall ensure his safe return. As soon as he spoke, a commotion arose at the shore, revealing a spirit turtle climbing from the lake with a tall, handsome young man standing upon its back. Junior brother. Upon seeing the returning figure, Ning Hongyu felt elated and rushed forward. It is a relief to see you unharmed. What transpired on the island? I do not know. Li Yuan shook his head. I was searching for treasures when suddenly the ground shook violently, frightening me into fleeing to the shore, calling upon the spirit turtle Gu to bring me back. You displayed caution, devoid of greed. No wonder you praise your character. You are destined for greatness, Qian remarked with a smile. Disciple pays respects to master uncle. Li Yuan greeted, his heart filled with trepidation. The sword fairy stood amidst the white mist at the shore, concealed by the myriad manifestations of the Gu. She was the elder sister of his master Yuanhua, likely also an transformation Gu master. If she were to suspect anything amiss, the consequences would be dire. There is no need for such formalities. Qian waved his hand. You should leave quickly and not linger here. I will investigate the island and ascertain the situation. Understood. Ning Hongyu nodded, hastily leading Li Yuan away. At the moment she grasped his hand, Li Yuan sensed a rising intent of the sword, seemingly emanating from the sword fairy trailing behind him. Is it not so? This possessiveness surpassed even that of Shao Kai. While Shao Kai merely contended with the Gu and had grievances with Wu Mei, the sword fairy outright forbade him from approaching any other woman. Perhaps not, Li Yuan contemplated. It was likely that the sword fairy's 3,000-year seclusion made her averse to unfamiliar presences, which would ease with familiarity. It was merely a remnant of her awareness, not a matter of jealousy. It seemed he would need to invest some effort to help the sword fairy adapt to the world that had changed over the past 3 millennia. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the two of them gradually distanced themselves. Only when the presence of Master Uncle faded completely did Li Yuan's heart finally settle, confirming the formidable disguise capabilities of the myriad manifestations of the Gu, which would facilitate his future endeavors. Junior brother, how was your harvest in the fairy Gu secret realm? Ning Hongyu inquired during their return. Quite satisfactory. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His long-awaited anticipation had not been in vain. The fairy Gu secret realm was indeed his paradise. The precious Gu, illusionary Luo Yi, had evolved into the extraordinary myriad manifestations Gu. Furthermore, he had gained an exquisite sword fairy. He would certainly return when the opportunity arose. Regrettably, had the island not been disturbed, he could have stayed longer and gathered even more, Ning Hongyu lamented. Enough, enough, Li Yuan replied contentedly. What of our master? Has he awakened? He has, Ning Hongyu smiled. His recovery is progressing well, and he can move freely now. Since awakening, he has been boasting continuously. What has he been bragging about? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. What else could it be? He boasts of his discernment, claiming that finding a talent such as you in a place like the 12 caves of the Outer Gate is heaven's compensation to him, Ning Hongyu teased. In the midst of their banter, they returned to the 9th palace, to the countryside cottage where Ning Hongyu resided. Master, we have returned. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Yuan immediately spotted the white-haired elder tending to the flowers and swiftly approached him. Master, I hope you have not suffered during this time. Not at all. Yuanhua waved his hand with a smile. After traversing the realm between life and death, his mindset had become more open. Having lost everything, he had truly relinquished his final attachments. With you and Hongyu here, I can enjoy my later years in contentment. And what of me? Pei Luoqing popped her head into view. You? Yuanhua grumbled. You eat like a pig, consuming so much. If not for your senior sister, our home would have been emptied by you. Pei Luoqing protested. Is it my fault that my innate Gu is like this? Besides, I have been eating vegetarian. Ning Hongyu kicked her playfully. So you still wish to eat meat? Enough of the squabbling. Yuanhua interrupted, raising his hand. The grand Fengshan ceremony is approaching. Since you are all here today, let us discuss the allocation of quotas. Li Yuan's heart stirred. Master, when does the Fengshan ceremony commence? The palace master recently informed me that it will be held in 36 days. Originally, each of the elders had only one recommendation quota. However, due to my significant contributions, I have been granted an additional quota. Hence, 2 of you among the 3 may participate in this Fengshan ceremony, Yuanhua explained. The Fengshan ceremony is a time of universal celebration, where the dragon vein manifests, bestowing great fortune. Those who journey to Kunlun, Su to partake in the Fengshan ceremony will receive the blessings of the dragon vein's aura, a rare opportunity that countless individuals covet. I shall not attend. I will allow the opportunity to go to Pei Zhu and junior brother. Ning Hongyu willingly conceded. Among us, I possess the least talent. This opportunity is precious. It is better suited for my senior sister and junior brother, Pei Luo Qing chuckled. Li Yuan thought, wait, this makes me seem quite foolish. He genuinely wished to go. This matter was intertwined with his lineage and blood feud, relating to his grandfather, the imperial physician, and involving his mother. He had compelling reasons to attend. Moreover, having acquired the myriad manifestations Gu, he felt secure. As long as he did not expose himself, no one would detect anything unusual about him. Chapter 67. A mute and a blind person you must want to go. Ning Hongyu smiled as she wrapped her arms around Li Yuan's shoulders. Junior brother, don't be shy. If you wish to go, just say so. We will understand. Li Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this was a favor I owed to my senior sister and second brother. It's just a small matter. Pei Luo Qing waved her hand. Senior sister, why don't you and junior brother go together? This Fengshan ceremony is rather unsettling. Your strength can ensure that you take good care of our little junior brother should any mishap arise. Ning Hongyu raised an eyebrow. Are you truly willing? Siblings must be clear about their accounts. Speak your mind and do not pretend. I'm not pretending. Pei Luo Qing chuckled. As long as senior sister is willing to let me indulge myself at the cottage for 3 days, that will suffice as compensation. You can roll. At most 1 day. With 3 days, the heavenly palace would be depleted by your insatiable appetite. Deal. Pei Luo Qing grinned mischievously. Are you setting a trap for me? Ning Hongyu narrowed her eyes. Hey. Pei Luo Qing reveled in her cunning scheme. As the saying goes, seek the upper hand to gain the middle. Seek the middle to gain the lower, and seek the lower yet fail. This is the art of war. Both the teacher and junior brother bore witness. Let me feast for a day, and no turning back, hee. As she spoke, Pei Luo Qing licked her lips. Look at you, in such a gluttonous state. I will let you off this time. Ning Hongyu sighed in exasperation. Then, Li Yuan witnessed the once dignified Pei Luo Qing transform into a rotund figure, burrowing into the vegetable patch to indulge herself. This reminded him of the towering ginseng baby insect, akin to a small mountain. So was Pei Shixiang who had consumed it all? Teacher, you might want to worry about whether your second disciple can find a wife, Ning Hongyu teased. Young women must marry, and you should seize the opportunity as well. Yu Hengchuan glanced at her. Junior brother is quite excellent, fitting my ideals. Ning Hongyu fluttered her eyelashes. Teacher, the fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. How about you bless me and junior brother with a union? Yu Hengchuan chuckled. You certainly know how to choose. Li Yuan hastily waved his hands. Senior sister, it is too early to discuss such matters. Once I have achieved my cultivation, we can talk of romance. Senior sister will wait for you. Ning Hongyu provoked. She knew well that romance does not blossom overnight. Yet someone must take the initiative, a young talent like junior brother. She was more than willing to pursue. The next day, the 4 of them shared lunch together. It was time for Li Yuan to depart. Journeying from a southern 9 palaces mountain range to Kunlun Void would take at least 15 days by Black Eagle. Further preparations would require at least 3 more days. Junior brother, I will come to the 12 caves to find you in half a month, Ning Hongyu planned. Li Yuan nodded, bidding farewell. Teacher, take care. I will visit you when I have the chance. All my life's efforts have been entrusted to you. Yu Hengchuan firmly grasped Li Yuan's hand, softly urging, you must refine the dream silkworm insect. 7 days later, Li Yuan returned to the 12 cave small bamboo forest with the sword fairy. Brother Yuan, you're back. Before he could step into the forest, a figure burst out from the residual insect tower. It was Wang Zhao Zhao. Zhao, your perception skills have improved remarkably, Li Yuan smiled. The blood-eye insect robbed insect masters of their sight, granting them heightened perception in other areas. Over time, Wang Zhao had become increasingly astute. Brother Yuan, who is the lady beside you? Wang Zhaozhao noticed a woman of extraordinary bearing standing next to Li Yuan. She, Li Yuan hesitated, is my distant cousin, known as the Sword Fairy. Cousin? Wang Zhaozhao felt a bit embarrassed. Brother Yuan, does that mean the distant cousin who helped me with my arm last time knows her? Yes, they're from the same family. Li Yuan paused. After all, they were all his life insects. Saying they belonged to one family was not inaccurate. Oh, hello, Sister Sword Fairy, Wang Zhaozhao greeted timidly, sensing that this sister was formidable, much more so than Brother Yuan. She cannot speak. She is mute, Li Yuan explained. A mute? Wang Zhaozhao felt a pang of sympathy, marveling at Brother Yuan's kindness in taking in his blind little sister and now caring for a mute sister. Brother Yuan, I will prepare dinner. You can help Sister Sword Fairy get acquainted. In her early days of blindness, she had faced many inconveniences. Sister Sword Fairy, despite her strength, must have suffered under some insidious means that left her in such a state. You've worked hard, Xiao Zhao. This girl was so considerate it tugged at one's heartstrings. Not hard at all, she replied. Her joy at having Brother Yuan back home was immeasurable. Swiftly, she darted into the kitchen to begin her tasks. Li Yuan led the Sword Fairy to the bedroom. Sister Sword Fairy, you'll sleep here from now on. To awaken a fragment of the Sword Fairy's consciousness, you would need to nurture it for 300 years, gradually instilling the essence of this world, including its mundane warmth. Sister Sword Fairy, the girl over there is called Xiao Zhao. From now on, we will be a family, so you must not harbor any hostility towards her. Li Yuan imparted the concept of enmity to the Sword Fairy. Otherwise, she would instinctively view everyone but him as an enemy. The Sword Fairy nodded slightly. Do you understand? This simple gesture delighted Li Yuan. It seemed that after linking their souls, the Sword Fairy had developed a basic awareness. Now, in Li Yuan's eyes, the Sword Fairy was a vibrant life, capable of continuous transformation and evolution. Perhaps in the future, she could unleash power surpassing that of 3,000 years ago, becoming his extraordinary ally. Subsequently, he conveyed some basic commands to the Sword Fairy, such as drinking water, sleeping, and dressing. Brother Yuan, Sister Sword Fairy, it's time to eat. Before long, Xiao Zhao's voice rang out from outside. Let us go. Li Yuan stepped outside, with the Sword Fairy following closely behind. Sister Sword Fairy, you sit here. Li Yuan indicated a chair. The Sword Fairy clumsily sat down, unsure of how to use chopsticks. Brother Yuan, is Sister Sword Fairy's spirit unwell? Wang Zhaozhao inquired. Li Yuan nodded, explaining that she had lost all her memories, akin to a newborn, and would need to relearn everything. How pitiful. Wang Zhaozhao fetched a wooden spoon and lifted a bowl. Sister Sword Fairy, let me feed you. Open wide. Ah, Xiao Zhao patiently tended to the Sword Fairy. Night fell. Li Yuan had Xiao Zhao teach the Sword Fairy how to bathe and change clothes. In the bathing area, Xiao Zhao's exclamations filled the air. Wow, Sister Sword Fairy, your skin is so smooth and tender. It feels wonderful to the touch. Your figure is excellent, far more shapely than mine. As she wiped the Sword Fairy's body, Wang Zhaozhao couldn't help but envy her, even without seeing her true appearance. She felt certain that this must be an unparalleled beauty, a celestial being descended to earth. Chapter 68. The celestial-like cousin time flows like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. After this period of adaptation, the Sword Fairy has gained a touch more spirit, able to dine and bathe on her own. However, in the absence of careful guidance, she occasionally finds herself in amusing predicaments. For instance, during meals, she might suddenly dart up a tree to catch birds, or while bathing, she might unexpectedly intrude upon Li Yuan's room, and even venture into the bamboo grove at night to swing. Such antics leave Li Yuan both exasperated and amused. There remains a vast distance before the Sword Fairy is fully nurtured. Half a month has elapsed. It is time for the senior sister to arrive. Xiao Zhao, the grand ceremony is about to commence, and I must make a trip to Kunlun Su, Li Yuan stated, acknowledging that this was the only knot in his heart that he could not ignore. Is it dangerous? Wang Zhaozhao inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. She had long been aware of the grand ceremony's reputation, where various factions and lords would gather, and it was likely that demons would take the opportunity to cause chaos. Even if Brother Yuan were formidable, in such dire circumstances, he would be but a drifting reed. I am not afraid, Li Yuan replied with a smile. With the Night Owl King watching over, no trouble will arise. I shall return after receiving the blessings of the Dragon Vein's fortune. Then, please take care, Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao couldn't help but reminisce about her past tribulations. With both her father and mother gone, she had endured hunger, feasted on foul rats, gnawed on tree bark, and been pursued by wild dogs, until she met her grandfather, who brought her here and introduced her to Brother Yuan. It was then that she learned the warmth of home. How she wished this would be the final chapter of her tumultuous journey, living a quiet life with Brother Yuan in a serene little mountain forever. Despite the sorrow in her heart, she understood that this was an opportunity that could not be squandered, as it would affect Brother Yuan's future. I shall take my leave now. Turning away, Li Yuan suddenly felt a tightness behind him. Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao called, embracing him from behind, tears streaming down her face. You must return. Zhao will always be here waiting for you to come home. Li Yuan smiled helplessly, gently stroking Zhao's hair. Silly girl, I promised to return. Have I ever deceived you? He guessed that she was recalling their days of fleeing, igniting her fears. Having emerged from the same hellish world, he could empathize with her anxieties about loss and separation. I truly must go. Releasing Zhao, Li Yuan departed with the sword fairy, soon vanishing at the edge of the small bamboo grove. On the way down the mountain, Ning Hongyu, dressed in a flowing red gown, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. No wonder even the senior sister is uninterested. It turns out the golden house conceals beauty, and there are two of them. Junior brother, I underestimated you. Sister, you jest. This is my cousin, and the one on the mountain is my sister, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Is that so? Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that a man's words are often deceptive. Shall we proceed? Li Yuan steered the conversation elsewhere. TCH, Ning Hongyu pouted, summoning her black eagle, and inquired, Are you certain you want to take your little cousin to Kunlun Su? Rest assured, I have everything in hand. The sword fairy is currently Li Yuan's strongest asset, naturally deserving to be by his side. Very well, Ning Hongyu conceded. But do not blame me for not warning you. Kunlun Su is currently under tight security from various factions. Not even a fly could enter. It matters not, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. With the myriad forms Forest Gu in his possession, the so-called defenses appeared utterly inconsequential to him. Were it not for the need to allow the sword fairy to experience the mundane world and engage with others, stimulating her residual consciousness, he would not have allowed his senior sister to see her. Miss, are you truly his cousin? The sword fairy, ethereal in her white attire, appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. 3,000 years ago, she was a breathtaking beauty, and her 3 millennia of seclusion had only heightened her otherworldly grace. Akin to a celestial maiden, Ning Hongyu, who prided herself on her looks and had garnered her fair share of admirers, found herself dwarfed in comparison. The disparity in poise was stark. The only aspect in which she could rival the sword fairy was in her own confidence. Contemplating this, she instinctively straightened her posture. What a celestial maiden. At least I have areas in which I can compete. It's not about the bread, but the spirit. Li Yuan caught the subtle antics of his senior sister, unable to suppress a chuckle, and he found this boisterous senior sister endearingly charming. It was a testament to her character. Miss, why are you silent? Noticing the sword fairy lost in contemplation, gazing into the distant sky, Ning Hongyu sensed something amiss. My cousin has lost her memory. Her consciousness is impaired, and she cannot speak, Li Yuan clarified. Huh? Ning Hongyu gasped, immediately bowing an apology. I am sorry. I did not mean to offend. Please forgive me. So, she truly is your cousin? A glimmer of belief sparked within her, given Li Yuan's looks and talents. Finding a partner of ample endowment and beauty would pose no challenge. There was no need for him to feign having a forgetful cousin and a blind sister. In that case, perhaps I still have a chance, she chuckled merrily. Please, sister, refrain from teasing me, Li Yuan laughed, appreciating how her warm, open nature brought its own advantages, making explanations unnecessary. By the way, there is something I forgot to mention. Ning Hongyu slapped her forehead, recalling an important matter. What is it? Recently, when you're training in the immortal Gu secret realm, there was an incident on the isolated island, right? The sect has uncovered the cause. What was the reason? Li Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. After the 9 palaces' elders collaborated to investigate, they discovered that the towering trees in the immortal Gu secret realm had vanished, rumored to be the extraordinary creation planted by the Gu immortal 3,000 years ago. Ningkongqiu lamented. Have they identified the instigators? Li Yuan pressed on. It seems to be the work of the 7th palace. 2 of the palace masters' direct disciples, one named Sui Wetian, the other Zhao Baidong, recklessly ventured into the tomb of the living dead. Do you know what that place is? I do not. Li Yuan shook his head vigorously. The tomb of the living dead is the resting place of the Gu immortal's daughter. After the 9 palaces' elders visited, they found not only were the giant trees gone, but even the coffin of the Gu immortal's daughter had been disturbed, and her remains had vanished. Those who dwell in eternal slumber must not see the light. Perhaps her body had dissipated into nothingness. After a thorough investigation, the elders pinpointed Sui Wetian and Zhao Baidong as the culprits. However, the 2 had since disappeared, leaving the matter shrouded in mystery. The palace master had intended to summon you back for questioning, but fortunately, with Master Qi Yan's testimony, you were spared an unnecessary return trip. Ning Hongyu spoke at length. Is that so? Li Yuan felt a surge of gratitude towards Sui Wetian and Zhao Baidong. If not for them taking the blame, he might have faced unforeseen complications. However, this issue would not be resolved easily. The 9 palaces' elders declared that regardless of where the troublemakers flee, they shall be captured. Ningkongqiu Sikit. Chapter 69. On the mountain and below sister was right. Li Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. That scoundrel still owed him 2 days to seek opportunities. Once he found them, he must compensate him. With the grand ceremony of Fengshan approaching, the 9 palace masters were overwhelmed with tasks and would definitely pursue this matter afterward. Ning Hongyu also expressed her indignation. At Kunlun Su, atop the towering mountains on the Tianyin platform, Li Chengxiu stood robed in yellow, hands clasped behind him. After nearly a year of trials, the once rustic youth had acquired a semblance of imperial dignity. It was said that this place, apart from the imperial capital, was the most saturated with the world's fortune. Yet, why did he feel such profound solitude? Gazing down upon the realm, he beheld the diminutive mountains below. All the lords and heroes of the world awaited at the mountain's foot, while he stood at the peak, at a moment when one should be filled with grand aspirations. Li Chengxiu inexplicably felt that this place did not belong to him. Was it because he could not bear to part with Xiaofeng village or his mother? Perhaps he was not suited to be an emperor after all. His thoughts were tumultuous. At this juncture, he had little choice. Whether he was truly on the path to becoming the sovereign of the realm or merely a puppet, he had no option to decide. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures were watching from afar. Is everything prepared on your end? Shao Siming, the Night Owl King, cloaked and wearing a bronze mask, asked solemnly. Absolutely flawless, replied Mu Yao, the Shao Siming of the extreme North Ice Plains, nodding. With the protective totemic arts of her clan, they could conceal themselves while manifesting the dragon vein, deceiving all during the upcoming assault by demons. This would temporarily stabilize the situation and allow all factions to unite, expelling the demons before gradually uncovering the truth. This was the strategy Mu Yao had devised for the Night Owl King. Good. At this point, the Night Owl King was certain that the young prince standing on the Tianyin platform was merely a substitute. However, the only one capable of verifying this truth, Mu Yao, was determined to protect this stand-in. He could only play along to find the true prince. Once this thread was severed, it would be irrevocably lost. When the true prince was found, they could hold the Fengshan ceremony once more, attributing the interruption of this one to the chaos wrought by the demons. This was the only feasible plan at present. As the myriad heroes of the world began to converge, the grand spectacle that could alter the course of fate was about to unfold. Mu Yao gazed at the throngs gathered at the edge of Kunlun Su, her heart heavy with worry. Little Linner, will you come? She wondered, hoping that if little Linner were still alive, he would surely appear. But where could little Linner be? Would they truly meet again? On the outskirts of Kunlun Su, after 7 days of travel, Ning Hongyu and Li Yuan finally arrived at this gathering place of heroes. Despite the clear skies An inexplicable heaviness hung in the air. Junior brother, we can only go so far. From here, we must proceed on foot. Beyond this point lies the sacred ground. No power from the central plains, southern border, eastern wilderness, northern lands, or western regions is permitted to enter without having undergone the baptism of fortune. Even the foremost powers must walk in. Pilgrims, sincere and devoted. This was a mark of respect for the dragon vein, or perhaps a sign of reverence for the martial god. Sister, you go ahead. I will settle my cousin and join you shortly, Li Yuan said. Very well. Ning Hongyu did not inquire why Li Yuan insisted on bringing an amnesiac cousin. Perhaps for ease of care? Once she departed, Li Yuan hurried to a nearby grove. Sword Fairy, follow me and stay at the back of the group. Do not approach the powerful. Make sure not to act recklessly. Understood? Li Yuan instructa. The Sword Fairy nodded gently. Li Yuan unleashed the Wanxiang Sunluo Gu, which settled upon the Sword Fairy's white dress, swiftly concealing her form and blending her into the air. Once assured, Li Yuan took a deep breath and slowly turned. His gaze fell upon the majestic mountains, looking up at the peak of Kunlun. He felt an unusual sensation, as if some voice were calling to him, drawing him in. Even though his bloodline had been severed, replaced by the grandson of the Grand Physician, and he had yet to merge with the blood of the founding emperor, he felt an inexplicable bond, as if shackled by chains he could not break. It was destined that he should be here, irreplaceable. Ancestral spirits, do not interfere with me. The heavens are not yet dead. When the time comes, the Dayan shall be re-established. Li Yuan forcefully suppressed his inner turmoil. He was merely here to observe, to see the grandson of the Grand Physician who had sheltered him for 16 years. Nothing more. He had no desire to concern himself with treasures of the martial god or the dragon vein's fortune for now. One day, he would traverse the snow to the mountain's summit, reclaim everything, and bring closure to it all. He stepped out of the grove and into the crowd. The entire Kunlun Su was currently divided into 4 layers. The outermost layer was guarded by the armies of various factions, all vigilant, prepared to fend off both demons and allies, ready to unleash war at any moment. The middle layer was occupied by the elites of these powers, including Li Yuan himself. The inner layer was dominated by representatives and rulers of these factions, such as the palace masters and various lords. At the summit stood the Dayan royal family and the Night Owl guards. Junior brother, you're back. Ning Hongyu called out upon seeing Li Yuan, pointing to the peak. Do you see that golden platform nearly touching the clouds? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. That is the Tianyan platform, where emperors of old held the Fengshan ceremonies to worship heaven and earth, Ning Hongyu explained. How high it is, Li Yuan skinta. Even with his mid-level domain perception, his vision far exceeded that of ordinary people, yet through the layers of clouds, he could only discern a black dot. Is that him? The grandson of the Grand Physician. My savior. Li Yuan's breath quickened, suppressing the surging emotions within him. Junior brother, are you eager to undergo the baptism of fortune? Ning Hongyu smilet. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Patience. We must wait 3 more days, Ning Hongyu remarked. Many warriors and Gu masters stuck at their bottlenecks are awaiting this opportunity. Even some martial saints and 8-turn Gu masters. Brother Li Yuan. Brother Li Yuan. As they spoke, a melodic voice called from nearby. And Li Yuan turned to see a girl dressed in silver-white attire from the southern border running toward him, her silver ornaments jingling and her smile sweet. Little county princess? Brother Li Yuan, I finally found you. I knew you would come. The Kanglan County Princess, Xiao Qiner, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Li Yuan. Congratulations, little county princess, on achieving your dream of becoming a formidable Gu master. In Li Yuan's perception, Xiao Qiner had already reached the 5-turn Gu master level at merely 13 years of age, a full decade younger than him. This was the formidable power of the 3rd-ranked Wuxing Gu on the exotic Gu list. I'm still far behind brother Li Yuan. Xiao Qiner replied with a sweet smile. You've always been my goal. The memory of that night, battling the demons, was etched deeply in the Kanglan County Princess's mind. In the days that followed, even as she encountered more Gu masters, she never saw again that unparalleled, sovereign demeanor. Yet, her teacher remarked, silly Qiner, that was merely the moonlight of your childhood memories. Chapter 70. Old Dreams. Is she the white moonlight from childhood memories? Xiao did not feel that her teacher's words were accurate. Upon seeing Li Yuan again, she still perceived this elder brother, who had introduced her to the world of Gu Dao, as exceptionally strong. Even his possession of the third-ranked Wenxin Gu did not alter her feelings. Instead, it intensified her sense of admiration, making him seem even more unattainable. Do you know each other? Ning Kongyu inquired, astonished. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The young princess had resided in the 12 caves of the bamboo forest for a period. Ning Hongyu teased. The teacher mentioned you as reserved and solitary. I didn't expect you to have quite a few friends, even knowing the little princess of the Kingland domain. Sister, you know me? Xiu Qinad gazed intently at Ning Hongyu, unable to recall having seen such a stunningly beautiful older sister before. I am Ning Hongyu. Your sister Hongyu? Xiao Qinea exclaimed in Dialect. My teacher told me you are the strongest among the younger generation of the 9th palace. That is quite a distance away from me, Ning Hongyu admitted, though she felt a twinge of reluctance to accept the reality that, in the face of Wenxin Gu, she had no chance of victory. I still have a long way to go before reaching Sister Hongyu's level, Xiao replied humbly. Xiao, enough chatting. We must leave. Father is still waiting for us. A young swordsman approached. Li Yuan turned his head and recognized Xiao Lai, the heir of the Kanglan domain, who had matured into a figure of dignity since their last encounter. Brother Li Yuan, Sister Hongyu, I must take my leave, Xiao said softly. Be careful. Father mentioned that the Fengshan grand ceremony might not be peaceful, and there could be a bloody battle. Understood. You take care as well, Li Yuan nodded. Watching the young princess depart, the attitude of the Kanglan king had made it clear that he held little trust in the upcoming ceremony. Likely, other lords shared the same sentiment, unwilling to be subordinate, especially the likes of the Yu king, who would even conspire with demons, revealing their true allegiances. As night fell, various factions set up camp in the vicinity. The once tranquil Kunlun Void was now illuminated every night. Due to circumstances, Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu shared a tent, separated by a curtain. Lying on the blanket, Li Yuan rested his hands behind his head, gazing up at the sky. The pure white moonlight filtered through the tent's partially closed top. Here, he found himself restless, feeling an inexplicable connection to the land beneath him. The words of the grand physician, spoken on his deathbed, echoed in his mind. Yuanhua, remember, you are not my grandson. Your true identity is the Prince of Dian. Your mother is the little deathbringer of the northern ice plains, the beloved consort, and from 16 years ago. You must survive. This jade pendant contains a drop of the blood of the great ancestor emperor. When combined with a powerful medicine, it may allow you to regenerate your divine roots. Yuan, you must eradicate the demons and restore Dian, avenging your mother. Li Yuan felt a warmth in his chest. Grasping the jade pendant that held the ancestral blood, he sensed its long-sealed vitality stirring, yearning to merge with him. The Dian dragon vein of Kunlun Void might very well be the ultimate medicine. Patience, it will come soon. Li Yuan murmured to himself. Everything that is mine, I shall reclaim, ensuring it remains untarnished. But I must await the opportune moment. Chaos is the best opportunity. While various factions speculated about the current situation, only Li Yuan understood that a tumultuous event awaited at the Fengshan grand ceremony 3 days hence. The dragon vein could not genuinely manifest. To what extent the chaos would unfold, he could not predict. If given the chance, he would rescue the grand physician's grandson. If not, he would simply have to wait for the right time to settle old scores. Thump! Thump! Li Yuan's heart pounded heavily. Beneath Kunlun Void, something resonated with him. The bloodline of the divine warrior truly held wonders. Even if severed and reborn, certain elements remained irreplaceable, engraved in the soul, affirming destiny. Thank goodness for that. Li Yuan Musa. If it were easily replaceable, the divine treasures of the great ancestor emperor would have long been seized by ambitious factions. Lost in thought, the tent flap fluttered in the wind, and a warm figure nestled beside him. Lying on her side, the celestial beauty with star-like eyes gazed intently at him, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. How could I forget this? Li Yuan slapped his forehead, both amused and exasperated. His thoughts had scattered, causing the remnants of the sword fairy's consciousness, unable to maintain independent action, to gravitate toward him. The moment he was drawn by the power of the dying dragon vein, the sword fairy had slipped into the tent. Though it was quite beautiful, Li Yuan admired the sword fairy's breathtaking visage. Her ethereal presence from 3 millennia of seclusion was stunning, captivating him time and again. "All right, you can sleep here," he conceded, allowing the sword fairy to lean against him, preventing any further mishaps stemming from his distractions. The complexities of Kunlun Void were overwhelming for him. He was likely to become distracted again, especially on the day of the Fengshan Grand Ceremony, which was certain to bring unforeseen changes. The sword fairy nodded, not closing her eyes, but continued to gaze at Li Yuan. "Stop looking at me and sleep," he conveyed through thought, returning to his supine position. Only then did the sword fairy mimic his posture and close her eyes. There was something endearing yet slightly foolish about her, with a hint of rebelliousness, as if he were nurturing a small creature. That night, Li Yuan dreamt vividly. He envisioned the great ancestor emperor rising amidst chaos, wielding a 3-foot azure blade to carve out a realm of clarity, transforming Kunlun Void into the dying dragon vein. He dreamt of his mother, consorting, bidding him tearful farewell. He dreamt of ascending the steps to the dragon throne, where the ancestors of the Li family and emperors of generations held him as a babe, presenting him step by step upward. As dawn broke, Li Yuan was awakened by a cacophony of voices. "Did you see that? Those are the people from the northern ice plains. I hear that the women of the northern ice plains possess skin as delicate as jade, as beautiful as celestial beings. The veiled leader is the little deathbringer of the northern ice plains, and Muyao." Whispers of admiration fill the air. The northern ice plains? The little deathbringer? And Muyao? These names stirred a tempest within Li Yuan. Relatives from his mother's side had arrived, and it seemed they were his little aunt. At this thought, Li Yuan sat up abruptly, hastily donning his clothes and exiting the tent. Ning Hongyu stood outside, smiling at him. "Junior brother, you seem to have slept well last night. Only upon hearing that beautiful ladies were passing by did you finally decide to wake up." Chapter 71 Encounter in the Crowd Senior Sister. "I must say, sleeping in Kunlun Void indeed feels different," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "You have a good mindset," Ning Hongyu praised. "Someone like me, who fears death, dreads the thought of having my throat slit in the middle of the night, so I can only afford a brief nap." "But you have your senior sister watching over you," Li Yuan remarked, glancing toward a group approaching from the foot of Tianyan Peak. At the forefront was a woman clad in an ice-blue robe, adorned with a hood made of white fox fur, a snow-white shawl draped diagonally over her outer garment, and several delicate ice bells, crafted from pure jade and embedded with tiny ice diamonds, dangled from the hem. Her ankles were adorned with chains made of ice and gems, a distinctive attire of the extreme North Icefield tribes, Shao Ximing. She moved gracefully, her presence captivating everyone in Kunlun Void, despite her face being partially veiled. "Hey, junior brother, don't gawk," Ning Hongyu teased upon noticing Li Yuan's captivated gaze. "That's a woman you can never have. You should look more at your senior sister, who is no less charming. At the very least, your children won't go hungry." Li Yuan Rupia. What kind of wolfish talk is this? Senior sister, please don't say such things. I'm merely curious. After all, the people of the extreme North Icefield tribe are separated from us by 2 poles, so it's rare to see them. I don't believe you. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. Under the watchful eyes of various factions, the group from the extreme North Icefield arrived at a clearing, where they began to dance and chant ancient incantations. Finally, Shao Ximing and Muyao planted a piece of chess piece into the ground. What are they doing? Li Yuan Kidat. They're likely performing some kind of ritual, probably related to the dragon vein, Ning Hongyu explained. Speaking of which, this Shao Ximing happens to be the little prince's aunt, sharing part of his bloodline. It's no wonder the Night Owl King invited her here. Few in the world can verify the authenticity of the little prince's bloodline, and Muyao is one of them. As the strongest among the younger generation of the Ninth Palace, Ning Hongyu had access to plenty of information. Li Yuan felt a shock in his heart. If Muyao could verify the truth of the little prince's bloodline, she must already know that Li Chengxiu is merely a substitute. Then does the Night Owl King know? Most likely. If everything unfolds as I suspect, then the Fengshan Grand Ceremony is a farce, a grand play meant to lure in big fish. And I, Li Yuan, am that big fish. Li Yuan harbored doubts about the Night Owl King, as well as the unfamiliar ant. Even regarding the little prince, his lifesaver and the grandson of the imperial physician, he remained skeptical. He must be cautious. The only outcome of rashly exposing his identity would be becoming a key for others to manipulate. Lost in thought, the group from the ice field completed their sacrifice and moved to another clearing to continue planting flags. Li Yuan stood quietly in the crowd, appearing as a mere bystander, masking any inner turmoil without a hint of abnormality on his face. After a while, the group shifted locations again, heading towards the encampment of the Ninth Palace's Gu nest. Li Yuan furrowed his brows slightly and retreated behind Ning Hongyu. "Junior brother, why are you hiding?" Ning Hongyu jested. "The Icefield beauty has truly arrived. Aren't you going to step forward for a closer look? This is a rare opportunity. After comparison, I find my senior sister even more charming," Li Yuan countered, having learned to retaliate. "You have good taste," Ning Hongyu retorted playfully. As the two chatted, the group from the icefield approached, and Muyao walked at the front, her fair feet gliding across the ground, leaving behind ice lotuses unblemished by dust. She deliberately waited for all factions to gather before arranging the totem banners, eager to see if the little prince would appear. At that moment, and Muyao felt a stirring in her heart. The jade pendant on her chest trembled slightly. "Little prince." Xiao Si-Ming felt a rush of excitement. He truly was here, yet she dared not act hastily. Every move she made was under the watchful gaze of the Night Owl King, and exposing the little prince's whereabouts could have dire consequences. Maintaining her composure, and Muyao continued forward. Upon reaching another clearing, she planted another flag, her gaze evenly sweeping over everyone without specifically searching for the little prince. In the southern wilderness, at the Ninth Palace's Gu nest, after the royal blood disaster years ago, did the little prince escape to the south after being sent out of the palace? Did he forsake martial arts to learn Gu techniques? Through her connection with her sister's jade pendant, she could sense the little prince nearby. Unfortunately, she could not discern each person individually or identify the little prince on the spot. Perhaps after the Fengshan Grand Ceremony concludes, she could visit the Ninth Palace's Gu nest, suppressing her inner turmoil, and Muyao left the area, maintaining a facade of normalcy throughout. In the crowd, as she departed, the weight on Li Yuan's heart gradually lifted. She must have sensed my presence by now, at the very least aware that I am among the crowd. Just moments ago, Li Yuan's jade pendant also reacted, tightening his nerves, fearing that this unfamiliar ant might recognize him. Fortunately, and Muyao remained composed, as if nothing were amiss. It seemed likely that my aunt was indeed on my side, afraid of being discovered by the Night Owl King, which prevented her from acknowledging me. Yet, I am still not cautious enough, Li Yuan reflected. He had not anticipated that the jade pendant left by his mother was a twin. The other piece adorned his aunt. A storm was about to descend. Li Yuan was eager to witness how this play would unfold in the end. Upon arriving here, he understood that the Deyin dragon vein could only manifest through him. Even the grandson of the imperial physician, who shared his blood, could not. The Night Owl King was surely aware of this, yet still summoned various lords, gathering heroes from all corners in Kunlun Void. Either he possessed means to deceive the heavens, or he never intended for the Fengshan Grand Ceremony to proceed safely to its conclusion, using it merely to execute a certain plan. He leaned towards the latter. Though the Night Owl King was acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial arts in this era, it was unlikely he could break the barriers set by the martial gods, especially since he had been influenced heavily by the will of the founding emperor. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Through the intricate details of numerous events, Li Yuan pieced together the general outline of the Fengshan Grand Ceremony. Let it be chaotic. Chaos is beneficial. The more tumultuous it becomes, the safer I am, providing a chance to untangle the knots in my heart. Another night passed. The final day before the commencement of the Fengshan Grand Ceremony arrived. Ning Hongyu awakened Li Yuan early in the morning. "Junior brother, are you truly confident, or are you simply carefree? The greater the storm, the more soundly you sleep? What's wrong, senior sister?" Li Yuan queried. In Kunlun Void, he had indeed slept soundly, a sense of security granted by his ancestors. Ning Hongyu furrowed her brows. The palace lord and King Kanglin are discussing significant matters and have called for us to join. It might not bode well. The Fengshan Grand Ceremony is likely to encounter trouble. Chapter 72. The Grand Ceremony of Fengshan commences, accompanying Ning Hongyu to the command camp of the Kanglin army. Li Yuan encountered numerous unfamiliar faces, each exuding a remarkable aura. Talented practitioners of the Gu path and formidable warriors congregated here in significant numbers. A glance around revealed many elite disciples from the Ninth Palace, though it remained uncertain how many palace masters had arrived. Before long, King Xiao Yuan of Kanglin emerged from the tent, accompanied by an elderly matron. I pay my respects to King Kanglin and to the Ninth Palace Master. The crowd bowed in unison. This marked Li Yuan's first encounter with the Ninth Palace Master, who, by relation, was the teacher of the king's consort and thus belonged to an older generation than King Xiao Yuan himself. My dear friends, your presence today is summoned for an important task, King Kanglin began, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Yesterday, our spies detected traces of demons. Various fiends are certain to assault Kunlun Void, seeking to disrupt the grand ceremony of Fengshan. This concerns the revival of the Dian royal family and the peace of the realm. Thus, tomorrow's ceremony must proceed without a hitch, with the strength of the feudal lords. Safeguarding Kunlun Void should be an effortless endeavor. Yet, discord among hearts and the treachery of a few pose a threat. Consequently, there will inevitably be gaps in our defenses. Your mission is to secure these vulnerabilities. The target of his words was clear. It referred to King Yu. Previously, King Yu had nearly brazenly colluded with demons in his bid to contest King Kanglin for control of the southern borders. It was only due to the current chaos in the world and the Night Owl Guard's inability to intervene that he had escaped retribution. Perhaps those with treacherous intentions were not limited to King Yu alone. Understood, the crowd responded respectfully. Subsequently, King Kanglin's subordinates unfurled a map in the air for all to see. Xiao Yuan pointed out several strategic points, assigning duties for defense. Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu were designated to guard a route leading to Tianyan Peak alongside some members of the Kanglin army. Senior sister, has only one palace master come from our Gu nest? Li Yuan inquired curiously, having heard that the sixth palace master was also present. However, the sixth palace master never reveals his true form. His life Gu, the Thousand Faces Gu, allows him to blend into the mortal realm, making him difficult to recognize. Ning Hongyu replied, "Is that so?" Li Yuan sighed, reflecting on the peculiarity of many among the 9 palace masters. A sleepless night passed, and Li Yuan awoke early. As dawn broke, a great fire ignited atop Tianyan platform, illuminating the entire Kunlun Void like a vast sun. The banners of the tribes from the extreme northern ice plains began to glow as well. The banners from various regions, drawn by an invisible force, shimmered together, cascading in layers of light across the boundless expanse of Kunlun Void. Is it finally beginning? As a true descendant of the Dian bloodline, Li Yuan felt increasingly attuned to the hidden dragon vein energy beneath Kunlun Void, stirred by the ancient rituals. Yet, a guiding essence was still lacking, preventing full manifestation. This essence could only be himself, sealing the fate of the Fengshan ceremony with impending failure. He gazed toward the mountain peak. Amidst the roaring flames, a figure ascended Tianyan platform, their resonant voice echoing across the mountains. Today, the Dian royal family holds the Fengshan ceremony in Kunlun Void, honoring heaven and earth, and revealing the dragon vein. From the opening address, Li Yuan confirmed his suspicions. The Night Owl King was undoubtedly aware that the young prince was merely a stand-in, not the true dragon, which allowed the ceremony to be conducted in the royal name, rather than under that of an emperor. In that moment, he sensed the storm brewing on the horizon. Looking around, most attendees remained hopeful, unaware of the gravity of the situation, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the blessing of the true dragon's fortune. Yet, he knew well that if the ceremony faltered, the hearts of the people would be lost, and the last vestiges of the Dian royal family's authority would crumble. Thus, Li Yuan surmised that the Night Owl King would not dare to let the ceremony proceed to its conclusion. it was highly probable that he would seek to disrupt everything through the hands of demons. The commanding voice continued to resonate in the heavens. Kunlun, the spine of the earth, the source of all spirits, the foundation of Dian. Since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor emperor a millennium ago, the dragon vein has resided in Kunlun, safeguarding the populace of Dian. Now that the nation flourishes and the people rally, it is the time for the dragon vein to manifest. I shall uphold the heavenly mandate, heed the will of the people, and join with the celestial spirits to celebrate this momentous occasion, praying for the eternal stability of the dragon vein and the perpetual prosperity of the nation. May Dian endure for thousands of generations, forever flourishing. With the conclusion of his proclamation, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. A magnificent aura shimmered across the vast Kunlun void, surging and rising among the mountains. In the realm, the interplay of yin and yang energies clashed, forming a vibrant tapestry of colors above the peaks, as if the celestial pathway had laid out a splendid carpet for this grand ceremony. The ancient trees in the mountains rustled in unison, and the spiritual birds soared high, their calls ringing sweetly through the air. It was as though the dragon's call had awakened the spirits of all living things. May Dian endure for thousands of generations, forever flourishing. At the foot of the mountain, lords and heroes from all corners of the world bowed their heads in reverence, hoping to partake in a fragment of this auspicious fortune. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. Had it not been for their apprehension of the Night Owl King's might, they would have rushed up the mountain to claim the grandest of celestial blessings for themselves. On Tianyan platform, the altar crafted from exotic stones radiated a brilliant glow, casting blinding light. Surrounding it were various rare treasures, prepared as offerings to the divine spirits of heaven and earth. At the altar's center, the Dian imperial jade seal linked heaven and earth. The royal fortune manifested as a substantial pillar, 3 feet wide, piercing through the clouds and reaching the sky. In comparison to the Fengshan ceremony conducted at the ascension of the former emperor, the disparity in the fortune's pillar was stark. This time it appeared as insignificant as a silver needle. Among the crowd, an elder from the era of the former emperor lamented, recalling the ascension of the former sovereign when the fortune's pillar stood tall as a mountain, visible across the realms. It was difficult to imagine the grandeur of the Dian dynasty under the great ancestor emperor. Li Yuan heard the murmurs of lamentation, signifying that the royal family's fortune had indeed waned to a concerning degree, teetering on the brink of losing the people's loyalty. Should a destined individual raise their voice, they could easily usurp the throne. Yet, the anticipated destined one had yet to emerge. Li Yuan did nothing but continue to observe. After a while, dragon energy began to rise from the pillar of fortune, hinting at the emergence of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Boom! Beneath Kunlun void, a series of thunderous roars erupted. The people on the mountains and at the foot of the hills felt a surge of excitement, believing that the dragon vein was about to manifest, and the celestial gates would reopen to shower fortune upon the realm. Only Li Yuan understood the truth. The dragon vein remained dormant, showing no signs of awakening. All that unfolded before him was a mere illusion, a fade that could not endure for long. If this continued, the truth would inevitably be revealed. Chapter 73. The demons invade the Tianyan platform. Li Chengxiu stood in a daze, an overwhelming sensation engulfing him. This place was foreign to him, and he felt a profound disconnect. Everything before him was an illusion. All that existed here belonged to another, while his true home was forever the modest village at the foot of the mountain. He felt no kinship towards the royal family, the dragon veins, or the ancestors of the Li clan. At that moment, clarity dawned upon him. The impending evolution of the dragon veins was a mere fabrication. The Night Owl King was orchestrating a grand performance using him as a pawn. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether this spectacle would bring calamity or salvation. His understanding was too shallow to discern the truth. He could only watch as the manifestation of the 5-clawed golden dragon gradually took shape along the Pillar of Destiny. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from afar. In the heavens, a colossal black lotus blossomed, exuding boundless dark energy that enveloped the luminous Kunlun void in layers of ominous clouds. The pillar of destiny trembled, and the coalescing image of the five-clawed golden dragon began to show signs of disintegration. Black Lotus Demon Emperor, how dare you? A booming voice resonated through the skies as the Night Owl King stepped out from the Kunlun void, appearing atop the Black Lotus in an instant. He struck with a single palm, shattering the cosmic space as if it were a broken mirror, incinerating the Black Lotus to ashes. Unexpectedly, the scattered ashes reformed, blossoming into countless tiny black lotuses that erupted once more. The entire Kunlun void shook from the series of explosions, causing the ground to tremble. "Protect the altar," commanded the Night Owl King, simultaneously forcing the Black Lotus Demon Emperor to retreat towards the distant battlefield. Meanwhile, more demons surged forth from all directions of the Kunlun void. What a splendid performance this was! The situation unfolded as Li Yuan had anticipated. The Night Owl King indeed seized the opportunity to halt the grand sacrificial ceremony. Thus, even if the feudal lords began to sense the underlying truth, the recent phenomena would still convince the common folk that the heir of the Dayan royal family had returned. The world was rife with gullible souls, and the few who remained clear-headed were compelled to feign ignorance amidst the prevailing tide. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the Dayan royal family, as it ensured the people's loyalty remained intact, solidifying the cohesion of the stationed troops. Kill. At that moment, the unaware factions plunged into a frenzied battle against the demons. Trouble had indeed arisen. Ning Hongyu furrowed her brows. "Junior brother, we must leave." Their mission was to guard a road adjacent to the area occupied by the Yuan army. "Let us go," as predicted by the Kangling King. When Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu arrived, numerous demons were already surging forth down the road, with the Yuan side completely unguarded, allowing the demons to pour in. The Kangling army was embroiled in a bloody struggle with the demons. Li Yuan spotted a familiar figure, Li Ruoqian, the former personal guard of the little princess, Xiaoqiner. Li Yuan. Upon seeing her reinforcements, Li Ruoqian was taken aback, particularly astonished by the formidable aura emanating from him, which rivaled her own as a grandmaster of martial arts. "Ruoqian, it has been a long time," Li Yuan replied as he charged forward, slaying demons with his Gu technique. "In this battle, can you help me acquire a 7th-tier demon corpse? Business talk right away?" She retorted, "Let us survive this first. Junior brother, your fortune is remarkable. You always have beautiful companions, even on this bloody battlefield," Ning Hongyu remarked, trailing behind. "Senior sister, don't think too much. Lady Li is merely a business partner. It's a coincidence we met today," Li Yuan defended. "Umph," Ning Hongyu snorted, then shifted the subject. "Speaking of which, I haven't given you a greeting gift yet. You mentioned wanting a 7th-tier demon corpse. I can procure one for you, and I assure you it will be far better than what Lady Li would provide." Li Yuan was at a loss for words. His relationship with Li Ruoqian was purely professional, yet senior sister seemed eager to stir up jealousy. In the midst of their banter, Ning Hongyu had already charged into battle. As a Gu master, her combat style was predominantly close range, and her martial prowess was impressive. With Gu worms swirling around her, she became a whirlwind of death. Demons that crossed her path either fell victim to rotting decay or collapsed lifelessly, their eyes wide open in shock. Within a brief span, Ning Hongyu carved a bloody path towards a 7th-tier tiger demon. Li Yuan engaged in the fray as well. He refrained from using his full strength, as Xiao Kai and Fifth Sister were concealed within his garments, while the Sword Fairy observed from a distance. Not yet joining the battle, with a casual strike, he obliterated a 6th-tier demon. He assessed his own power, bolstered by the 2,000 Gu houses. His strength far surpassed that of a 6th-tier demon, and he could face a 7th-tier demon head-on without issue. With various means at his disposal, he was confident he could slay a 7th-tier demon. However, amidst the chaotic battlefield, he preferred to keep a low profile, only exhibiting the capabilities of an average genius. The thunderous manifestation of the dragon veins continued to flicker above, struggling to hold together. He needed to find an opportunity to resonate with the dragon veins and obtain the royal inheritance. Li Yuan was determined not to let go of what was rightfully his. The more chaotic the situation, the better he could conceal his intentions. As he contemplated, a figure was suddenly sent flying. Crashing heavily against a distant mountain wall, it was Li Ruoqian, an 8th-tier demon sage. Li Yuan squinted, realizing it was not quite an 8th tier, but rather a perfected half-saint. It was an elephant demon, with a human body and elephant legs, its every step shaking the ground. Ordinary blades and swords were ineffective against it. Li Yuan, step back, Li Ruoqian shouted, gripping her blade and charging back into the fray. As a grandmaster, she could condense unquenchable blood and recover swiftly. As one of the younger generation's strongholds in the Kanglan army, she felt no fear against a half-saint. The two sides clashed once more, but the outcome was apparent. Li Ruoqian, having just entered the 7th-tier Grandmaster realm, was no match for the elephant demon. Human talents are so limited, the elephant demon scoffed, speaking human words. Its seemingly clumsy attacks could shatter myriad defenses. A single kick from its powerful legs could crush mountains, rendering Li Ruoqian's exquisite swordsmanship futile. One exceptional demon puppet, Li Yuanhua, a half-step demon sage, counted as a 7th tier, well within 5th Sister's control range. If he could seize one, his combat prowess would soar. Unfortunately, the opportunity was slim. Unless he summoned the Sword Fairy to join the fray, he hesitated to do so. The Sword Fairy was too ethereal. If she appeared in public view, it would inevitably attract endless trouble. Not to mention that the Lingxiao sword sect, her ancestral home from 3,000 years ago, had members present in the Kunlun Void. If they discovered he had turned their ancestor into a life-bound Gu and was now using her for warmth, they would undoubtedly seek his life. At that moment, a commotion erupted on another battlefield. Li Yuan turned his gaze to see Ning Hongyu, clad in a flowing red gown, perched upon the neck of the tiger demon, her legs radiating golden light as she twisted with great force. Crack! The tiger demon's neck was brutally snapped. The golden garment Gu and the great strength Gu had been employed by his senior sister to such an extent. Ning Hongyu then turned to Li Yuan, brandishing the tiger demon's corpse as she approached, her red dress billowing in the wind, her snow-white legs racing through the blood-soaked ground. What do you think, junior brother? Are you satisfied with this gift? Chapter 74. The elephant demon half-saint, are you satisfied? Li Yuan was taken aback. Thank you, senior sister. The eldest disciple, Ning Hongyu, was more formidable and fierce than he had imagined. Not only did she master the art of Gu sorcery with remarkable skill, but her own strength was also quite impressive. Such a rare opportunity must not be wasted. He needed to hone his skills. Ning Hongyu smiled and charged forward once more, declaring, I will rescue your dear friend, Miss Pear. With that, her crimson dress flashed as she moved deftly across the battlefield towards the elephant demon half-saint. Suddenly, a flurry of sharp arrows shot from the shadows, forcing Ning Hongyu to retreat momentarily. She activated her golden garment, Gu, to deflect the onslaught. The lady in red has quite a figure. Shall I join you for some fun? A figure approached, bearing a quiver of arrows. Jiang Qiufeng, it's you. Pear Ruoqian recognized the man and shouted angrily, This is Kunlun Void. Do you not fear the Night Owl King will have you and your master slain for openly conspiring with demons? You misunderstand, Miss Pear, Jiang Qiufeng chuckled. I no longer consider myself human. Demons are my brethren. Do not label me unjustly. The great Yan's orthodoxy has returned. The world will be pacified, and all demons shall be eradicated. You will meet a miserable end, Pear Ruoqian retorted fiercely. Orthodoxy? Jiang Qiufeng scoffed. This matter will not come to fruition today. Wake up. The great Yin has long fallen. Only pitiful souls like you still cling to dreams. Traitor, how disgusting. Pear Ruoqian spat. Let us see if you can survive to say that, Jiang Qiufeng mocked. I'll hold on for a moment. I'll take that traitoress head first. Ning Hongyu could no longer contain herself. Be careful, that traitor is no weakling. He was once the adopted son of the King of Ghosts. His strength nearing that of a half-saint, Pear Ruoqian warned. The battlefield became increasingly chaotic. An ever-growing tide of demons surged down this path, and the Kanglan army suffered heavy casualties. The situation was dire in other areas as well, with some demons even heading towards Tianyan Peak. Is this all just a performance? Li Yuan could not believe that, with so many heroes gathered, Even the Night Owl Guards, the strongest organization of the Great Yin, could not halt the demons. It was evident that someone sought to prevent the young prince from ascending the throne, deliberately using demons to undermine the royal family. Perhaps only the Kanglan army was truly fighting for their lives, and among the nobility, only King Shao Yuan of Kanglan genuinely wished to see the royal family restored. After countless exchanges, Père Ruotian was struck by the elephant demoness foot, nearly incapacitated, her recovery slowing significantly as she fell into a disadvantageous position. Li Yuan, witnessing this, had no choice but to charge toward her. If Père Ruotian were to perish, the Kanglan army would be utterly defeated, and he and his senior sister would likely meet a grim fate as well. Boom! Boom! The elephant demon half-saint laughed maniacally, relentlessly trampling and kicking, forcing Père Ruotian to evade repeatedly. Its trunk whipped like a long whip, each attack creating deep craters in the ground. In a moment of miscalculation, Père Ruotian was struck again, her blade knocked away, and the elephant's hoof was poised to crush her into a pulp. At this critical juncture, Li Yuan finally carved a bloody path to her side. The giant spirit Gu was fully activated. His vitality surged like flames, engulfing him in a fierce blaze, his hair standing on end, resembling a cascade of scarlet waves. With a thunderous punch, he collided with the elephant's hoof. The elephant demon half-saint was forced back a step, while Li Yuan staggered back several paces, leaving Père Ruotian behind in astonishment. Li Yuan, are you even human? She stammered, bewildered at his transformation. The elephant demon possessed tremendous strength, and as a half-saint, its physical power could easily crush 99% of its peers. Not to mention, Gu masters, who were not adept in physical combat, stood no chance against such might. Stop dawdling, Li Yuan urged. Miss Père, I have my eyes set on this demon's body. Could you assist me in severing it? All right, Père Ruotian found it strange. Li Yuan seemed like a different person, much more audacious, shedding his former humility and caution. He referred to a living half-saint demon as merely a corpse. You little brat, you shall pay. The elephant demon half-saint was enraged, furious that it was treated as a mere corpse while still alive. Size alone does not equate to strength, Li Yuan declared, his hair billowing chaotically. If I say you're a corpse, then you are indeed a corpse. The elephant demon half-saint's hoof swung toward him. Li Yuan's muscles bulged as his clothing tore apart. He planted his stance firmly, uniting his waist and legs, and unleashed a dual punch forward. The collision of immense power sent shockwaves through the air. Rebirth Gu. Rather than retreating to diffuse the force, he held his breath, channeling the power of Rebirth Gu to mend his injuries. Even if his organs were damaged, they could heal in an instant. Li Yuan, have you lost your mind? Are you throwing your life away? Père Ruotian exclaimed, her heart racing. The man who once appeared as graceful as jade and cautious now fought like a desperate outlaw, risking everything. Most astonishingly, how could Li Yuan, a six-turn Gu master, exhibit such ferocity, surpassing even a 7th-rank martial grandmaster? Do not concern yourself. Just help me strike him. Strike him to the death. Li Yuan roared, pressing forward recklessly. The elephant demon half-saint was unnerved by Li Yuan's reckless approach, feeling its own insides churn from the impact. Could a human truly be more resilient than it? Let us go all out. Père Ruotian resolved, following suit in madness, with Li Yuan's assistance to divert attention. Her exquisite swordsmanship could finally shine without being overwhelmed. In Li Yuan's embrace, the little colorful serpent was brewing, a swirl of white flames rising within. The elephant demon half-saint was forced to retreat, even without sustaining direct harm, feeling an unbearable frustration that it could no longer endure. Get out of my way, it bellowed, abandoning caution as it bore down for another stomp, disregarding the internal turmoil. At that moment, it noticed the colorful scaled serpent emerging from Li Yuan's arms. Roar! The 5-colored ethereal flame python opened its mouth, unleashing a burst of white flame. The elephant demon instinctively recoiled, only to find the flames intangible, impossible to extinguish, surging straight into its mind. Psychic attack. It had not anticipated that what appeared to be a tangible flame was merely a pure mental assault, catching it off guard. Seizing the opportunity created by the elephant demon's momentary confusion, Li Yuan and Pair Ruoqian launched another assault, one attacking from above, the other from below. With a resounding hum, Pair Ruoqian's long blade cleaved into the elephant demon's enormous head, while Li Yuan delivered a brutal kick, targeting its underbelly. The elephant demon half-saint let out a wretched howl, an even more terrifying force erupting from within, a colossal shadow of its half-formed self manifesting for an instant before dissipating. Both Li Yuan and Pair Ruoqian were violently thrown back by the shockwave. Celestial demon technique. This was a power only a demon saint could wield. Even for a fleeting moment, it was beyond the capabilities of those below the 8th realm to withstand. Pair Ruoqian crashed heavily to the ground, her bones shattering, nearly disassembled. Her speed of recovery from the indestructible blood of a grandmaster slowing to a crawl. Li Yuan, too, felt his meridian shatter, though the rebirth Gu worked swiftly to mend him. All of you shall perish. The elephant demon half-saint, bloodied and enraged, charged forward, shaking the earth beneath it, intent on completely crushing the two. Chapter 75. The Legacy Unveiled. Li Yuan. Let's go. The elephant demon, a half-saint, was rugged and resilient, despite suffering severe injuries. It continued to fight. Li Ruoqian was rapidly exhausting her strength. With a forceful palm strike, she unleashed a wave of energy, hoping to propel Li Yuan to safety, perhaps granting the young lady in the red dress a chance to save him. Yet, she was soon taken aback. Despite the gusts of energy swirling around him, Li Yuan stood steadfast, shaking his head as he rose to his feet, a grin spreading across his face. My dear Li, spare me the melodrama. Remember, you owe me a favor. Please offer me generous terms in our future dealings. You can still fight? Li Ruoqian was left speechless. Was this man even human? Was the art of Gu truly so profound? His performance shattered her previous understanding of the Gu path. Boom! Boom! The elephant demon stomped with earth-shaking force, charging towards Li Yuan once more, oblivious to the 7th-tier tiger demon's corpse lying on the ground, now accompanied by a small spider that shimmered like glass, its body flowing with dreamlike colors. The elephant demon aimed a kick at Li Yuan, but as it lifted its foot, an ominous premonition struck. Before it could react, a claw pierced through its chest. Tiger! Brother Tiger! Its eyes widened in disbelief as it turned to see the headless corpse of the tiger demon. Li Ruoqian was equally astonished. Was this controlling corpses to become puppets with Gu? With a resounding crash, the elephant demon's heart was crushed by the tiger's claw, yet it did not fall. It still had the strength to send the tiger's corpse flying with a powerful punch before leaping desperately into the forest. It can still run? Its vitality is astonishing. Li Yuan would not let such a precious corpse slip away. He immediately pursued it. Don't chase a desperate foe. The mountains are fraught with danger. Li Ruoqian shouted. Recover from your injuries. If you're that weak, don't concern yourself with me. Li Yuan laughed boisterously, abandoning Revivification Gu as he dashed into the forest, quickly vanishing from sight. Rude, his words are truly unpleasant. Li Ruoqian spat, murmuring to herself. Yet she found his demeanor rather captivating, far more spirited than the pretense of elegance and gentleness she had come to expect from him. Compared to the cautious Li Yuan she remembered, she found herself appreciating this brash and wild version much more. In the forest, Li Yuan chased after the elephant demon, entering a remote and desolate area. This was precisely the outcome he desired. By seizing the opportunity to discreetly separate from the main group, he could pursue his own agenda. He had no interest in mere fighting and killing. The feudal lords were merely performing. And was he not also playing a part? In truth, Li Yuan was the star of this show. After concluding his soliloquy, Li Yuan withdrew from the state of the giant spirit Gu. It was essential to proceed with caution. The form of energy and blood flow from the giant spirit Gu was too elevated, prone to mishaps, certainly not his style. The fleeing elephant demon suddenly sensed something, halting in its tracks to face Li Yuan. The energy was waning. Are you unable to hold on any longer? The winds had ceased and the rain had stopped. The elephant demon felt invigorated once more. Surely, You must be a prodigy from the 9-palace Gu nest. A 6-turn Gu master could force me to this extent. How commendable! I shall consume you. A great boon awaits. The elephant demon pivoted, charging towards Li Yuan. However, after only a few steps, it abruptly froze. Standing still as cold sweat drenched its fur, its spirit nearly fleeing. Before the human Gu master, a figure suddenly appeared. A woman of unparalleled beauty, ethereal and otherworldly. He had never encountered someone with such transcendent grace. Even as a demon, he found himself captivated, unable to look away. Please, sword fairy, slay the demon. Li Yuan souffli intunat. Swish, an arc of sword light flashed and vanished. The sword fairy swung her blade in front of Li Yuan and, upon retracting it, had already reached the back of the elephant demon. Its face remained frozen in terror. Moments later, its head slid from its towering body, a torrent of blood erupting from its neck. The half-saint elephant demon, dead. Thud. Li Yuan collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen, feeling as though all vitality had been drained from him. His limbs weakened and his head spun. The continuous use of the rebirth Gu and giant spirit Gu in the previous battle, compounded by Shao Kai's ambush and the swift refinement of the tiger demon by Wu Mei, had sapped nearly all of his energy. The sword fairy strike had left him with a debt of 3/10 of his essence. Indeed, the greater the power, the harder it is to control. Li Yuan lay back upon the grass. The sword fairy was remarkable, but one must not be greedy. A single strike could cost 4/10 of one's essence. 2 strikes summoned the call of the ancients, and 3 strikes sent the soul soaring into the heavens. After a while, he slowly sat up, regaining some strength. He gazed skyward. After being ceaselessly attacked by demons, the pillar of fortune on the Tianyin platform had dimmed, and the 5-clawed golden dragon could no longer manifest. It seemed this was the outcome Night Owl King desired. He could shift all blame onto the demons. Would he then use this to coerce the emperor in ruling the feudal lords? Or would he seek my true self through the bloodline of a substitute? Li Yuan could not ascertain. Fortunately, the chaos orchestrated by Night Owl King was precisely what he needed, allowing him to operate under the radar and resonate with the dragon vein. To the ancestors of the Li family, the illustrious royal forebears, I, the junior Li Yuan, constrained by circumstance, am unable to host a grand ceremony to honor heaven and earth. But rest assured, what belongs to our family cannot be taken by anyone. One day, I shall eradicate the demons, restore the great Yin, and uphold the royal lineage. If you believe I am worthy, then bestow upon me your legacy to illuminate my path. I vow I shall not disappoint the expectations of our forebears. Li Yuan prostrated upon the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the earth. His eyes closed as he listened intently to the echoes of the Kunlun Void's dragon vein. As the saying goes, sincerity begets spirituality. Having witnessed the formidable will of the Gu immortal, he believed that the martial goddess will of the founding emperor could not be feeble. It must possess a spirit capable of communication. Thud, thud. Li Yuan's heartbeat grew heavy once more. His chest was ablaze. The blood of his ancestor sealed within the jade pendant was releasing its power, seeping out and transforming into a mist of blood that melded into his being. As Li Yuan had surmised, the dragon vein of the Kunlun Void was indeed the true elixir. Soon, a golden light began to shimmer on his skin, as if an illusory dragon robe had been draped over him, exuding majesty, with a small 5-clawed golden dragon spiraling around him. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that receiving the inheritance would cause a tremendous commotion, shaking the entire Kunlun Void, with dragons soaring in the wilderness and instilling awe across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Yet the reality was, Li Yuan could not help but laugh heartily. Was it possible that the ancestors had foreseen this day? Was the golden dragon that evolved meant to be of such a size? So my cautiousness is indeed a legacy passed down. Chapter 76. The Legacy of the Grand Ancestor. The martial god, the little golden dragon, circled around Li Yuan, its subtle movements overshadowed by the grand ceremony and the chaotic circumstances. Within Li Yuan's consciousness, 4 small dragon eggs materialized. So, it is a spiritual inheritance? Truly, The will of the martial god has left behind a legacy that rivals that of the Gu immortal, if not surpassing it in richness. When compared to the Gu immortal's secret realm, one can foresee that the martial god's treasure undoubtedly conceals unimaginable wonders, waiting for future generations to claim them. This could ensure another glorious era for the Daiyan Empire. Li Yuan focused his consciousness, reaching out to touch the first dragon egg. The golden egg transformed into radiant light, coalescing into a majestic figure. The Grand Ancestor Emperor, even though they had never met and a millennium had passed. The bond of blood and the overwhelming aura alone sufficed to declare the identity of this imposing figure, the founder of the Daiyan Empire, the Grand Ancestor Emperor, the last martial god of the Tianyuan continent, descendant of the Lonely One. As you encounter me, the realm of Daiyan is already in peril. I leave this spiritual edict, hoping to guide you forth. The ethereal voice echoed within Li Yuan's consciousness. The younger generation shall remember well. Li Yuan bowed his head in reverence. In years past, I, a mere martial artist, wielded a 3-foot blue blade, clearing paths and overcoming obstacles, rising amidst the chaos of the world. After countless battles, vanquishing demons, I ultimately established the realm of Daiyan and ascended to the imperial throne. At that time, Daiyan's warriors were like clouds. Strong individuals emerged in droves, and nations came to pay homage, basking in boundless glory. Yet I knew well that the Tianyuan continent was fraught with uncertainties, crises looming like a deep abyss. No one could remain forever prosperous, and nothing could be passed down through the ages. To achieve the status of martial god was to declare that there was no eternal life under heaven. Li Yuan's heart grew heavy, yet he remained attentive. The legacy left behind comprises 4 parts, 3 supreme techniques, and the martial god as treasure. The first inheritance, the shattering heaven divine fist. This technique was conceived by me amidst chaos. When unleashed, the fist's power can summon the forces of heaven and earth, akin to stars falling or mountains crumbling. At its peak, it can annihilate all foes. To cultivate this fist, one must possess unwavering determination and relentless courage, drawing upon one's vitality and grounding oneself in willpower to unleash its might. As the words fell, the majestic figure within Li Yuan's consciousness began to demonstrate the fist technique. Li Yuan watched it in rapture. He assessed it as immensely powerful. However, when he attempted to practice it, he found himself leagues apart, unable to summon even a fraction of the shattering heaven divine fist's might. This technique did not suit his usual state. It was more compatible with the state of being possessed by the giant spirit Gu, perfectly compensating for the lack of finesse in his brute strength. Li Yuan pondered deeply. After a while, the Grand Ancestor Emperor's phantom completed its demonstration. For the first time, Li Yuan felt his mind was exceedingly smooth, as martial knowledge slipped through his grasp like water. Only solitude remained. Indeed, martial arts may not be my forte, or perhaps my ancestral blood has yet to fully merge with me, awakening my innate potential. He then approached the second dragon egg, infusing it with power. The majestic figure reappeared. The second inheritance, the Tianyin myriad manifestations sword technique. This sword technique was created by me after battling demons at the borders for 81 days, merging the myriad manifestations of heaven and earth with countless sword intents. When wielded, it can be as thunderous as a tempest or as gentle as a breeze, with sword moves that are infinitely variable. To master this technique, one must possess a serene heart, comprehend the mysteries of the world, observe the myriad phenomena, and act according to one's heart and thoughts. Upon the completion of the words, the Grand Ancestor Emperor's phantom demonstrated once more, compared to the shattering heaven divine fist. The Tianyin myriad manifestation sword technique was far more profound and esoteric, rendering it almost incomprehensible to Li Yuan, who had never even wielded a sword. This, he felt an itch in his mind. Li Yuan understood that good things cannot be rushed. They require gradual honing. Next, he activated the third dragon egg, the third inheritance, the heavenly dragon fortune technique. This technique was developed by me, the sovereign, merging the will of countless citizens of the Daiyan Empire and drawing upon the power of the Kunlun dragon vein. Mastering this technique allows one to condense the empire's fortune, akin to a heavenly dragon safeguarding oneself, under the protection of heaven and earth. To grasp its true essence, one must harbor thoughts of the world and care for the lives of the people. This technique, Li Yuan entirely disregarded. It was beyond his current capabilities. He approached the fourth dragon egg, only to discover he could not activate it. The dragon egg bore 3 lines, signifying 3 forms of power. It informed him that he needed to cultivate the 3 previous inheritances to a certain level before it could be unlocked. The martial goddess treasure is coveted by all powerful beings. To recklessly activate, it would merely serve as a gift for others. The Grand Ancestor Emperor's threshold was set for good reason. Grand Ancestor, I, your descendant Li Yuan, shall not disappoint your trust. Li Yuan bowed deeply before the majestic figure. What you have bequeathed can prolong the existence of Dian. If Dian wishes to endure for countless generations, then the descendants must strive relentlessly. With a soft sigh, the phantom of the Grand Ancestor Emperor gradually faded away. Li Yuan fell a moment of daze. He sensed he had gained something, yet it seemed nothing substantial remained. Even with the martial goddess transcendent abilities and a millennium of planning, what could be left was merely this. Ultimately, more depended on the capabilities of future generations. Rumbling. At that moment, a tremendous sound jolted Li Yuan from his meditative state, bringing his thoughts back to reality. He looked up at the heavens. There, several 8th-tier demon saints were engaged in battle with the Night Owl Guards. As the battle raged on, the Pillar of Fortune on the Tianyin platform collapsed, and the shadow of the 5-clawed golden dragon shattered, signaling the impending end of this grand spectacle. Li Yuan took a deep breath, unleashing the full potential of the myriad manifestations Forest Gu to conceal his presence. Since the grand ceremony was propelled towards failure by the Night Owl King, it seemed that the grandson of the Grand Physician would be spared. He was the only lead the Night Owl King had to find me. Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to sever his own arm. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With his heart unburdened, this journey was complete. There was little more Li Yuan could do. Rushing to recognize the Grand Physician's grandson or his aunt would be a fatal act. Sword Fairy, let us depart. He did not intend to reunite with the main forces, fearing that a command from the Night Owl King could seal off this place, scrutinizing everyone. Even if he concealed himself well, Li Yuan could not guarantee that he would remain undetected after a direct encounter with the Night Owl King. Sister, you control the elephant demon's corpse to clear our path. The grand ceremony was abruptly interrupted. The Black Lotus Demon Emperor, satisfied, led the various demons in retreat. The Night Owl King returned to Kunlun Void. Various factions continued to wait within Kunlun Void, while Ning Hongyu and Li Ruo Qian followed the trail left by Li Yuan in pursuit of the elephant demon. Ultimately, they only found a hasty note. Senior sister, I found a treasure within the corpse of the elephant demon. I must refine it while it is still warm, as it will be of great use in Gu refining. I will return to the 12 caves. We shall meet again. Chapter 77. The schemes of the Night Owl King, did he really just slip away? Ning Hongyu said, half amused and half exasperated. Yet, this did align with her junior brother's character. After all, their master had remarked on his remarkable ability to endure solitude, rarely stepping beyond the confines of his abode. In places fraught with conflict, it was wise to depart, and perhaps it was for the best that he left early. She had intended to express her gratitude to him. On Tianyin Peak, the Night Owl King returned, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. None could discern the expression concealed beneath his bronze mask. The esteemed figures of the Dian Court, including Lord Yu, Lord Kanglin, Lord Ing, Lord Xian, Lord Han, and the Grand General of the State, had gathered. Before the Night Owl King, they bore solemn expressions, refraining from speaking out of turn. Some were guiltless, while others harbored dark secrets. Yet, all present understood a singular truth. The onslaught of demons, though fierce, had not reached a level sufficient to disrupt the consecration ceremony. Yet the ceremony had indeed been interrupted. Even the young prince had been grievously injured by the demons, left in a state of unconsciousness. This compelled them to speculate whether the Night Owl King had orchestrated this event intentionally. Was the holding of the consecration merely a fade to rally the populace and stabilize the situation. While he sought to seize actual power and command the lords through the emperor, the expressions of the lords varied. Even if they suspected the Night Owl King's intentions, they dared not openly resist, for it would only furnish him with an excuse to deal with them. "You are all worthless," the Night Owl King thundered, his voice echoing with authority. "With so many of you, not even protecting the prince can you accomplish. What use are you to me?" Although he seemed to be rebuking the Night Owl guards, the lords felt the sting of his words, interpreting them as veiled criticism aimed at them. No one had anticipated that the Black Lotus Demon Emperor would take matters into his own hands, crossing borders to invade Kunlun Su. Now that the situation had unfolded, it was prudent to assess the prince's condition first, suggested the Grand General Bai Chun. Indeed, Lord Yuanhua concurred. "Let us hope for the prince's swift recovery, and then select an auspicious day to hold the consecration ceremony anew." "That is only natural," the Night Owl King replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The consecration ceremony would be conducted after the prince's ascension. In the meantime, he urged everyone not to spread rumors that might disturb the populace. Should anyone dare to disseminate tales of Kunlun Su that sowed discord among the people or jeopardized Dian's fortunes, let not be said that I am merciful. Is that understood? His sonorous voice resonated upon Tianyan Peak, imbued with an overwhelming pressure. "I understand," Lord Yu responded promptly, bowing in deference. "I shall heed the Night Owl King's command." All factions fell silent, fully aware that the Night Owl King intended to position himself as a treasonous minister, wielding the emperor's authority to command the lords. They anticipated radical reforms that would reshape the Central Plains and expel the demons. Whether this heralded the onset of another great war or a quiet change of dynasty remained uncertain. "Enough," the Night Owl King declared, ascending the Tianyan platform, his back to the assembly. "The leader of the Northern Icefield tribe, Shao Siming, is to remain. All others may withdraw." "Understood," the assembly responded, as if granted amnesty, and they departed in haste. Shao Siming and Mu Yao retained a calm demeanor, though her heart raced. Did the Night Owl King intend to confide in her? Would he drop the pretense? "The prince has already been here," the Night Owl King stated, the first words sending tumultuous waves through Mu Yao's mind. What did he mean by this? Feigning ignorance, and Mu Yao attempted to mask her understanding. "At this juncture, there is no need for you to continue the charade," the Night Owl King replied with a tranquil demeanor. "You are well aware of my intent." The Night Owl King's intent? How could a mere girl presume to fathom it? And Mu Yao adamantly denied. "If the genuine prince were present, do you believe the consecration would have faltered? Mere demons. I possess ample means to keep them at bay from Kunlun Su. This is Dian's territory. It is not for demons to wreak havoc. I have taken your counsel into account, and thus I deduce that the one lying upon the Tianyan platform is merely a decoy of the prince." As he spoke, the Night Owl King retrieved Dian's imperial jade seal from the altar. "Your Northern Icefield tribe possesses means to discern the prince's bloodline. Dian, too, has its own methods that rival yours." Approaching Mu Yao, he inquired, "Do you sense it?" A new power emanates from the imperial jade seal, revealing that the true prince has returned, accepting the will of Dian's ancestral spirits. Ha 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 ha. Following the royal blood calamity, the Night Owl King had never laughed so freely. "With the blessing of our forefathers, Dian shall endure and thrive. I should have anticipated that the true prince would not be an ordinary villager. Even amid strife, even ensnared by peril, the prince shall still embody the noble spirit of the Li family." "Shao Siming, do you not yet acknowledge this?" He fixed his gaze upon Mu Yao, his eyes glowing like spectral flames beneath his mask. "Yes," Mu Yao finally conceded after a prolonged silence. The young prince had indeed visited, yet she remained ignorant of his true identity and whereabouts. The Night Owl King's meticulous thoughts and masterful schemes surpassed her imagination, compelling her to accept the truth. "I understand that the prince does not trust you, nor me, nor anyone in this world. He seeks to seize his own fate, akin to our ancestor a millennium ago. The prince possesses this will, and it brings me great solace," the Night Owl King remarked with a smile. And Mu Yao found herself unable to penetrate the depths of the Night Owl King's intentions. What thoughts resided in the mind of this pinnacle of martial prowess? Were his words genuine or false? She dared not gamble on it. Perhaps the Night Owl King was sincerely loyal to the Dayan royal family, intending to uphold the legacy of the ancestors and support the young prince's ascension. Yet, the tides of fate are unpredictable and the human heart inscrutable. Setting aside whether the Night Owl King was sincere, even if he were at this moment, when the treasures of the martial god lay within reach, his heart might still waver. Once the young prince revealed himself, he would become a puppet, a key. Now that we have confirmed the young prince is an impostor, what will the Night Owl King do next? And Muyao inquired. What do you believe, Xiao Siming? The Night Owl King countered. I hope you will spare his life. He is innocent and merely a pawn in this game, adrift like a reed in the water, and Muyao pleaded. Naturally, I shall spare him, the Night Owl King assured. The prince would certainly wish for his life to be preserved, and it shall be left for him to decide his fate in the future. However, from this moment forth, he shall no longer reveal his true identity to the world. The young prince shall remain perpetually unwell, unable to participate in governance, until the day the true dragon returns. Only then will he awaken. The world need only know that the prince has returned, and Dayan shall reclaim its rightful heritage. That is sufficient. This was the Night Owl King's grand design. By doing so, you will be viewed as a traitor by the various lords and ministers of Dayan. For seizing the emperor to command the lords is not the role of the Night Owl Guards, and Muyao stated solemnly. That is of no consequence. The Night Owl King proclaimed, standing tall with unyielding pride. For the sake of Dayan's realm and the legacy of the Li family's ancestors, what does it matter if I bear the weight of all accusations? I care not for the reproaches of the ministers. I care not for the criticisms of the world. Even if I am misunderstood by the prince, I remain unfazed. As long as this realm enjoys peace, the hearts of the people are united, and the common folk are spared from the calamities wrought by demons, singing the praises of Dayan, and the dynasty flourishes. That is enough. All I seek is to pave the way for the prince, so that when the true dragon returns, he may uphold the will of heaven and secure his reign. Thus, I would willingly bear the sins of 1,000 lifetimes and face execution without hesitation. Chapter 78. The Sword Fairy's first transformation from beginning to end. The Night Owl King's schemes were merely a justification for the rightful restoration of the Central Plains. The nobles were displeased, and the words of the ministers were but trifles. The well-being of the common folk was the very foundation of the Dayan nation's fortune, and it was what His Highness needed most upon his return. The Night Owl King toiled tirelessly, and the young lady admired him. And Muyao respectfully bowed and took her leave. After a considerable time, the solitary Night Owl King spoke once more, having listened for so long. You ought to rise. On the Tianyan platform, the severely injured and unconscious youth slowly sat up. Ha ha! The youth, toyed with by fate, chuckled self-deprecatingly. I said, the namely Qingshu is too resplendent and burdensome. I cannot bear it. It is far better to be Cheng Godin of my little Feng village. Reflecting on his role as the true prince's stand-in, he mused that he might be considered his savior. The transition from Li Qingshu back to Cheng Godin lightened his tone significantly. He was no longer afraid of death and felt unrestrained. A true dragon, protected by the mandate of heaven, would not perish. The Night Owl King replied indifferently, to intertwine your fate with His Highness is an honor. It is His Highness's gift to you. Cut it out, Cheng Godin scoffed. Your words are grand, but I don't understand such matters. What I want to know is how you intend to deal with me. Imprisonment? Or perhaps silencing me permanently. I have promised in Muyao not to kill you. When His Highness returns, he shall decide your fate. With that, the Night Owl King tossed a mask, instructing him to wear it. You are no longer yourself. On the day His Highness returns, your freedom shall be restored. I have a request. Cheng Godin held the mask, thoughtfully stroking it, his eyes lowered in contemplation. Speak. The Night Owl King nodded. I wish to join the Night Owl Guard and continue my martial training. I want to be stationed at Kunlun Su, watching over Feng Village. Is that acceptable? Cheng Godin inquired. The Night Owl King paused, silent for a moment. Rarely did anyone provoke such a reaction from him. After a while, he asked, do you harbor resentment towards His Highness? Somewhat, Cheng Godin admitted. Upon reflection, my biological parents were likely loyal subjects of the royal family. To save him, they made me a scapegoat. Yet, I realized he was also forced into it, and both sets of elders acted willingly, so I shall not hold it against him. As long as he can eradicate the demons and restore peace to Kunlun Su, allowing my parents to rest in peace, I will forgive him. Your magnanimity is commendable. The Night Owl King remarked with a hint of a smile. I hope your words are sincere. It will be beneficial for you. Human hearts are fickle. I cannot guarantee it. Chun Godin grinned widely as he stood, lifting the mask and slowly placing it on his face. His voice grew heavier. This mask seems to suit me well. It just doesn't look as good as yours. If only I had a cloak like yours, I would look quite imposing. A terrifying aura erupted from the Night Owl King. Today is the last time I shall tolerate your nonsense. Let us hope there will not be a next time. Time flew swiftly. 3 months later, in the Jiogong mountain range, within the 12 caves, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The sword fairy, adorned in a white dress, danced with her sword, as if she had mistakenly wandered from an ethereal realm into the mortal world. With a graceful lift of her sword, her movements were as light as a flying swallow, the sword flowers blooming like morning dew leaping between the bamboo leaves. As her sword techniques unfolded, they flowed like clouds in water, sometimes resembling a dragon soaring from the sea with majestic vigor, and at other times like a dancing, unpredictable and elusive. At the height of her sword play, it appeared as if radiant light enveloped her, blending her essence with the sword intent permeating the air. Time seemed to stand still as countless sword shadows manifested various forms of the sword fairy, only to suddenly converge into one, piercing the heavens and transforming into a white dragon soaring into the clouds. The scene was a breathtaking tableau of beauty, marvelous, simply indescribable. The poetic and picturesque sword technique left Li Yuan in awe. Since returning from Kunlun Su, amidst his endeavors in refining poisons, he occasionally attempted to cultivate martial arts. However, his aptitude was rather average, with slow progress. Even possessing 3 supreme martial arts manuals without guidance, it was akin to a primary school student tackling advanced mathematics, completely incomprehensible. While he managed to grasp a few basic moves of the shaking Heaven Divine Fist, the Tianyan Wuxiang sword technique was utterly beyond his understanding. It was not until a serendipitous encounter where Li Yuan allowed the sword fairy to peruse the Tianyan Wuxiang sword technique that she effortlessly mastered it, advancing to the 7th level in a short span. Initially, he felt a pang of frustration, but then he realized, the sword fairy belongs to me. If she learns it, doesn't that mean I have learned it as well? Through their innate resonance, Li Yuan indeed grasped a few techniques, and given time, he might achieve mastery. Sword fairy sister, Li Yuan brother, it's time to eat. Wang Zhao called out loudly from the courtyard. Coming. Li Yuan Ruplia. The sword fairy, swift as a white rainbow, was already seated, ready with her bowl and chopsticks, eagerly awaiting the meal. Brother Li Yuan, do you not think that the sword fairy sister has become more spirited? Wang Zhao remarked with a smile. Indeed, Li Yuan had long noticed. Perhaps influenced by the dragon veins fortune of Kunlun Su, or perhaps due to his fusion with the ancestral bloodline. Or maybe it was the effect of practicing the Tianyan Wuxiang sword technique. Regardless, since returning from Kunlun Su, the sword fairy had changed. Her gaze was no longer dull. Occasional glimmers of brilliance appeared. Peculiar behaviors such as hugging trees, running amok while bathing, and swinging in the bamboo grove at midnight had notably diminished. Li Yuan speculated that his transformation had induced a series of changes in the sword fairy, considering their fate was intertwined. Perhaps in less than 300 years, he could restore her spirit. Even the Gu immortal from 3,000 years ago could not have foreseen that a Gu master would bear the bloodline of a martial god. Only a martial god could shatter the fateful prophecies of the Gu immortal. Li Yuan did not dwell on it. For him, this was a fortuitous turn of events, beneficial in every aspect. A few days later, Pei Luoqing hurriedly approached the small bamboo grove, his face beaming with joy, radiant as spring. Brother Pei, what delightful news has you so jubilant? Li Yuan inquired. I am preparing to step down, Pei Luoqing replied with a smile. I come to seek your opinion. Will you take the position of the 12 Caves leader, or shall I select another? Brother, as you know, I prefer a leisurely life, Li Yuan declined. Pei Luo Qing nodded. Very well. I shall arrange for someone from the inner sect of Zhugong to take over, though they may not be exceptionally strong. After all, you are here to oversee matters. The leader's role is merely to manage affairs. That works. Li Yuan agreed. Pei Luo Qing continued. There's another piece of news I must share concerning the Deyan royal family. You may have heard that the young prince remains gravely injured, under the regency of the Night Owl King. Has the Night Owl King made any new moves? Li Yuan asked curiously. Chapter 79. I have found the little Liner indeed. Pei Luo Qing nodded vigorously, still making grand gestures. Oh, Li Yuan's interest was piqued. Elder brother, please elaborate. Not long ago, the Night Owl King issued an order for the Night Owl Guards and their commanders to mobilize simultaneously, directing them to various regions of the Central Plains to oversee the battles, compelling local troops to engage in fierce combat with the demons until they were driven out of the Central Plains. For the common folk of the Central Plains, this was undoubtedly a blessing, as they could finally be free from the calamities wrought by the demons and revel in peace. Even if some demons still lingered in the wilderness, the Night Owl Guards would gradually eliminate them. I have heard that, throughout the Central Plains, people are now extolling the virtues of the young prince, hoping for his swift recovery and ascension to the throne to restore the grandeur of the Dayan era. Pei Luo Qing sighed deeply. With such developments, peace would return to the Central Plains, allowing its people to live and work in tranquility, praising their new emperor and rekindling the fragmented fortunes of the Dayan dynasty. However, with this strategy in place, within 3 months at the shortest, or a year at the longest, a significant influx of demons would surge into the southern border, northern territories, western regions, eastern wilderness, and Kanglan. The already struggling borderlands would truly become a hell on earth. As a native of the southern border, Pei Luo Qing naturally wished to see his homeland spared from being sacrificed in the machinations of power. Yet, the tides of the world were such that even the 9 palaces Gu nest could not intervene, let alone a mere individual like him. Li Yuan understood well that the Night Owl King not only aimed to coerce the emperor into commanding the feudal lords, but also sought to employ a strategy of driving wolves to devour tigers, leveraging over 20 years of demon chaos to diminish the strength of various lords. Pei Luo Qing bitterly smiled. Recognizing the crux of the matter was that this was an overt ploy. No lord dared to confront the Night Owl King directly, as he would undoubtedly make an example of any who did. In times of peace, such actions would surely leave the populace feeling vulnerable and lead to a loss of public support. Yet in times of turmoil, one could only say that the Night Owl King possessed sufficient resolve to sacrifice certain regions for the sake of stabilizing the overall situation. He anticipated that the demons would willingly cooperate, accepting this fine gift delivered through the internal strife of Dayan's power. Any lord who dared to collude with demons would find themselves as nothing more than a sacrificial chicken. What a cunning calculation. Li Yuan's expression grew grave. The Night Owl King's unveiled ambition only solidified his resolve to remain concealed until he had sufficient means to protect himself. In summary, true chaos was about to descend, far more intense than the last time, and the Kanglan army might be too preoccupied with their own survival, leaving everything to rely on their own efforts. Pei Luo Qing solemnly cautioned. After much contemplation, he could not help but inquire, "Junior brother, have you truly decided to remain in the 12 caves indefinitely?" Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The small bamboo grove had been entirely transformed by him. He planned to continue its expansion, crafting it into a domain wholly belonging to him. 2 Gu houses were also situated here. This was his stronghold. Only within the small bamboo grove could he unleash his full potential. Very well. Pei Luo Qing offered no further persuasion. I shall take my leave today. When we meet again remains uncertain. If you find it unbearable, you may seek refuge within the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Indeed, take care, elder brother. As the storm approached, the unpredictability of the world rendered their farewell heavier than usual. Li Yuan produced a small jade vial. This contains the precious medicine I used to tend to the teacher's wounds last time. Please extend my regards to him. This, Pei Luo Qing sighed. Junior brother, I must speak frankly. The teacher is no longer intertwined with the Gu path. He should be content to enjoy his twilight years. Chaos would soon arrive. and such precious medicine would be better kept for oneself, as even the teacher would not accept it if he were here. This is my sincere intention. Li Yuan smiled. Trust me, the teacher will surely find it useful. Very well then. Pei Luoqing ceased to decline further. Although the young disciple appeared solitary and somewhat reclusive, he was truly generous among friends and relatives, offering valuable medicine without hesitation. After bidding farewell to Pei Luoqing, Li Yuan entered a hidden treasure trove concealed by numerous Gu insects. A data panel materialized. Gu Master, Li Yuan Black Jar, 6 Transformation 136-3000, Realm, 6 Transformation Mental Power, Mid-Domain Stage, Faded Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revival Gu, Colorful. Gu Houses, Colorful, 1000 Gu House, 1000 Gu House, that produces a drop of Revival Essence each month, having produced 5 drops to date, 4 of which Li Yuan had given to his teacher, Yu Hengchuan, keeping only 1 for emergencies. The 5 strands of heavenly fire produced by the Colorful were all reserved for trade, to exchange for rare treasures. 7 days later, the new Cave Master of the 12 Caves was inaugurated, a 5th Transformation Gu Master. On his first day, he arrived at the small bamboo grove bearing generous gifts. Li Shixiao, I am Pang Dachuan, sent by the 9 Palaces Gu Nest to serve as the Cave Master of the 12 Caves. Here is the token of the inner sect. Please verify it. Though Pang Dachuan was also an inner sect disciple, Li Yuan was a direct disciple of the elders, holding a higher status. You're too courteous. Li Yuan smiled faintly. I will only oversee matters related to the remnants of the Gu Tower in the small bamboo grove. Everything else falls under your purview as the Cave Master. No need to consult me. Recalling his own arrival at the age of 16, following old Wang like a lackey. Today, Pang Dachuan's demeanor left him in a daze, once again feeling the passage of time and the changes it wrought. Yes, yes. Pang Dachuan nodded repeatedly, adding Li Shixiao. I heard from Pei Shixiao that you prefer tranquility. Would you like to further expand the small bamboo grove, encompassing the surrounding peaks to prevent other disciples from disturbing your cultivation? Li Yuan was surprised. He hadn't anticipated Pang Dachuan to be so astute. He indeed harbored thoughts of further expanding the small bamboo grove, as the future growth of Gu houses, the expansion of the corpse puppet army, and the cultivation of more Gu insects all required territory. That is acceptable, since Pang Dachuan had suggested it. Li Yuan readily agreed. Excellent. Pandakum beamat Li Shixiong. Rest assured, I will make all the necessary arrangements. Thank you for your trouble. Li Yuan summoned a black jar containing several unrefined 5th Transformation Gu, specifically meant to supplement the power of his faded Gu, and gifted them to him. Thank you, Li Shixiao. Thank you. Pang Dachuan grinned widely, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. In the extreme northern ice plains, blizzards howled, and the cold bit at the bones. Amidst the vast white earth stood houses crafted from ice and snow. There were no city walls, and the expanse of sky and land served as the tribe's best defense against external threats. Clop, clop, clop. Not far away, horses broke through the snowy veil. That is, the patrolling soldiers, upon seeing the newcomers, exclaimed in delight, It's Xiao Si Ming. Xiao Si Ming has returned. Quickly, inform the king. Within the grand ice house, the Kirin king, onto Yuan, suddenly sat upright, coughed a few times, and rushed out the door. Xiao Si Ming dismounted from her steed, her bare feet treading the snow and wind, her silver hair dancing in the breeze, with the tiny ice bells on her dress jingling melodiously. Father, she swiftly approached the Kirin king. Father, I have found it. I found the little Liner. I found my sister's child. Chapter 80. The tribe of the extreme north icefield Mu Yao. Have you found Shaolina? The pallid face of the Qilin king, and Tuo Yuan, began to reveal a hint of color. Yes, the young deity and Mu Yao steadied him. Father, let us enter the house and speak slowly. Good, good. And Tuo Yuan beamed with joy. Upon entering, and Mu Yao gestured, and a phantom of the Qilin materialized, enveloping the entire dwelling. She then spoke. While I was arranging the totemic flags in Kunlun Void, the twin jade pendants suddenly reacted. At that moment, Shaoliner was undoubtedly nearby. However, due to the threat posed by the Night Owl King, I dared not reveal myself. I only noted the faction Shaoliner belonged to at that time. He is in the southern frontier at the Nine Palaces Gu nest. The Nine Palaces Gu nest, and Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. Even in the extreme north, far removed from the southern frontier, the name of the Nine Palaces Gu nest echoed in his ears. It is renowned as the origin of the Gu master lineage, the dominant power in the southern frontier, with a legacy far more profound than that of the Icefield tribe. Father, should we not go and retrieve my sister's child? And Mu Yao expressed her concern. He must have suffered greatly alone all these years. A descendant of the martial god, reduced to forsaking his roots, adopting a false surname, and learning the ways of Gu. Of course, we must bring him back. And Yuan's expression turned bitter. If not for Mu Qiu, our Icefield tribe would have long ceased to exist. How can we allow Mu Qiu's child to wander alone in the world? But I feel. And Mu Yao paused. Shaoliner does not seem eager to recognize us. We must understand him. And Yuan sighed. Shaoliner has been on the run since childhood, enduring much hardship. Growing up in such an environment, who can he trust? He has no choice but to rely on himself. As someone who has walked a similar path, I deeply empathize with my estranged grandson. Caution is not a vice. It is prudent to tread carefully to ensure longevity. What shall we do then? And Mu Qiu proposed. The opportunity to find Shaoliner is before us. Are we to simply watch from the sidelines without acknowledging him? Certainly, we must acknowledge him, and Yuan replied. But we cannot force him. We have not raised this child. He has received no kindness from us. It is only natural for him to be wary. Our task is to gradually alleviate Shaoliner's suspicions, allowing him to trust us and eventually embrace us. He is Mu Qiu's child, inherently. He cannot be the cold and self-serving type. His apparent indifference is merely a means of self-preservation. Having heard the Qilin king's words, and Mu Yao felt a sense of relief. Father, what do you suggest we do? You will conceal your identity and venture to the southern frontier. First, conduct a covert investigation. Once you locate Shaoliner, do not make your presence known or act impulsively. And Yuan instructed, observe first, then approach gradually, until he shows goodwill and is willing to accept us. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, and Yuan was seized by a violent fit of coughing, his white hair disheveled, resembling a decrepit lion of old age. Father, and Mu Yao quickly supported him. Your condition appears to be worsening. It is nothing. And Yuan waved dismissively. I can still endure for another 10 years or so. I will surely see Mu Qiu's child and hear him call me grandfather. Follow me. He struggled to stand, opening a door leading underground. And Mu Yao assisted him as they descended the stairs step by step. The Icefield tribe traces its origins back 2 millennia. A group of refugees fled from the central plains to this desolate, frigid land, suffering from hunger and cold, nearly freezing to death, until one among them discovered the corpse of a Qilin within an iceberg. The Qilin, a symbol of auspiciousness, had at times been equated with the true dragon throughout history, and the sight of the Qilin's tragic demise on the icefield struck fear into the hearts of the refugees. At that moment, someone raised his arm and shouted, "The Ice Qilin is a benevolent deity. It cannot bear to see mortals suffer. Thus it has descended to nourish us with its flesh. We must not betray the kindness and compassion of the Qilin god." Under this leader's guidance, the refugees partook of the Qilin's remains, miraculously gaining mysterious powers, no longer fearing the ice and snow, nor the bitter cold. The refugees, filled with trepidation, feared divine retribution, praying and kneeling in earnest. Subsequently, the Qilin god not only spared them from punishment, but also manifested mysterious runes upon the Qilin's remains, imparting cultivation methods and bestowing Qilin treasures upon them. Grateful, the people revered the Qilin as a deity, establishing a tribe upon the icefield, honoring the Qilin as their totem. They believed this was the true God, an eternal God, sustaining humanity with its flesh, delivering them from worldly suffering. Thus, the Icefield tribe began to flourish in the extreme north, venerating the Qilin and serving it faithfully. All these tales are depicted in murals lining the underground passage, which Mu Yao had visited with the Qilin king several times, each time left in awe. At the end of the passage, a vast expanse unfolded, revealing a colossal altar 1,000 feet wide and hundreds of feet high. At the center of the altar lay a skeleton, its bones resembling exquisitely carved jade. imbued with a subtle, time-worn yellow hue. The contours were robust, yet elegant, with the roots of its horns thick and sturdy, tapering to sharp, fierce tips. Along its elongated neck, the vertebrae were tightly interlinked, with runes faintly visible. The Chilean's chest was broad, its ribs arching like resilient beams, extending outward, while its limbs remained strong and robust, still poised as if in mid-gallop. Great Chilean god, your subjects, and Tuo Yuan and Enmu Yao, humbly prostrate before you. The two knelt before the Chilean's remains, bowing 3 times with reverence. We are grateful for your benevolence. May the blessings of the divine be everlasting. After paying their respects, Tuo Yuan approached a recess on the altar, retrieving a glimmering pearl radiating an ice-blue light, and handed it to Enmu Yao. Mu Yao, this is the Chilean pearl, capable of catalyzing the bloodlines of all beings and enhancing their spiritual essence. There have been Gu masters from the southern frontier who traversed the poles, braving mountains and waters to seek this pearl, willing to exchange many rare treasures. For it is of great use to them. Once you find Xiao Liner, present him with the pearl. He will surely cherish it. This is one of the few valuable gifts I can bestow upon my grandson. Understood. And Mu Yao nodded. Father, rest assured, I will earn Xiao Liner's trust. Bring him back to see you, and together we shall honor my sister. Do not be hasty. Be cautious not to attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. And Tuo Yuan advised. He sighed softly, Muchio, if you are watching from above, please bless Liner. I hope in my lifetime to make amends for the shortcomings I have towards him. Chapter 81. The 7 Absolute Peaks of the Central Plains, Yuanhua, 12 Caves. The expansion of the bamboo grove was in full swing. Every day, Li Yuan practiced swordplay with the sword fairy and collaborated with Xiao Kai and Fifth Sister to construct the Gu house, occasionally synthesizing new Gu insects, living a carefree and joyous life. However, he knew that such blissful times would not last long. One day, a familiar guest arrived at the bamboo grove. Miss Pear, it has been a while. The visitor was none other than Li Ruo Qian from the Kanglan army. After such a long absence, your bamboo grove has truly flourished, growing quite substantial, almost forming its own faction, she remarked with a smile. We have nurtured many Gu. It requires ample space, Li Yuan replied. That day, thank you for saving me, Li Ruo Qian said, lowering her gaze and bowing slightly. It was nothing, Li Yuan waved his hand. Miss Pear and I are old business partners. Without your connections, a small figure like me would never have boarded the grand vessel of the Kanglan army. I know you enjoy dissecting monsters for Gu cultivation, so I have brought you a 7th-tier monster corpse. Li Ruo Qian instructed her soldiers to bring forth a corpse. It was a butterfly demon, adorned with a beautiful human face, a graceful figure, and wings that shimmered in a dreamlike array of colors. What a splendid specimen! Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. The materials he needed most for refining dream silkworms were indeed those from butterfly, moth, and insect demons. Due to their inherent frailty, such creatures were far less numerous in comparison to the likes of tigers, leopards, wolves, and lions. What do you ask for it? It's a gift. This is my personal possession, not to be accounted for in the Kanglan army's records, Li Ruo Qian stated. Li Yuan chuckled. I knew Miss Pear possessed a generous heart. In return, allow me to present you with a token. He then retrieved a specially crafted metal box and opened it. Inside flickered a dancing flame. This treasure is known as the celestial fire, condensed from the energy of the great sun in the heavens. It can be used to attack foes or forge precious artifacts. Can be used to forge artifacts? Li Ruo Qian was astonished. Such extraordinary flames born from nature were rare, and she had sought them diligently. As she had officially attained the 7th-tier Grandmaster rank, she required such a unique flame to forge her destined sword. Accept it. Li Yuan closed the iron box and handed it to her. I owe you another favor, Li Ruo Qian remarked, accepting the celestial fire. Next time I come to the mountain, I shall bring more monster corpses to show my gratitude. Let's not dwell on favors. The more monster corpses, the better, Li Yuan replied, not being overly formal with an old acquaintance. Miss Pear, I can procure more celestial fire. And if the army has any high-tier monster corpses, be they complete or incomplete, I will take as many as available. The higher the tier, the better. Understood, Li Ruo Qian nodded. I shall assist you in contacting other generals to procure surplus monster corpses for you. I appreciate your efforts, Miss Pear, Li Yuan said, cupping his hands in gratitude. You're welcome, she smiled. On that day in Kunlun Su, your valiant performance did not go unnoticed by many in the Kanglan army. I imagine everyone would be eager to collaborate with a talent such as you. A 6th-tier Gu master battling a semi-saint level demon was an exceptional talent, one that would shine brightly among any superpower. In the future, you may very well become the helmsman of a formidable faction. Who wouldn't he wish to befriend you? There's something else I need to tell you. Li Ruoqian's expression grew serious. Is it concerning the demon turmoil? Li Wangasa. Indeed, she affirmed. Ever since King Night Owl issued the order for the commanders to oversee the Central Plains, the demons have largely been driven from the territory, spilling into the lands of various lords. The current situation sees the Central Plains remaining aloof, indifferent to the plight of the borders. The demons are thus rampant, more ferocious than ever, and various lords are struggling to cope, forcing the Kanglan army to retract its defenses. You must prepare for battle. Although the 12 caves are situated in the mountains, they are not as deeply rooted as the 9th palace. They may occasionally be affected. Thank you for the warning. Miss Pear, Li Yuan said, clasping his fists. Until the power of the feudal lords is sufficiently weakened and the royal family regains control, King Night Owl will not relent. No one knows how long this turmoil will persist. However, there's also good news. At this point, Li Ruoqian paused again, gazing at Li Yuan. You must have heard of the saying, 1 peak in the Central Plains, 1 summit pavilion, 2 absolute sects, and 3 mountains entering the world to sever the red dust. I've heard of it, but I don't know much, Li Yuan admitted. He only knew that it referred to the 7 dominant factions in the Central Plains Yuanhua. According to popular belief, these factions could contend with the 9th Palace Gu nest. He thought it somewhat exaggerated. The 9th Palace Gu nest boasted nearly 28th-tier Gu masters, representing the pinnacle of Gu Dao, encompassing 90% of the strongest practitioners. Any single one of the 7 dominant factions in the Central Plains Yuanhua would likely be inferior to the 9th Palace Gu nest. You truly are solely devoted to refining Gu, oblivious to worldly affairs, Li Ruoqian exclaimed, astonished. It was rare to find someone who knew so little of the 7 great powers of the Central Plains Yuanhua. Even many children in the southern border were well acquainted with them. She explained, the so-called 1 peak in the sky refers to the Heavenly Sky sect, a faction that embodies both righteousness and wickedness, shrouded in mystery with many experts within. 1 summit pavilion refers to the Su Xian Pavilion, a domain for scholars, the pinnacle of contemporary Confucianism. The 2 absolute sects refer to the Ling Shao sword sect and the Balian sect. The former is one of the greatest sword schools today, while the latter excels in weapon forging and physical training, unmatched by any other. The 3 mountains are another pinnacle of swordsmanship, encompassing the benevolent and righteous Shu Mountain, as well as the Taoist Longhua Mountain and Qingqing Mountain. These 3 factions focus on cultivating the heart, refraining from engaging in worldly interests. In times of prosperity, they seclude themselves to hone their skills, but when turmoil arises, they descend from the mountains to vanquish evil and restore order. Hence, the saying 3 mountains entering the world to sever the red dust, Li Ruoqian patiently elucidated. Only then did Li Yuan understand that the good news Miss Pear mentioned was related to them. Indeed, she sighed, the emperor is heartless, yet the Jianghu is filled with righteousness. Even though King Night Owl has issued prohibitions, Shu Mountain, Qingqing Mountain, and Longhua Mountain have rallied the Jianghu to organize righteous individuals to venture into the borderlands to slay demons and exterminate evil. Moreover, I have also heard that the Ling Shao sword sect has sent people to the southern border, but it seems they are not here to slay demons. Li Yuan was taken aback. Wait, the Ling Shao sword sect? Why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly, he recalled the scenes he had witnessed during his initial resonance with the Sword Fairy's thoughts. Was not the birthplace of the Sword Fairy 3,000 years ago the very Ling Shao sword sect? The Ling Shao sword sect is not here to slay demons? Then what for? The reason became clear. That can't be right, Li Yuan reconsidered. Why should I be worried? In truth, they ought to address me as their ancestor. Chapter 82. Xiao Zhao's fifth transformation. After bidding farewell to Li Ruo Qian, Li Yuan sat in the remnants of the Gu building, lost in contemplation. He pieced together the sequence of events. He recalled his senior sister Ning Hongyu mentioning that after the Kunlun Su Fengshan grand ceremony, the Nine Palaces Gu nest would thoroughly investigate the disappearance of the Sword Immortal. It was certain that the Nine Palaces Gu nest had sent word requesting assistance from the Lingxiao sword sect in the southern frontier. Surely they wouldn't trace it back to me? By now, few would remember what the Sword Immortal looked like. However, if the Sword Immortal truly resembled a celestial being and wielded a sword, it was likely that someone might make a connection. But what does it matter? The Fengshan grand ceremony has concluded, and I need not venture out, so I have little to fear of being discovered, unless they were to scour the entire Nine Palaces mountain range. With this thought, Li Yuan felt at ease. He shifted his gaze to the corpse of the seventh-tier butterfly demon beside him. This body was perfectly suited for refining the preliminary materials for the dreamlike silkworm, so he decided against incorporating it into the demon puppet army. Currently, his younger sister commanded a demon puppet army consisting of one seventh-tier demon lord, the semi-holy elephant demon he had brought back from Kunlun Su, 10 sixth-tier demons, 100 fifth-tier demons, and over 1,000 fourth-tier demons. The ability to command such a multitude of demon corpses was greatly aided by the successful crafting of the Gu house. With the enhancement of the Pan Si Xianjing, his sister could thrive and ascend as the true queen. In the grand scheme of the world, I cannot stand alone against the tide. I must remain in the secluded mountains, nurturing my strength through battle, and carve out a realm that belongs solely to me. Li Yuan felt a sense of joy as he began dissecting the butterfly demon's corpse. The seventh-tier demons were brimming with treasures: illusion butterfly blood, transformation powder, rebirth eggs, azure sky demon wings, and molting demon pills. Upon completing the dissection, he meticulously categorized the valuable materials. Let's begin. He selected the original materials: 3 fifth-tier illusion soul bugs, added illusion butterfly blood, and transformation powder, initiating the synthesis. You have obtained the 6th-tier illusion Gu, colorful feather butterfly. To refine the extraordinary Gu, dreamlike silkworm, 3 rare Gu were required. The butterfly illusion without trace, which was also the life Gu of Yuan. The reverse thought silkworm, which endowed the Gu master with the ability to obliterate living beings' memories and forcibly alter their will. And the spring and autumn pupa, which allowed the Gu master to self-seal in a near-death state, undergoing rebirth through the cycles of spring and autumn, with each rebirth granting greater strength, but requiring more time and increasing difficulty. Only these 3 types of Gu could potentially evolve into the pupa of the dreamlike silkworm, thus entering the stage of illusion dream 9 transformations. Again, Li Yuan concentrata. He selected the original materials: 3 fifth-tier illusion soul bugs, added illusion butterfly blood, and rebirth eggs. Initiating the synthesis, you have obtained the 6th-tier illusion Gu, spring breathing silkworm. Another failure. Li Yuan adhered strictly to the synthesis paths documented by his master, Yuanhua. Yet the results remained inconsistent. As his master had said, even with identical materials in similar environments, slight variations could lead to different outcomes in the cultivated Gu. The discrepancies became increasingly pronounced with higher-tier Gu. Continue. Li Yuan had long accustomed himself to repeated failures, viewing them merely as preparations. He selected the original materials: 3 fifth-tier illusion soul bugs, added fragments of azure sky demon wings, and molting demon powder. Initiating the synthesis, you have obtained the 6th-tier illusion Gu, 5 poison Gu. Once more, Li Yuan tirelessly pressed on with the synthesis. You have obtained the 6th-tier illusion Gu, swallowing life Gu. You have obtained the 6th-tier illusion Gu, night illusion butterfly. You have obtained. In the blink of an eye, a month had slipped by. Li Yuan sat before the black cauldron, gazing at the dwindling materials, immersed in thought, increasingly understanding his master's difficulties and regrets. He added all remaining materials into the cauldron. Initiating the synthesis, you have obtained the 6th-tier rare Gu, reverse thought silkworm. Success? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. After so many preparations, he had finally cultivated a rare Gu to nurture the extraordinary dreamlike silkworm. The cost was an entire 7th-tier demon corpse, specifically that of a butterfly demon, which was fortuitously aligned in properties. Yet, he still required more high-tier demon corpses. This matter now lay in the hands of Li Ruo Qian and the Kanglin army. "Brother Yuan, are you there?" At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "What is it, Xiao Zhao?" Li Yuan inquired. "Brother Yuan, the cave master Peng Dachuan has reported that a large number of refugees have fled to the region under our jurisdiction. He has sent word to seek your counsel." Wang Xiao Zhao replied. "Refugees?" Li Yuan stowed away the reverse-thought silkworm and stepped outside. The mention of refugees brought to mind his own past as one, including Old Wang, Xiao Zhao, and many colleagues from the 12 Caves, all of whom had once been refugees. "Xiao Zhao, how do you think we should handle this?" "Let them participate in the Gu Master examination. After enduring several setbacks, our 12 Caves are in need of personnel," Wang Xiao Zhao responded. Li Yuan nodded and promptly instructed Yuk to relay the orders. "Inform the Cave Master that refugees who wish to participate in the Gu Master examination may be arranged. Those unwilling should remain in the outer mountains for a while, recuperate, and then be allowed to leave. The 12 Caves are not a refuge for displaced persons. Some matters must adhere to the rules." "Understood." Yuk flapped her wings and departed. "Brother Yuan, the situation outside is likely dire. Until now, we've only seen a few scattered refugees, but this is the first time encountering a multitude in the hundreds." Wang Xiao Zhao sensed that turmoil would soon engulf the 12 Caves again. There will always be a day of resolution. Li Yuan's expression remained tranquil. A few days later, Wang Xiao Zhao excitedly approached Li Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I've made a breakthrough. I have stepped into the realm of the 5th-tier Gu Master." Over the years, the Gu and materials necessary for Wang Xiao Zhao's cultivation have been largely provided by Li Yuan, granting her a somewhat expedited path. Her breakthrough was thus anticipated, with the potential of the rare Gu, Blood-Eye Gu, as long as she followed the prescribed methods. Reaching the 7th tier would not be overly challenging. Congratulations! With conflict looming, Xiao Zhao's timely breakthrough brought Li Yuan a sense of relief. He had been awaiting this day, as he had something to gift Xiao Zhao. "Follow me. I have something for you." "All right." Wang Xiao Zhao beamed with joy. After years of close companionship, there was no need for pretense between her and Brother Yuan. Upon entering the room, Li Yuan produced a small black cauldron and handed it to Xiao Zhao. "A Gu?" Wang Xiao Zhao paused, having already possessed her life Gu. Ordinary Gu held little significance for her. What could possibly warrant such special preparation for Brother Yuan? It seemed as though he had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. With a heart full of expectation, she slowly lifted the lid of the black cauldron. Inside lay a silkworm, appearing as if crafted from glass, translucent and shimmering. Within, an icy blue radiance flowed, reminiscent of a glacial dream, exuding an aura that calmed the mind and spirit. Wang Xiao Zhao could not see it, but this aura was all too familiar. She would never forget it. This is the Ice Heart Gu, the rare Gu cultivated by grandfather, using his heart before he passed. Chapter 83. Codename, Cage Sparrow. Brother Yuan, have you kept this Gu worm all this time? For reasons unknown, Wang Xiao Zhao felt an overwhelming urge to cry, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Old Wang cherished two treasures throughout his life, the first being his beloved granddaughter, and the second, the Ice Heart Gu, which he nurtured with his life and which transformed into a precious entity upon his death. "I shall not take what others hold dear," he remarked. "Now that you have stepped into the realm of the 5th-turn Gu Master, it is fortuitous that you can accept another subordinate Gu. The Ice Heart Gu is indeed a fitting choice. Under normal circumstances, rare Gu worms are difficult to acquire as subordinate Gu, with only a few exceptions. For instance, if a Gu Master possesses the corresponding upper-tier variant of a rare Gu, or if the rare Gu is inherently connected to the Gu Master. Clearly, Wang Xiao Zhao falls into the latter category. "Take it," he urged. To Li Yuan, a rare Gu worm was of little consequence, but for Xiao Zhao, a functional rare Gu was exceedingly precious. "Stop crying. You're behaving like a little girl," he comforted her. The frail girl who ascended the mountain had transformed into a striking young woman. "Brother Yuan, thank you." The word "thank you" lingered on her lips, but she hesitated recalling that Yuan did not appreciate her expressions of gratitude. Otherwise, he would turn around and thank her for all those trivial, everyday matters she had quietly kept in her heart. Having stayed by his side for many years, she could no longer see his face clearly in her memories. But he remained a celestial being illuminating her existence. It was precisely because she could not see that her perception grew sharper. In her world, Brother Yuan had always been silent and solitary, as if burdened with a weight, traversing towards an unattainable destination. She sensed a foreboding. One day, he would depart to undertake a monumental task. The quieter and more composed he became, the stronger her premonition grew, becoming increasingly difficult to quell. If that day were to come, she wished to stand by his side, rather than let him shoulder everything alone and leave in solitude. Until then, she must tread carefully, ensuring not to impose any further pressure upon him. I can wait. Even if it took until her hair turned white, time's relentless passage was inconsequential, was it not? Wang Zhao Zhao. Time slipped away quietly. As refugees continued to flock to the 12 caves, some passed the Gu master trials and joined, while others perished in the process, and some left in disappointment. Li Yuan observed it all in silence. To many disciples, he had become a reclusive sage. Thanks to the rebirth Gu, he retained a youthful appearance despite the passage of years, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Occasionally, he overheard disciples discussing him through reconnaissance Gu, and the tales of his prowess had transformed him into a mythical figure akin to a wandering monk. The cave master, Pang Chun, would also gather and present information from outside the mountains for Li Yuan's perusal. The state of the world was as he had anticipated. After the night, Owl King commanded various commanders to oversee the battles and expel the demons. The situation in the Central Plains flourished, with great fortunes rising. However, the border regions suffered greatly, with various lords shrinking their defenses repeatedly, yielding territory and cities to the relentless attacks of demons. The 7 dominant factions of the Central Plains, the Pinnacle of Heaven, the Summit Pavilion, the 2 absolute sects, and the 3 mountains that entered the mortal realm, joined the fray. With countless heroes venturing forth from the Central Plains into the border regions, gallantly facing death. Among them, the 3 mountains, Shu Mountain, Longhu Mountain, and Qingcheng Mountain, truly embodied their titles, earning admiration from all. In Kunlun, deep within the mountains, a woman clutched a flower basket, her expression filled with terror as she stumbled along the mountain path. Behind her, a monstrous wolf demon approached leisurely, an expression of mockery on its face. Pretty little thing, you cannot escape. Why not stay and serve me? It taunted. Despite its slow pace, its strides covered great distances, closing the gap between them. With a sudden surge of fear, the woman lost her footing on a stone and fell, injuring her leg, leaving her unable to rise. Pretty little thing, I'm coming for you, the wolf demon grinned, licking its lips in anticipation. Just as it prepared to pounce, a shadow darted between the trees, swiftly approaching. Night Owl Guard, the wolf demon exclaimed in alarm. In an instant, a masked figure clad in a cloak stood before them, a blade flashing momentarily. The wolf demon's head tumbled to the ground as the guards sheathed their weapon with seamless precision. Are you all right? The Night Owl Guard asked, assisting the woman to her feet. I'm fine, she stammered, taken aback. Just recently, during the grand ceremony, she had seen the Night Owl Guards, cold, unfeeling beings who dispatched lives without a second thought. Why was this one showing her kindness? Can you walk? The guard inquired. I think. I twisted my ankle. She replied softly. Let me take a look. The Night Owl Guard knelt, retrieving a small vial and carefully sprinkling powder over her wound, gently applying it evenly. The medicine will take some time to take effect. We shouldn't linger here. I'll carry you. Huh? The woman was stunned. You? Carry me? Yes, the guard nodded. Crouching down. Climb on. The woman was completely bewildered. Hadn't the village elder warned that the Night Owl Guards were terrifying? She was to show respect and keep her distance. Why was this one treating her so kindly? In an almost trance-like state, she climbed onto the guard's back as he carried her away in silence. As dusk fell, the setting sun cast the outline of a small village known as Little Wind Village. Resting on the guard's shoulder, the woman was lost in thought, recalling a day years ago under a similar sunset when a young boy had chased away a pack of wolves, carrying her home, bloodied and bruised. Later, that man, who had vowed to gather a bride price to marry her, disappeared after burying his mother, never to return. She would forever remember that heartless wretch's name. Chingodan, we've arrived. The guard's husky voice pulled her from her reverie. You can walk the rest of the way. Don't venture alone into dangerous places again. Thank you. She started, but before she could finish, she noticed that the Night Owl Guard had already departed. Perhaps there were indeed kind-hearted individuals among the Night Owl Guards. A smile crept onto her face as she made her way down the country road towards Little Wind Village. Yet after a few steps, her heart suddenly trembled as she realized she had never mentioned where she lived. How did the guard know she resided in Little Wind Village? Turning back, the figure in the sunset was becoming increasingly indistinct, yet she could see it more clearly, as if it were the boy from her past. She could not hear the Night Owl Guard's murmured words beneath the sunset. There is no longer a Chungo-Dan. Li Ching-su is not my true name. From now on, I am known only as the Night Owl Guard. Codename, Cage Sparrow. Chapter 84. Turbulent times in the stillness of the night. Shadows stirred in a canyon beyond the Jogong mountain range in the southern wilderness. For countless years, the Jogong Gu nest has loomed over us, annihilating the wind and snow sword manor and devastating the foundations of Tiandaoya and Xingyue Palace. Today, the opportunity for vengeance has arrived. Not long ago, King Kanglin, Xiao Yuan, was gravely injured and preoccupied with his own affairs, causing most of the Kanglin troops to withdraw from this region. From now on, this place will be the stronghold of King Yu. I have thoroughly investigated. There are 36 entrances to the Jogong Gu nest within these mountains. Yet only 2 7th-rank Gu masters guard them. Our objective tonight is to eliminate these Gu masters without leaving a single one alive. The endless chaos wrought by demons undoubtedly benefits King Linghua the most. General, if we openly confront the Jogong Gu nest and attack the Kanglin army, will we not face retribution from King Yexiao? He has been waiting to set an example. One soldier voiced with unease. What retribution? The speaker chuckled. I am no longer a subordinate of King Yu. I have long ceased to be a man. Remember, we are brothers of the demons. He surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze. Let me speak plainly. If any of you pity those lowly wretches, if anyone among you wishes to be a do-gooder, then get the hell out of here. I only welcome ruthless individuals here, merciless heroes who wish to rise above. Whether we recognize someone as our leader is irrelevant. After all, King Yexiao does not regard us as humans. By allying with the demons, we shall reap greater rewards. With the black armored general's rallying cry, the people in the canyon raised their wicked blades high. Kill! 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 Above the canyon, 2 high-ranking demons observed the scene with amusement, their eyes glinting with mockery. Bring out the wine, little ones. One of the leopard demons, adorned with patterns resembling gold coins, waved his hand, instructing a group of lesser demons to bring forth barrels of fine wine. Everyone, let us drink together. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the canyon, tantalizing the nostrils of the crowd. Gazing into the steaming crimson liquid in their cups, some struggled to steady their hands. What was this? This was no wine. It was clearly blood, fresh human blood. Commander Golden Leopard, is this not a bit excessive? One soldier could not help but question. Bang! In the next instant, the head of the speaker exploded in the night. To be brothers, one must act as such, the Crimson Leopard demon sneered. Drink our demon wine and slay a few human heads. Only then can you truly be counted as our kin. Otherwise, you would be deceiving our feelings, and the consequences would be dire. The colorful peacock demon giggled, covering her mouth. You're going too far. Another soldier shouted. This is not cooperation. This is coercion to make us your slaves. There is nothing to discuss with humans. They are hypocritical and weak, deserving only of servitude. The Crimson Leopard demon scoffed. Furthermore, allow me to remind you, the peacock demon chimed in. We used to collaborate with King Yu, but now he seeks our favor. Times have changed. No need for further words. I shall drink. The black armored general raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. The Crimson Leopard demon approached him, patting his shoulder. Good. You are a fine demon. You are truly our brother. With the black armored general leading, more and more individuals consumed the sanguine wine. Very well. The Crimson Leopard demon clapped his hands in satisfaction. Next, you need only to sever another human head as a token of allegiance, and you shall become part of the great demon clan. I look forward to it. The peacock demon purred enticingly. Whoever slays the most humans, I shall share a night of passion with. The crowd was instantly ablaze with fervor. Let's depart, commanded the black-armored general, and the group swiftly exited the canyon, dispersing in various directions into the mountains. In the 12th cave, amidst the process of refining Gu, Yuan sensed an approaching presence. Has it finally arrived? With his current mental prowess, he could effortlessly monitor the movements within the entire 12th cave, extending his awareness for dozens of miles beyond. He had strategically placed Gu insects along all major defensive lines and pathways leading up the mountain. No disturbance could escape his notice. As the demons ventured into the 12th cave's territory, Yuan became aware of them. 3 6th-ranked demons, a 7th-ranked grandmaster of the human race, and over 20 lesser beings below the 5th realm were present, a decent configuration. In the past, such a force could have easily overrun the 12th cave. It seemed that King Kanglin had suffered considerable losses, and the Jiugong Gu nest had also incurred damage. Otherwise, they would not have sent so many demons into the mountains. Yuan, contemplating the situation, realized it had become dire. Summon the elephant demon commander, he softly commanded. Thud! Thud! The elephant demon commander, transformed into a corpse puppet, approached with heavy steps, kneeling before him. It is time to test your abilities, Yuan ordered. Do not allow these mere minions to enter. They would disturb the tranquility of the 12th cave. Yes, master. The elephant demon commander's voice emerged from its hollow body, devoid of emotion. Following the command, it departed into the night, heading straight for the path where the demons approached. Yuan, accompanied by Shao Kai, 5th sister, and Sword Fairy, trailed behind, observing from a distance. They found a solitary mountain peak from which they could view the scene unfolding on the path. The elephant demon commander, resembling a small mountain, blocked the entrance to the 12th cave. The black-armored soldiers and demons infiltrating the area caught sight of the massive figure under the moonlight, causing them to tremble in fear. What is that? A demon exclaimed, the elephant demon commander who went missing in the battle of Kunlun Void. How could he be here? The leading grandmaster's expression darkened. It was evident that the commander had been turned into a corpse puppet. The elephant demon commander was a half-saint. An air of dread swept through the crowd. What are you afraid of? The grandmaster, a figure of strength and resolve, reassured them. Those who achieve the rank of grandmaster possess formidable mental fortitude. Even facing a corpse puppet of the half-saint elephant demon, we have no need for fear. After all, its strength is halved post-transformation. It is not a significant threat. I will hold it back while you search for the controlling Gu master, who must be nearby and cannot have fled too far. Slay that Gu master, and the problem will be resolved. Can we defeat it? A 6th-ranked demon inquired. The Gu masters possess little combat strength. If I can restrain the elephant demon puppet, the Gu master's power will be negligible. Killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken, the leading grandmaster asserted confidently. Reassured, the others began searching the vicinity, while the grandmaster unsheathed his dark blade and charged at the elephant demon puppet. On a mountain peak, Yuan smiled. One could not deny that a grandmaster is indeed a grandmaster. They possess clarity of thought and courage, analyzing the situation thoroughly. Such a pity, he mused. The typical methods of ordinary Gu masters will not work against me. Chapter 85. The Sword Fairy Strikes Again. The Blackwater Celestial Saber. The Grandmaster, gathering the true essence of martial arts, wielded a pitch-black long saber that emitted a resonant hum, its blade aura materializing like the surging waves of the deep sea, profound and perilous. Kill! In an instant, he surged forward, appearing behind the elephant demon corpse puppet, and with a fierce slash, he struck. The elephant demon merely executed a simple turning kick, its thick-skinned leg allowing the blade aura to glide harmlessly, merely shedding some dead skin. Bang! The terrifying backlash was a pain the black-armored grandmaster could barely withstand, forcing him to retreat and dissipate the force, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. No matter, I merely need to hold on. Sensing the precarious situation, he took a deep breath, ceasing his offensive and beginning a battle of attrition. At that moment, A chilling scream echoed not far away. What is happening? Are there more experts? The black-armored Grand Master's expression darkened. How could such a small area hold so many powerful adversaries? They had gathered intelligence long ago, and there was certainly no mistake this time. This region consisted of 36 caves, yet only 2 7th-order Gu masters remained, already engaged by the chief of the Crimson Gold Leopard Demon and the Peacock Lady. The rest were likely some peculiar Gu masters, such as the one he was currently facing. However, there couldn't be too many. They certainly wouldn't converge in one place. In response, only more agonizing screams echoed, a sound he knew all too well. It was his trusted subordinate, who had fought alongside him for many years, meeting a tragic end here. 1, 2, 3. Li Yuan had long since issued orders. Demons were to be left intact, while humans were to be ruthlessly slaughtered. It appeared this was a large-scale operation. The execution capability of this team clearly indicated premeditation, suggesting that a higher command was backing the black-armored Grandmaster. The assault was not limited to the 12 caves. Stronger foes were likely on the way. Given the dire circumstances, Li Yuan had long ceased to depend on others. He had to hold the line himself. The battle at Kunlun Void had roughly validated his strength. He had the chance to slay a half-saint. Yet, should true martial saints and demon saints arrive, escape would be his only option. After all, he was merely a 6th-order Gu master. Even with the Gu house that could only be crafted by an 8th-order Gu master, there remained an inherent gap. Battling above his level against a half-saint was his limit. 8th-order experts were the backbone of any faction, likely eyeing the 9 Palaces Gu Nest and the Kanglan army's masters, too wary to act recklessly. The loss of even one such powerhouse would be a painful blow. In the midst of these thoughts, the demon puppet army had nearly eliminated the invaders, leaving only one black-armored Grand Master struggling to hold on. If only it were not a Grand Master of the human race, but rather a 7th-order Great Demon. Human Grand Masters relied on the true essence of their mastery, martial arts techniques and secret weaponry. Their physical bodies were not particularly strong, and their combat power as corpse puppets would be severely diminished, far inferior to that of their demon counterparts of the same rank. Anticipating further trouble, Li Yuan decided there was no time to delay. Sword Fairy, it is time for you to act. This also presented a perfect opportunity to observe the practical effectiveness of the Sword Fairy's heavenly transformation of 10,000 forms sword technique. The Sword Fairy nodded. Grasping her 3-foot azure peak, she gracefully descended from the mountain. Is it snowing? The black-armored Grandmaster, engaged in combat with the elephant demon corpse puppet, was momentarily stunned, his heart racing and scalp tingling. Suddenly, it started snowing. It was too strange. Sensing something amiss, he abruptly looked up to see a figure in white descending from the mountain, sword at her side, ribbons fluttering, like a celestial being of ethereal grace. This snow is a manifestation of martial arts? The black-armored Grandmaster was gripped with terror. Was this figure, appearing like a fairy, a martial saint? Or perhaps a sword saint? At that moment, the snow turned crimson. It resembled droplets of blood splattering upon him, accompanied by sorrowful cries. He found himself immobile, as blood-soaked hands reached up from the ground, gripping him tightly. He recalled the fine wine he had consumed, proclaiming he would no longer be human, wishing to be a brother of demons, to ruthlessly mock the weak and trample upon the pitiful. He recognized one of the hands and suddenly trembled, his face paling. He remembered vividly, during the slaughter of a village, a pregnant woman had clutched his foot, pleading for the life of her child. He had laughed heartily, first disemboweling her, then killing her. His thoughts abruptly halted. When did my abdomen rupture? Where are my feet? Why are my fingers falling off one by one? The black-armored Grand Master stared wide-eyed at his body disintegrating piece by piece, yet he felt no pain. He nearly forgot he was still in battle. On the mountain, Li Yuan watched this scene, perceiving a reality that differed entirely from what his eyes beheld. To his eyes, the Sword Fairy executed a single stroke, reducing the black-armored Grand Master to countless fragments. But in his consciousness, it was a night of swirling snow, white turning to red, with ghastly hands filled with deep resentment grasping the black-armored Grand Master, tearing him apart bit by bit. When the sword was drawn, It was like thunderous might, a gentle breeze, the fury of the ocean, or the wails of the underworld, with sword techniques shifting infinitely. Mastering this sword technique required an ethereal state of mind, an understanding of the mysteries of the universe, and the ability to observe the myriad phenomena of the world, moving according to one's heart and thoughts. Li Yuan recalled the words left by his ancestor during the bestowal of his legacy. So this is what the heavenly transformation of 10,000 forms entails. The power of a single sword can embody all phenomena of the world, commanding the seas and the wilderness. This is the true Emperor's sword. In my early years, I was always fleeing, suffering from hunger and cold, living in fear and desire, secluding myself in a mountain, rarely seeing the world. I could never comprehend the true essence of the heavenly transformation of 10,000 forms sword technique. Unlike the sword fairy, who 3,000 years ago had endured the myriad sufferings of the world, sleeping for 3 millennia, gaining insight into life and death. Now, how empty her heart must be. She is perfectly aligned with the heavenly transformation of 10,000 forms sword technique. Ha ha! Li Yuan laughed heartily. What the sword fairy had not experienced was perhaps only the matters of love. After 5 breaths, the crimson snow fell like petals, and the hellish wails abruptly dissipated, all pain erupting in an instant. The agony of severed fingers, disembowelment, and heart extraction, all forms of suffering erupted simultaneously, overwhelming even a grandmaster. Only the remnants of the black-armored Grand Master rolled on the ground, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Ultimately, he was tortured to death. In the last moments of his life, he realized he seemed to be a person too, a small figure who had grown up under the feet of others. Li Yuan could not comprehend the human heart. He was merely curious as to why the sword fairy, with such effortless grace in slaying demons, would choose to torment the black-armored grandmaster. Or was it that in the sword fairy's perception, this outcome was exactly what he deserved? Boom! The battle in the 12 caves was drawing to a close, and not far in the sky, a colorful arrow burst in the night sky. That was in the direction of the 13th cave. Chapter 86. Slaying the 7th-ranked demon, Li Yuan had a recollection of the 13th cave. When he and his senior brother, Pei Luoqing, journeyed to the inner sect of the 9 palaces, they passed by the 13th cave and borrowed a large eagle from its master, Yang Chong, to expedite their travels. It appeared that all the entrances under the jurisdiction of the 9 palaces Gu nest in this region had been assaulted. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. Such a large-scale operation indicated that even if 8th-ranked powerhouses were absent, at least half-saint-level commanders were involved. Contemplating this, Li Yuan sprinted back to the small bamboo grove. With the presence of the myriad manifestations of the forest Gu, he still had a chance to escape even against 8th-ranked foes, albeit at the cost of the hard-earned foundation he had built over the years. Brother Yuan, Wang Zhaozhao also sensed the piercing arrows soaring through the clouds, likely emanating from the 13th cave. Was there a demon attacking? Indeed, Li Yuan Nudda. He had dealt with the demons assaulting the 12th cave, but greater troubles loomed ahead. So soon? Wang Zhaozhao was astonished. The demon force that compelled the 13th cave to send a distress signal was likely led by a 7th-ranked creature. Yet Brother Yuan had resolved the matter so effortlessly. The disparity between her and Brother Yuan had grown unfathomably vast. Caw! Caw! The mournful call of the great eagle resonated from the sky. Li Yuan looked up. Beneath the moonlight, a large eagle was struggling to flap its wings, careening towards them. Thud! Thud! A deep chime echoed from within the 12th cave. A speaking bird soared into the small bamboo grove. Senior Brother Li. Master Cave, Lord Pang Daching requests your orders. How shall we proceed? Hold the line. Li Yuan uttered 2 words. As long as no 8th-ranked demons arrived, they could withstand the assault. This was a stronghold, and he could unleash greater power here than in Kunlun Void. Even the sword fairy had undergone a transformation. Slaying a half-saint was not beyond his capabilities. Xiao Zhao, remain here. I shall inspect the outer defenses. Li Yuan had long stationed the demon army at the outer perimeter of the 12th cave. He activated a flying wing Gu and soared into the air, meeting the descending great eagle. Upon the eagle's back lay a bloodied and near-lifeless figure, Yang Chong, the master of the 13th cave. Li Yuan, junior brother. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Yang Chong's eyes flickered with faint light. Quickly notify senior brother Pei, escape. To the inner sect of the 9 palaces, we cannot hold out any longer. Senior brother Pei was not present. He had long since gone to the inner sect. Li Yuan summoned a Revivification Gu to tend to Yang Chong's wounds and inquired, "What is the situation at the 13th cave?" "It's lost." Yang Chong's expression darkened. The invaders were too formidable, led by a 7th-ranked demon, and the 13th cave was utterly unable to resist. He grasped Li Yuan's arm tightly. "You must flee. The demons are approaching fiercely. This place will soon fall." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow approached under the moonlight. Purple Oriole. Yang Chong's eyes widened, and he abruptly sat up. "Junior brother Li, flee. I will hold her off." "Oh, Li Yuanhua. Young brother, I can handle this demon. You focus on healing." Yang Chong frowned. "Now is not the time for sentiment. Save whoever you can. I have no hope left, but you still do. Killing the Purple Oriole will allow us both to survive," Li Yuan replied with a smile. As they conversed, the Purple Oriole had already arrived, hovering in the air, looking down at the two with a mocking gaze. "Oh dear, do you two think I'm deaf? My Purple Oriole clan has exceptional hearing." Apart from a pair of wings, the Purple Oriole displayed few characteristics of demons. Her long legs and snow-white skin were exposed, with only purple hair covering her most private areas, presenting an alluring sight. She scanned the area. "Why is there no delicious scent of blood from your 12th cave? Are those people moving so slowly? No wonder you almost faced extermination at the hands of the 9 palaces goon nest back then." Forget it. She decided to sample the delicacies herself. The Purple Oriole spread her wings, unleashing a barrage of feathers that shot forth like arrows, descending upon the area where Li Yuan and Yang Chong stood. Yang Chong attempted to speak, but saw Li Yuan suddenly rise, an overwhelming surge of vitality erupting forth. The vitality blazed like flames, his hair standing on end, his demeanor transformed from gentle to wild. What intense vitality, stronger than warriors of the same rank. No, it should be said that he surpassed even the most physically adept demons of the same rank. Yang Chong was utterly astounded. In his mind, senior brother Pei Luoqing was already a remarkable genius. Thus, he had fled to the 12th cave, only to discover that Li Yuan's talent surpassed even that. A Gu master capable of developing the vitality Gu to such an extent was indeed a rarity in the world. Li Yuan's eyes shone like lanterns, focused on the Purple Oriole hovering above. They say that bird demons have minds smaller than walnuts, and it seems to be true. The Purple Oriole sensed something amiss, her brows furrowing. It seemed as if the great commander had indeed spoken of Gu masters who could battle beyond their rank through peculiar means. And Li Yuan was one of them. This is not a battle. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. This is slaughter, with a powerful stomp. He shot into the sky like an arrow released from its bow, his legs entwined with the mysterious wind Gu, achieving astounding speed. His companion nestled within him unleashed a torrent of silk strands, intercepting the shower of arrows. Xiao Kai was also gathering strength in the shadows. The Purple Oriole's pupils constricted. She tapped her toes in the air and retreated, her wings stirring up a purple whirlwind. Transforming wind. Li Yuan softly chanted. The abilities of the myriad manifestations of the forest Gu activated, allowing him to harmonize with the environment, rendering him unaffected by the tempest. And he pierced through the raging vortex. How is this possible? The technique she prided herself on was effortlessly neutralized, sending the Purple Oriole into a state of panic. That whirlwind encapsulated the true essence of demonhood, each gust sharp as a blade, capable of slaughtering any 6th-rank being. Yet this human Gu master was seemingly unscathed? How bizarre! In a fleeting moment, it became difficult to discern who the true demon was. Before she could ponder further, Li Yuan had closed the gap, and within this domain, he was free to unleash his power. The inhabitants of the 12th cave could not penetrate his spiritual realm nor perceive his methods. With the distance closed, the Purple Oriole had no choice but to engage Li Yuan in a direct confrontation. Have you never wondered why the team responsible for slaughtering the 12th cave has yet to make a move? Li Yuan grinned wickedly. What do you mean? The purple Oriole was forced to continuously exchange blows with Li Yuan, unable to create distance. Your mind is too dull, even as a corpse puppet. I would find you lacking. Li Yuan Theasa. What else could it be? Naturally, it is because they have already been slain by me. With vitality surging like a torrent and hair flowing wildly, Li Yuan exhibited unparalleled audacity, relying on the rebirth Gu to unleash a relentless assault, not retreating a single step nor defending at all. His words left the purple Oriole in shock. The team attacking the 12th cave was annihilated? So quickly? Shao Kai, unleash her. At this moment, the multicolored fire python hidden within Li Yuan's embrace had also completed its preparations, emerging to spit forth a white flame. This was a flame that scorched the mind, a challenging feat to evade in close quarters. Thanks to Li Yuan's mental prowess, akin to that of an 8th-ranked being, even the 7th-ranked purple Oriole could not remain immune, her mind disrupted. Swish! Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan executed a sudden step, appearing behind the purple Oriole, seizing her wings with both hands and kneeling on her neck with one knee. He emitted a low growl akin to a wild beast, his arms bulging with muscle, veins protruding as he forcefully tore apart the purple Oriole's wings. Simultaneously, his knee shattered the demonist's spine. With a flourish, blood erupted into the sky, blooming like a resplendent and vivid flower of demonic beauty. Chapter 87. The calm before the storm. Yang Chong, having witnessed everything firsthand, stood in stunned silence. Is this a 6th-tier Gu master? Or is it simply that my experience is too shallow, and the elder's teachings are indeed remarkable? Suddenly, a distant arrow exploded in the sky. Distinct from the distress signal of the 9 palaces Gu nest, it was evidently unleashed by the demons. Li Yuan released the giant spirit Gu's possession and descended while clutching the lifeless body of the purple Oriole maiden. Many disciples of the 12 caves witnessed this scene. Salt, excitement, an indescribable thrill. Li Yuan's legend had already spread throughout the 12 caves, yet few had truly seen him, let alone witnessed his prowess in subduing demons. The cave master, Pang Dachuan, was left dumbfounded. He had recently gained favor with the manager of the Broken Gu Tower, Li Yuan, junior brother. Yang Chong trembled, feeling the weight of the titled junior brother, as images of Li Yuan's bloodthirsty slaughter of demons echoed in his mind. Brother Yang, focus on healing. Stronger foes are soon to arrive, Li Yuan stated calmly. Can we truly hold our ground? Yang Chong's expression turned bitter. The mastermind lurking behind is most likely a semi-saint, perhaps even a genuine 8th-tier demon saint. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. It is all in fate's hands. Li Yuan replied with tranquility. The signal flare released by the purple Oriole maiden before her demise would undoubtedly attract the strongest entities behind this invasion of demons. If an 8th-tier being were to appear, he would flee without hesitation. A semi-saint, however, could still be confronted. Seeing this, Yang Chong fell silent. His life had been saved by Li Yuan. So what was there to fear? If necessary, he could die once more. The other disciples of the 12 caves, however, displayed a different demeanor. Fear was not in their hearts. Their morale surged. They did not contemplate the distant terror, almost revering Li Yuan as a deity, eager to engage in a grand confrontation. In another part of the mountains, the 33 caves lay ravaged. Demons ran rampant, devouring the Gu masters of the various mountains. And the air was filled with cries of despair. Rivers of blood flowed freely. Suddenly, an astonishing chill spread across the heavens and the earth. The 7th-tier demon, currently feasting on the head of the 33 cave master, paused and slowly raised its gaze, observing frost rapidly encroaching upon the landscape. Everything in the mountains froze as if plunged into the frigid north. The demons transformed into lifeless ice statues. The bone-chilling cold gnawed at him, slowing his movements, solidifying his flesh and rendering him unable to take another step. He beheld a figure cloaked in a mantle, her features obscured by a hood, approaching through the snow and wind. A martial saint? The demon's expression turned to one of terror. Wasn't it said that the 8th-tier powerhouses of the Kanglan army and 9 palaces Gu nest could not reach this area in such a short time? Why was a martial saint present here? I ask, you answer. The figure enveloped in the coat spoke, her voice vaguely discernible as feminine. Who commands you? What is the purpose behind the slaughter of the 9 palaces Gu nest forces? Be because of enmity. The demon hesitated to respond, but the chilling aura pierced its very marrow, compelling it to divulge its thoughts. What enmity? The woman inquired. A few years ago, the 9 palaces Gu nest emerged, collaborating with King Kanglan to annihilate the Wind and Snow Sword Manor, slaughtering the majority of the disciples of Heavenly Blade Cliff and Starmoon Palace. We have long sought vengeance. Taking advantage of King Kanglan's injuries and the advantage held by King Yu, we seize this opportunity to exact our revenge. The demon recounted its motives. Are you human, not a demon? The woman pressed further. I have long integrated with demonkind, baptized by demon blood. I am a demon. It confessed, losing control like a marionette forced to speak the truth. Is your goal truly only revenge? Or are you seeking a specific individual? She continued. I do not understand your meaning, the demon replied, genuinely bewildered. Then that is well, the woman nodded, extending her hand. In an instant, the 7th-tier demon was transformed into an ice sculpture, which shattered with a resounding crash, leaving no trace behind. It seems the target is not Little Linner. The woman, concealing her identity, was none other than Muyao, a minor deity of the extreme North Icefield tribe. After arriving at the 9 Palaces mountain from her tribe, she had been quietly investigating and gathering intelligence, yet yielding little. Those representing the 9 Palaces Gu nest at the Kunlun Void sealing ceremony should be inner disciples. She was unaware of the inner sanctum's location and could only gather information from the periphery. As she understood it, some inner disciples would hold positions in the outer 72 caves, and she aimed to acquire information through this avenue. Unexpectedly, she encountered a sudden demon attack. This filled Muyao with immense anxiety. The demons were fierce, with numerous 7th-tier beings, and Little Linner was likely not yet a 7th-tier Gu master. If Little Linner were to perish amidst this chaos, she would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Little Linner, I will surely find you, with a determined step. And Muyao departed from the 33 caves, hastening toward another region where the energy fluctuations were palpable. Wherever she passed,